Chapter 1. The Slaughter of the Entire Family. The plaza before the gates of the Shin residence was adorned with a splendid marble floor, flanked by lifelike marble sculptures that exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. The gate itself was crafted from heavy timber, meticulously carved and inlaid with auspicious patterns and intricate designs, showcasing an opulent splendor. The brass studs and ornate embellishments on the gate, alongside the exquisite carvings on the door panels, manifested the wealth and unique cultural essence of the Shin family. In days gone by, the Shin residence was undoubtedly a hub of bustling activity, with guests coming and going in a lively manner. However, on this day, the once vibrant halls of the Shin manor were shrouded in an oppressive silence. The esteemed Shun Hofu, once a coveted destination, had transformed into a place that everyone now shunned, laden with an aura of misfortune. Inside the Shun Hofu, the usual clamor had dissipated, leaving only the sound of faint sobs. In the grand hall, the formidable Wu Ing-ho, Shun Qinying, clad in armor, had his eyes shut in vexation. Beside him were his 3 wives and 10 children, the 3 wives strikingly beautiful, while among the children, for were still in swaddling clothes, the eldest barely 12 years of age. Tears streamed down their faces, many of them wailing, while the infants remained blissfully asleep in their cradles. At last, Shun Qinying slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gaze forged from battles fought far and wide, radiating an intimidating presence. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Enough! If anyone dares to utter another cry, I shall take action without the slightest mercy. Is it not just a complete slaughter of the family? What is there to fear?" His booming voice momentarily quelled the sobs of a few, yet it startled the infants into wakefulness. Although the others ceased their weeping, the cries of the babies only escalated the cacophony in the hall. Amidst his mounting irritation, Shun Qinying felt compelled to unleash his frustration. Yet he understood that explaining the situation to infants was futile. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. You may all withdraw. I require a moment of silence." "My lord, enough, depart. Is it not merely a matter of death? I have slain countless enemies on the battlefield. This calamity is merely retribution, nothing more to be said." Yet, as he uttered these final words, Shun Qinying could not suppress the closing of his eyes, for only he knew the depths of his anguish and his unwillingness to accept this fate. Finally, silence enveloped the grand hall, allowing Shun Qinying a moment to exhale. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through. "Father, you are not at fault. You were merely caught in the struggle of princes, which has brought about this calamity. A man born of heaven and earth should stand tall as long as you are true to your heart. There is no need for self-reproach." This was precisely the sentiment Shun Qinying longed to hear, yet a flicker of anger ignited within him at the audacity of anyone to challenge his authority. He opened his eyes to find his nearly 7-year-old son, Shun Mei, standing before him. Furrowing his brow, Shun Qinying admonished, "Shun Mei, did I not instruct you to leave? Why are you still here? Do you not realize that in the army, this would be a capital offense?" "But father," Shun Mei replied boldly, "this is the Shun residence, not your military camp. Since we are within our home, warmth should prevail over authority." Unfazed by his father's reproach, Shun Mei continued, "Furthermore, your vexation stems not from the noise of my mothers and siblings, but from the knowledge that the Shin family cannot escape this dire predicament, which you have unjustly directed towards us." "You!" Shun Qinying was momentarily rendered speechless by Shun Mei's words. In his silence, he could only ask, "Shun Mei, how do you know that your father is unjustly blaming you all? As the Wu Ing-ho of the Wu dynasty, I am a man of stature. Those who achieve such titles are undoubtedly exceptional individuals, well-versed in suppressing their anger and managing the myriad affairs of this world." A hint of composure crossed Shun Mei's youthful countenance, his eyes reflecting an unsettling calm for one so young. "Father, ultimately, our family has no recourse but to face annihilation. Why should you burden yourself with worry? These matters are beyond our control, thus we need not fret. Instead, let us cherish the time we have together, enjoying the company of our mothers, brothers, and sisters." Shun Qinying could not help but be amused by his son's unexpected composure. "Oh, and why are you not the one to do so? Shun Mei, Do you not realize that possessing wisdom beyond your years may not bode well for you? In response, Shinmei grew even more tranquil, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing. Father, perhaps it is because you often say that my name implies sinking, and thus I should embrace this fate. You need not worry for me, Shinmei, accept whatever may come. Ah, indeed, my child, you possess an indomitable spirit that remains unyielding in the face of death. Should you continue to grow in such a manner, you may very well become a distinguished general in the Wu dynasty, surpassing even my own accomplishments. Alas, given the current circumstances, you are destined to become but a mound of earth in a graveyard. Yet there is no need for concern regardless of what transpires. I shall remain by your side. Shun Xining beckoned Shinmei closer and embraced him, murmuring, from the moment I could recall, my life has been steeped in the bloodshed of the battlefield. I faced foes greater than myself, and though I feared them, I knew that retreat meant certain death. Only by being braver than my adversaries could I hope to survive, which is why I struck down that man. The warmth of his blood spattering upon my face is a sensation I shall remember for eternity. Even now, I can still feel it. As Shun Xining recounted his past, Shinmei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Yet just then, an unwelcome voice pierced the air, bellowing, Shun Xining, the time has come. You are a general in the army. Do not display such cowardice. Shinmei slowly opened his eyes, while Shun Xining gently ruffled his son's hair with his rough hand, soothing him back to slumber. He then addressed the intruders. Why must you be so confrontational? Young Shun may has only just fallen asleep. It is one thing to intrude, but to shout so brazenly is a blatant disrespect to me. The first speaker fell silent, yet the second person smirked coldly and replied in a silky voice, Shun Xining, as a wooing ho, you should recognize that many matters are not of great consequence. Our master has no ill intent. He merely wishes for Shun Wu Ho to lend his assistance. Should Shun Wu Ho agree, our master guarantees that you shall ascend to Wu Ju Ho, and even Wu Guan Ho is within reach. Do not deceive yourself, Shun Wu Ho. Ha! Shun Xining erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating with confidence, causing both intruders to flinch. After a moment, he retorted, I fear not death, yet I am concerned that my choices may betray my heart. Your heart? The effeminate man chuckled, then sternly continued, Shun Xining, opportunities are scarce. My master can certainly overlook past grievances, but he will not tolerate insolence. You should understand the caliber of my master. My humble request is a sign of his respect. You fail to grasp the essence of the heart, for your heart is merely an echo of your master's commands. I, Shun Xining, will steadfastly uphold my heart, irrespective of the time or place. Shun Xining regarded the two with indifference, stating coolly, your master may indeed preserve my life and elevate my status, yet I am acutely aware that his journey will not endure. Huh? Following a contemptuous snort, the effeminate man burst into laughter. In an instant, he lunged forward, aiming a palm strike at Shun Xining. Unfazed, Shun Xining leapt high, still cradling Shinmei, and delivered a powerful kick to the man's palms, followed by another strike to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Enraged, Shun Xining bellowed, what manner of place is this Shin residence? Do you presume that any man or spirit can cross our threshold? Such filth shall never enter again. The effeminate man was forced back, but the other intruder frowned. Shun Wu Ho, this matter. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. Shun Xining, a man of integrity, would not trouble the individual further. He continued, there is no need to constrain those of the Shun family. We are not a breed that fears for our lives. We shall stand resolute in the face of death. The Shun family has always cherished freedom, even in death. Upon exiting, Shun Xining turned to his wives and children, commanding, enough with the tears, it is but a matter of death. Follow me. Though she spoke such words, Shun Xining nonetheless infused a surge of spiritual energy into Shun Mo's body, rendering him into a deep slumber. Simultaneously, she adorned his wrist with a jet-black bracelet she had been wearing. The events of that fateful day were known only to a select few witnesses, who recounted that Shun Xining and her family stood there as if beheaded, with none bound in chains. As Shin Mo lay in his slumber, a tempestuous wind suddenly arose, and a massive eagle, with wings spanning several dozen feet, swooped down and carried Shin Mo away, soaring into the distant skies. Once the great eagle departed, the fierce wind vanished. As well, it was said that the gust had been stirred by the flapping of the eagle's wings. As for the abducted Shin Mo, the onlookers speculated that he had undoubtedly been swallowed whole by the majestic bird. Chapter 2. The Elder in White. Blood. Everywhere Shin Mo looked, he was met with a sea of crimson. He yearned to scream, yet he found himself utterly powerless. He distinctly felt as though he had been transported to the execution ground, where Shun Qinying gently laid him down. It was then that he witnessed the horrific scene. His father and aunts were executed, one by one, their heads severed from their bodies. Tears began to stream down Shin Mo's face. Notions of strength and indifference evaporated in an instant. All he wished was to cry out, but he remained utterly incapable. When it was finally Shin Mo's turn, he regarded the impending fate with a sense of resignation, believing that perhaps it was not so unbearable for his family to perish together. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a shadow darkened the sky. In that instant, he felt a sharp pain, followed by a veil of darkness as he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, Shin Mo discovered himself within a cave. His first thought was that he had been transported to the underworld. Struggling to rise, he was met with excruciating pain throughout his body, rendering him unable to stand. He abandoned his efforts and instead turned his head to survey his surroundings. The cave was illuminated as if it were daytime, albeit damp. Glancing over, Shin Mo spotted a clear spring, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Could this truly be the netherworld? Perhaps it was that great eagle that saved me?" With this realization, his heart ached anew, and tears began to flow. The fact that this place was not the underworld merely indicated that the Shun family had been slaughtered, leaving him as the sole survivor. Such a truth should have brought him relief. Yet witnessing the brutal execution of his loved ones only deepened his sorrow. Uncertain of how long he wept, Shin Mo eventually succumbed to a deep sleep once more. When he awoke again, a ray of sunlight streamed into the cave. Although he still felt immense pain, he managed to rise unsteadily and made his way outside. However, as he stepped out, a sudden mountain breeze caught him off guard, toppling him over the edge. "Ah!" Shin Mo cried out in terror. Yet, at that moment, the great eagle swooped in once more, catching him mid-fall. Miraculously unharmed, he clutched the eagle tightly as it took to the skies. The eagle glided toward a nearby mountainside, where a large rock came into view. As they approached, Shin Mo beheld an elder seated cross-legged atop the stone, seemingly as ancient as the rock itself, unaffected by the mountain winds or the eagle's flight. The eagle landed on the stone, and Shin Mo, still gripping its back, realized that a fall from such a height onto the rock would surely be fatal. Yet, at that moment, the eagle shook its body, causing Shin Mo to lose his grip and tumble down. He shut his eyes in fear, only to find that the eagle had spread its wings and caught him before he could hit the stone below. Expecting to feel pain, he instead found himself unharmed. Quickly opening his eyes, he gazed gratefully at the eagle. Only now did he take a proper look at the magnificent creature, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. This eagle was enormous, explaining how it could carry him through the mountains. "Little one, you appear remarkably composed." Most would have been utterly terrified in such a situation, a gravelly voice intoned. Shin Mo turned to see the elder, clad in gray-white robes, his thin frame exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. Shin Mo hurriedly clasped his fists in respect, exclaiming, "Surely, you are a celestial being who has come to my aid. I am deeply grateful. My family has suffered this calamity, and I implore you to offer your assistance. I vow to avenge this wrong and will not rest until I do." Upon hearing this, the elder opened his eyes and regarded Shin Mo thoughtfully before sighing. "You possess considerable potential, yet it is unfortunate that if you allow hatred to cloud your vision, you shall never attain true freedom. This world is rife with enmity and affection, as well as overwhelming desires. Should you be blinded by such emotions, you will remain but a mortal bound to this earthly realm." Shun Qinying was the marquis of the Martial dynasty, seldom home, Yet she had never neglected the education of her children. Born into the esteemed family of the Marquis, Shinmo's perspective was not one to be compared with that of ordinary folk. He quickly responded, "Indeed, a celestial being can achieve great freedom. Yet it seems to me that you are a warm-hearted figure, for had you not been so, you would not have intervened to save me. Though you exist beyond this world, your thoughts remain tethered to it. You exhibit remarkable wit and composure, suggesting you may become an extraordinary individual," the elder remarked, rising to stand in front of Shinmo. After a thorough examination, he exclaimed, "Little one, your father cared deeply for you. On the way to the execution ground, he sought to spare you the agony of witnessing the horrors by infusing you with a fragment of spiritual energy to induce slumber. Yet, your soul's power surpassed his own. Whether that is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Ultimately, you were forced to confront the tragic fate of your family, and you can easily surmise the fate of those who were not present." As the elder spoke, Shinmo clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes reddening, resembling a beast poised to strike. The elder chuckled softly and said, "You are called Shinmo, correct? Since you maintain such composure, you must grasp a simple truth. Exhibiting such anger is of little use. If you truly aspire to be an extraordinary figure, you must learn to smile at all times, concealing your thoughts. Only then may you have a chance to achieve greatness. As for the vendetta against your family, it would be futile to seek revenge before you have established yourself." Shinmo was taken aback and eagerly inquired, "If you say so, you must surely know who was responsible for the downfall of my family. I beseech you to enlighten me." The elder smiled softly, fixing his gaze upon Shinmo. "Shinmo, what purpose does knowing the identity of your family's adversaries serve? Your father, Shun Xinying, earned the title of Marquis through countless battles, achieving it through remarkable martial prowess and military merit. You must understand that to attain such a title, one requires not only formidable strength, but also substantial achievements in war. After the calamity, your father, as the Marquis, was left with no choice but to accept his fate calmly. Now, knowing who harmed your family will only add to your burdens, without providing any benefit." At a loss for words, Shinmo contemplated the complexities of the martial realm, which was divided into 4 tiers with 9 realms. The 4 tiers being Jia, Yi Bing, and the lower 5 realms being Hidden Origin, Enlightenment, Radiant Light, and Rising Sun, along with the upper 4 realms Heavenly Authority, Heavenly Precision, Heavenly Luminosity, and Heavenly Pivot. Any practitioner could be referred to as unranked or newly entered into the martial path, though this was merely a stage achievable even by a child. Currently, Shinmo found himself at the Ding tier, a level that garnered little respect. However, once one transcended to the realms, their power became formidable. Those who entered the Hidden Origin realm by the age of 15 were deemed geniuses, although it was not unheard of for others to achieve this milestone at that age. Generally, those who reached the pinnacle of the lower 5 realms, particularly the Jade Balance realm, were considered exceptional. Shun Xinying was a rare genius, having entered the Jade Balance realm at the age of 38. However, she understood that grasping the threshold of the upper 4 realms was nearly impossible for her. The martial dynasty was founded upon martial prowess, and the further one advanced in the martial path, the higher their status and position. Just a year prior, Shinmo had sought counsel from his father, Shun Xinying, discussing the latter's proud strength in the Jade Balance realm. Shinmo distinctly remembered his father's words that there were undoubtedly powerful individuals in the martial dynasty at the Heavenly Precision realm. When Shinmo pressed for details about these individuals, Shun Xinying had refrained from even mentioning their names at this moment. The elderly man spoke once more, and Shinmo boldly speculated, could it be that a formidable presence from the realm of Tianji within the empire has intervened? Tianji? The old man chuckled in disbelief, a hint of resignation in his voice as he replied, "Oh, Shinmo, you truly overestimate the insignificance of your humble Wuying Marquis. To obliterate a mere Wuying Marquis, one need not summon a Tianji powerhouse, even a moderately strong Yuing expert would suffice. However, a Wuying Marquis could not simply vanish in a thin air. Were it not for the machinations of some influential figures, the Shin family would not have faced total annihilation. Thus, it is not entirely implausible that a Tianji expert may indeed be involved behind the scenes. Nevertheless, these matters require your own investigation. The old man cannot assist you in resolving them. Immortal, in a moment of desperation, Shinemo contemplated kneeling, yet a gentle force prevented him from doing so. Simultaneously, the old man's voice resonated, saying, "Do not address me as an immortal. I have a name and a surname. I am Wu Lingxian. Furthermore, if kneeling could resolve troubles, I would rather remain in that position forever, never to rise again." Chapter 3. Apprenticeship with Wu Lingxian. As Shinemo straightened his posture, Wu Lingxian, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Remember this, Shinemo. In this vast world, if you wish to attain anything, you must hold your head high. Those who readily bow and beg are either sycophantic knaves or mere dogs waiting for their masters to toss them scraps. They will never amount to anything significant. As a man, if you desire something or aspire to achieve something, you must create it with your own hands. Bowing and kneeling will not aid you. Anything gained through begging ultimately relies on the pity of others, which can be given or taken away at whim and amounts to nothing in the end." Wu Lingxuan's words struck a chord in Shanemo, who suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. He promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, respectfully stating, "Thank you, Senior Wu, for your guidance. I, Shinemo, shall certainly remember your teachings." Acknowledging Wu Lingxuan's profound insights, Shinemo felt he now understood what steps he needed to take next. The massacre of his family was an unbearable reality for anyone, and Shinemo was no exception. However, as Wu Lingxian had indicated, there was little he could do at present. If he sought vengeance, he could only rely on his own strength to grow. If his enemies reached the Tianji realm, so too could he be. While preserving his life and nurturing his hatred, he would strive to become formidable, for he was determined to seek retribution. Though concern had initially clouded Shan Mo's eyes, it vanished entirely in that moment. Wu Lingxian, visibly pleased, nodded before continuing. "I had intended to take you as my disciple, but alas, it seems we are not destined for that bond. Nevertheless, I shall impart some knowledge to you. At the very least, you must possess the ability to protect yourself when you enter the martial dynasty." Had Shinemo been in a different state of mind, he might have felt regret at this revelation. Instead, he simply nodded and replied, "Thank you, Senior, for your willingness to teach me. I assure you, I shall not let you down, nor will I betray my own aspirations." Shun Mo's brief silence was met with Wu Lingxuan's evident satisfaction. With a smile, he remarked, "I have sensed your potential. You have entered a new stage, which means you can indeed pursue the path of martial arts. However, the pinnacle of martial arts is not easily attained. By choosing this path, you are destined to endure greater hardships, a truth you must fully comprehend. Rest assured, Senior, as a descendant of a military family, I can endure any hardship that I recall, even as children of 3 or 4. Our father would return with training sessions. From that time, he instilled in us the lesson that no matter the suffering endured, we must grit our teeth and persevere. Only through such efforts can we become capable individuals." "Ah, truly commendable for one of your lineage. Your insights are indeed remarkable," Wu Lingxian said, nodding in approval. "In that case, although we lack the bond of master and disciple, you may call me master. However, do not perform any formal rites of apprenticeship. Instead, I shall teach you certain skills, which will serve as your acknowledgement of this title." "Yes, master," Shinemo exclaimed with enthusiasm, but Wu Lingxian quickly raised a hand, saying, "Hold on, do not be so eager to call me master just yet. You will need to undergo some trials first. Here is the plan. I will have Wu Ying drop you into the forest. If you can slay a great tiger, I shall accept your title of master. Of course, if you are devoured by the tiger, it will save me a great deal of trouble." Shinemo was taken aback. At his age and in his condition, he would be no more than a meal for such a beast. This statement even startled Wu Ying, the great eagle, who turned to Wu Lingxian in disbelief. Yet, Wu Lingxian remained resolute in his decision and addressed Shinemo. "Once you embark on the path of martial arts, the enemies you face will not always be of equal strength. You will encounter those as weak as ants, but also those as formidable as mountains. You may crush the weak with ease, but when confronted by the strong, you must not simply surrender. You must possess the courage and strength to fight back. I understand that you are currently no match for a great tiger, but I do not wish for my efforts to be in vain. Show me your wit and strength when facing a powerful foe. Wu Ying, take him away." The great eagle spread its wings and, without regard for Shen Mo's readiness, seized him with a claw and soared into the distance, skimming the treetops. As Shen Mo glimpsed the mottled forest below, the eagle released its grip, and he plummeted straight down. In a moment of panic, Shen Mo managed to grasp a branch, narrowly avoiding a direct encounter with the tiger. Regaining his composure, he looked upon the great beast he was to face, his eyes nearly bulging in shock. The tiger, adorned with a coat of striking black and white stripes, possessed eyes like gleaming bronze bells, a prominent nose, and an enormous mouth filled with sharp teeth. It quickly turned its gaze upon the descending Shen Mo. And in that instant, Shen Mo felt as though he was staring into a pair of blazing flames, radiating authority and ferocity. In a heartbeat, sweat drenched his back, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How could he possibly stand against such a towering and ferocious creature? Fear gripped Shen Mo's mind, and his instinct was to flee. Yet, amid the turmoil, a faint voice echoed within him, reminding him that if he lacked the courage to confront this tiger, he would inevitably falter against any adversary in the future. Though initially a whisper, this voice soon grew louder, urging him to regain his composure. Faced with such a colossal tiger, even fleeing would yield no chance of survival. Slaying it was his only hope. Calm down, Shen Mo. You can do this. Remember your blood-soaked vendettas. Remember your family who fell beneath the slaughterer's blade. The more Shen Mo encouraged himself, the tenser he became, and soon sweat was blurring his vision. Just as a bead of sweat dripped into his eye, the tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. Shen Mo felt the sound reverberate like a clap of thunder. The tiger rose on its hind legs, its powerful body quaking. Then, without warning, it charged towards the tree where Shen Mo clung, moving with astonishing speed. Shen Mo barely saw the shadow approach before the tiger's robust paws clawed at the tree. Attempting to ascend in a moment of fright, Shen Mo screamed, but fortunately, the tiger lacked the skill to climb, failing on its first attempt. Nevertheless, its claws left deep and terrifying gashes in the bark, splintering the tree and etching scars into its trunk. Desperately leaning against the tree, Shen Mo gazed in disbelief at the tiger as it prepared to leap once more. Filled with fear, he instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his grip and falling, just in time. He caught hold of a branch, managing to stabilize himself. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Shen Mo could not genuinely believe he could contend with the tiger. Each leap of the beast drew him closer to death, and the paralyzing fear robbed him of the will to act. Meanwhile, on the other side, the great eagle Wuying suddenly spoke, articulating human words. "This is bad, master. The confrontation has begun. That young lad stands no chance against the giant tiger. Are you truly willing to let Shen Mo perish in its jaws? If it were to come to that, would I allow you to rescue him from the execution ground?" Wu Lingxian replied. Casting an impatient glare at Wuying, he muttered to himself, "Yet, I have yet to determine how to interact with this young man. Once he grows, he is bound to become a thorn in many people's sides. And he may very well disrupt the martial dynasty." Wu Lingxuan's concerns puzzled Wuying further, prompting him to speak up. "Master, is that not precisely what you desire? The martial dynasty is far too stagnant. Having such a young man stir the pot would be a boon. Every journey requires a beginning, and this lad is clearly the perfect candidate. Furthermore, in my humble opinion, he possesses remarkable potential. In time, he may achieve great things. Why not take him as your disciple? Together, you could accomplish extraordinary feats. Young master, how affectionate." Wu Lingxian frowned slightly, stating, "He is not your young master. If I were to take him as a disciple, I can only imagine the troubles that would ensue. If Shen Mo were to perish, it would indeed be the end of all troubles. However, if he were to survive, the consequences remain unknown, which is precisely why this old man has chosen to test the waters." Wu Lingxian articulated this, leaving Wuying astonished, who promptly exclaimed, "Master." Wu Lingxian, however, waved his hand to silence Wuying and continued, "Enough of that, go fetch him. I shall accept his call of master." Chapter 4. Mercenaries in peril amidst the lush greenery of the forest. The now considerably taller Shen Mo rode upon the back of a large tiger, which was strikingly patterned in black and white. Yet, this was not the same tiger that had nearly devoured him in the past. Indeed, Shen Mo had grown significantly in stature and strength, the childishness in his face having nearly vanished, replaced by a hint of gallantry between his brows. Nonetheless, perhaps due to his prolonged existence in the wilderness, Shen Mo's appearance was quite unrefined, resembling a wild man, the only distinction being the tattered garments draped upon him. Having resided in the jungle for 8 long years, Shen Mo vividly recalled that it had been 8 years since his parents had perished, and the entirety of the Shen family had also met their demise 8 years prior. Throughout this span, Shen Mo had devoted himself tirelessly to his training, striving to become formidable. The once fearsome tiger was now subdued beneath his might. When Shen Mo sat cross-legged upon its back, the tiger could only seethe in silence, dutifully carrying him toward a nearby pond. Time in the mountains was a blur, yet due to the deep-seated hatred in Shen Mo's heart, he remained acutely aware of the passage of time. After several days of rigorous training, a foul odor began to cling to him, prompting a desire for a cleansing bath. Initially intending to summon Wu Ying to accompany him, he found Wu Ying occupied with other matters, leaving Shen Mo no choice but to have the tiger bear him to the water. I say, great black tiger, you've grown so large. Why have you yet to learn to speak like Wu Ying? Shen Mo mused, if only you could converse, it would surely alleviate my boredom. You understand, don't you? Wu Ying is always flitting about. Lacking wings, you cannot fly. So in Wu Ying's absence, you are my only companion. The great black tiger, though unable to speak, possessed a remarkable intelligence. It emitted a low growl, seemingly responding to Shen Mo's words. While Shen Mo could not comprehend the tiger's sounds, he guessed that the creature was somewhat disgruntled. He playfully slapped the tiger's neck, causing it to flinch. Ah, you great black tiger, surely you are cursing me, he exclaimed. Be cautious. It would be wise to remain docile, lest I decide to make a meal of you one day. After all, at your age, your meat must be quite delectable. As he spoke, Shen Mo could not help but swallow, and the tiger, aware of Shen Mo's cunning, quickly adopted a more compliant demeanor, softening its steps. Satisfied, Shen Mo nodded approvingly, saying, now that's more like it. Just refrain from using your tiger growls to berate me, or I shall surely turn you into a sumptuous feast. And mind you, even thoughts of cursing me in your heart are unacceptable. You know I have learned many skills from my master, and I can see right through your thoughts. Engaging in self-dialogue, Shen Mo and the great black tiger soon reached the lakeside. The tiger set him down on a stone where he frequently leaped into the water. With a swift motion, he plunged into the lake, creating a splash. The tiger, eager to join, prepared to leap in as well, but Shen Mo quickly surfaced and called out, wait a moment, you can wash later. This pool belongs to me today. Go rest over there, and I shall summon you once I am done. The great black tiger emitted a series of disgruntled roars, but upon receiving a glance from Shen Mo, it turned away. Shen Mo laughed heartily, then leaped high above the water before diving back in, reveling in the refreshing experience. After frolicking in the water for nearly half an hour, Shen Mo lay on the lake's surface, hoping for a brief slumber. However, the sound of thundering hooves soon reached his ears, causing him to frown. He called for the great black tiger, flipped onto its back, and instructed it to head toward the source of the noise. Initially, Shen Mo was uncertain of his location, but within a month or two, he realized he was situated within the Beast Mountain Range. The Wu dynasty boasted a vast expanse of this mountain range, teeming with an array of bizarre and formidable beasts. Currently, Shen Mo found himself in a concealed area at the periphery of the mountains, a place seldom ventured by outsiders. Thus, despite 8 years of training, he had yet to encounter another human. While the Beast Mountain Range housed numerous ferocious creatures, it also served as a natural treasure trove, abundant with rare herbs and precious materials for weapon crafting, enticing many to venture forth in search of fortune. However, such endeavors often led to perilous outcomes. As this area was merely the outskirts of the Beast Forest, most who entered were either armed forces or small sections. Mercenaries sought their livelihoods here, while minor sects utilized the terrain for trials. Hearing the sound of galloping hooves, Shen Mo feared someone might be under attack by beasts. His father, Shen Qianying, had instilled in him the principle of valuing life, teaching him to assist those in peril. The great black tiger moved swiftly, and soon Shen Mo caught the faint scent of blood, accompanied by the sound of anguished cries. He urged the tiger to hasten its pace. And upon cresting a hill, they discovered a group of 7 or 8 stream magic apes assailing a squad of mercenaries. beasts were categorized into 9 ranks, their strength corresponding to the 9 realms of human martial artists. The first rank represented the weakest, while the 9th rank was the strongest. First-rank beasts were akin to martial artists at the hidden origin realm, while 9th-rank beasts equated to those at the celestial pivot realm. Beasts below the 5th rank possessed limited intelligence, but upon reaching the 6th rank, akin to human practitioners at the celestial authority realm, they could assume human form and exhibit heightened intellect. However, beasts and human practitioners of the same rank and realm typically held no significant advantage over one another. Although beasts lacked intelligence, they compensated with their tough hides and robust physiques, while humans, possessing greater intellect, were seldom inclined to confront beasts head-on. The stream magic apes were common social beasts found on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Slightly stronger than adults, they belonged to the 2nd rank. Though their rank was not particularly high, their agility and pack mentality made them formidable opponents. A handful of 2nd-rank stream magic apes could easily overwhelm a mercenary group of over 10 members. At present, this was precisely the situation. The 7 or 8 stream magic apes had left a group of over 30 mercenaries battered and bruised, and despite their efforts to unite against the apes, defeat was merely a matter of time. Great Black Tiger, roar! Shinamo merely patted the Great Black Tiger, which immediately understood his intent. With a powerful roar, the chaos below came to a halt, and the stream magic apes scrambled up into the trees, while both beasts and humans turned their gazes toward the imposing figure of the tiger. The stream magic apes were relatively unfazed, but the mercenaries, upon seeing the tigeress' exaggerated size, turned pale with fear. They had not anticipated that the stream magic apes would be so challenging to handle, and now this colossal beast had appeared. Shinamo stood upon the back of the Great Black Tiger, glaring at the apes in the trees, and coldly uttered a command to scram. The stream magic apes quickly retreated through the branches. The departure of the stream magic apes did little to rouse the mercenaries from their shock. However, a bolder individual pointed at Shinamo and stammered, "Teach, there's a person on that giant beast." This revelation snapped the others back to reality as they turned their attention to Shinamo atop the tiger. Shinamo instructed the Great Black Tiger to descend, which naturally caused the onlookers to recoil in alarm. Yet, Shinamo quickly reassured them, "Fear not, my friends. This old tiger is accustomed to a vegetarian diet and poses no threat to humans. You may rest easy." With that, Shinamo leaped off the Great Black Tiger and approached one of the fallen individuals, helping him to his feet. "You are all mercenaries from the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. Are you not? Surely you entered here in search of herbs or other treasures. It would be prudent not to venture deeper. I can assist you this time, but should you encounter more formidable foes, I too may be powerless to help." The Great Black Tiger stood loyally behind Shinamo, and the mercenaries finally realized that they had narrowly escaped death, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. Shinamo continued, "Now, unless there are other matters at hand, it would be wise for you to depart swiftly. These 2nd-rank stream magic apes may not be the mightiest of beasts, yet they can be quite bothersome and hold grudges. If they take a liking to you, you may find yourselves in dire straits. Typically, you should operate within 10 miles of here. Why have you ventured so deep today?" Shinmei found himself enveloped in a perplexing quandary when a burly man with a scarred face approached him. The man clasped his fists in greeting and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, young sir, I am Hideban, the leader of this mercenary group." Shunmei couldn't help but chuckle, jesting, "Ah, so you are Hideban. No wonder you possess such audacity to venture so deep." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Hideban's face as he replied with a touch of bitterness, "Young sir, you jest. We would not dare to intrude this far. As you mentioned, we typically operate within a 10-mile radius. However, a guest recently arrived at our mercenary group, offering us a handsome sum to venture here, and we found ourselves with no choice but to comply." Hideban scratched his head nervously as he spoke. Shunmei laughed heartily, advising, "Well then, even if your intent is to seek wealth, you must first ensure your lives are secure. This is not a place for you to linger. You should leave swiftly." Chapter 5. Departing the monster forest, a sharp cry rang out, accompanied by a cacophony of galloping hooves. Shanmei furrowed his brow, pondering whether there were indeed individuals unafraid of death. However, he soon noticed that the faces of Hideban and the entire mercenary group had turned unnaturally pale. It became evident to Shanmei that this newcomer must be the guest Hideban had mentioned. Curious about the identity of this guest who could instill such fear, Shan Mei declared. All right. I suspect you are reluctant to leave easily. Allow me to meet this so-called guest of yours. A woman clad in luxurious garments rode a white horse. Flanked by 2 attendants in black, with a flick of her whip, she struck one of the seated mercenaries, berating, "Humph! You idle fools, instead of searching for what I require, you waste time here. Are you tired of living?" Roaring in response, the great black tiger emitted a deep growl, startling the 3 horses into retreat, with the white horse rearing up in fright, nearly unseating the lady. Fortunately, one of her attendants swiftly dismounted and seized the horse's reins, preventing her from being thrown to the ground. However, the fright left the lady pale and shaken. Despite her fear, the lady's demeanor remained formidable. Her fury intensified as she pointed at Shan Mei, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Who are you?" Yet, her words faltered, for she had underestimated the stature of the great black tiger. As she beheld the creature approaching Shan Mei, her voice quivered. This lady was not particularly formidable, but her 2 attendants were extraordinary. Shan Mei sensed a powerful aura emanating from them, far beyond his current capabilities. Over the years of training under Wu Lingxian, Shan Mei had advanced to the realm of enlightenment. Although he had just entered this stage, it was still a notable achievement. The 2 attendants were evidently practitioners of the same realm, having simply walked a further path than he had. Shan Mei's family had been embroiled in a conflict that led to their tragic downfall, a calamity resulting in the annihilation of his entire clan. He understood that seeking vengeance required him to grow stronger. He could not act recklessly until he reached a higher realm. The presence of these 2 attendants heightened his vigilance. "Miss," Shan Mei began, "your attire suggests you hail from a noble and wealthy lineage. Given this, it would be unwise to act recklessly. Although this is the outskirts of the monster forest, it is not a place where ordinary mercenaries should tread. Forcing them to delve deeper is merely inviting disaster. They have just endured an assault by a second-tier river demon ape. Were it not for my companion, the great black tiger, their losses would have been catastrophic." He patted the great black tiger beside him, continuing, "I do not know what you seek in this area, but preserving your life should be your utmost priority." The lady found herself in a predicament. Torn between reluctance and fear, she contemplated speaking but was deterred by the imposing presence of the great black tiger. Hida Ban interjected hastily, "Miss Qin, our mercenary group has never ventured this deep before. We have already suffered greatly. Even if you offered us a mountain of gold, we would not dare to proceed further. Miss Qin seeks 100-year-old purple flower tea fruit out of filial piety. Alas, our mercenary group is simply not capable enough." "Humph, Hida Ban. You?" Miss Qin scoffed, glaring at Hida Ban before turning back to Shan Mei. She clasped her fists in a gesture of gratitude, stating, "Young sir, you have saved my subordinates, who are woefully inept that I, Qin Yuanshang, shall remember your kindness. Since you dwell in this vicinity, you may know of the purple flower tea that bears black-purple fruits after a century. If you are aware of its location, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Oh, so you seek the 100-year-old purple flower tea fruit?" Shan Mei replied, somewhat surprised by the commonality of their quest. He rummaged through his belongings and tossed 3 black-purple tea fruits to Qin Yuanshang, saying, "Miss Qin, here are the 100-year-old purple flower tea fruits you desire. However, do take caution. They are not fully ripe and can be rather sour." Qin Yuanshang's delight was palpable, but a moment later, her expression shifted as she recalled Shan Mei's words. She exclaimed, "Young sir, what do you mean? You actually intend to eat these 100-year-old purple flower tea fruits? Do you not realize they are a rare medicinal herb?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shan Mei scratched his head and shook it, replying, "I was unaware of that. I merely thought they could stave off hunger. They are indeed sour and somewhat thirst-quenching. If you do not mind, you may try one to see if my words hold true." With that, Shan Mei leaped onto the back of the great black tiger and bowed to Qin Yuanshang and Hida Ban, saying, "Miss Qin, brother He, I understand that your request for the mercenary group to enter this place was driven by necessity. Now that you have obtained what you sought, I hope you will not trouble them further." As Shan Mei prepared to depart, Qin Yuanshang quickly replied, "Fear not, young sir. Now that I have acquired what I sought, I shall not linger in the monster forest any longer. Furthermore, Hida Ban's mercenary group has greatly aided me in obtaining these 100-year-old purple flower tea fruits, and I shall ensure that the commission I promised him is doubled. Young sir, you are clearly well-versed and perceptive. If you do not mind, I invite you to accompany us as we leave. My family holds a respectable position within the martial dynasty, and I can arrange for you to join a suitable sect for your cultivation." A month prior, Wu Lingxian had visited the monster forest to see Shun Mei. He had advised Shun Mei that it was time to depart the forest, explaining that if he wished to grow stronger, he must enter the realm of martial practitioners. Remaining isolated would not serve him well. Although Wu Lingxian had imparted some teachings to Shun Mei, he had always maintained that they did not share a master-disciple bond. Now, with Qin Yuanshang's invitation to leave the monster forest, Shun Mei viewed this as an opportunity. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "Thank you, Miss Qin, I still have some matters to attend to, and it will take me 3 days to descend the mountain. You may leave the monster forest, and once I have finished my affairs, I will seek you at the foot of the mountain." Qin Yuanshang's joy was boundless. She could easily discern that Shun Mei was no ordinary person and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall await you at the town outside the monster forest, specifically at Brother He's Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. They are among the most powerful mercenary groups in the town, so you will find it easy to locate them." "Agreed. Miss Qin, please proceed ahead," Shun Mei replied. As He Band's mercenary group began to gather their belongings, Qin Yuanshang carefully stowed away the 300-year-old purple flower tea fruits. That moment, one of her attendants inquired, "Miss, do we truly intend to take that young man with us?" Qin Yuanshang nodded, casting a glance in Shun Mei's direction as he departed, stating, "Never underestimate that young man. He is not an ordinary individual. Have you not noticed how he carries himself with such calmness? Though he appears like a wild man, his composed demeanor suggests he possesses noble qualities, undoubtedly a person with a story to tell. Miss, if that is the case, we should not bring him back. What if? I do not concern myself with his identity or background. What intrigues me is that he can mount the back of that great black tiger, and the beast is remarkably docile towards him." Qin Yuanshang is by no means a haughty individual. She possesses her own depth of character. She spoke, "A person like this can be of use to me or assist in a task or two. And that suffices. Enough with the trivialities. Let us prepare ourselves, for we must depart from the monster beast forest." "Yes, Miss." Shinamo mounted the great black tiger and made his way toward their dwelling in the cave. The great black tiger appeared somewhat dejected, and Shinamo sensed something was amiss. He chuckled heartily and said, "Great black tiger, there is no need for such gloom. I am not leaving forever, I know time. I shall return to see you. You must continue your training diligently and transform into human form. It would be far more fitting for you to accompany me then. Otherwise, your ferocity might draw too much attention in the bustling streets. You know I have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to be too conspicuous. Remain here for now, and when I have the means to take you away, I shall do so." Gulu! The great black tiger emitted a sound typically reserved for communication with others of its kind. Shinamo, satisfied, patted the great black tiger's head and laughed. "All right, I see you are still obedient. After I leave, all that lake water will belong to you. Do as you wish with it, Dado. And regarding Wu Ying, he may not seem so fearsome, but if you encounter my master, it is best to keep your distance. When I said I would eat you, it was merely a jest. However, my master would truly consume you." Chapter 6. Verbal confrontation. Shinamo had little to pack. Over the years, he had indeed accumulated some medicinal herbs, but they were all stored within a space pouch. The century-old purple flower tea fruits he had just taken out were also kept within that pouch, which was rather conspicuous. Thus, he pretended to rummage through his clothing and tossed it to Qin Yuanshang. The reason Shenemo required 3 days was to bid farewell to the great black tiger and its companions properly. During these years spent here, had it not been for their companionship, Shinamo would have struggled to endure. It was as if they played and frolicked as usual, yet he always felt a sense of discomfort about the impending separation. After 2 days of revelry, Shinemo departed quietly at night, wishing not to disturb his friend's peaceful dreams. However, just as he climbed a tree, preparing to leap away, he sensed several presences behind him. With a smile, he turned to see the great black tiger and the others watching him from a distance. Shinemo shook his head in helplessness, smiling as he leaped toward the horizon. Upon reaching the outskirts of the small town, Shinemo was met with a rich aroma of alcohol, alongside the scents of women and various delicacies. He inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. It had been 8 long years since he had left this bustling atmosphere, and he was finally returning. 8 years ago, had it not been for Wu Ying's timely intervention. Shinamo would have been nothing more than a patch of yellow earth atop a mass grave. Over the years, he had gained much insight, forgotten many things, and learned to view life with a more detached perspective. Nevertheless, as he re-entered the world of human existence, Shinamo found himself with numerous aspirations yet to fulfill. Regardless of the circumstances, Shinamo had finally returned. Clenching his fists tightly, he strode toward the small town. However, as he emerged from the shadows into the brightly lit streets, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite having grown accustomed to such sights, the years away had rendered him somewhat unfit for this environment. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sensation. A smile soon graced his face. This was the life a normal person should enjoy, and the solitude of the mountains had grown unbearably monotonous. "Hey, kid, interested in joining our mercenary group?" A voice called out. Our mercenary group is the largest in Songshan Town, known as the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps. If you join us, I guarantee you'll dine well, drink heartily, and enjoy the most alluring women. Following the voice, Shin-Emo beheld three inebriated individuals supporting one another, their faces flushed with intoxication. Their eyes darted around as they uttered nonsensical phrases, I in his former life at the Shin residence. Shin-Emo would never have encountered such individuals. However, he recognized that they were quite typical. He had no intention of provoking them and resolved to ignore their antics, knowing that engaging them would lead to endless banter. Just as he prepared to walk away, one of them shouted disrespectfully, "Kid, did you not hear what I said? Come over here. I'm giving you this opportunity because I hold you in regard. There are countless people in Songshan Town who wish to join the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps, and I haven't accepted any of them. You're really pushing your luck." The trio was indeed intoxicated, and they swaggered toward Shin-Emo, who furrowed his brow as they approached. He suppressed his anger and replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, brothers, but I truly have no intention of joining the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps." However, Shin-Mo's concession did not deter them. The one who had spoken so rudely raised his hand, aiming to strike Shin-Mo's face. Yet, Shin-Emo easily evaded, causing the man to stumble, which prompted laughter from the other two. The man regained his balance after a moment and cursed, "Ah, I must have truly had too much to drink. Kid, bring your face closer. I'll slap you so you understand the gravity of your words. Perhaps your father didn't teach you well at home, so I'll have to." Shin-Mo's brow furrowed, and a chilling aura of killing intent radiated from him. In the next moment, he landed a punch squarely on the man's jaw, sending him reeling. Shin-Emo did not stop there. He swiftly moved and placed a foot on the man's chest, looking down coldly as he said, "You certainly have had a bit too much to drink, but I advise you to clean up your language. I don't care if you're part of the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps. Just for those words alone, if I were to kill you, it would be entirely your own doing." The other two, witnessing Shin-Mo's demeanor, sobered up somewhat and rushed toward him. However, Shin-Emo did not even glance their way, sidestepping their attack and causing them to collide with one another. Shin-Emo then suppressed his fury and spoke in a somewhat stiff tone, "Gentlemen, it is getting late. You should return home to rest. You are all inebriated, and I hold no grudge against you. In a small town like this, causing a commotion would soon have the entire place buzzing with gossip." Shin-Emo understood the principle of not provoking local troublemakers. Especially since he was hardly a strong contender himself, he intended to leave, but at that moment, he felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing him from the shadows. Having lived alongside the great black tiger and wooing since childhood, he was all too familiar with that sensation. It was the gaze of a hunter, one that knew a strike was inevitable yet chose to wait for a better opportunity. The moment one was targeted by such a stare, an instinctive awareness of impending danger would wash over them, as if death were looming nearby. Shin-Emo, having just emerged from the monster beast mountain, felt like a transparent figure, merely becoming another's prey rather than being hunted. Contemplating who might be watching him, he dismissed the thought and resolved to leave. Just then, a finely dressed young man approached, accompanied by a poised and alluring woman. This young man was Xuen Antion, son of Xue Rui from the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps. 20 years old. He had just achieved the Hidden Origin realm. The elegant woman by his side was not from Songshan Town. She was Deng Yinsu, the granddaughter of Deng Mu, the Grand Minister of the Tai Fu Temple in the Martial Dynasty. The Deng family was one of the Martial Dynasty's long-standing and prosperous clans, with each generation producing members who entered the heart of the dynasty. The family also possessed a remarkable commercial acumen, controlling the majority of the trade routes within the Martial dynasty. Thanks to the trade routes established by the Deng family, any item one desired could be obtained within 10 days, regardless of the city they found themselves in. Certainly, there exists a prerequisite that the Deng family must possess these items. Deng Yinsu is not an ordinary individual. Although she is merely in her youthful prime, she has garnered considerable renown within the Wu dynasty. Whispers abound that Deng Mu holds a profound affection for his granddaughter and even harbors intentions of designating Deng Yinsu as his successor. The very fact that she has appeared in the modest Songshan town suggests that the Deng family is intent on extending their commercial routes into smaller cities. Had it been in the past, Shuet Nantian would have already erupted in fury. However, with Deng Yinsu's personal presence to negotiate matters concerning the trade routes of Songshan town, Shuet Nantian found it necessary to maintain a semblance of composure. He suppressed his ire and remarked, "This young brother, I am Shuet Nantian of the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group. We hold a certain reputation here in Songshan town. Your actions towards a member of my group appear rather inappropriate. Do they not?" Shinimo, lacking interest in wasting time in Songshan town or engaging in any endeavors there, would not have acted had it not been for the disrespectful words spoken. He clasped his fists and replied, "Young Master Shui, I bear no intention of offending the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group. It is merely that your companion has indulged in a few too many drinks," and his words inadvertently crossed a line. Prompting my reaction, "Young Master Shui, the night is deepening. It would be wise for you to retire soon." Shui Nantian clearly held dominion over Songshan town, yet Deng Yinsu exuded grace and poise, distinguishing herself from ordinary women. Shinamo found it puzzling that Deng Yinsu would align herself with Shui Nantian. Nonetheless, such matters were of no concern to him, and he resolved to depart. The individual whom Shinamo had struck, now rising to his feet and standing on unsteady legs, shouted furiously, "You brat! If you can leave here unscathed, then I shall adopt your surname." With that, he charged at Shinamo with a punch. Anticipating their moves, Shinimo deftly sidestepped the blow and retaliated with a strike that easily sent the man crashing to the ground. He then dusted off his hands and remarked, "It would be wise to rest after drinking too much. There's no need to become agitated. Alcohol is already hard on the liver. Adding anger to it will only exacerbate the ailment." Shuet Nantian had intended to showcase his prowess before Deng Yinsu, but seeing Shinimo's demeanor, he abandoned the pretense and exclaimed in anger, "Brat, you dare to injure a member of my Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group right under my nose? You are courting death." Chapter 7. The strength of the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group. The reason Shinimo was reluctant to provoke conflict lay in the fact that once entangled, it would become an endless cycle. A hint of displeasure crossed Shinimo's face as he replied, "Young Master Shui, you may inquire with your companion about the circumstances. If it were indeed my fault." Shinimo had intended to convey his willingness to bear the consequences, but Shuet Nantian interrupted him, "Brat, you may be unaware that this is Songshan town. Here, whatever the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group declares to be right is deemed right, and whatever is wrong is considered wrong." Shinimo's brow furrowed slightly. His dwindling patience had finally reached its limit. Upon noticing the change in Shinimo's expression, Deng Yinsu, akin to an ancient tree, stood still, realizing that Shinimo was not someone to be trifled with. Her primary aim was to seek partners for collaboration with the Deng family. While the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group might not be the best choice, it was still better than nothing. Deng Yinsu wished to avoid escalating the situation and thus interjected, "Young Master Shui, I believe this young brother speaks the truth. It is likely just a misunderstanding. In my opinion, it would be best to let this matter rest." Shui Nantian, however, was even more incensed. Though he sought to draw closer to Deng Yinsu, she consistently thwarted his advances. Now, witnessing her defend Shinimo, he was filled with rage. With a swift movement, he lunged at Shinimo with a punch. At that moment, Qin Yuanshang suddenly intervened, effortlessly deflecting Shui Nantian's attack and guiding him aside. In terms of beauty, Qin Yuanshang and Deng Yinsu each possessed their own allure. Qin Yuanshang was more spirited, while Deng Yinsu embodied a dignified grace. The emergence of Qin Yuanshang caught Shui Nantian's attention, who was well aware of her stunning presence in Songshan town. Unfortunately, his father, Shui Rui, had instructed him to cultivate a relationship with Deng Yinsu. Upon seeing Qin Yuanshang take action, he remarked, "I did not expect to encounter Miss Qin here. I have heard that you ventured into the mountains in search of the century-old purple flower tea fruit. I have been preoccupied with other matters lately and regret my neglect. It is truly my oversight. Qin Yuanshang certainly recognized Deng Yinsu's significance and immediately bowed her fists in greeting, saying, "Sister Deng, what a surprise to find you here. A piece of century-old purple flower tea fruit is certainly of little consequence to you. But I wish to express my filial piety and thus ventured into the monster beast mountain range." Seeing Qin Yuanshang come to Shen Mo's aid confirmed Deng Yinsu's suspicions. She smiled calmly and said, "Entering the monster beast forest is perilous. If Uncle Qin were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Fortunately, you encountered a skilled individual who helped you, so you emerged unscathed." Qin Yuanshang, lacking the cunning of Deng Yinsu, readily agreed, nodding. "Indeed, had it not been for this young brother's assistance, we might have faced dire consequences. By the way, young Master Shui, this young brother has lived in the monster beast forest for an extended period. He may not be well versed in etiquette. I hope you can extend your understanding." Shui Nanshan's dissatisfaction grew. While he could tolerate Deng Yinsu, even Qin Yuanshang was speaking in favor of Shen Mo. Nevertheless, Shui Nantian feigned generosity, smiled, and said, "It is nothing serious. Merely playful banter. I was unaware that Miss Qin and Miss Deng were acquainted. It is serendipitous to meet. As Miss Qin is a guest, I would like to invite Miss Deng to a banquet tomorrow at the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group to celebrate our collaboration. I trust that Miss Qin will also be pleased to partake in the festivities." Qin Yuanshang, taken aback by the realization that Deng Yinsu was in town for business, hesitated momentarily but then nodded in understanding, saying, "I had no idea there was such a joyful occasion. I originally planned to leave early, but since it is Sister Deng's celebration, I shall certainly be there on time." Shui Nantian was elated. However, if he could resolve another matter, he would feel even more at ease. He glanced at Shen Mo and said, "This young brother, daring to harm a member of my Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group, is truly a hero of the aged. I would be honored to have you join us tomorrow." Laughing heartily, he added, "I will prepare some entertainment for you to ensure you enjoy yourself." The others understood the underlying implications of Shui Nanshan's words. Qin Yuanshang hoped to dissuade Shen Mo from inviting trouble, but he remained unfazed, smiling, "If that is the case, I shall certainly attend. I find such games to be quite amusing." Shui Nantian perceived Shen Mo as a fool, and a smirk crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Deng Yinsu and Qin Yuanshang recognized the deeper meaning behind Shen Mo's smile, and a hint of concern crossed their faces. While Deng Yinsu remained indifferent to Shen Mo's character, Qin Yuanshang could not stand idly by. She clasped her fists and said, "Young Master Shui, Sister Deng, then we shall meet again tomorrow. Farewell." Qin Yuanshang and Shen Mo walked towards the direction of the Tiger Mercenary Group. After a while, Qin Yuanshang, filled with concern, remarked, "Young brother, it just occurred to me that I don't even know your name. It would be quite the jest if I were to bring you home without knowing your name." Shen Mo considered fabricating a name, but Qin Yuanshang caught his subtle movements and retorted, "Don't even think about concocting a name to deceive me. Humph, I have played such tricks far too often. I can discern truth from falsehood instantly." With no choice but to relent, Shen Mo sighed and said, "Very well, my name is Shen Mo. I am nothing special, merely a child of the mountains." "Shen Mo? Is it?" Qin Yuanshang scrutinized him for a moment, noticing that he did not shy away from her gaze. She then indignantly stated, "Shen Mo, you must understand what Shui Nantian intends, right? He clearly seeks to harm you. And you simply agreed to his invitation. You likely have no idea of the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group status in Songshan Town, do you? The so-called Tiger Mercenary Group is merely a foolish band. Aside from their naivety, they have little else to commend them to. In truth, the Venomous Serpent Mercenary Group is the most formidable of all mercenary organizations, and the leader of this group is none other than Shui Nanshan's father. Shui Rui, a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, perhaps even on the verge of stepping into the Radiant realm. Such an adversary is not to be trifled with. Shen Mo had not anticipated that Shui Rui had become this formidable, and he furrowed his brow, saying, "Miss Qin, are not your two subordinates also in the Enlightenment realm? If Shui Nantian truly intends to act against us, it might be prudent to let your subordinates intervene. Moreover, considering your own prowess today, you too must be a formidable practitioner, am I not correct?" Qin Yuanshang immediately cast Shen Mo a disapproving glance and replied, "Shen Mo, our family is unlike others. While many families are eager for their members to ascend ranks swiftly, my family is different. I am merely 16 years old, and in the Qin family, women must reach this age to ascend. Thus, I remain at the hidden essence realm for now. As for the men, they are required to be at least 14 for their ascension. The 2 guards accompanying me are here primarily for my protection, but more so to monitor my actions. Tio suggests they take action is as good as dreaming in any case. The trouble you have stirred is yours to resolve. Shinamo appeared unfazed, clapping his hands and saying, I observed earlier that Xuen Antian is nothing but a fool. Yet he dares to covet your sister Deng's affection. I doubt he will succeed. Such a simpleton is easy to deal with. However, his father, Xue Rui, may present a more formidable challenge. Nonetheless, it is what it is. And there is little more to say. I believe Xuen Antian will not overstep his bounds. He merely seeks to impress you all, to leave a deeper impression. Such a young rascal. Qin Yuanshang shot Shinamo a glare and then inquired. Shinamo, you seem quite confident. Do you possess a strategy to confront them? Instead of responding to her question, Shinamo curiously asked, Miss Qin, why does your family impose such restrictions on your ascension? Other families would surely wish for their children to ascend as soon as possible to gain recognition as geniuses. Qin Yuanshang appeared puzzled by this matter, furrowing her brow as she replied, I am not entirely sure. But the elders in our family seal our meridians, and no matter how we train, we can only remain within the 4 basic tiers. It is only upon reaching the appropriate age that they will unseal our meridians. However, once the seal is lifted, our path of cultivation will become considerably smoother. Understanding dawned upon Shinamo, who silently mused. So that is how it is. No wonder Master Wu Lingxian advised me to avoid hastily breaking through realms during my training. Insisting I achieve perfection within my current realm first, seems the foundation of one realm must be solid, allowing for greater progress in the future. Chapter 8. Resolute Determination in Shanmo's Youth. Shin Qianying would impart certain cultivation methods to him, explaining various techniques. Back then, Shinamo found such explanations exceedingly tedious. However, in retrospect, those moments have become warm memories of time spent with family. At that time, he had only just entered the ranks, and Shan Qianying's teachings were primarily focused on the initial stages of cultivation, providing little assistance for Shinamo after he had advanced. Qin Yuanshang's reminder sparked a realization in Shinamo. Indeed, the depth of cultivation among prominent families is unparalleled by ordinary families, and such meticulous arrangements serve as a safeguard for the cultivation journeys of their members. Without uttering a word, Shinamo fell into contemplation. Noticing his pensive expression, Qin Yuanshang smiled and asked, Shinamo, as you prepare to confront the venomous serpent mercenary group tomorrow, what are your intentions? Will you bow your head in apology? In matters of lesser significance, Shinamo would not have been concerned. However, the insult directed at him involved his deceased relatives. With a raised brow, he proclaimed, Why should I apologize to them? If anyone is at fault, it is they. Unless I am incapable of facing them, I shall ensure they regret their actions. Shinamo and Xuen Antian would not yield to one another. Qin Yuanshang was aware that Xuen Antian would not dare to press Shinamo too hard. Providing an opportunity to gauge Shinmo's strength, she thus decided to support him, saying, Very well, go and test your mettle. However, if things escalate too far, it may become difficult to manage the situation. You must exercise restraint. Shouldn't Miss Qin advise them to refrain from excessive behavior? Shinmo retorted. He was not one to seek out trouble. On the contrary, he was quite composed. Yet, when others encroached upon his limits, he had no choice but to respond. With a faint smile, he added, Of course, if neither side wishes to back down, it will inevitably lead to a fight to the death, resulting in mutual destruction. Qin Yuanshang was keen to avoid an irreconcilable conflict and quickly interjected, blocking Shinmo's path. Shinmo, do you know why Sister Deng has come to Tsongshan Town? You must realize that if the venomous serpent mercenary group and you refuse to yield, the outcome will only complicate Sister Deng's affairs, and if it reaches that point, the situation in Tsongshan Town will be unmanageable. Shinmo shrugged, gesturing dismissively, and smiled. Your Sister Deng's affairs are of no concern to me. Besides, I am not one to instigate trouble. Why then do you seek to counsel me? You ought to advise Xuen Antian instead. It is unjust to bully me simply because I appear more easily intimidated. The instigator should be the one to receive counsel. Xuen Antian, with his ostentatious demeanor, was not a formidable opponent, while Shinmo was different. Qin Yuanshang reluctantly stated, You are not one to be trifled with. Regardless, you must not go too far this time. Our visit to the venomous serpent mercenary group is merely to pay respect to Sister Deng. There is no need to consider anything beyond that. Master Wu Lingxian was immensely powerful, and Shen Imo was eager to ascertain the extent of his abilities. However, Wu Lingxian had always remained tight-lipped, merely instructing Shen Imo to seek out a wise master on his own. To find a capable mentor and join a prominent sect would be an excellent choice, which is why Shen Imo agreed to accompany Qin Yuanshang. Deng Yinsu was not an ordinary individual, and Shen Imo had no intention of provoking her. He nodded in agreement. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, I shall refrain from being excessive. However, should they cross the line, I will repay them tenfold. You? Qin Yuanshang was taken aback, but soon waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Rest assured, I will assist you. Regardless, we must avoid disrupting Sister Deng's affairs." Sister Deng was born into a prominent family, seemingly enjoying a life of luxury. However, competition within such families can be ruthlessly fierce. Otherwise, why would Sister Deng treat someone like Xue Nantian with such cordiality? Xue Nantian is indeed a fool. Despite Sister Deng lowering herself, he remains oblivious, foolishly aspiring to something beyond his reach, utterly shameless. As a member of a prominent family herself, Qin Yuanshang empathized with this predicament. Though she could have opted out of the gathering, she felt compelled to attend to support Sister Deng, as they shared the bond of being women. Upon arriving at the fierce tiger mercenary group, Shen Imo discovered that He Dadong and the others were still engaged in a feast. Upon seeing Shen Mo's arrival, He Dadong hurried over, expressing his gratitude profusely, before dragging Shen Imo to join the festivities and handing him a large piece of meat. Shen Imo appreciated this boisterous camaraderie and began to indulge in food and drink with everyone, only returning to his quarters an hour later. After the feast, the members of the fierce tiger mercenary group retired for the night, while Shen Imo settled down to meditate and cultivate. The path of cultivation demands unwavering dedication without a single day of neglect. Currently, Shen Imo was practicing the fragmented one-spirit technique passed down by Wu Lingxian. Despite Wu Lingxian explaining it multiple times, Shen Imo found the technique exceedingly obscure. Nevertheless, he diligently followed the recorded methods, making remarkable progress in his cultivation. Tio advanced further on the path of cultivation. Powerful martial techniques are indispensable. Wu Lingxian informed Shen Imo that most martial techniques practiced by humanity have evolved from the martial spirit techniques. The so-called 5 spirit techniques correspond to the 5 elemental spirits: the fiery blaze technique, the radiant gold technique, the flowing water technique, the verdant wood technique, and the earthly soil technique. Additionally, martial techniques of similar stature include the lightning technique, the thunderbolt technique, and the gale technique. These 8 martial techniques are formidable and rare, not easily obtainable. To traverse further along the path of cultivation, one must inevitably engage in conflict, and relying on one's spiritual energy for combat necessitates the use of martial skills. Whether it be martial arts techniques or skills, they are typically categorized into 3 tiers: the most common, mundane types, the exceptional, rare varieties accessible solely to certain sects or families, and the solitary masterpieces akin to the 5 spirit techniques. However, the classification of these 3 tiers is somewhat inadequate. As above the solitary masterpieces exist the sacred techniques, albeit such martial arts are exceedingly rare and unattainable for the average individual. Shen Imo once inquired of Wu Lingxian regarding the nature of the one-spirit technique contained within this fragmented scroll. Wu Lingxian imparted a singular piece of wisdom to Shen Imo. Should one become overly fixated on the tier of martial arts, they would inevitably descend into mediocrity, regardless of the type of martial arts or skills. As long as the practitioner can deeply comprehend and effectively apply them, they can unleash extraordinary power. The assistance provided to Shen Imo by the one-spirit technique was unmistakable. After merely an hour of meditative breathing, he felt an abundance of spiritual energy within him. Having recently stepped into the insightful realm, he had yet to truly encounter the barriers of this stage. Each time he practiced, he yearned to breach the confines of the insightful realm. Yet such aspirations proved elusive. Exhaling a breath laden with frustration, Shen Imo furrowed his brow and mused. It appears that transcending the insightful realm is not a simple endeavor. Wu Lingxian's words ring true. Transitioning from the hidden essence realm to the insightful realm is not particularly arduous, but advancing further to the radiant light realm is fraught with challenges and requires fortuitous opportunities. Presently, Xue Rui stood at the pinnacle of the insightful realm, rumored to be on the cusp of entering the radiant light realm, indicating that she possessed considerable prowess. With this thought lingering, Shen Imo gradually opened his eyes and murmured, "What Qin Yuanshang remarked holds merit. If I wish to break through in the future, I must attain the pinnacle of the insightful realm rather than recklessly pursue an elevation to the radiant light realm. However, it seems improbable that Shui Rui possesses such insight. Observing her son's flamboyant behavior, one would expect her to impose some form of discipline if she were truly far-sighted. The existence of the poisonous snake mercenary corps was not something Shen Imo intended to provoke lightly. Yet, now that he found himself in Tsongshan town, with ties to the fierce tiger mercenary corps, it would be prudent to bolster the latter as the dominant force in the area. The elder sister Deng mentioned by Qin Yuanshang was no ordinary individual. She sought a collaborator and the fierce tiger mercenary corps could very well serve as her partner. Bearing a deep-seated vendetta, Shen Imo is no ordinary youth. Even though he is merely a teenager on the cusp of adulthood, he harbors his own calculations. Wu Lingxuan's assertions are undeniably accurate. Without sufficient strength, knowing the identity of one's adversary is of little consequence. Strength, however, encompasses more than merely Shen Mo's current realm. He must gradually establish a force of his own from the ground up. Only then can he uncover the truth behind the Shun family's entanglements, and only then can he seek vengeance. Opportunities lie before him, yet seizing them is no effortless task. Nevertheless, Shen Imo is undeterred. While Shui Rui may have traversed a considerable distance within the insightful realm, he does not regard himself as her inferior. Risks are certainly present, yet the potential rewards render such risks worthwhile. As these thoughts consumed him, Shen Imo suddenly felt a refreshing sensation emanating from the bracelet on his wrist. He quickly touched the bracelet, and his turbulent thoughts began to dissipate. However, he found himself seeing the path ahead with newfound clarity. This bracelet was a parting gift from Shan Qianying, and its dark hue suggested it was crafted from some form of metal, though it carried a faint woody fragrance. Shen Imo was uncertain of its exact nature. Whenever he felt troubled, the bracelet would emit a coolness that calmed his mind, and this instance was no exception. Chapter 9. Persuasion after a night of cultivation, when Shen Imo opened his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the paper windows, casting a warm glow upon his face. He sat up, stretched lazily, and murmured, "What a splendid day!" A peculiar smile crept across his features as he glanced at the ground. Adding, of course, it is also a day well suited for nefarious deeds. In the past, at the Shen residence, Shen Imo would often dawdle for an hour before rising. However, now he was quick to spring into action. Heading straight for the grand hall of the fierce tiger mercenary corps. To call this place a hall would be somewhat misleading. It was more accurately described as a spacious compound surrounded by various buildings of differing heights. The members of the fierce tiger mercenary corps resided here, with the main entrance facing a large central building, the grand hall itself. The interior was relatively spacious, with 4 chairs on either side and racks in the middle displaying an array of weapons, predominantly spears and halberds. With these provisions, the space could comfortably accommodate 3 individuals side by side. Upon his arrival, Dabin had yet to awaken. However, since Shen Imo had urgent matters to discuss with him, he instructed a 13 or 14-year-old lad practicing in the courtyard to summon Dabin. Shortly thereafter, shouts of irritation from Dabin's quarters mingled with the boy's timid replies, and moments later, Dabin emerged clad in a long robe. Dabin bore several scars, some clean cuts from weapons, while others were jagged marks left by wild beasts. His excitement upon seeing Shen Imo was palpable as he exclaimed, "Ah, little brother Shen Imo. It seems we overslept. How embarrassing. Come, let us sit and converse." Once inside the room and seated, Dabin wasted no time in broaching the subject. "Little brother Shen Imo, I've heard about your encounter with the poisonous snake mercenary corps yesterday. Rest assured, as long as you are with the fierce tiger mercenary corps, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Not to mention that insignificant Xuan Antian. What could his father, Shui Rui, do?" Despite being in his 40s, Dabin had only just entered the hidden essence realm, making further advancement nearly impossible. The poisonous snake mercenary corps, however, was backed by Shui Rui, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the insightful realm. Shen Imo understood that Dabin likely wouldn't stand a chance against Xuan Antian, let alone Shui Rui. Not wishing to let Dabin ramble on, Shen Imo interjected, "Brother let me be clear. I intend to establish a mercenary corps in Tsongshan town, and replace the poisonous snake mercenary corps to become the largest force in the area. I wonder if you're interested?" Dabin, taken aback, momentarily misconstrued Shin Mo's words, thinking he meant the fierce tiger mercenary corps. He chuckled nervously and replied, "Little brother Shin Mo, you saved our lives. Under normal circumstances, the small fierce tiger mercenary corps should yield to you. But, no, I have no desire for your fierce tiger mercenary corps. I want the poisonous snake mercenary corps. Once I acquire it, I plan to merge it with the fierce tiger mercenary corps. And you, brother He, shall lead this new organization." Shin Mo continued, however, "I cannot act without something in return. My intention to form this mercenary corps stems from my desire to establish my own influence. Do you understand?" He Dabin was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such ambition from someone so young. Initially, he thought Shin Mo was merely boasting, yet he didn't wish to see the youth meet his demise. He forced a smile and said, "Little brother Shin Mo, such youthful ambition is commendable, but we need to take things one step at a time. If you wish to settle in Songshan Town, the fierce tiger mercenary corps is at your disposal. You can do as you wish. If you desire to become the leader, I shall gladly hand over the position. If you prefer, you could also serve as my deputy or second in command." Shin Mo was surprised by He Dabin's cautious demeanor at this moment. He smiled and prodded, "Brother He, do you lack the courage to seize this opportunity? You face no risk in this matter. Should you agree, you would be the future overlord of Songshan Town." Indifferent to most matters, He Dabin's expression shifted upon hearing that he would become the lord of Songshan Town. Shin Mo recognized what would sway He Dabin and continued, "Brother He, surely you yearn for a life akin to that of Shui Rui. Such opulence, such unparalleled arrogance, and such capricious demands." The submerged voice exuded an irresistible allure to He Dabin, who immediately swallowed hard and replied, "Rest assured, brother Shinma, if you can truly accomplish this, I am willing to heed your commands. Of course, when the new mercenary group is established, I, brother He, will not take advantage of you and will share 60% of the gains with you." "Very well, then it is settled." Shinma clasped his fists and rose to leave. "Nonsense," a discontented voice interrupted, and soon after, Qin Yuanshang entered, pressing Shinma back into his seat. With a frown, she said, "Shinma, what exactly do you intend to do? You can act freely in the monster forest, but do you still wish to do so in Songshan Town? Do you truly possess the strength to confront the Viper mercenary group?" Shinma shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, saying, "What is the harm? Since they wish for my demise, I equally desire theirs. Thus, we are aligned in our intentions, are we not? Miss Qin, it is impossible for them to conspire against me, seeking my death, while I remain indifferent to the consequences. Since they have already laid out the groundwork for me to venture forth, I shall embark on this journey. As for the final outcome, it shall depend on the abilities of both parties." Qin Yuanshang was taken aback, then retorted angrily, "Shunma, do you have any idea what such thoughts imply? The Viper mercenary group has dominated Songshan Town for many years. Not only you, but even Sister Deng would have to negotiate with them upon her arrival here. By acting recklessly, you are akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den." Shinma smiled calmly, saying, "It is of little consequence. This matter does not heavily involve Miss Qi and it is merely my own idea, so there is no need for concern." Shinmo attempted to leave, but Qin Yuanshang shot him a glare, prompting him to sit back down. She then continued, "Shinmo, Sister Deng has come here to facilitate trade routes. You may not care about a mere Viper mercenary group, but do you not value Sister Deng's family? If you disrupt her plans and she bears a grudge, life in the martial dynasty may become exceedingly difficult for you." Shinma did not wish to offend Deng Yinsu. On the contrary, he hoped to collaborate with her family. However, he could not voice this openly at present. He smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to worry. As long as I have brother He take the place of the Viper mercenary group, Sister Deng can simply work with him, cannot she? All Sister Deng desires is collaboration. As for who her partner is, I believe she would not be overly concerned." While Qin Yuanshang could be domineering, she found herself at a disadvantage before Shinma. Rubbing her temples, she finally said, "Shinma, are you truly intent on being so obstinate? Did you not hear a word I said last night?" Shinma chuckled, shaking his head. "Miss Qin, I certainly listened, but I also have my own plans. Last night, I came to understand certain matters. Your Sister Deng has her own affairs to attend to, and so do I. If I succeed, wouldn't it be better for your Sister Deng to collaborate directly with me? What sort of person is Xuen Antion that your Sister Deng must lower herself to accommodate him? I trust you feel discomfort by that as well?" Qin Yuanshang was taken aback, finally grasping Shinma's intent. Stunned into silence, she exclaimed, "Shinma, do you mean to say, indeed, I have my own thoughts. The Viper mercenary group has entrenched itself in Tsongshan town for years. But such power can easily attract dissatisfaction. At present, if I establish a new power structure, I believe many will be pleased. Naturally, if I succeed, your sister Deng will have a more suitable partner." Chapter 10. The ambitions of the Shui father and son. The Viper mercenary group was far more imposing than the Tiger mercenary group. With well-ordered buildings and a courtyard paved with uniformly sized stones, in the center, a grand stone sculpture of a serpent coiled majestically, exuding a formidable presence. Today, the Viper mercenary group was festooned with decorations and bustling with guests. When Shinma and Qin Yuanshang arrived, they found the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Most of the inhabitants of Tsongshan town were mercenaries, living life on the edge, indulging in hearty feasts and revelry. Upon noticing Qin Yuanshang and Shinma's arrival, Xuan Antian immediately stood up. As he rose, his steward hastily followed suit. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yuanshang instructed her subordinates to present the prepared gifts to Xuan Antian. The steward received the gifts and, after a few courteous words, turned his gaze toward Shinma, who promptly understood and retrieved a medicinal herb from his pocket, presenting it to Xuan Antian. "Young Master Shui, this is a 50-year-old Shui Zinko. Such a rarity is indeed a treasure worth bestowing upon you." Xuan Antian was overjoyed, and the 50-year-old Shui Zinko astonished Deng Yinsu, who hurried over to take the herb from the steward. After examining it closely, she exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a 50-year-old Shui Zinko, truly rare. Not to mention 50 years, I have only seen a 20-year-old one myself. Such a medicinal herb holds immense value." "Ha ha ha," Deng Yinsu stood. And naturally, Shui Rui could not remain seated. Seeing the rarity of the herb, he exclaimed, "Young master is indeed generous. Such a gesture is not typical of ordinary folk. If it were not for your friendship with my son, you would never part with such a precious herb." Although Xuan Antian had only exchanged a glance with Shinmo, and there had been some prior discord, he perceived Shinmo's offering of such a valuable herb as an attempt to reconcile. Laughing heartily, he replied, "Very well, I shall accept this herb. Please, come this way." Deng Yinsu, being well versed in the ways of the world, recognized that Shinma's intentions were not merely conciliatory, yet she was intrigued by the offering. She observed Shinma with increasing curiosity. Shinma and Qin Yuanshang were seated at the main table. Once settled, Shui Rui raised his glass and said, "Miss Qin, this young brother, we are but simple folk, easily tempted by fine food and drink. So we have already begun to feast. Allow me to toast you both as an apology." Despite still wearing the same attire from the monster forest, Shinma appeared perfectly at ease, prompting the others to assume he would be out of place. However, he effortlessly raised his glass and replied, "You are too kind, Leader Shui. Today, we are indeed the ones who have delayed matters. Let us drink to your health and the continued success of the Viper mercenary group." "Excellent, excellent. I shall drink with you, young brother." As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Shui Rui noticed the opportune moment had arrived. He signaled to Xuan Antian, who immediately understood, standing up with his glass raised and addressing the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Today marks a momentous occasion for our Viper mercenary group, as we shall be collaborating with Miss Deng Yinsu from the Deng family to establish a marketplace in Tsongshan town. This marketplace will facilitate the trade of medicinal herbs, magic cores, and other goods brought back by various mercenary groups from the monster forest. At the same time, through the Deng family's trading routes, exquisite products will also grace this marketplace. Once this marketplace is established, I believe we will no longer need to seek other partners. We can transact all goods within this venue. I, Xuan Antian, assure you that any transactions within this marketplace will yield a profit exceeding the usual by 20%. The rough and ready mercenaries were unaware of the ulterior motives behind this proposal, focusing solely on the promised benefits. Upon hearing that profits would increase by 20%, they cheered, raising their glasses in unison to toast Xuan Antian. He reveled in this moment, satisfied with the response. "Indeed, I also aim to unify the various powers in Tsongshan town, merging all mercenary groups into one. This way, we can all share in the benefits that this marketplace will bring. Listen closely, my fellow mercenaries. We live on the edge, facing peril every day. It is a grim existence, where a single misstep could cost us our lives. By establishing this marketplace, even if we return empty-handed from the monster forest. The profits from the marketplace will serve as a significant safety net, which I believe you all would welcome." While the mercenaries remained oblivious to the sinister intentions behind this scheme, Shinma, Qin Yuanshang, and Deng Yinsu grasped the underlying motives. Shinma furrowed his brow, slowly savoring his drink. In this instance, Xue Nantian spoke with great enthusiasm. However, it was evident that Xue Rui was even more delighted, for it was she who had been subtly orchestrating this affair. As for Xue Nantian, he merely served to publicize the matter. Songshan Town is home to an abundance of mercenary groups, some consisting of a handful of members while others boast over 100. Yet, when scrutinized closely, these factions are merely a scattered collection of sands. Nonetheless, if they can be united through this market event, it is destined that only one mercenary group shall prevail in Songshan Town, thereby granting the Xue father and son unbridled authority within the town. Moreover, once a formidable mercenary group is established, Deng Yinsu will inevitably have to collaborate with them to forge a trade route. What appears to be a simple market transaction conceals profound machinations. Xue Rui is indeed a formidable adversary. The leaders of the mercenary groups, oblivious to any underlying issues, readily nodded in agreement. Xue Nantian, elated, raised his cup and declared, "Come, let me toast to all of you. Today, let us indulge in merriment, and we shall deliberate on this matter at length later." "Well said, young Master Xue." Amidst a chorus of flattery, Xue Nantian downed his drink and approached Xue Rui, clasping his fists together in salute. "Father, today is a day of celebration, and it would be inappropriate to resort to violence. However, I wish to present some monetary rewards as an incentive for everyone to compete, to foster a lively atmosphere. What is your opinion on this? To gather everyone together, monetary persuasion is certainly essential, but it also requires another element, the need to sow discord among them, which would facilitate their eventual downfall." Xue Rui nodded in agreement and replied, "That is a reasonable approach, but one must not be stingy. Regardless of victory or defeat, rewards must be distributed to all. Nantian, you shall manage this affair with care, ensuring it is vibrant and that every participant receives some form of recompense." "Yes, father, understood," Xue Nantian responded, then pulled the steward aside for a hushed discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanshang raised her cup and remarked, "Xue commander, let them revel in their chaos. Let us enjoy our drinks instead. Today, it seems inappropriate for us to intervene. I suggest we observe the clashes among the other mercenary groups in Songshan Town. If their battles prove thrilling, I would be more than willing to offer some rewards to celebrate." However, Xue Rui had other plans. With a smile, he countered, "I believe it would be best for us not to engage, and I advise both Miss Deng and Miss Qin to refrain from intervening. Nantian, however, shall certainly partake in the fray, and I suggest that our little brother join in the fun as well. As my son's friend, I envision you two sparring. Once I sense the opportune moment, you may call it a truce. Would that be agreeable?" Qin Yuanshang attempted to offer further counsel, yet at that moment, Deng Yinsu interjected, saying, "Regardless of how the battle unfolds, I hope everyone will exercise restraint and avoid unnecessary turmoil. After all, today marks the commencement of my collaboration with the venomous snake mercenary group, and I wish for no disturbances to occur. It is best for our partnership to proceed smoothly, free from excessive conflict." Shinamo, however, remained unfazed. Having arrived at this juncture, he could not let the opportunity slip away. With a smile, he replied, "Miss Deng, it seems you ladies are somewhat oblivious to the joys of men. Victory or defeat holds significant weight for us. For instance, if I were to stand before young Master Xue, even if we verbally agree to show mercy, once we engage, our intent will be to triumph over one another. A decisive victory not only yields substantial rewards but also garners the admiration of the crowd, which, truth be told, is of utmost importance to us." Xue Rui, unaware of Shinamo's concealed intentions, nodded in agreement with his sentiments, stating, "The young brother speaks truthfully. For us men, the cheers of the crowd indeed surpass material rewards in significance. We shall address this matter further once we are on the arena. As long as it remains within reasonable bounds, there is no need for concern." Chapter 11. A blow for a blow. Xue Nantian had long since devised a plan for the impending duel, and the steward soon made an announcement. However, after concluding his declaration, the steward began to incite the crowd, proclaiming, "We all know that young Master Xue is a rare talent in Songshan Town. If young Master Xue were to abstain from participating in a duel, none of us would be satisfied." With the steward's words, the members of the venomous snake mercenary group erupted into cheers, seizing the opportunity to showcase their prowess. After a brief display of reluctance, Xue Nantian clasped his fists and conceded, "Very well. Since I cannot refuse such warm hospitality, it would be disrespectful for me to decline. Thus, I shall cast aside my hesitations and perform for you all. However, few can match my prowess in Songshan Town, and should one wish to challenge me, a certain level of skill is required, for if I were to secure victory with just a few strikes, it would be rather dull." Although Xue Nantian was indeed a formidable presence in Songshan Town, he possessed genuine skill, and the crowd dared not act recklessly. Observing the situation, Xue Rui turned to Shenemo and said, "Little brother, you should engage in a duel with Nantian. Rest assured, he will not embarrass you, as you are a friend of my son." Shenemo was just about to rise when Qin Yunshang quickly interjected, "Xue Commander, perhaps we should reconsider this decision." Yet, Xue Rui waved his hand, interrupting her, "Miss Qin, you are mistaken. There is no cause for concern. Let them fight, let them stir up excitement. We shall simply enjoy the spectacle." With that, Xue Rui took Shenemo by the hand, guiding him towards the center of the gathering. Observing this, Qin Yuanshang murmured in dismay, "Oh no, this is going to end badly." Deng Yinsu, curious about Qin Yuanshang's sudden unease, inquired, "Yuanshang, what troubles you?" Gazing at Deng Yinsu, Qin Yuanshang, hesitant to intervene herself, thought perhaps Deng Yinsu might possess the ability to halt Shenemo. She stated earnestly, "Sister Deng, if possible, please intervene and prevent this duel." While Xue Nantian sought to confront Shenemo, the latter was no easy target, aiming to dismantle the venomous snake mercenary group and establish his own influence amidst this banquet. Deng Yinsu was taken aback. Yet having witnessed various significant events, she refrained from intervening, instead asking Yuanshang, "How do you know of these plans?" At this stage, Qin Yuanshang had little left to conceal, stating, "It was Shenemo who divulged this information. Earlier today, he sought out He Daiden of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, proposing a partnership. Shenemo has meticulously plotted to take down the Xue father and son, and he is confident that today's banquet could very well mark their demise." This revelation left Deng Yinsu momentarily stunned, yet she quickly resolved to let events unfold as they may. "Very well, Yuanshang, let them create their own chaos. There is no need for us to overthink it. If they wish to battle, let them do so. If they desire to fight to the bitter end, then so be it in Songshan Town. As long as we obtain what we seek, that is sufficient." Qin Yuanshang was taken aback, but upon noticing the disdain in Deng Yinsu's gaze directed toward the Xue father and son, she began to understand the latter's intentions. Guided by Xue Rui, Shenemo was brought to the center of attention. As the onlookers observed the three with eager anticipation, Xue Rui addressed the crowd, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, today this young brother will engage in a duel with my son Nantian. However, this young brother is a distinguished guest of our venomous snake mercenary group, and I assure you that both participants will exercise restraint as you witness the ensuing battle. I implore you to maintain decorum and avoid creating an unruly situation." After introducing the participants, Xue Rui turned to Xue Nantian, cautioning, "Nantian, this young brother is to be treated with respect. Do not engage recklessly. His generosity in gifting us 50 years' worth of Xue Xian grass has already conferred great honor upon us." Xue Nantian, having consumed several cups of wine, was reminded of a recent unpleasant incident and, though he would not openly defy Xue Rui, he could not contain his impatience, remarking, "Father, rest assured, I shall ensure this young brother does not suffer an embarrassing defeat." Xue Rui, however, was not overly concerned. As long as his son shone brightly and Shenemo remained unharmed, that was sufficient. He shot Xue Nantian a warning glance before turning to Shenemo, saying in a measured tone, "Young brother, do exercise caution during your duel." Once Xue Rui departed, Xue Nantian sneered, "Little one, in Songshan Town, if you dare to challenge our venomous snake mercenary group, you must surely be aware of the consequences that await you. However, you are indeed an intriguing little fellow, knowing how to present us with such a grand gift. Given your perceptive nature, rest assured, I shall not put you in an uncomfortable position." As Xue Nantian spoke these words, a hint of amusement appeared on Shen Mo's face. Noticing this, Xue Nantian became incensed, his body shifting as he launched a punch towards Shen Ai in response. Shen Mo's smile broadened, and he met Xue Nantian's blow head-on with his own fist. Upon impact, Xue Nantian let out a cry of agony, while Shenemo maintained his serene smile. Xue Nantian was taken aback by the unexpected hardness of Shunmo's punch, and the pain, coupled with Shunmo's grin, ignited his fury. He bellowed, "Brat, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing much. I merely find it rather amusing. Just think about it. The old rogue Xue Rui personally delivered me here, and I am to take your life. Wouldn't that be quite the story? To have one's own father send someone to kill him. Surely that would become a legendary tale if it were to circulate." Upon hearing this, Xue Nantian's internal spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in a fierce aura akin to flames, making him appear as though he were ablaze. He roared, "Little thief, you seek death." Xue Rui, recognizing the situation, slammed his hand on the table and muttered, "This is not good. My son Nantian's fire fist is his most formidable technique. That young man is likely to face severe repercussions." Xue Rui's intention was not to stop Xue Nantian, but rather to solicit intervention from others. Just then, the steward appeared behind Xue Rui and hastily remarked, "Sir, since this is a duel, we ought not to intervene." Xue Rui feigned a troubled expression, pretending to be reluctant. "But, sir, I believe the young master will not act recklessly." Very well. In the center, Shinamo sensed the fluctuation of the fire attribute spiritual energy emanating from Xue Nantian and smiled indifferently, saying, "I hadn't anticipated that young Master Xue had already entered the hidden origin realm at such a young age. Ha ha ha, young man, I am the fastest in Songshan town to reach the hidden origin realm. Acknowledge my strength and behold my fire fist. Prepare to meet your end." With that, Xue Nantian, in a frenzy, charged at Shinamo, who remained unfazed, countering with an empty fist. Their fists collided, momentarily stunning Xue Nantian, who then felt excruciating pain radiating through his arm, accompanied by a sharp crack. In an unexpected turn, Xue Nantian, disregarding his pain, realized the vast chasm between him and Xue. In a moment of desperation, he sought to call for help from Xue Rui. However, Shinamo denied him that opportunity, landing a punch squarely on Xue Nantian's left cheek, dislocating his jaw and causing several teeth to fly out as he was sent hurtling aside. Xue Nantian had fallen, a reality unacceptable to all, particularly Xue Rui. Yet, Shinamo showed no signs of relenting. He swiftly appeared where Xue Nantian had fallen, delivering a kick to his chest that echoed throughout the room. Once more, Xue Nantian slid away, but Shinamo pursued relentlessly. Xue Rui now understood the severity of Shunmo's prowess and realized that this was no mere sparring session. Alarmed, he bellowed, "Brat, what are you trying to accomplish?" As he spoke, Xue Rui launched himself at Shinamo. Xue Nantian stood no chance against Shinamo, who had been attentively observing Xue Rui's approach since the moment he entered the fray. With Xue Rui attacking, Shinamo preemptively seized Xue Nantian, evading Xue Rui's strike. With a punch, a kick, and a grip, Xue Nantian was in a pitiful state. Xue Rui, who typically refrained from raising his voice at his son, was now furious at the sight of Xue Nantian's plight. He shouted, "Brat, this was merely a spar, yet you dare to harm my son so grievously. You are courting death, having already crossed the point of no return." Shinamo remained unperturbed, a smile still gracing his lips. "Oh, Captain Xue, I was merely engaging in a friendly exchange with young Master Xue. Why must you intervene? Are you seeking to bully the weak?" Having easily defeated Xue Nantian and seized the unconscious youth before Xue Rui could act, Xue Rui realized Shinmo's strength was formidable. His emotions boiling over, he declared, "Brat, you have concealed your true strength. You are a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm. Quite impressive to achieve such a feat at your age." Chapter 12. The might of the flying sword. With the facade of civility shattered, Xue Nantian was doomed. Shinamo, with a calm demeanor, lifted Xue Nantian and spoke placidly, "Old rogue Xue Rui, since you have chosen to intervene, today's events will certainly not conclude peacefully. You are a peak practitioner of the Enlightenment realm, nearly touching the Illumination realm. Indeed, a remarkable achievement. I have been training in the wilderness for so long, unaware of how to combat human practitioners. Yet, I find myself exhilarated to encounter an opponent of your caliber so soon after emerging from my seclusion." The more composed Shinamo appeared, the more Xue Rui felt a sense of dread. Xue Rui feigned calmness, suppressing his wrath, forcing a smile as he said, "Young man, I have already stated that today is merely a friendly exchange. Since it is an exchange, some injuries are to be expected. Set my son Nantian down. Let this matter end here. You have won this battle. Seeing the opportunity to avoid future complications, Shinamo smiled serenely and pretended to throw Xue Nantian towards Xue Rui. Xue Rui expected Shinamo to act sensibly, but in that instant, Shinamo unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Xue Nantian's heart. Brat, how dare you? Humph. What do I have to fear? Boom. Shinamo's punch, infused with his utmost strength, shattered Xue Nantian's heart. Xue Nantian lay discarded, breathless, his eyes filled with rage as he glanced at his son's lifeless body before turning to Shinamo, coldly stating, Brat, having committed such an act, you must be prepared to face death. Shinamo remained unfazed, responding with a nonchalant smile, Old rogue, you two were plotting against me. It merely happened that I was quicker to act. The principle of striking first applies here. We no longer need to pretend. Today, it will be either your demise or mine. There will be no other outcome. Ha ha ha. In a fit of fury, Xue Rui began to laugh maniacally, then coldly commanded, members of the venomous snake mercenary corps, heed my orders. None shall leave today. Having reached this point, we shall no longer hold back. Let us tear apart any semblance of civility. Yes, Captain. The guests, who had initially supported Shinmo's actions, were now discontent as the venomous snake mercenary corps began to seal off the exits. A cacophony of voices erupted, prompting Xue Rui to coldly survey the crowd before declaring, my son Nantian has met an untimely end due to this little rogue's machinations. However, I shall not wallow in despair over my son's death. Instead, I shall establish the mightiest mercenary corps. All of you, regardless of your ulterior motives, heed my words. Should anyone dare to act out of line again, this little rogue will be your fate. Xue Rui's eyes burned with fury, and as the most powerful figure in Tsongshan Town, the crowd dared not voice their anger. Shinamo understood that to gain the strength of the Tsongshan Town mercenary corps, he must first defeat Xue Rui. With a hearty laugh, he declared, Old rogue Xue, enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in battle. Humph, little thief, if you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Enraged, Xue Rui charged at Shinamo, his towering figure and powerful punches forcing Shinamo to retreat. Yet, before being pushed back too far, Shinamo began to adapt to Xue Rui's assault, countering with his own punches as the two clashed back and forth. Boom! Xue Rui is indeed a remarkable warrior. Seizing an opportunity, he launched a powerful punch towards Shinamo. To his surprise, Shinamo met the attack with his own fist, only to be met with a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Xue Rui's strike. Shinamo was instantly sent flying, performing several flips in the air before landing atop the stone-carved serpent of the poisonous snake mercenary group. Initially, Shinamo believed that he lacked any fighting capability in the presence of Xue Rui, but it now appeared that he was more than capable of handling the situation. He let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, Old thief Xue, if this is all the strength you possess, it seems I shall soon bring your poisonous snake mercenary group under my command. Rest assured, I will assist you in accomplishing whatever you desire. You have aged and are no longer suited for this world of the survival of the fittest. Should you choose to retreat, I can guarantee you a life of leisure. Otherwise, a grave will await you in the mass graveyard. Xue Rui, astonished to discover that Shinamo, though young, had already reached the insightful realm, realized that he had been outmaneuvered. He had thought himself the hunter, but it was clear that Shinamo was the true predator, with the entire poisonous snake mercenary group now reduced to his prey. Glancing at the lifeless body of Xue Nantian beside him, Xue Rui coldly inquired, Young man, who exactly are you? Why have you plotted against my son and me? Do you understand the consequences of your current rampage in Tsongshan Town? Shinmo laughed heartily and replied, Old thief Xue, I have already stated that today will either be your demise or mine. I seek to harness the strength of the entire mercenary group in Tsongshan Town to establish the most formidable mercenary faction here. Initially, I found certain tasks difficult to undertake, but I must thank you and your son for preparing the stage. All I need to do now is perform. Man like Xue Rui was prone to overcomplicating matters. He glanced at Deng Yinsu and Qin Yuanshang, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, Ah, I see. It's a beauty trap. You intend to swallow my poisonous snake mercenary group. What a cunning scheme from the Deng and Qin families. Deng Yinsu had faced such baseless accusations countless times before, showing little concern, but Qin Yuanshang was not one to silently endure. With her hands on her hips, she retorted, Captain Xue, the origin of this situation lies with your poisonous snake mercenary group. You offended Shinimo, leading to this outcome. Hemph, if our Qin family truly sought to scheme against you, we would have employed the simplest method of crushing you, leaving you without a chance to speak. Securing Shinimo would not be an easy feat. Shui Rui understood that the only way to preserve his life was to take a hostage. He charged at Qin Yuanshang, roaring, "You little girl! I will kill you first." Suddenly, a flying sword shot in from outside Songshan town, landing squarely in the courtyard of the poisonous snake mercenary group, slicing through the ground and leaving deep fissures in its wake. As Shui Rui charged recklessly toward Qin Yuanshang, he sustained 2 severe wounds from the sword's energy and could advance no further. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to believe the formidable power of the flying sword. The might of this sword was so overwhelming that the energy within it had nearly obliterated Shui Rui's meridians. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Who are you? Why do you target the Shui family?" The sword shot upward once more, returning to its origin, as a commanding voice echoed, "Those who dare to harm the Qin family shall die." With a spurt of blood, Shui Rui collapsed to the ground. Shinimo had expected a fierce battle, but it abruptly ceased as Shui Rui met his demise. Observing the fallen warrior, Shinimo declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have proclaimed my intention to establish the most powerful mercenary group here. I trust you will not refuse?" Shui Rui had once been the most powerful figure in Songshan town, yet he had now fallen. The onlookers realized that this young man was likely to become Songshan town's mightiest force. Having already witnessed Shinmo's capabilities, they dared not hesitate any longer. Hidata boldly announced, "Young Master Shinimo shall be the leader of the largest mercenary group in Songshan town. However, young Master Shin only seeks to assist us in establishing this marketplace. As he has stated, those who join the new mercenary group will still be entrusted with important roles." Hidata, aware of the prevailing trends, declared, "I, Hidata, will not overthink this. I will agree to join young Master Shin's new mercenary group. Young Master Shin, I hope you will not refuse my inclusion." Everything had been prearranged with Hidata. His endorsement struck a heavy blow to many, prompting Shinimo to laugh heartily. "Brother, he, of course. The new mercenary group will be led by you. We still need 6 more leaders. First come, first served." Hidata understood the importance of timing and laughed. "Ha, first come, first served. Should one wish to become a leader in the new mercenary group afterward, they will need to contribute significantly. We are willing to join the new mercenary group, and we hope young Master Shun will welcome us." They all chimed in. "Certainly, anyone willing to join is welcomed," Shinimo replied. Chapter 13. Songshan Mercenary Group. Shinimo need not involve himself in the minutiae. The priority was to reach an agreement with Deng Yinsu. He leaped down from the serpent and approached her. The former steward hastily gathered the gifts and presented them to Shinimo. The steward, once exceedingly respectful toward Xuen Antian, now regarded Shinimo with a mix of deference and a hint of fear. Shinimo could not afford to linger in Songshan town. He aimed to swiftly establish this chaotic force, knowing the town would soon require manpower. He reassured the steward, "Rest easy, I am not a ruthless killer. I merely wish to build a force here. Utilize your abilities. It will be a tremendous help to me." The steward, overjoyed, almost knelt, but Shinimo stopped him, saying, "Enough. Go handle your duties." With the Shui father and son gone, our next priority is to organize a celebratory feast for everyone. I trust you are well versed in this and won't require my assistance." Having witnessed Shanmo's prowess, the steward promptly replied, "Young Master Shen, you can rest assured that I will take care of this matter." Once the steward departed, Shinimo returned to his previous position and addressed Deng Yinsu. "Miss Deng, my actions are also intended to help you eliminate unnecessary troubles. I trust you understand my intentions." Deng Yinsu had not anticipated Shinmo's decisive actions, let alone their thoroughness. She studied him and acknowledged his identity, realizing she had no choice but to collaborate with him. A smile graced her lips as she remarked, "I never imagined that a young man like you could reach the insightful realm at such a young age, achieving this level of power. It is no wonder you possess such audacity." Deng Yinsu's words held a hint of reproach, yet Shun Imo remained unfazed. His objective was her agreement. He smiled and continued, "Miss Deng, you desire to open the trade routes in Songshan town? Seeking a powerful force as a partner, I have achieved that for you and am willing to collaborate. Surely, there is no loss for you in this arrangement. I will ensure that the marketplace is managed, and the goods you seek will be continuously transported along the trade routes to your family's city, enriching your family's merchandise. What do you think?" Shin Mo's determination was evident, though his reckless approach caused Deng Yinsu some discomfort. Ultimately, she could only accept his proposal. She produced a purple VIP card and handed it to him, stating, "Young Master Shin, this is my family's VIP card, granting you access to our auction house and marketplace, ensuring you receive our support. Since you are so forthright in collaborating with the Deng family, we shall not be stingy." Shin Mo accepted the VIP card but placed it upon the table. He then stated, "Miss Deng, from this moment forth, all that is obtained from the monster beast forest will be sold along the Deng family's trade routes to generate profit. I am not a greedy person. I do not place great value on profits and can make concessions." Deng Yinshuo cast a glance at Shen Mei, aware that there were more significant matters yet to be articulated. She promptly stated, "Master Shen seems to regard wealth with indifference, which naturally implies that there are more pressing desires to be fulfilled. Master Shen may speak candidly. I, too, must deliberate thoroughly to ascertain whether I can meet your needs." "Indeed, engaging in discourse with such an astute woman is a pleasure," Shinmei replied with satisfaction. "Miss Deng, my requests are modest. Firstly, I hope you might share some martial techniques or skills with me. As I have established a mercenary group here, it is only natural that I wish for them to grow stronger. However, martial techniques are truly rare. Many mercenaries may spend their entire lives without even grasping a fraction of them. I am not one to merely speak without action. Since the Shui father and son have already pledged to provide benefits to those who join the new mercenary group, I dare to seek some martial techniques and skills from you." The members of the mercenary group, initially hesitant due to Shan Mei's methods, were now filled with incredulous expressions. Many hastened to approach Hidabin, fearing they might be late to join. Deng Yinsua, however, was taken aback by Shan Mei's genuine concern for the mercenaries. After observing Shan Mei and the mercenaries' reactions, she came to understand his intentions and promptly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a clever strategy!" Then she added, "Master Shen, those martial techniques and skills are not inexpensive." Throughout the years spent in the monster beast forest, Shan Mei had not squandered his time. He had not only cultivated his own strength, but had also acquired numerous rare medicinal herbs. He patted his chest and assured her, "Miss Deng, rest assured, I shall handle these matters. I merely presented a 50-year-old Shuexine grass to catch your attention, and I possess many more rare herbs that could serve as a worthy exchange." Deng Yinsua was perplexed by Shen Mei's intentions, yet being a savvy businesswoman, she was unwilling to dismiss the valuable items he offered. She promptly replied, "As long as Master Shen can present such treasures, I am willing to accept." Within the martial dynasty, the Deng family held a modest reputation. Should Master Shen be able to offer rare medicinal herbs, the Deng family would be inclined to provide equally valuable items, including martial techniques and skills. While Shan Mei had no need for wealth, he recognized that financial resources could procure many essential items on the path of cultivation. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Miss Deng, it is settled." Initially, Deng Yinsua had harbored a dislike for the Shui father and son, but now she found herself regarding Shan Mei with newfound respect. "Master Shen, it seems you have other requests. Please feel free to express them. Though I am not particularly talented, I do wish to assist you in resolving your concerns." Shen Mei laughed heartily, glancing at the mercenaries before responding, "Miss Deng, as you can see, these mercenaries are merely a disorganized group, and I do not wish for them to remain so indefinitely. Now that we have collaborated, I hope you can provide some opportunities for those among the mercenaries who possess talent, allowing them to learn and hone their skills within the Deng family's marketplace and auction house." Upon hearing this condition, Deng Yinsua fell into contemplation. Qin Yuanshang, uncertain of Shen Mei's true intentions, interjected, "Shen Mei, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Since you have gone to such lengths to establish a mercenary group, you need not overthink it. With Sister Deng's assistance, they can bring you continuous wealth. All these additional requests seem like a waste of time." While Qin Yuanshang remained oblivious, Deng Yinsua comprehended Shen Mei's ambitions. She smiled and clasped her hands in salute, saying, "Very well, since Master Shen has requests, I shall certainly accommodate them. However, do understand that I am a businesswoman, driven by profit." Shen Mei detected a palpable shift in Deng Yinsua's demeanor, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He chuckled, "Rest assured. Miss Deng, I am eager to ensure that you reap ample profits." "Good. In that case, Master Shen, allow me to toast to you," she said. "Cheers." Their cups clinked together, and they both drank heartily before exchanging smiles. Before long, Hidabin approached, Having resolved matters on his end, he clasped his hands in front of Shan Mei, saying, Master Shun, the mercenaries here are eager to join the new group. It is nearly time. Please bestow a name upon the new mercenary band. After pondering for a moment, Shan Mei proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted that you wish to join this new mercenary group. You must have heard that we will receive Miss Deng's support in martial techniques and skills, which means your strengths will be enhanced. However, I trust you understand that opportunities do not come without effort. To obtain Miss Deng's martial techniques and skills, you must contribute and achieve merit.as for the new mercenary group. Given that we are in Songshan Town, it shall be named the Songshan Mercenary Group. He Dabin will serve as the captain, and the remaining 6 captains will be selected based on the order of joining. These 7 captains will serve for 1 year, after which new captains will be elected based on merit. Songshan Mercenary Group. Songshan Mercenary Group. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Shan Mei glanced at the old steward, who then announced, Everyone, Master Shan has prepared a sumptuous feast for you all. Please indulge and enjoy yourselves. Chapter 14. The visit of Deng Yinshuo. The old steward had made commendable arrangements. The tavern's delectable dishes began to be served, and exquisite wines were poured. The mercenaries commenced feasting and drinking heartily, each one eager to toast to Shan Mei. He lost track of how much he consumed, only recalling that he continuously sipped from his cup. The following morning, Shan Mei awoke with a throbbing headache. However, after circulating a bit of his spiritual energy, he quickly regained clarity. Reflecting on the previous night, he could remember little, save for one instruction he had given He Dabin, to ensure matters were settled cleanly. He Daban, having understood, dispatched several individuals who soon returned, their presence exuding a palpable aura of menace, each carrying the heads of the Shui father and son. Shan Mei's directive to settle matters had resulted in their demise. He harbored no sentiments of mercy. Having been raised in a military household, he understood the importance of eradicating threats entirely. Yet, as this was his first encounter with such actions, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Master Shun! At that moment, 2 female voices called out from outside the door. Shan Mei furrowed his brow and beckoned them to enter. 2 maidservants stepped in, adorned in sheer gauze, their graceful figures partially concealed. They carried water for washing and fresh garments. Shan Mei frowned, inquiring, What is the meaning of this, Master Shun? The steward arranged for us to assist you with your ablutions, they replied. While Shan Mei understood the need for washing, he was perplexed by their attire. He turned his head away, saying, Why are you dressed so inappropriately? You should wear suitable attire. The 2 women exchanged startled glances, hesitant to respond. However, one, emboldened, murmured, It was previously requested by young Master Shui that we dress this way while assisting him. Shan Mei's eyes flashed with anger as he turned to them, causing the maidservants to pale. He declared, Enough! You need not dress in such a manner any longer. Please change into appropriate clothing before returning to serve me. The 2 maidservants stood frozen, unsure if they had misheard. Shan Mei forced a smile, adding, You are not of ill repute. There is no need to rely on your bodies for gain, as servants in this household. You must dress with propriety and grace. Overjoyed, the maidservants hastily left to change. After Shan Mei completed his grooming, clad in a pristine white outfit, the maidservants grew increasingly cheerful, realizing he was not the wild man they had presumed, but rather a refined gentleman. Once Shan Mei was presentable, Deng Yinshuo arrived for a visit. Shan Mei accompanied her to the grand hall of the Poisonous Snake Mercenary Group. Upon witnessing Shan Mei's remarkable transformation, Deng Yinshuo expressed her surprise. As she gazed at him, Shan Mei furrowed his brow, asking, Miss Deng, do you find something amiss? Deng Yinshuo stifled a smile, quickly shaking her head as she said, There is nothing amiss. I had presumed that young Master Shan was akin to a wild man. Yet I am pleasantly surprised to discover that he is, in fact, a refined gentleman. Young Master Shun, you are quite the deceiver. Who could have imagined that beneath such a rugged visage lies such cunning? And who would have thought that a gentleman would possess such ruthless ambition, executing his plans with such decisiveness? Of course, I did not come here merely to exchange pleasantries. Shinamo chuckled heartily and replied, Miss Deng, you flatter me. I have resided in the mountains for so long that I have forgotten the art of grooming and elegance. Fortunately, my 2 maids are quite adept and have assisted me in presenting myself. Miss Deng, you must have pressing matters to discuss. Since we are now partners, there is no need for formality. Please speak candidly, Deng Yinshuo. believing herself to possess a certain charm, felt a pang of disappointment as Shun Imo had never bestowed her a lingering glance. However, she was not the type to rely solely on her looks. She possessed a wealth of inner wisdom. Thus, she declared, "Young Master Shun, your formidable methods and your astute mind reveal that Songshan Town is hardly a place to confine someone of your caliber. The Deng family holds some influence within the martial dynasty, and should you wish, I would be delighted to escort you back to the imperial capital, where I can recommend a few mentors to aid you on your path of cultivation." Truly, being born into a mercantile family, Deng Yinsu understood the art of investment. However, Shun Imo was not yet inclined to venture into the imperial capital. He smiled and politely declined, saying, "It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Yet my heart is not set on cultivation. I am far more intrigued by the beauty of this landscape, and with the assistance of the Deng family, I am afforded the chance to appreciate it even further." Such an opportunity is sought after by many, yet Shun Imo fabricated numerous reasons for his refusal. Sensing that he might harbor some unspoken burdens, Deng Yinsu chose not to press him but earnestly advised, "Young Master Shen, your temperament is far from ordinary in confronting the Shui father and son. Your strategic mind and decisive actions were evident, and when you eliminated them, you spoke with the utmost composure. Navigating the martial dynasty poses no challenge for you, yet once you delve deeper, you will realize that it is a realm rife with hidden talents, far beyond what Songshan Town can offer. In the martial dynasty, genius abounds, and in such an environment, your growth would surely be accelerated." Shin Imo smiled, somewhat unconvinced, and replied, "Miss Deng, your heartfelt concern is appreciated, but I am truly a carefree wanderer of the mountains and wish not to encroach upon the resources of those prodigies." Recognizing Shun Mo's resolute nature, Deng Yinsu refrained from pressing the matter further. Instead, she smiled and tentatively suggested, "Since you have your own plans, I shall not insist. However, dear brother, I do hope you grow stronger swiftly. It would be beneficial to have an ally." "Oh, indeed, I find myself in need of such an ally," Shin Imo mused, though he understood that such matters required careful consideration. He raised his teacup and took a sip, then nonchalantly remarked, "Miss Deng, your family is of notable stature, unmatched by ordinary clans. I believe in the martial dynasty. You could have your way, could you not?" Having broached this topic, Deng Yinsu felt her purpose was fulfilled. She feigned a bittersweet expression and replied, "Young Master Shun, you misunderstand. Although we appear to be elevated in status, the sacrifices we make to achieve our goals are substantial. Whether it be luxurious living or esteemed reputation, all such enjoyments come at a cost. When the family requires our service, we must dedicate ourselves entirely, and at that juncture, negotiation becomes a luxury we cannot afford." Deng Yinsu had unwittingly revealed her own sorrows. Recently, some families had approached the Deng family with marriage proposals, and the family elders, prioritizing the clan's interests, would forsake personal connections if it served the greater good. It was precisely for this reason that Deng Yinsu had chosen to venture into such arduous terrain. To aid the Deng family in forging new trade routes, Shin Imo, well aware of the intrigues of prominent families, recalled that his elder brother had been but 12 when he was executed. Yet even at that tender age, suitors had already sought to ally with the Shun family. After some contemplation, he said, "With your capabilities, Miss Deng, even amidst a great family, you would surely wield control over your own destiny. By the way, Miss Deng, yesterday when I dealt with Shui Rui, a flying sword descended from outside Songshan Town, striking down Shui Rui with formidable might. As you are acquainted with Miss Qin, I assume you are familiar with the origins of that sword?" Deng Yinsu had not anticipated that Shun Imo would merely touch upon this matter. She sighed, "I had hoped young Master Shun would empathize with my plight, yet it seems you remain indifferent." "Alas, perhaps it is simply my fate." She continued, "The one who intervened was likely a guardian of Yuan Shang, perhaps one of the household attendants. That sword may have flown from thousands of miles away, merely a thought away. While the realm of insight may seem unattainable to the average person, it is hardly noteworthy to the powerful families. They scarcely deign to acknowledge those who dwell within it." Shin Imo was secretly astonished, realizing the extent of the Qin Yuanshang family's power. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure and remarked, "I see. In that case, it seems that even if I were to join the Deng family, I would not garner their attention. There is no need for you to press the matter further." Deng Yinsu, taken aback by Shin Mo's words, felt a mix of resignation and amusement. She shook her head and said, "Very well, Shinamo, I have come today with some serious matters to discuss. Let us refrain from further banter. Chapter 15. Siblings Ding Yinsu certainly did not arrive without purpose, yet Shinamo expected her to voice it first. He chuckled and teased. Ah, Miss Ding, I thought our previous conversation constituted serious matters. I never imagined that you would not consider it so. Shinamo remained composed, exhibiting a balance of restraint and engagement, qualities that distinguished him. Recognizing his potential for investment, Ding Yinsu stated, Shinamo, you appear to be my junior. Henceforth, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as younger brother. As an entrepreneur, I trust you understand the pursuit of profit. I wish to invest in you. Would you be interested? Shinamo was taken aback by Ding Yinsu's proposition. After some contemplation, he replied, Sister, I am but an orphan. Having your care is a tremendous blessing. Yet, I must inquire, why would you wish to invest in someone like me, a mere rustic? As he spoke of his orphan status, a noticeable change crossed his features. Ding Yinsu, already certain that Shinamo was no ordinary individual, chose not to bring it to light. Instead, she smiled and said, My discerning eyes do not deceive me, but I wonder if you would be willing to become my business partner. Although my standing in the Ding family is modest, I still possess certain resources that could be of use to you, if you do not mind. I could lend a helping hand to facilitate your journey in cultivation. Truly, Ding family members are not only far-sighted but also possess remarkable resolve. Shinamo had established the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps precisely to forge a connection with the Ding family, and now with this proposal, he felt a stirring within. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I am curious to know what I could possibly do for you, dear sister. Ding Yinsu, uncertain of her own impulsiveness, felt a strong conviction that her actions were justified. She responded, Younger brother Shinamo, I require nothing of you. Simply being my good brother suffices. Additionally, being born into the Ding family entails certain unavoidable constraints. Even should you gain strength, influencing the Ding family is no simple feat. Oh, so, you seek nothing from your younger brother? Shinamo raised an eyebrow and added, If you had desires, I would need to consider the matter. Yet, if you seek nothing, I confess I am somewhat apprehensive. Although Shinmei hails from the wilds, he understands that every object and every circumstance carries its inherent cost. This is a simple yet profound truth, yet the unfortunate reality is that many fail to grasp this fundamental principle. Deng Yinsu gazed at Shinmei and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, Of course, if my brother could liberate his sister from such a fate of being manipulated, she would be immensely delighted. O outsiders! One might assume that a person of Deng Yinsu's stature would be devoid of sorrow. However, only those who endure such trials comprehend the depths of helplessness. Shunmei recognized the pain within her words. Despite Deng Yinsu's multitude of kin, her situation was not significantly better than his own. She too was merely an orphan surrounded by a large family. After a moment of contemplation, Shunmei spoke, Sister, there is no need for such concerns. Though I may lack considerable abilities, I will strive to assist you in escaping this sea of suffering at the earliest opportunity. As he spoke, he retrieved a century-old 7-colored lotus from his storage pouch. This is the century-old 7-colored lotus. Deng Yinsu, who managed some of the Deng family's businesses, had encountered many treasures, yet she had never seen such a complete 7-colored lotus, especially one as aged as this. Her astonishment was palpable as she exclaimed, Shanmei, where did you obtain such a rare treasure? Do you realize how extraordinary this century-old 7-colored lotus is? Once, the renowned alchemist Zhuo Baopu sought assistance from the Deng family to find one, and they expended tremendous effort and resources to acquire merely half of one. Even that half brought him immense joy, and he expressed profound gratitude to the Deng family. Indeed, this was the first time she had encountered such a complete specimen. Truly remarkable. The petals of the century-old 7-colored lotus were intricately layered, displaying a riot of colors yet arranged in perfect harmony. The entire plant emitted a delicate fragrance, surrounded by a radiant aura that accentuated its beauty. Both the exquisite appearance and medicinal value of the lotus were sufficient to evoke Deng Yinsu's admiration. Originally, the century-old 7-colored lotus belonged to Wu Lingxian, who had placed it in the cave where Shanmei regained consciousness. One day, Shunmei noticed Wu Lingxian frequently removing the lotus and submerging it in water, with the flower remaining vibrant and unwithering. Thus, he took it for himself, and when Wu Lingxian inquired about it later, Shinmei claimed it had been consumed by Wu Ying. resulting in Wu Ying receiving several reprimands from Wu Lingxian. Unaware of the lotus's true worth, Shunmei had resolved to gift it to Deng Yinsu without reservation. I merely stumbled upon it, he said. This century-old seven-colored lotus is highly beneficial for women. Today, having gained a sister, I couldn't help but present it to you. Please accept it. Deng Yinsu was deeply touched but felt unworthy of such a precious gift. She immediately attempted to decline, saying, Brother, there is no need for such formality. It is I who should be gifting you something. However, with such a treasure in your possession, I feel hesitant to present my own gifts. Please keep the century-old seven-colored lotus. It may aid you in your cultivation journey in the future. Since he had already decided to offer it to her, Shunmei would not retract his gift. He waved his hand, saying, Sister, please accept it today. You have made me feel the warmth of family, so it is only fitting that I extend my offerings. Unable to resist Shunmei's insistence, Deng Yinsu finally relented, saying, Very well, since it is thus, I shall accept it. Should you ever need it in the future, I will gladly return it. Agreed. Deng Yinsu carefully stored the century-old seven-colored lotus and then added, Shunmei, now that we are siblings, there are a few matters I must advise you on. While your talent is undeniable, you will also require the guidance of a distinguished mentor. It is certainly a commendable choice to accompany Qin Yuanshang to the Qin family. But I fear that, given your current strength, it may be challenging for you to receive significant recognition there. In such a grand family, your standing is contingent upon your power, and I hope you can seek out a master to enhance your abilities. Of course, if you harbor intentions toward Qin Yuanshang, you must become even stronger. Only then can you impress the higher echelons of the Qin family and gain their approval. Indeed, misunderstandings could arise in such situations. Yet Shunmei remained unconcerned. He chuckled and replied, Sister, do you truly believe I would venture to the Qin family for such reasons? I have merely sought to use others as a bridge into the realm of human cultivation. Shunmei preferred not to elaborate further, swiftly shifting the topic. Sister, since you wish to look after your brother, I have a request I hope you will grant. Deng Yinsu merely wished for Shunmei to acknowledge his own desires. Upon receiving the answer she sought, she smiled and said, Brother, you need not state it explicitly. I understand your wishes. You have painstakingly gathered the mercenary band in the chaotic Zhongshan town, yet you lack the time to truly invest in their development. Therefore, you wish for me to help train this force. Truly, she was an astute observer. Nothing escaped her notice. Shunmei nodded, saying, Indeed, sister, that is my concern. He Dadong is not a suitable leader, yet I have no alternative. Currently, he has taken the position of captain of the Zhongshan mercenary band, yet with his strength and capabilities, he cannot fulfill such a role. Thus, it is likely that within a year, the band will encounter considerable turmoil. Changing captains may not be a significant issue, but I do not wish for the Zhongshan mercenary band to disband as a result. Rest assured, I shall assist you in this matter. My purpose in visiting Zhongshan town was initially to establish trade routes. But now it seems that your choice is indeed the best. We shall directly consolidate local power and select a competent leader. These individuals must be our own people in secret. Thus, as trade routes open, we will also possess a force of our own. Deng Yinsu was not merely seeking to cultivate Shunmei for her own gain. She smiled and added, Brother, since you have been so generous, I shall not be stingy either. Rest assured, this force will be nurtured for you. Whenever you find yourself in need, they will stand by your side. Excellent, sister, with this assurance, I can rest easy. Chapter 16. Shunmei's path. Shunmei spent 5 days resolving the chaotic affairs of Zhongshan town, and Qin Yuanshang had urged him multiple times before he finally departed Zhongshan town alongside her. As for Deng Yinsu, she had her own matters to attend to, and thus she did not join Shunmei and Qin Yuanshang. After leaving Zhongshan town, Qin Yuanshang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about Shunmei's impulsiveness in recent days, but fortunately, the situation had reached a satisfactory resolution. When Qin Yuanshang first encountered Shunmei, he had been riding atop a great black tiger. Now, atop a horse, he appeared somewhat out of place. Qin Yuanshang chuckled and remarked, Shunmei, this horse may not be as comfortable as your great black tiger, but it is the only option we have at present. While in the monster beast forest, Shunmei had suddenly decided to head to the Qin family, but now it seemed he was reluctant to rush into that journey. He smiled and replied, Miss Qin, I have suddenly realized that there are still matters I must attend to. It appears we cannot travel together. Having witnessed Shunmei's prowess and recognizing his talent, which was comparable to that of Shui Rui. Qin Yuanshang was unwilling to let such a talent slip through her fingers. She promptly replied, "Shun Mei, it is indeed remarkable that you have reached the Enlightenment realm while training alone in the monster beast forest. However, you must understand that advancing to the Radiant realm cannot be achieved solely through solitary exploration. When you faced Shui Rui in combat within the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps, it resulted in a mutual downfall. However, the Qin family possesses the ability to dispatch a flying sword from thousands of miles away to eliminate Shui Rui, showcasing the capabilities of a true practitioner if you remain isolated in the wilderness. How can you comprehend the prowess of those great practitioners, and how can you hope to elevate your strength? Accompany me back to the Qin family, and I will recommend a master of the Fourth Realm to you. A practitioner of the Fourth Realm could provide insights powerful enough to help you ascend to the Radiant Realm or even the Opening Sun Realm." The Qin family was indeed formidable. With a mentor of such caliber available for recommendation, it was worth noting that Shan Xianying had only reached the status of a marquis of the Martial Dynasty while being at the lower Fifth Realm. The Jade Balance Realm. What is genius in the face of profound depth? The disparities in talent can easily be bridged when confronted with rich heritage. Families steeped in tradition will often see even the most seemingly incompetent individuals achieve greater heights than many arrogant prodigies. With a master of the upper Fourth Realm, Shun Mo's path in cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. However, Shinamo is not yet inclined to immerse himself in this tumultuous journey, as he prepares to speak. Qin Yuanshang interjects directly. "Shinamo, in Songshan Town or any small city, a Yaoguang realm cultivator is considered the pinnacle. Yet, you must realize that such power is merely the starting point in the eyes of prominent families. While for smaller factions, it represents a lifelong pursuit. The difference in starting points alters the endpoints they strive for. For many, the chasm between their goals and others' beginnings is vast. What, then, will become of their ultimate achievements? The disparity is monumental. Some stand at the starting line, while for others, it remains an unattainable dream, a thought too audacious to even entertain. Shinamo, you may not fully grasp the extent of a master from the upper Fourth Realm's assistance, but you must ponder my words carefully." Shinamo understands the implications of Qin Yuanshang's remarks, yet burdened by deep-seated enmity, he hesitates to plunge into the whirlpool of conflict. Noticing his indecision, Qin Yuanshang's displeasure surfaces as she furrows her brow. "Shinamo, perhaps you believe that upon mastering your skills, you will owe your allegiance to the Qin family. This is far from my expectation. I do not demand such loyalty. If you assist me, I will do everything in my power to aid you. This is the principle of the Qin family. However, our gratitude cannot be boundless. We repay kindness with the finest offerings, and at this moment, this is the best I can offer you." Shinamo during their time in the monster forest. Qin Yuanshang may have appeared somewhat overbearing, yet now she reveals her genuine nature. Shinamo promptly responds, "Miss Qin, you misunderstand me. I indeed aspire to have a master of the upper Fourth Realm, but I still have other matters to attend to. Rest assured, once I fulfill my current obligations, I will seek you out in the Qin clan. I only hope you will not shy away when that time comes." Seeing Shinmo's resolve, Qin Yuanshang refrains from pressing further, yet she is willing to afford him another opportunity. "Very well, Shinmo, since I cannot persuade you to reconsider, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, remember this. I offer you one chance, and I will offer you another. Just know that the opportunities from the Qin family will not linger indefinitely. You must seize them. It appears that this matter is edging toward a resolution." Shinmo clasped his fists in acknowledgement, but then recalled something and retrieved a purple flower tea fruit from his storage pouch. This tea fruit, now a deep reddish purple, was tossed to Qin Yuanshang as he remarked, "By the way, Miss Qin, take this purple flower tea fruit with you. It may prove superior to the few I previously gifted you. Farewell." Without allowing Qin Yuanshang a chance to retain him, Shinmo urged his steed forward. Holding the red-purple tea fruit, Qin Yuanshang took a moment to process, murmuring, "This young man has truly surprised me with such a tea king fruit. However, I genuinely wish to repay you. Opportunities like this are indeed rare. Even members of the Qin family do not have many such chances." Shinmo is not oblivious to the rarity of this opportunity, yet he recognizes that some paths he must traverse alone. While Qin Yuanshang could elevate him to a certain height, that height would not truly belong to Shinmo but rather to the Qin family. Although the Shin family has only one individual, Shin Xianying, who attained the title of martial hero through military merit, Shinemo is determined to elevate his family to new heights. Initially galloping along, Shinemo soon found himself meandering aimlessly, even dozing in the saddle. It was only when he perceived the surrounding clamor that he realized he had entered a bustling marketplace. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices, diverse individuals strolled along the thoroughfare. Shinemo dismounted, leading his horse toward the market when a horse trader approached, inspecting Shinmo's steed. "Young sir, this horse is quite extraordinary. Are you considering parting with it? In Chiun City, you can inquire, I assure you. My prices are fair and transparent." Chiun City? Shinemo had never heard of this name, yet he recognized that he had been away from the martial dynasty for far too long and needed to reacquaint himself with many aspects. "Horse brother, does that mean this is indeed Chiun City?" he inquired. The horse trader, sensing Shinmo's unfamiliarity, eagerly assisted in leading the horse and replied, "Indeed, you are correct. This is Chiun City. It lies to the northwest of the martial dynasty. A city of moderate size. Just look around at the throngs of people, and you will see the city's vibrance. Young sir, are you here to seek a master? There exists a significant power just 15 miles outside Chiun City, the Yunjian sect of Tianqing Mountain. The sect leader, Iwujue, is reputed to be a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the lower fifth realm, with thousands of disciples, making it a renowned and powerful force. The pinnacle of the lower fifth realm signifies an extraordinary individual among mortals. The establishment of the Yunjian sect by Iwujue is no small feat. The peak of the Yuhong realm is a level that even Shan Qianying has yet to attain. Should one advance further, they would reach the upper fourth realm. Although the Tianquan realm and Yuhong realm are separated by a mere thread, that thread has thwarted countless aspirations and dreams. In the eyes of the Qin family, practitioners of the Yuhong realm may not warrant their attention, yet here, such power is sufficient to establish a sect. The gulf between individuals may indeed be wider than that between humans and beasts. Shinemo mused. Nevertheless, he felt a stirring desire to venture into the Yunjian sect. Perhaps it would be a commendable destination. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Shinemo posed another question. "Horse brother, I imagine entering the Yunjian sect is no simple feat. What requirements must I meet to join?" The horse trader merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that Shinemo would pursue the matter so thoroughly. Stammering, he tentatively replied, "Young sir, what about your horse?" Shinemo surveyed the horse trader with a smile and stated, "If you wish to purchase my horse, you must at least answer my question first. Should I indeed succeed in joining the Yunjian sect, this horse could be yours without a second thought, a fine steed. If it were traded for wine, I wonder how long it would last." A voice of drunken reverie floated over, revealing a tipsy old beggar approaching the pair. Chapter 17. Seeking a master, Chi Jihai the inebriated old beggar ambled up to them, prompting the horse trader to cast an irritated glance his way. Muttering, "What bad luck! Whenever this old beggar is around, my business suffers." Shinemo, however, sensed that this man was no ordinary individual, despite his tattered appearance and the unpleasant odor of stale alcohol and food. He emanated a relaxed air, and his gaze was resolute and bright, qualities not possessed by just anyone. Instead of mirroring the horse trader's disdain, Shinemo clasped his fists respectfully and said, "If you wouldn't mind, Senior, I would be honored to treat you to a drink." The horse trader, bewildered, tugged at Shinmo's sleeve, urging him aside. "Young sir, you may not be aware of this old beggar's reputation, as long as he is present. I have never successfully completed a sale. One's vision often dictates the distance they can traverse." The horse trader lacked such foresight, while Shinemo understood the necessity of the gesture. "Horse brother, if I wish to invite this senior for a drink, I may have to part with my horse." "What?" The horse trader stood momentarily stunned, unable to process the sudden turn of events. Shinemo clasped his fists once more and declared, "Horse brother, name your price. If it suits me, I shall sell you this horse." The horse trader's eyes brightened, but the memory of previous disturbances caused by the old beggar tempered his enthusiasm. "Young sir, since you are interested, I too am willing. However, you must be aware that as a trader, I must retain some margin." "Very well, my young friend. I truly have a fondness for this horse, so I shall offer you 3 gold coins. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 silver coins, and a typical household of 4 generally spends around 3 gold coins in a year." This price seems quite reasonable, Shinemo readily agreed. However, at that moment, the old beggar leisurely interjected, "I must say, old horse, You are taking advantage of this young man. This horse is clearly a superior war steed, far from the common pasture-raised horses. Such a magnificent creature should be worth at least 5 gold coins. Even if you wish to profit, 4 gold coins would be more appropriate. 3 gold coins is rather insufficient. The horse trader's expression changed immediately, but he soon clenched his teeth, glared at the old beggar, and replied, "All right then, young sir, I shall give you 3 gold coins and 5 silver coins, as I mentioned. I must earn something as well." Shinamo nodded and said, "That sounds fair. I shall accept it as you propose." Fearing that the old beggar might speak again, the horse trader hastily handed over 3 gold coins and 5 silver coins to Shinamo before leading the horse away. The old beggar then approached Shinamo and took the 5 silver coins from his hand. Smiling as he said, "My young friend, these 5 silver coins were earned by me, so I shall not be polite." Shinamo could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Elder, did you not wish to drink? I think we should find a place, as I am somewhat hungry." Seeing that Shinamo was not concerned about the 5 silver coins, the old beggar quickly nodded and replied, "Indeed, my young friend, I know of a place. The ambience is serene, and the fine wine is truly rare." Shinamo did not mind the location and simply nodded, saying, "I shall leave it to your arrangement." The old beggar, quite pleased, led Shinamo to a riverside tavern in the southern part of Chiun City. The tavern was adjacent to the water and had trees separating the tables, creating a delightful atmosphere. However, the waiter, upon seeing the old beggar, immediately remarked with irritation, "Old beggar, why do you come again? There are hardly any patrons today, and no leftover food or drink for you." Shinamo quickly stepped forward and politely said, "Good sir, today I am treating this esteemed elder to a drink. Please arrange a quiet place for us." The waiter, seeing the elegant young man accompanying the old beggar, assumed Shinamo had been deceived. Nevertheless, he said little and led them to a table in a corner, hoping to avoid any potential embarrassment from other patrons noticing the old beggar. In no time, the food and drink were served. The old beggar immediately began to feast heartily, and seeing this, Shunmo's appetite was piqued, prompting him to eat quickly as well. The waiter, observing their voracious appetites, couldn't help but be secretly astonished, unsure of who the true beggar was. After a few drinks, the old beggar, slightly tipsy, remarked, "You seem to be no ordinary person. Yet what brings you to such a state?" The old beggar belched, drank another cup, and replied, "Young friend, I am merely an exceptionally ordinary individual. Nothing special. However, since you have kindly offered to treat me, do not expect me to keep a tab." Ordinary individuals would certainly not admit to their mediocrity. Shinamo smiled and responded, "Elder, there is no need for concealment. I have spent recent years cultivating in the monster beast forest, and now that I have entered the realm of human cultivation, I require guidance. I sensed you might be that person." Upon hearing the words realm of cultivation, Shinamo noticed a subtle change in the old beggar's expression, though it quickly returned to normal. The old beggar smiled, shook his head, and said, "I do not understand what the realm of cultivation entails. If I were indeed a powerful cultivator, would I be in such a pitiable state? Young friend, you are overthinking. There are many formidable beings, but I am certainly not among them." The old beggar's words were sincere, and Shinamo pondered for a moment before deciding not to press further. "You seem to have unspoken burdens, and I shall not insist. You surely have certain preferences regarding food and drink. I shall leave these few gold coins for you. Please accept them." As he spoke, Shinamo took out the 3 gold coins he had earned from selling the horse and placed them on the table, pushing them toward the old beggar. The old beggar, however, did not immediately reach for them but instead chuckled, saying, "Young friend, if that is the case, how will you pay for today? Furthermore, these coins were earned by you through the sale of the horse. Is it not somewhat frivolous to give them to me?" "That is true," Shinamo conceded. "However, if you use one of these gold coins to pay, it will ultimately still be my money, thus it counts as my treat." With that, Shinamo stood, cupped his fists, and said, "Elder, I still have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Shinamo remained calm, showing no hint of displeasure. The old beggar, observing this, lifted his cup and took a small sip before saying, "Young friend, you are no ordinary individual, are you? Most people would shy away from me, but you not only share a table with me but also share food and drink. Such magnanimity is rare." In Shinmo's view, there was no hierarchy. The elder was certainly not inferior, nor was he superior. Being able to share a meal with the elder was a fortunate encounter. If those few coins could bring joy to the elder, then they had fulfilled their purpose. Shinamo clasped his fists and said, "Elder, until we meet again, I take my leave." "Wait," the old beggar called out, halting Shinamo confused. Shinamo returned to his seat under the old beggar's gaze. The old beggar then said, "Your name is Shinamo? You possess good roots. You are indeed a talent for cultivation. If you encounter a wise mentor, your future achievements may be quite remarkable. Most importantly, your character is of the sort I admire. If you are willing, I can accompany you on your journey of cultivation." Shinamo was overjoyed and immediately prepared to kneel in reverence, but an invisible force gently held him back. This force was subtle yet unyielding, and Shinamo found himself unable to perceive it. The old beggar then said, "Shinamo, there is no need for you to rush to pay your respects. Whether I accept you as a disciple is another matter. However, I can accompany you in your cultivation journey. If you truly wish to be my disciple, you must bear considerable consequences, and those shoulders of yours may struggle to carry such burdens." Shinamo was taken aback, and the old beggar, seeing his astonishment, chuckled and said, "You need not worry, I will bear my own burdens, and as for you, you only need to focus on your own cultivation." The old man continued, "I am not truly called old beggar. My name is Chi. Just remember my name, but do not mention it in front of others." Shinamo hastily cupped his fists, unable to kneel. He instead bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, master." Chi, however, appeared unperturbed, raising his cup and downing the remaining wine. Seeing this, Shinamo quickly poured more wine for Chi. Chapter 18. A fortuitous coincidence that day. Shinamo attended to Chi until late, and as Chi became quite inebriated, Shinamo prepared to take him to rest. However, Chi told Shinamo, "Tomorrow morning, I shall wait for you by the large stone outside the city. Arrive on time. There is no need to attend to me any longer." Shinamo hesitated to leave Chi alone, but since Chi had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to insist further. He cupped his fists and departed. Watching Shinmo's retreating figure, Chi shed the appearance of drunkenness, slowly raising his head to watch Shinamo leave. He then murmured to himself, "Little one, I do not know if this choice is right or wrong. But for now, this is the path I wish to take. Little one, my past choices have caused much sorrow. Do not let me experience such pain again." Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Shinmo arrived at the large stone outside the city, only to be astonished to find Chi already there. Shinmo hurried over, but Chi said little, merely smiling as he pulled Shinmo back to the tavern for another feast. Afterward, Chi informed Shinmo of his departure, agreeing to meet again at the same place the following day. This time, Shinmo dared not be careless and made his way to the large stone at midnight. To his surprise, he found Chi sleeping on the stone. Shinmo stood by, ready to attend to him. When dawn approached and the sky lightened, Chi opened his eyes, glanced at Shinmo, and remarked, "Good lad, at last. You know to arrive early. Well done. You show some initiative." Feeling a sudden flush on his face, Shinmo hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, Shinmo is indeed dull-witted. Otherwise, I should have arrived earlier yesterday." Chi waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No matter, it is permissible to comprehend these things upon the second attempt. One is not deemed foolish for that." Chi observed Shinmo and continued, "It appears you have already reached the age of 15. Attaining the enlightened state at such an age marks you as a prodigy among prodigies. However, in truth, it is not particularly extraordinary. You should be aware that some geniuses from prominent families and powerful factions likely achieve the enlightened state by the age of 10. Chi words rang true. Shinmo nodded and said, "During my cultivation in the monster beast forest, I also aspired to enter the state swiftly, yet I was delayed for quite some time, which is why I have only just reached the enlightened state now." Chi chuckled lightly, gesturing with his hand. "Shinmo, the path of cultivation does not rely on how quickly one progresses, but rather on how steadily one advances. Many great powers and illustrious families understand this principle, which is why they advise their offspring not to rush into ascending realms." Shinmo was cognizant of this. Recalling how the Qin family operated in such a manner, he nodded and said, "Master, although I have attained the enlightened state, I have yet to touch the pinnacle of it. The radiant state remains far beyond my grasp. I have resolved to reach the peak of the enlightened state before attempting to break through to the next realm, rather than blindly pursuing advancement." Seeing that Shinmo understood this principle, Chi felt pleased, but then added, "Shinmo, The person who once imparted martial techniques to you merely wished for you to ascend. They had no intention of guiding you further. Such martial techniques may indeed be rare and have reached an extraordinary level. But to progress further in the path of cultivation, one must study those of singular excellence. Wu Lingxian had repeatedly cautioned Shen Emo against mentioning himself before ordinary people, and thus Shen Emo refrained from discussing the Yiling technique. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "The martial techniques I practiced in the monster beast forest were indeed obscure and difficult to comprehend. However, they have greatly aided my path of cultivation. Employing such techniques has significantly accelerated my progress." Qi Jihai nodded, stating, "Shen Emo, I believe you have sensed that your body harbors various attributes of spiritual energy. Consequently, regardless of which attribute you choose to cultivate, you will surely achieve success in the future. However, for an aspiring cultivator, it is essential to cultivate all attributes diligently to ensure a broader path ahead. The individual who taught you the martial techniques may have harbored such intentions, yet ultimately failed to properly guide you, leaving you to grapple with obscure techniques." Shen Emo did not consider this a deliberate act on Wu Lingxuan's part and inwardly mused, "Senior Wu Lingxian had no intention of taking me as a disciple. Yet he would not seek to harm me. Perhaps he hopes I will gain insight on my own, which is why he has refrained from providing extensive guidance." Qi Jihai perceived Shen Mo's contemplations and promptly advised. For some powerful cultivators, having traversed far along the path of cultivation, they naturally develop their own philosophies. Thus, when interacting with juniors, they hope to facilitate a smoother journey for them by integrating their ideas into their teachings. With this, everything fell into place for Shen Emo. He felt a keen curiosity regarding Wu Lingxuan's identity. However, despite his previous inquiries, he had been unable to uncover any details. Shen Emo understood well that his current strength was insufficient to grasp the identity of such a person. After a moment of thought, he stated, "When that senior imparted martial techniques to me, he only remarked that we lacked the fated bond of master and disciple, thus encouraging me to focus on my cultivation." Qi Jihai chuckled, saying, "Indeed, he is an impressive figure, knowing how to instruct you. However, now that you have become my disciple, I must teach you something different. Your attainment of the enlightened state is a cause for celebration. Yet from this moment on, you should refrain from practicing the martial techniques you learned previously." Shen Emo was elated, realizing that Qi Jihai was about to impart an extraordinary martial technique to him. He clasped his fists in gratitude and inquired, "Master, you seem to be a formidable person. May I ask what kind of martial technique you will impart to me?" "Ha ha ha." Qi Jihai laughed heartily, then contemplated before responding. "You may be unaware, but during my own cultivation, I came across a scroll of transformative marvels. After numerous reviews and practices, I discovered that it is, in fact, a fragment of a scroll. Nonetheless, even as a fragment, it contains teachings that have at least reached the level of singular excellence. Should I manage to gather the complete scroll, it might possess an even higher rank." Martial techniques are classified into 3 tiers: common, extraordinary, and singular. The notion that this transformative marvel scroll exceeds even the singular level indicates it must be of saintly quality, leaving Shen Emo astonished and filled with joy. He eagerly asked, "So, it must have already reached the saintly level?" Such a martial technique is indeed a rare find. However, Shen Emo was taken aback to discover that Qi Jihai's thoughts mirrored those of Wu Lingxian. Qi Jihai regarded Shen Emo and continued, "In the realm of cultivation, one must never blindly pursue the rank of martial techniques and skills. A deep understanding of these techniques can forge a powerful cultivator, enabling them to traverse far along their path." "Master, your words resonate with those of the previous senior, who also imparted similar wisdom to me," Shen Emo replied. Qi Jihai nodded and elaborated. "More powerful martial techniques and skills certainly possess extraordinary power. However, once a cultivator develops a discerning heart, they may find themselves ensnared in troubles. This is why one should not overly fixate on the ranks of martial techniques and skills. As for formidable cultivators, they can wield their potent spiritual energy to transform all things, rendering martial skills and techniques secondary. Nevertheless, for now, you need not ponder too much. Focus on cultivating this transformative marvel scroll, as for the path you wish to carve in the future. You may deliberate upon it when you reach the upper 4 realms and the lower 5 realms. At any time and place, you must be the strongest among those of your realm, and you cannot lack the strength to contend with those one rank above you." With such confidence instilled in him, Shen Emo clasped his fists and declared, "Master, rest assured, I shall strive to be invincible within my realm, and I will cultivate to ensure I possess the strength to contend with those one rank above me. Good, that is splendid. Qi Jihai nodded. I in the path of cultivation. The greatest concern is the absence of faith and confidence. As long as one remains imbued with unwavering confidence, their future achievements shall undoubtedly be significant. Qi Jihai then stated, now that you have attained the enlightened state, I am curious to know which martial skills you have practiced. Let us find a secluded spot where you can demonstrate a few, allowing me to witness your abilities. Shinmo's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly clasped his fists and replied, Master, during my time in the monster beast forest, I merely dealt with a few second-tier magical beasts. That senior informed me that if he were to teach me martial skills, it might expose his identity, which is why he never passed on any techniques to me. Initially, Shinmo thought Qi Jihai might find this strange, but Qi Jihai merely nodded lightly, saying, it seems that person is not foolish. They understand the importance of discretion. Well, not having practiced martial skills is not necessarily a bad thing in the coming days. I shall impart a few to you. Thank you, Master, Shinmo exclaimed gratefully. Do not rush to thank me just yet. Qi Jihai continued. As we are currently in Xian City. Just beyond it lies a sect known as the Cloud Sword Sect, a renowned establishment with numerous talented individuals. Now that you have taken me as your master, you must develop the audacity to take risks. After cultivating the transformative Marvel Scroll and a few martial skills I will teach you. Feel free to explore and make your mark. Chapter 19. The Stolen Spirit Beasts and Spirit Herbs. Before long, Elder Song, distressed by the situation, approached the head of the Cloud Sword Sect, Iwuju, to report a pressing matter. The Cloud Sword Sect had 7 elders, and Elder Song was the 3rd elder, responsible for overseeing the sect's spirit herbs and spirit beasts. Recently, a significant number of spirit herbs and spirit beasts had been stolen from the sect. Despite Elder Song's efforts to enhance security, the thefts continued unabated, with the stolen spirit herbs and beasts still missing. Elder Song appeared somewhat aged, prompting Iwuju to express curiosity and inquire, Elder Song, what troubles you? You have already reached the Kaiyang state. One more advancement will lead you to the pinnacle of the lower 5 realms, the Yuheng state. Have you encountered difficulties in your cultivation? Faced with the sect leader's questioning, Elder Song could only helplessly disclose the situation to Iwuju, bowing slightly as he explained, Master, you may be unaware, but 3 months ago, a disciple responsible for raising the spirit beasts reported that 3 three-colored spirit chickens went missing overnight. While this did not seem significant, there are thousands of spirit chickens in the sect. I did not pay it much mind. However, since that day, 3 spirit chickens have consistently gone missing each night. I increased patrols, yet that wretched thief extended their reach to the spirit herb garden. For the past 3 months, I have been utterly worn down by this issue. Within the sect, the spiritual chickens and medicinal herbs are provided for the disciples, aiding their cultivation. Larger sects typically possess both a medicinal herb garden and a spirit beast garden. As the sect leader, Iwuju would naturally not concern himself with such matters. However, upon observing the current expression of Elder Song, he tentatively inquired, Oh, does this imply that the losses are substantial? Elder Song nodded, though he was extremely reluctant to admit it. Yet, faced with Iwuju's inquiry, he could only respond, Sect leader, as of today, we have already lost 30% of the spirit beasts in the garden, and various medicinal materials in the herb garden have also been stolen, leading to a loss of 20%. Crack! What? Iwuju, slender in stature, with sword-like brows raised, resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, his aura suddenly surging forth. However, his anger flared briefly before he returned to his seat, stating, Elder Song, do you know who is responsible? Could it be that the disciples within the sect are stealing from us? Elder Song, feeling helpless and gritting his teeth in frustration, replied, I am powerless. Even though we have suffered such significant losses, I have yet to uncover the identity of the culprit. It is possible that the disciples of the sect are indeed involved. But the perpetrator is exceedingly cunning, leaving us with no means to apprehend him. Despite his seething rage, Iwuju could only say, Very well, Elder Song. Please investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure that the thief is captured. The losses of spiritual herbs and beasts have already occurred, and there is no need for you to blame yourself. They are merely external possessions. Though Iwuju expressed this sentiment, Elder Song could not share the same perspective. The lost spiritual herbs and beasts were sufficient to sustain Yunjian's sect for an entire year, and the fact that the thief had consumed such a substantial amount within merely 3 months indicated an insatiable appetite. Furthermore, the cultivation of spirit beasts and herbs was no simple task. With such significant losses, and Elder Song unable to take action against the thief, how could he not feel enraged? Noticing Elder Song's lingering discontent, Iwujue contemplated and proposed, "How about this, Elder Song? Confer with the other elders and organize a martial arts tournament at Yunjian sect in the coming days. This tournament will allow many disciples to participate, and simultaneously, all individuals from Qian City outside Tianqing Mountain are welcome to join as well. For the disciples within the sect, the victors will receive certain cultivation benefits or medicinal pills. Should the people of Qian City achieve remarkable results, they may directly enter Yunjian sect." Initially perplexed, Elder Song soon clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of the sect leader. Such a plan could only originate from you. Since the thief has persistently targeted our Yunjian sect, it stands to reason that he is not far from the sect, making it considerably easier to capture this rogue." Iwujue chuckled, stroking his beard, and replied, "At present, we have no other choice. If we capture this individual and he possesses talent, we shall invite him to join Yunjian's sect. However, if he is merely a habitual thief, we shall give him a lesson and then expel him." Elder Song, greatly pleased, bowed deeply and said, "Yes, sect leader, I understand what I must do." After Elder Song departed, Iwujue felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Sitting in his chair, he rubbed his temples and muttered in distress, "Who could it possibly be? This mischief maker, who can evade the watchful eyes of the disciples, is no ordinary person. What astonishes me even more is his voracious appetite. In just a few short months, he has consumed what would take Yunjian sect an entire year to exhaust in order to facilitate Shanmo's cultivation." Qi Jihai decided not to remain in Qian City any longer. Instead, he traveled to a valley 30 miles outside the city, where a small river flowed. Towering trees provided ample shade, and vibrant grass and flowers adorned the landscape, making it a truly delightful place. However, what was once a tranquil environment became quite lively after the two took residence there. The sounds of Shenemo practicing his punches filled the air daily, accompanied by the anguished cries of spirit beasts and birds, and of course, the delightful aroma of cooked meals was never absent. Over the course of 3 months, Qi Jihai felt he had gained a few extra pounds. But he did not mind, as everything was provided by Shenemo on this day. The sun shone brightly in the valley, casting dappled shadows on the grass as Shenemo lay on the ground. Panting heavily, "Shenemo, it has been quite some time. Yet I see you have not made sufficient progress. You must realize that at the peak of the Dongming realm, you should possess the strength to uproot trees. But presently, it seems you are still far from that mark. The Book of Transformation comprises merely 3,000 or 4,000 characters, yet it contains profound principles of cultivation. Throughout these 3 months of training, Shenemo felt his progress was swift, but he was still far from achieving the strength to uproot trees. After catching his breath, he lamented, "Master, to uproot a tree the thickness of a bowl requires a force of 100,000 pounds. How can you expect me to uproot a tree that I can embrace? However, Master, I have had some insights in recent days. Perhaps when I reach the pinnacle of the Dongming realm, I will possess such strength." Qi Jihai recognized Shenmo's determination and smiled, saying, "The reason I want you to cultivate to the point of uprooting trees is to help you reach the ultimate realm of Dongming. However, you simply cannot achieve that. It is best not to overexert yourself. As long as you possess such strength before breaking through to the Dongming realm, that will suffice." Qi Jihai was undoubtedly a good master, imparting every aspect of cultivation knowledge to Shenemo. Although only 3 months had passed, Shenemo felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. Back in Songshan town, he had found Shui Rui exceedingly dangerous. Had it not been for the intervention of a flying sword from the Qin clan that killed her, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. Yet now, Shenemo was confident he could defeat Shui Rui within 10 moves, leaving her with no opportunity to retaliate. However, Shenemo harbored deep-seated grievances, and even though his cultivation speed was rapid, he remained somewhat unsatisfied. After a moment's reflection, he said, "Master, I still feel a bit dissatisfied. If possible, I wish to break through to the Yaoguang realm as soon as possible. You mentioned before that once I reach the Yaoguang realm, I will possess the strength to protect myself. Ha ha ha. While you may have the ability to protect yourself, you would still be no match for cultivators of the Kaiyang realm. Qi Jihai remarked, attempting to temper Shen Mo's ambitions. Shen Mo was indeed exceptional, yet his shortcomings were glaringly evident. The hatred he carried within urged him to ceaselessly pursue greater power, and Qi Jihai cautioned, Shen Mo, the path of cultivation requires steadiness. Every step must be sure. As long as you walk steadily, you will go far. Just as I want you to continuously hone your strength now, it is to ensure you lay a solid foundation in the Dongming realm. As for breaking through to the Yaoguang realm, there is no need to rush. It will come naturally. After practicing for a while longer, Shen Mo felt it was sufficient. He rose to his feet, gazing at the sun nearing its descent, and said, Master, the time is nearly upon us. I shall prepare some food for you. Upon hearing the mention of food, Qi Jihai nodded in satisfaction and replied, very well, make sure to prepare it well. The spiritual herbs and beasts from Yunjian sect are quite good. After eating them daily for these past few days, I feel I may have gained a bit of weight. However, what is going on with Yunjian sect? They have suffered losses of spiritual beasts and herbs for 3 consecutive months, yet they seem utterly unconcerned. Master, it is not that they are unconcerned. Rather, they are simply foolish. They have reinforced their nighttime patrols, but they only count the number of spirit beasts in the evening, while I make my moves during the day, making it naturally difficult for them to detect anything. Shen Mo chuckled and added, Moreover, your shooting step is indeed quite effective. Those spirit beasts and birds are incredibly swift, yet with the application of shooting step, capturing them becomes a simple task. Chapter 20. Theft from within. Shen Mo held a high opinion of the shooting step. However, Qi Jihai scoffed, shaking his head and said, the shooting step is not an extraordinary technique. It has merely reached the pinnacle of excellence. Yet, at present, your strength can only support the practice of such a technique. So you must make do with it. Given that Shen Mo nearly stole from Yunjian sect's spirit beasts and birds daily, he was well aware of the weaknesses of the shooting step. He nodded and remarked, this shooting step requires me to continuously channel wind attribute spiritual power to maintain it. When you taught me the shooting step, you mentioned that its primary purpose is to hone my internal wind attribute spiritual power, not to provide me with significant assistance. The consumption of spiritual power when executing the shooting step is considerable, which is quite extravagant for someone at my level in the Dongming realm. Qi Jihai seized this opportunity to elaborate to Shen Mo, stating, if you possess a sufficiently potent spiritual energy within you, you can naturally wield formidable martial techniques, including those of exceptional or even unique caliber. However, should your spiritual energy fall short, executing these powerful techniques will prove to be an arduous task. Yet, when your spiritual energy is robust enough, even a mundane martial technique can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. This is why powerful practitioners do not fixate on the rank of martial techniques. Do you understand now? Previously perplexed, Shen Mo nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Master, I see now. It is no wonder both you and that esteemed elder share such insights. Perhaps it is the wisdom accrued through your battles. Ha ha ha, it's not necessarily experience, Qi Jihai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Such notions can certainly be used to dissuade novices from overly yearning for powerful martial arts. However, the classification of martial techniques exists because their effectiveness indeed varies significantly. In the future, should you encounter superior martial techniques, do not let them slip by. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing his temples as he remarked, Master, I thought seeing Shen Mo's discomfiture, Qi Jihai was greatly amused, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. The reason I share this with you is to prevent you from obsessing over the ranks of martial techniques. There is no other intention. But you are not foolish. You must discern what is genuinely valuable and what is trivial. All right, take a moment to rest, and then you may venture out to procure some food. I am indeed feeling a bit famished. Yes, master. Shen Mo made his way to the riverbank, and with a swift motion, plunged into the water. After a thorough cleansing, he emerged from the river, leapt onto a nearby tree, and donned a fresh set of garments. He then navigated through the trees, leaving behind only a series of fleeting shadows. The journey to the Cloud Sword sect had become second nature to Shen Mo, and in a short while, he arrived at the back mountain of Tianqing Mountain, locating the area where the Cloud Sword sect tended their spiritual beasts and fowl. Although he had been consuming spiritual chickens for many days, he found himself unbothered by monotony. Spotting 3 spiritual chickens feasting nearby, Shen Mo swiftly captured one in his grasp. With a flick of his hand, he ensnared another. The spiritual chickens possessed a certain sentience. prompting Shinamo to promptly place them into his storage bag. He then moved towards another area where the sect raised 3 patterned spiritual pigs, renowned for their delectable taste and significant benefits to Shinmo's cultivation. However, as he approached, he suddenly overheard 3 disciples from the Cloud Sword sect engaged in conversation. The larger of the 3, evidently the senior brother, glanced at his 2 junior brothers and spoke. "I wonder what the background of that thief is. It seems he is relentless. However, you need not worry. Elder Song has devised a solution and will surely apprehend him." One of the junior brothers, whose hair was a dry yellow, looked worriedly at his senior brother and replied, "But senior brother, Elder Song wants all of us to participate in the competition. We usually tend to these spiritual beasts and fowl. I fear we may face some hardship. It is said they train day and night, and many have reached considerable realms, with some even transcending boundaries. Senior brother, weren't you one of those who transcended?" The portly senior brother beamed with pride at this remark, smiling as he replied, "Of course. I have now reached the hidden origin realm, I must say. You 2 have been with the Cloud Sword sect for quite some time. Yet why have you made so little progress? You are still at the A-tier rank. This simply will not do. Only upon entering a realm can one truly embark on the path of cultivation." The yellow-haired brother immediately looked disheartened, but the other junior brother leaned in closer and whispered, "Senior brother, since we are guarding these spiritual beasts and chickens, rather than letting others steal them, why not indulge ourselves? It is rumored that these spiritual beasts and fowl greatly benefit our cultivation. Yet we have never tasted them. If we truly partake, we might also transcend realms. Senior brother, the competition is approaching. If we remain at the A-tier rank, we will surely be expelled from the mountain." The yellow-haired one glanced at the nearby spiritual pigs, expressing his concerns. "Ah, is that really feasible? Why not? Since so many have been stolen already, taking 1 or 2 won't matter. Besides, this is also to strengthen our sect. And of course, to ensure we can smoothly advance to higher realms." This clever junior brother was indeed quick-witted. He looked at the portly senior brother, already deciding to pull him into this scheme, stating, "Senior brother, you've been teaching us here, yet we haven't gained much. This isn't good news for you. If we quickly transcend realms, you 2 can ascend to a higher position." The portly senior brother appeared tempted, and after a moment's thought, he lowered his voice and said, "We could certainly consider this, but we must not be too blatant. Let us catch a spiritual chicken to taste. You may not know, but my senior brother once led me to do this. The flavor of the spiritual chicken is truly exquisite and can aid us on our cultivation path." The 3 reached an agreement and made their way toward a nearby spiritual chicken, while Shinamo, in turn, seized a piglet of about a foot in size. When the 3 had successfully dispatched the chicken, Shinamo finally revealed himself. As they excitedly prepared the chicken, Shinamo remarked softly, "The best way to prepare a spiritual chicken is to roast it. This way, it is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with juices flowing and an exquisite flavor." The one who suggested eating the chicken became somewhat impatient, exclaiming, "Oh, we are first-timers. How would we know?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, all 3 turned their gazes toward Shinamo. The next moment, they were startled, tossing the chicken they held straight at him. The trio's courage was indeed lacking, as they did not dare to target the larger spiritual chickens. Shinamo caught the chicken in his hands and said, "No need to worry. We are all fellow practitioners. By the way, while you may eat this spiritual chicken without issue, remember to clean the feathers thoroughly. Otherwise, the Cloud Sword sect will quickly discover that you have consumed the chicken." The portly senior brother and the yellow-haired brother were left speechless in shock, while the one who had proposed eating the chicken stammered in horror, "Why, you are the thief." Surprised that these 3 guardians of the spiritual beasts had not taken action, Shinamo tossed the chicken back, which the junior brother hurriedly caught. Shinamo then said, "What nonsense is this? I am no thief. I am just like you, at most, a fellow practitioner. Oh, by the way, what was it you mentioned about Elder Song wanting to deal with me? What is the story behind that?" Shinamo now exuded confidence, and the 3 understood that his boldness to reveal himself stemmed from their own actions of theft. They had no choice but to acquiesce to Shinmo's whims. Under his probing, Shinamo learned that the portly senior brother was named Lu Deshang, the yellow-haired one was Xia Anlin, and the one who suggested eating the chicken was Ding Yin. The trio assumed Shinamo wished to remember their names for future leverage. Lu Deshang, now embodying the awareness of a senior brother, declared, "We are disciples of the Cloud Sword sect. The Cloud Sword sect fears no sect or power. We certainly will not cower before your threats. Eating one spiritual chicken may result in minor punishment for us, but you, on the other hand, have consumed countless of our spiritual beasts and herbs. Your crimes are far graver. Shinemo laughed heartily and replied, but I am not a disciple of your Cloud Sword sect. You have no means to deal with me. I can leave at any time, while you cannot be as carefree. How about this? From now on, let me handle the capturing of spiritual beasts. I will share some with you, but you must inform me of how the Cloud Sword sect plans to deal with me. The three were evidently intrigued by this proposition. Shinemo fanned the flames further, stating, you are merely low-ranking disciples of the Cloud Sword sect. Without utilizing these spiritual beasts and herbs, it will be quite challenging for you to advance. When resources for cultivation are at your fingertips yet you fail to take advantage, how will you stand out in the ruthless world of cultivation? Remember, in this path, one must either progress or regress. Chapter 21. The Grand Gathering. Zhang Deshang remained unfazed by Shun Mo's twisted reasoning. However, Ding Yin resolved to take the plunge, saying, brother, we are willing as long as you can assist us in navigating our cultivation journey more smoothly. We are certainly agreeable. However, my dear brother, we are merely low-ranking disciples within the Cloud Sword sect, and I fear our assistance to you will be rather limited. Zhang Deshang chose to remain silent. Yet Xia Anlin interjected, Senior Brother Ding, I believe this is somewhat inappropriate. Since we have already apprehended this thief, we must certainly report to Elder Song. It is best to leave such matters in his capable hands. Ding Yin, however, dismissed the sentiment, stating, what we need to do now is to extricate ourselves from this place as swiftly as possible, rather than dwell on other considerations. This brother possesses formidable strength. Had he not revealed himself? We would have been utterly unaware of his identity. Moreover, he is correct in saying that on the path of cultivation, one must either advance or regress. We are currently guarding a treasure trove without realizing it. And this ignorance could jeopardize our future. The three indeed displayed distinct personalities. Shinemo chuckled heartily and reassured them, worry not, this trivial matter is of no concern to me. What you must do is quickly consume this spiritual chicken. Then devote yourselves to your training in order to swiftly ascend to a higher realm. By the way, what does Elder Song intend to do about me? Ding Yin and Xia Anlin both turned to Zhang Deshang, who, realizing the gravity of the situation, could no longer conceal the truth, and thus divulged, Elder Song wishes to hold a martial arts tournament. All disciples of the Cloud Sword sect are required to participate, and he has also extended invitations to individuals from Qian City. I do not comprehend Elder Song's intentions, but he has stated that this will help in identifying the thief. At this juncture, Zhang Deshang glanced at Shinemo and continued, brother, it might be best for you to take your leave, as if we have never met. We would be complicit in our own theft, and we shall certainly not expose you. However, this course of action does violate the sect's regulations, and we will not engage in such behavior in the future. Of course, should the sect choose to punish us, we will accept it. Shinemo had already surmised Elder Song's intentions, and despite recognizing it as a trap, he was nonetheless inclined to take a chance. Unable to extract any further information from the three, Shinemo made his exit. After his departure, the three exchanged glances, with Zhang Deshang and Xia Anlin appearing somewhat bewildered, while Ding Yin began preparing to roast the chicken. 2 spiritual chickens and a spiritual pig sizzled on the spit, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Once the cooking reached an optimal stage, Shinemo allowed Qi Jihai to eat first, then seized a spiritual chicken for himself and began to feast. After both had devoured a chicken, as they awaited the pig to roast, Shinemo initiated a discussion about the events that transpired at the Cloud Sword sect. Qi Jihai quickly grasped the intent behind the sect's actions and remarked, it seems they are attempting to draw you out. Shinemo, what do you plan to do next? Shinemo perceived this as an excellent opportunity and smiled, stating, since they have gone to such lengths, I shall endeavor to rise to the occasion. I have been secluded in my own cultivation, unaware of the true strength of these practitioners. Thus, it is imperative that I engage them in battle. The Cloud Sword sect merely seeks to compel me to reveal myself, and I shall acquiesce to their wishes. Qi Jihai, indifferent, nodded and said, since you have made up your mind, go forth and make your attempt. It is merely the Cloud Sword sect. Do not overthink it. Engage them in combat and let the outcome be determined. However, hosting such a grand martial arts tournament, it will take years to ascertain a victor. Do you wish to be trapped in this tournament indefinitely? Shinemo had already contemplated this matter. Before truly stepping into the limelight, he must achieve a breakthrough to the Yaoguang realm. Having the means for self-preservation is crucial, he declared. Battling others will allow my strength to rise rapidly. During my time training with my master, I have made considerable progress, yet I remain uncertain of my true capabilities. The Cloud Sword sect serves as a honing stone for me. I must determine whether I am indeed a sharp blade. And thus I cannot shy away from participating in this martial arts tournament. With this thought in mind, Qi Jihai agreed, nodding and saying, "Since you have resolved upon this course, go forth and make your mark. Remember, in the realm of cultivators, one must constantly strive for excellence. The number of human cultivators is in the billions, yet most merely come to fill the ranks. Only the exceptional are the true protagonists in this world. Shenimo, if you wish to genuinely engage with the world of cultivators and become one of the elite, you must shine brighter than the stars. Once you embark on this path, you will discover the splendor of the cultivation world and the challenges it entails." Shinamo had long suspected Qi Jihai's extraordinary nature. Otherwise, he would not have approached him initially. Qi Jihai's words startled Shinamo slightly, prompting him to respond, "Even if I must face all the cultivators of my generation, I, Shinamo, shall not flinch. Even against the current, I will emerge as the most remarkable presence." Such bravado could indeed alter the very landscape. The Cloud Sword sect demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within just 10 days, they had organized the entire martial arts tournament. After preparing provisions for Qi Jihai, Shinamo resolutely made his way to Tianqing Mountain. The Cloud Sword sect's actions aimed to resolve their predicament. Yet ultimately, they would only serve to elevate Shan Mo's reputation and establish his authority. The actions of the Cloud Sword sect reverberated throughout Qiyun City, attracting numerous onlookers, including individuals from smaller sections. Consequently, Tianqing Mountain buzzed with activity, with the youth eager to participate. While the more seasoned individuals did not shy away but instead joined the fray, their motives known only to themselves. However, upon arriving at Tianqing Mountain, Shin Emo learned of the tournament's rules. Practitioners who had not yet entered the realm could also participate, as the Cloud Sword sect sought to scout promising talent. The participants were all of varying realms, divided into 3 distinct arenas: the Hidden Origin Realm, the Insight Realm, and the Yaoguang Realm. Lower realm practitioners could challenge those of higher realms, but the reverse was not permitted on the first day. Shin Imo refrained from participating, instead observing the battles among the Cloud Sword sect's members. The combatants in the Hidden Origin Realm were diverse, yet the Cloud Sword sect dominated the arena, with members from smaller sects struggling to secure victories. Occasionally, a smaller sect might achieve a Pyrrhic victory, but they had to advance much further in the Hidden Origin Realm and the Insight Realm. Only a few members of smaller sects could be seen. And even when they ascended the arena, they merely served as a backdrop to the Cloud Sword sect, enduring arduous battles and achieving little success. The fights in the Yaoguang Realm were far less frequent. As these participants were the backbone of the Cloud Sword sect and included candidates for elder positions, some of whom were already graying. That day, Brother Ma had remarked that the Cloud Sword sect was the largest sect in the vicinity of Qiyun City. And it was indeed true. Shenimo reflected on this while observing a group of practitioners seated cross-legged in the distance, murmuring to himself, "Iwujue, a peak practitioner of the Yuheng realm, yet these individuals possess strength at the Kaiyang realm. The Cloud Sword sect is truly remarkable." Upon this realization, Shenimo could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. While Qi Jihai encouraged him to stir up trouble, he had not revealed how Shenimo might ultimately extricate himself from danger. Just as Shenimo pondered these matters, he spotted a familiar figure, none other than Zhang Desheng, the one who had been complicit in their earlier misdeeds. Zhang Desheng appeared plump and amiable, his opponent a middle-aged man from Qiyun City. After exchanging introductions, they commenced their duel. Although Zhang Desheng specialized in nurturing spiritual beasts and birds, he displayed considerable skill, wielding his sword with fluidity. The middle-aged man soon found himself overwhelmed and chose to concede defeat, granting Zhang Desheng victory. However, this victory did little to lift Zhang Desheng's spirits. Upon spotting Shenimo in the audience, his expression soured. Yet, when he heard that the sect would finally permit him to return for serious training, he momentarily forgot Shan Mo's presence, leaping with joy. Yet, this moment of elation was fleeting, as the thought of Shan Mo's presence dampened his mood. After leaving the arena, Zhang Desheng hastily approached Shenimo, pulling him aside. "Brother, what exactly are you planning to do? It's one thing for Xia Anlin to call me brother, but I cannot believe you would do the same. I am but 15 years old, while you must be at least 20. Shinamo patted Zhang Desheng's belly and replied, "Congratulations on your victory over that opponent." Having truly become a disciple of the Cloud Sword sect, there was no longer any need to worry about keeping an eye on those spirit beasts. Chapter 22. The third tier of the arena. Upon mentioning spirit beasts, Zhang Desheng reacted as if he had stepped on a dog's tail, hastily gesturing for silence before lowering his voice to say, "Are you seeking death? Do you not realize what fate awaits should someone catch wind of this?" Shinamo, however, was indifferent to the warning, shrugging his shoulders and replying, "This matter does not concern me." "You?" Zhang Desheng pointed at Shinamo, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, his face turned crimson as he finally spoke. "By the way, you might not be aware, but the higher-ups of the sect are holding this martial arts tournament specifically to capture you. I have heard that the elders are exceedingly displeased with your little escapade, and there are even threats of flaying you alive should they catch you. I suggest you leave here quickly. As long as you aren't around, things can be easily managed." "What nonsense are you spouting? Since I have chosen to appear here, it is undoubtedly to engage in battle with the experts of your sect. I came here with the intent to stir up trouble. Why would Shinamo back down now?" Shinamo chuckled and continued, "By the way, you managed to secure victory in this battle, but what about those two little fellows? Ding Yin and Xian Anlin?" Zhang Desheng, baffled by Shinmo's audacity at such a young age, shot him an annoyed glare before responding, "As for Ding Yin, he is a bit older than you, having already turned 16, while Xianlin has yet to reach 15, although he will soon." Zhang Desheng, being straightforward and kind-hearted, corrected Shanmo's terminology, but quickly felt it was inappropriate and added, "Dingyin has indeed successfully entered the realm, but Xianlin has not been so fortunate. However, he has made considerable progress. Entering the realm is merely a matter of time." Dingyin harbored great ambition, whereas Xianlin and Zhang Desheng did not share such lofty aspirations. After pondering, Shin Imo retrieved a pill from his storage bag and handed it to Zhang Desheng, advising, "This is a pill I concocted using the brain essence of those spirit beasts. It embodies the essence of spirit beasts. Give it to Xia Anlin so that he may break through quickly. This martial arts tournament presents a splendid opportunity for the three of you, so do not let it slip by. If he enters the realm, he may attract the attention of the Cloud Sword sect and potentially find a good master." Zhang Desheng initially suspected Shinamo was plotting something, but upon seeing the sincerity in his expression, he held his tongue and accepted the pill, asking, "What exactly do you intend to do? Are you aware that you are in a precarious situation? If you reveal your true strength, the sect will immediately identify you as the thief. And who knows what may transpire? Ha ha ha, you need not worry about that. I have my own clever strategies." Zhang Desheng glanced at the pill in his hand and then at Shanamo, perplexed as he inquired, "Becoming an alchemist is no easy feat. Are you truly an alchemist? It seems rather absurd for someone your age to have achieved such a status. Indeed, becoming an alchemist is quite challenging, requiring the ability to manipulate flames while also harnessing a touch of wood attribute energy. The properties of medicinal materials vary, necessitating precise temperature control during pill refinement, thus placing high demands on one's spiritual power. Shinamo certainly had the potential to become an alchemist. However, Qi Jihai was not an alchemist himself, and therefore could not teach Shinamo the art of alchemy. Nevertheless, Qi Jihai encouraged Shinamo to practice with medicinal materials to enhance his control over fire, which would subsequently bolster his spiritual power. The identity of an alchemist would undoubtedly aid Shinamo significantly. With a smile, he remarked, "If I were not an alchemist, how could I possibly have produced such a pill? Now, hurry and let Xia Anlin take it. Do not miss this opportunity." Among the three arenas, Yuan, Dongming, and Yaoguang, Shinamo found himself particularly drawn to the Yaoguang arena, where numerous formidable beings congregated. He felt a surge of excitement, secretly resolving that after winning a match, he would head to the Yaoguang arena. As a strong individual, encountering stronger opponents would naturally inspire him to challenge them rather than retreat. Zhang Desheng observed Shanmo's frequent glances towards the Yaoguang arena and, filled with curiosity, speculated, Are you considering joining the Yaoguang arena? Even if you possess extraordinary talent, it is improbable that you could compete there." Shinamo refrained from disclosing his intentions to Zhang Desheng, merely stating, "Enough of your concerns. I have matters to attend to. By the way, you must urge Xianlin to break through quickly, and you should also focus on your own cultivation," he added, "since your Cloud Sword sect is seeking to recruit disciples through this tournament. It may not be long before I become your fellow disciple." Zhang Desheng looked at Shinamo as if he had seen a ghost. Yet he contemplated the possibility that Shenemo could indeed accomplish anything, and thus sought confirmation. Are you really planning to join the Cloud Sword sect? Before truly making a name for himself, Shenemo must first break through to the Yaoguang realm. If the Cloud Sword sect could indeed offer him assistance, then he would certainly welcome it. After a moment of thought, he replied, I have not fully decided yet, but it is a path worth considering. By the way, since your sect's disciples are competing here, what about the spirit beasts and spirit birds? Before Shenemo could finish, Zhang Desheng attempted to cover his mouth, prompting Shenemo to silence himself. Zhang Desheng then cautioned, even if you choose to go, be cautious. Many people have ascended the mountain, and the sect's patrols are stricter now. Watch out for being caught. Shenemo laughed heartily, recognizing that Zhang Desheng, despite his attempts to maintain an elder brother's image before Xia Anlin and Ding Yin, was now genuinely concerned for his safety. Lowering his voice, Shenemo assured him, do not fret. If I truly join the Cloud Sword sect, I will take you three along to enjoy the experience. Zhang Desheng, indignant, pointed at Shenemo, yet found himself powerless against him, ultimately exclaiming, fine, do whatever reckless things you wish. It has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha. Engaging in such banter with Zhang Desheng made Shenemo feel as though he had returned to his rightful age, free from the burdens of murder and theft, no longer entangled in the intricate schemes of seasoned players like Shui Rui. He patted Zhang Desheng on the back and strode away from Tianqing Mountain. Shenemo returned to the valley, laden with an abundance of spirit beasts, spirit birds, and medicinal herbs, where he encountered a different side of Qi Jihai. Shenemo deliberately muted his footsteps and suppressed his spiritual energy. Upon arriving in the valley, he saw Qi Jihai gazing silently into the distance, tears clearly glistening in his eyes. It was important to note that Qi Jihai was not typically like this. His unusual demeanor startled Shenemo, however, as he inadvertently made a slight noise. Qi Jihai quickly wiped his tears away, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. When Qi Jihai turned to face Shenemo, he reverted to the familiar figure Shenemo knew. He glanced at Shenemo, cleared his throat a few times, adjusted his tone, and inquired, Shenemo, what did you see on Tianqing Mountain? Did you grasp the brutality of battles between cultivators? Everyone harbors secrets, and Shenemo chose not to delve deeper into this. Instead, he recounted what he had witnessed to Qi Jihai, concluding with, Master, I believe I should attempt to prove my skills in the Yaoguang arena. However, if I do so, I fear I will have to reveal all my strength. Having grown up in the monster beast forest, I understand the principle that even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Without some hidden means, one risks being slain by the enemy. Indeed, young ones must understand the importance of concealing their true abilities. Qi Jihai nodded in satisfaction, sighing, many extraordinary talents have lost their lives due to a lack of understanding regarding this principle, which is truly regrettable. It seems simple, yet many fail to comprehend it even unto death. The voice of Shan Mei today has noticeably softened, unlike its usual tone. This change is attributed to the sight of Qi Jihai's profound demeanor, which has influenced Shan Mei's disposition. Qi Jihai refrained from lecturing Shan Mei further and instead encouraged him to prepare a meal. During their meal, the two remained largely silent. However, after Qi Jihai consumed some wine, he slowly spoke up, posing a peculiar question. Shan Mei, you place such trust in me, taking me as your master. But what if my intentions were solely to exploit you? Shan Mei was puzzled by this abrupt and seemingly disjointed inquiry. He shook his head and replied, Master, I do not understand what makes you think I possess anything of value for you to exploit. Hence I am not the least bit concerned about being used by you. Chapter 23. Divergence. Qi Jihai appeared taken aback by Shan Mei's response, momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Indeed, if there were no value to exploit, how could one be exploited? You, my young friend, often speak with surprising insight. Shan Mei wished to articulate something but found Qi Jihai engrossed in his wine. After a brief pause, Shan Mei ventured to ask, Master, do you have something you wish to share with me? When I returned today, I deliberately muted my footsteps and restrained the flow of my internal energy. Had you not been lost in thought, you surely would have sensed my arrival. With your prowess, it is impossible for you to overlook my subtlety. Qi Jihai was momentarily astonished, but after taking a hearty sip of wine, he chuckled. You are quite the clever child, possessing thoughts that deviate from the ordinary. But tell me, why do you believe I have something to convey? Shan Mei, remaining composed, smiled and responded, Master, had it not been for such a notion, you would not have asked me that disjointed question. Perhaps it is true that you harbor some reluctance, which prompted your appearance in Chiyun City, ultimately leading to my apprenticeship. Qi Jihai was surprised that Xian Mei had discerned his inner thoughts. Shen Mei, however, seemed unfazed and continued, "By the way, master, I did not finish my previous statement. Even if you wish to exploit me, as long as I possess something of value, I would willingly allow you to do so." Upon hearing this, Qi Jihai was momentarily struck dumb, while Shen Mei lowered his head, tracing circles in the dirt with a twig. "Master, you may be unaware, but I am an orphan. Yet, I am not like the typical orphan. I witnessed my parents, aunt, and siblings perish before my very eyes. Subsequently, I was rescued, but it is unnecessary to elaborate on what transpired next, why younger siblings were also slain. You, master, with your extraordinary capabilities, should know that my soul power is quite formidable. This strength has brought me both benefits and calamities, and my father once infused a trace of spiritual energy into me, hoping I would die without pain. Yet my potent soul power allowed me to witness everything that transpired." Qi Jihai was taken aback by the weight of Shen Mei's experiences at such a young age. He let out a hearty laugh, followed by another generous gulp of wine, before saying, "Fear not, my disciple. I, Qi Jihai, shall protect you. Even if you seek to pierce the heavens, I will stand by your side." Shen Mei was slightly startled, but in the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into his head, causing him to collapse. Qi Jihai caught him and gently laid him on the grass, murmuring, "Oh, little one, your grand ambitions make me seem rather petty. Rest well now. You speak so nonchalantly, yet perhaps only you truly know how often you have been awakened by the haunting dreams of your past. Sleep deeply and prepare to stir up trouble." Shen Mei enjoyed a most restful slumber. He first felt a warm sensation, followed by a dazzling light illuminating his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he realized the morning sun was streaming down upon him. He quickly rolled over to find Qi Jihai seated nearby, drinking. Shen Mei clasped his fists and said, "Master, today I shall journey to Tianqing Mountain. I wish to discover the true capabilities of the Yunjian sect." Qi Jihai nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead. Should you be recognized, there is no need for concern. I shall be there to shield you. However, to truly gauge your potential, it is best to test your limits. Rest assured, master. Unless I am on the brink of death, I implore you not to intervene." Determined to showcase his prowess during this visit to Tianqing Mountain, Shen Mei signed up for the competition. However, when the disciples of the Yunjian sect learned that Shen Mei was merely a practitioner at the Dongming realm, disbelief washed over their faces. Shen Mei had to assert, "This is a competition. I have no desire to seek death. Please arrange for me to face off in the Dongming realm arena." As Shen Mei stepped onto the stage, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. He did not falter. After all, he had been accustomed to performing before an audience since he was 5 or 6 years old. His opponent was a Dongming realm practitioner from the Yunjian sect named Liang Jiechang. Over 20 years of age, with exaggerated muscles and a long sword strapped to his back, clearly a formidable adversary. Liang Jiechang was a disciple of Elder Song. Upon seeing his disciple on stage, Elder Song felt a swell of pride as he observed Shen Mei's youthful and slender form. He turned to a few other elders, saying, "Though Liang Jiechang is only 26, he has already reached the Dongming realm. I have always taught him the sword, yet he insists on honing his physique as well. His body is stronger than steel." Yiwu Ju was equally impressed by Liang Jiechang and remarked, "Indeed, he is an extraordinary child. Elder Song, you must be quite proud of your disciple." However, the fact that his opponent dares to stand there suggests he possesses remarkable skills as well. I sense that his strength also reaches the Dongming realm, which is truly exceptional for someone of his age. Elder Song examined Shen Mei closely and commented, "He is a fresh face. Even within Chiyun City, he seems unfamiliar. Sect Master, I have my concerns." Yiwu Ju, however, felt a sense of protectiveness toward promising talent. Regardless of Elder Song's reservations, he intended to recruit Shen Mei, saying, "This event is not merely a showcase. We must seek out exceptional individuals. If this young man proves to be truly capable, even if he has made mistakes, we should retain him. Only then can the Yunjian sect grow stronger." Elder Song, fixated on capturing a thief, was reluctant to heed Yiwu Ju's words. Just then, the Grand Elder cleared his throat and remarked, "However, this individual has appeared out of nowhere, possessing such talent and strength. I fear his intentions may not be pure. Regardless, even if he is talented, joining our Yunjian sect requires thorough scrutiny. Elder Song, you should personally instruct your disciple to test this young man's abilities, while ensuring he is not harmed. Naturally, if we can uncover his true identity, that would be even better. While Yiwu Ju was the sect master, he could not wield absolute power. The elders sought to rein in his influence. Given that Elder Song was overseeing the theft of spiritual beasts and herbs, Yiwu Ju sought to impose some discipline. If Shan Mei could be admitted to the Yunjian sect, it would serve Yiwu Ju's purpose. Elder Song promptly made his way to the arena. While the Grand Elder glanced at Sect Master Yiwu Ju and said in his aged voice, "Sect Master, do not be blinded by his potential. He may bring trouble to our sect." It appeared the Elder Council intended to intervene in this matter. Yiwu Ju was not about to allow them to have their way. Smiling, he replied, "Grand Elder, if this young man truly possesses extraordinary talent and wishes to join our sect, that would indeed be a blessing. However, he may have strayed slightly. A lesson in humility would suffice." The Grand Elder regarded Yiwu Ju with a knowing smile. Despite their rivalry, both shared a desire for the Yunjian sect's prosperity. "Sect Master, if this young man is indeed a rare talent, where do you intend to place him? Surely, you do not wish to take him on as your disciple." Ultimately, the core of their contention revolved around the future successors of the sect. Yiwu Ju replied with a smile, "If he is truly an unprecedented genius, why not cultivate him as a future sect master, Grand Elder? For the sect to thrive, we need a capable heir." Yiwu Ju, of course, is not one to possess a grand demeanor. He wishes to pass the sect to his son. "However, if my son is not deemed suitable, why not allow him to step back sooner? Grand Elder, as long as you can nod in agreement, I, Yiwu Ju, will never waver in my decision." "Oh?" The Grand Elder seems to have taken an interest in this matter. Yiwu Ju is indeed making such concessions? Indicating his genuine regard for Shinamo, the Grand Elder immediately inquired, "Sect Master, is this truly the case?" "Ha ha ha, Grand Elder, do you underestimate Yiwu Ju too much?" Seeing that Yiwu Ju is certainly not jesting, the Grand Elder replied, "Very well, if this young man is indeed remarkable, I shall agree to your proposal. However, there are certain experiences he must undergo. Rest assured, I am quite curious about that as well." Liang Jiecheng is the favored disciple of Elder Song. Given our discerning eyes, can we not perceive his talents? Chapter 24. A Heart for Talent. As Elder Song ascended the arena, Liang Jiecheng respectfully bowed, addressing him as Elder Song rather than Master. Shinamo immediately sensed a hint of wariness. Elder Song did not cast a benevolent glance towards him, evidently reflecting the hunger for him that Zhang Decheng had mentioned. Although Shinamo had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual beasts, birds, and herbs in recent days, he had been diligently cultivating, and the energy derived from these sources had long been refined by him. Even if Shinmo's strength had slightly increased, it was unlikely that the opponent would hastily conclude that he was the thief. Shinamo could not afford to show any signs of weakness before Elder Song. Clasping his fists, he respectfully declared, "Elder Song, I, Shinamo, have come to Yunjian sect in search of opportunities, and I hope the sect and Elder Song will not forsake me." Elder Song cast a sidelong glance at Shinamo, then proceeded to bring the two together, stating, "Liang Jiecheng, Shinamo, both of you are exceptionally gifted individuals. This battle is not a matter of life and death. Rather, it is an opportunity for you to showcase what you have learned. Do you understand my meaning?" While Elder Song may have looked unfavorably upon Shinamo, he was also aware that Shinamo posed a considerable challenge. Unlike Shuiru Yi, who sought to plot against him, Shinamo and Liang Jiecheng exchanged respectful bows, affirmatively acknowledging Elder Song's words. Elder Song scrutinized Liang Jiecheng, then turned his gaze to Shinamo, assessing him. Concerned that the two might genuinely clash to the death, he promptly cautioned, "Remember, this is merely a sparring session. Do not harbor thoughts of inflicting serious harm upon one another. Although you both understand this, I must reiterate, do you remember?" "Yes," they replied in unison. After their affirmation, Elder Song leaped off the arena. The moment he did, Shinamo and Liang Jiecheng sprang into action, channeling their inner spiritual energy, which collided with a resounding impact, neither able to overpower the other. Yet both engaged in a fierce struggle. At the instant of their clash, Yiwu Ju and the Grand Elder were taken aback, but their astonishment soon transformed into satisfaction. The Grand Elder cast an admiring glance at Yiwu Ju, exclaiming, "Sect Master, It seems we have stumbled upon a treasure. This young fellow is indeed extraordinary." At that moment, Elder Song took his seat, witnessing Shanimo holding his ground against Liang Jiacheng without faltering. He could not help but show a trace of concern. However, the Grand Elder remarked to Elder Song, "Elder Song, what is the background of this young man? Both the sect master and I are quite intrigued. It appears that this is a gift sent to Yunjian sect by the heavens." Unaware that the Grand Elder and Yi Wuju had already reached an agreement, Elder Song remained preoccupied with the theft incident. Yet, seeing Elder Song's demeanor, the Grand Elder reassured him, "Elder Song, you need not dwell on those matters. For the future of the sect, any resources invested will be worthwhile, as long as this young man possesses exceptional talent. Minor flaws can be overlooked. We must not be overly critical." The Grand Elder had indeed taken a liking to Shanimo, and he, originally seated among the elders, found himself wavering. Elder Song quickly grasped the Grand Elder's intention and, after a wry smile, replied, "Sect Master, Grand Elder, this young man's name is Shanimo. Beyond that, I know nothing. However, to achieve such a level of strength at this age, he must undoubtedly have a capable master behind him." Liang Jiacheng stood a head taller than Shanimo, having dedicated considerable effort to his physical training. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, Shanimo was still able to contend with Liang Jiacheng without losing ground. The Grand Elder and Yi Wuju exchanged glances, each displaying their unique expressions. After a brief moment, Yi Wuju declared, "Regardless, as long as he remains in the sect to cultivate, that is sufficient. For such a young man, even if he cannot be of use to the sect, as long as he does not cause trouble, he will be of great benefit to us." The Grand Elder wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, as long as he acknowledges the sect and becomes its ally, that will greatly aid us." Liang Jiacheng's strength was formidable, and Shanimo found it challenging to push him back despite utilizing his spiritual energy. Yet, Liang Jiacheng's attempts were repeatedly thwarted by Shanimo since neither could gain the upper hand. They both retreated simultaneously, clasping their fists in mutual respect before charging towards each other once more, exchanging blows with great vigor. After their struggles, both had come to understand each other's capabilities, hence neither held back during their combat. The sound of their fists colliding resonated throughout Tiancheng Mountain, captivating many spectators who marveled at the fierce battle unfolding before them. After an exhilarating exchange, the two pulled back. Shanimo felt invigorated, every pore of his being alive with energy. Insights that had previously eluded him from his cultivation of the wondrous scroll now began to crystallize. He clasped his fists once more, stating, "Senior Brother Liang, your prowess is indeed commendable. This battle has been thoroughly exhilarating." Liang Jiacheng also held a deep respect for Shanimo. His strikes were swift as the wind, combining strength and agility. More than once, Liang found himself in peril, yet Shanimo deftly countered each time. However, their previous exchanges had merely been probes. The true battle had yet to commence. Zhang Decheng and his companions were drawn to the commotion, and upon recognizing Shanimo in the arena, they were utterly astonished. Ding Yin remarked, "I never expected him to possess such strength. Thankfully, we acted wisely back then. Otherwise, we cannot fathom what predicament we would be in now." Xian Lin felt grateful towards Shanimo. After consuming that pill, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within himself, realizing that advancing in rank was merely a matter of time. Yet, he harbored concerns for Shanimo, stating, "I only wonder if he can truly defeat Senior Brother Liang. He is a legendary figure within the sect. Even when I first entered, I heard tales of his renown." Zhang Decheng, possessing a kind disposition, hoped for no harm to come to either party. He promptly remarked, "Elder Song has also made an appearance. As Liang's master, he will surely ensure that both take care not to injure one another. It would be best if both emerged unscathed." Xian Lin concurred with Zhang Decheng's sentiments, yet Ding Yin remained unconvinced. He was keenly interested in such battles and mused, if such a thrilling fight were to end abruptly, it would indeed be a loss for us. Whether it be Senior Brother Liang or that young man, I hope they both display their utmost strength. That way, we can truly indulge our eyes. Xian Lin, however, was concerned about the potential for mutual destruction, cautioning, "Ding Brother, if they truly engage in a life-and-death struggle, we cannot imagine how devastating the outcome might be. A draw would be preferable." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and in the next moment, Shanimo and Liang Jiacheng were once again locked in combat. Yet, Just as quickly, they separated once more. Liang Jiecheng seized his long sword from behind and, with a flourish, unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Shenemo, perceiving the threat, swiftly utilized his wind step to evade. Although he found himself in peril several times, he managed to escape each time, as the battle progressed. Both began to truly display their skills. The onlookers among the elders were astonished by Shenmo's remarkable martial arts, erupting into exclamations of surprise. Elder Song exclaimed, Liang Jiecheng's tornado sword is a top-tier martial technique. Driven by powerful spiritual energy, the sword energy is impenetrable. Although Liang has not fully mastered the tornado sword, the power of his released sword energy is indeed formidable. I never anticipated this young man could evade it. It seems his martial arts are also quite impressive. As Shenemo possessed increasingly formidable martial skills, Iwujue and others grew increasingly uneasy. However, their predominant sentiment was one of sorrow. It was simply unacceptable for such an extraordinary individual not to join their sect. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder was keen on accepting Shenemo. He glanced at the worried Iwujue and chuckled, saying, Indeed, Sect Master, your vision is commendable. If we could take him under our wing, it would undoubtedly provide us with immense support. He is such a talented young man. With even a modicum of guidance, he could become an exceptional figure in the future. In him, I clearly see the hope for our sect's ascendance. At this moment, Iwujue couldn't help but feel anxious. After pondering, he remarked, Grand Elder, even if we are willing, I am still concerned about the individuals behind him. However, a person of such caliber is best connected with the sect. I share your thoughts on this matter. Since that is settled, let us arrange for him to meet after the battle concludes. However, in my humble opinion, his strength may well surpass Liang Jiecheng's, and we must assess his true capabilities thoroughly. Elder Song, however, found this hard to believe. He had been closely monitoring recent developments and immediately stated, While I am unsure of this young man's true strength, I have noticed that he is acquainted with one of our disciples. It would be prudent to have that disciple inquire further. Chapter 25. The Four Directions Fist on the Arena. Shenemo and Liang Jiecheng were still engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Desheng had been brought before Iwujue and the elders. Elder Song intended to grill Zhang Desheng and asked pointedly, Zhang Desheng, do you know why you have been summoned here today? Zhang Desheng, filled with trepidation, could only deny knowledge of the situation, shaking his head and responding, Sect Master, esteemed elders, Desheng truly does not comprehend the reason for my summons. I hope the elders can enlighten me. Since joining the sect, I have dedicated myself diligently to my training. Elder Song's expression darkened, and he retorted with displeasure, Humph! You, young man, have been guarding the henhouse while stealing the eggs. Not only that, but you have colluded with outsiders to pilfer the sect's spirit beasts, spirit birds, and spirit herbs. Your actions are utterly reprehensible. Zhang Desheng was taken aback and immediately knelt, remaining silent. At that moment, the Grand Elder interjected, speaking gently, Enough, Elder Song, do not frighten this young lad unnecessarily. Your name is Zhang Desheng, correct? Rise. I merely have a few questions for you. Zhang Desheng finally exhaled in relief, sensing that the crisis had passed. However, he was cautious not to rise too quickly, fearing that any overt change in his demeanor might betray him. The Grand Elder exchanged a glance with Elder Song, who assisted Zhang Desheng to his feet. The Grand Elder then continued, Desheng, I noticed that you seem quite familiar with the young man fighting Liang Jiecheng in the arena. Have you met him before? Relieved that the inquiry was not about the spirit beasts, Zhang Desheng nodded and replied, Sect Master, esteemed elders, I came to know Shenemo purely by chance. I am from Qian City, and once encountered Shenemo there. At that time, he was accompanied by a master, and my father, seeing his master as a person of great renown, treated him to a meal, of which I was also a part. Zhang Desheng's father was a general in Qian City, keen on finding a mentor for his son, but had faced numerous disappointments, resulting in considerable financial loss. When the Yunjian sect came to Qian City to recruit disciples and recognize Zhang Desheng's potential, they brought him to Tianqing Mountain. Despite this, his father continued his search for a suitable mentor for him. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily and suggested, Here is what we shall do. From this moment forth, you need not concern yourself with the mundane affairs of the sect. Focus solely on your training here. By the way, you have been training alongside your senior brothers until now, correct? Henceforth, you shall train under me. Zhang Desheng was taken aback by such fortuitous news and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, Grand Elder, I cannot fathom how such a wonderful opportunity has come my way to train alongside you. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. It is merely due to your diligent practice and your innate talent, the Grand Elder replied, choosing not to divulge that his interest in Zhang Desheng stemmed from Xian Mo's influence. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to provide some guidance, adding, since you are familiar with the individual in the arena, after this battle, do invite him to meet with me. There are matters I wish to discuss with him in person. Zhang Desheng, not being foolish, quickly grasped the Grand Elder's true intentions and responded earnestly, Grand Elder, I understand. Seeing Zhang Desheng as a promising disciple, the Grand Elder nodded in approval and was determined to provide him with further guidance. He then remarked, for the time being, immerse yourself in the experience on the arena. When you begin training under me, be prepared for some rigorous challenges. Do you understand? Yes, Desheng understands. Elder Song still harbored intentions of uncovering any trace of Shun Mo's alleged thievery. After Zhang Desheng departed, he remarked, if we frighten him a bit more, we might be able to catch that elusive thief. However, the Grand Elder had long since lost interest in the missing spirit beasts. Birds and herbs, focusing instead on a more significant plan, he looked at Elder Song and reassured him, Elder Song, there is no need to dwell on trivial matters. The paramount objective now is to bring Shan Mo into the Yunjian sect. By the way, investigate further. If any other disciples are acquainted with Shan Mo, offer them opportunities as well, with the elders personally guiding them. Understood. As Elder Song departed, Iwujue smiled, exposing the Grand Elder's concealed intentions. Grand Elder, you are well aware that Shen Mo is that person, and Zhang Desheng has assisted him. Why, then, this charade? The Grand Elder chuckled nonchalantly and replied, these youngsters will inevitably attempt to use their wits to evade certain truths. It is a natural inclination. Ha ha ha, Sect Master, I would wager you were once like Zhang Desheng, believing that a fabricated tale could shield you from all the... The two shared a laugh. The situation for Shen Mo was far from favorable. Liang Jieching's robust physique was impressive, and his swordsmanship was genuinely formidable. Although his wind-rending sword was merely a mundane technique, it ranked among the finest within that category. The sword energy surged forth, leaving Shen Mo with little opportunity for counteraction. Yet, Shen Mo adeptly evaded the onslaught of sword energy using his void wind steps, preventing it from closing in. However, this technique consumed his spiritual energy, leading to a battle of attrition where the victor would be the one who could endure the longest. Shen Mo, intent on victory, would not simply seek to exhaust Liang Jieching. Seizing an opportunity, he hefted a large stone and hurled it toward Liang Jieching while charging forward, wind-rending sword, mountain-splitting slash. Seeing Shan Mo's action, Liang Jieching leaped high, bringing his sword down in a fierce slice. The solid stone was cleaved in two, and simultaneously, the sword energy forced Shan Mo into a position where he had no choice but to confront it directly. Not good. Witnessing the escalation of their battle, Iwujue sprang to his feet. The wind-rending sword was designed to envelop its surroundings with its sword energy, but it also contained two powerful techniques capable of concentrating all sword energy into a single devastating strike. The mountain-splitting slash was the most potent of these attacks. Although the wind-rending sword was a mundane technique, the mountain-splitting slash possessed the might of a supreme technique. Upon seeing this sword energy, Shen Mo felt a flicker of alarm, yet there was no evading it now. He gathered his spiritual energy into his fist and struck upward against the sword energy. 4 directions fist, heaven-rending strike. Standing upon the arena, with the ground as his foundation, Shen Mo unleashed a colossal fist imprint toward the sword energy. When the two forces collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and the clash of fist and sword emitted a dazzling brilliance. For a moment, the entire arena was enveloped in the thunderous sounds and extraordinary light, as both Shen Mo and Liang Jieching exerted their utmost spiritual energy. Ultimately, however, the sword energy dissipated. Shen Mo's formidable fist technique shattered the mountain-splitting slash's sword energy, and the force of his fist continued unabated toward Liang Jieching. Each strike of the four-square fist is imbued with 9 hidden energies, and this particular upward blow retains its formidable might. Should it land upon Liang Jieching, he would either meet instant death or sustain grave injuries. Shen Mo, taken aback by the astonishing power of this strike, hastily withdrew his spiritual energy. In the same breath, he leaped into the air, seizing Liang Jieching and casting him aside. Just as the fist imprint approached, Shen Mo swung his fist forward, delivering a relentless blow toward the incoming imprint. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the residual force of the upward strike and the unyielding momentum of Shun Mo's fist collided, thus averting the possibility of Liang Jieqing being severely injured. However, Liang Jieqing seized upon a fleeting opportunity, brandishing his longsword and launching an attack toward Shunmo once more. Shunmo, ever mindful of the arena beneath his feet, deftly evaded Liang Jieqing's assault, subsequently employing the ethereal wind step to create distance between them. Liang Jieqing, unwilling to relent, was halted by Elder Song, who admonished him, saying, "Jieqing, the outcome of this battle is already determined. There is no need for further entanglement." Had Shunmo not intervened, the residual force of that fist imprint would have been beyond your capacity to withstand. Moreover, Shunmo's martial prowess allows him to evade your wind-rending sword, leaving you with little room for victory. Though you comprehend? Liang Jieqing, a proud scion of heaven, could hardly accept such an outcome. He responded, "Sect leader, esteemed elders, should I be granted another chance, I am certain my wind-rending sword would render him unable to evade, and victory would ultimately be mine, not his." Sect leader, esteemed elders, this battle has yet to reveal a true victor. I still possess the strength for another engagement. The battle had already progressed sufficiently, and both Wujue and the Grand Elder recognized Shunmo's potential. The Grand Elder rose, his demeanor gentle, and proclaimed, "Enough. This contest is not about life and death. It is merely a means to assess your training outcomes. Victory and defeat are inconsequential. What matters is your awareness of the disparities between you." Despite the Grand Elder's words, Liang Jieqing could not quell his dissatisfaction. He glanced at Shunmo and conceded, "Since the Grand Elder has declared my defeat, then so be it. However, should another opportunity arise, I shall challenge you once more, to prove that my strength is not inferior to yours." Liang Jieqing was not one to harbor grudges, yet his relentless pursuit of victory had led him to this juncture. Shunmo clasped his fists in acknowledgement, responding, "Agreed. Should the future permit, I will certainly seek your guidance again." Thus, Liang Jieqing descended from the arena. At that moment, the Grand Elder swiftly approached Shunmo, revealing his true prowess without restraint. Shunmo was taken aback, feeling immense pressure. Nonetheless, he swiftly distanced himself from the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, noticing Shunmo's reaction, smiled and pursued him. Shunmo evaded, yet the Grand Elder's movements were as elusive as a wraith, ultimately positioning himself where Shunmo was bound to appear. Indeed, when the gap in strength is too vast, martial skills cannot bridge the divide between us. Shunmo's heart raced with trepidation, yet he did not flee further. Instead, he clasped his fists and greeted, "Grand Elder, I am Shunmo, here to pay my respects." The Grand Elder laughed heartily, "Little one, you are quite fleet of foot. However, such agility alone will not suffice to evade my pursuit. Are you now aware of the gap between us?" The Grand Elder of the Yunjian sect possessed formidable strength. Shunmo knew that Wujue, the sect leader, was at the pinnacle of the lower fifth realm, the Jade Balance stage, and the Grand Elder appeared even older, likely possessing even greater power. If Shunmo's suspicions were correct, the Grand Elder might have already surpassed the barriers of the lower fifth realm, possibly reaching the upper fourth realm. Just as Shunmo contemplated this, the Grand Elder chuckled, "Fear not, I have not yet reached the upper fourth realm. Nevertheless, I can certainly impart some wisdom to you. Young one, now that I have appeared in the arena, you must understand my intentions." Shunmo felt a jolt of surprise. Could the Grand Elder read minds? He quickly retreated 3 steps. However, the Grand Elder did not pursue him but instead smiled, whispering in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Little one, your reckless actions will not concern us. What we need is for you to join the Yunjian sect. Should you refuse, we may have to reconsider your past transgressions." Before the Grand Elder, Shunmo dared not harbor any thoughts of defiance, fearing his intentions might be discerned. He clasped his fists and said, "Grand Elder, your strength is commendable. I hold you in high regard. However, I presume your esteemed position would not compel you to act against me? You rascal!" The Grand Elder chuckled in exasperation. "Rest assured, I will not lay a finger on you, but others may be less forgiving. You must have sensed Elder Song's hostility toward you. Furthermore, your companion Zhang Desheng seems to be embroiled in this matter as well, along with perhaps others." Shunmo was taken aback that the Grand Elder would mention Zhang Desheng. Yet he concealed his surprise and replied with a smile, Oh, Grand Elder, who is this Zhang Dishang? I seem not to comprehend your words. Ha ha ha, just a little brat, the Grand Elder chuckled, then added, let us not linger on this stage any further. Follow me, for there are matters we need to discuss. Shin Imo hesitated to refuse, but the Grand Elder, already striding ahead, used his spiritual energy to transmit a message. Shin Imo, we are both aware that this matter cannot be dismissed. However, if you acquiesce to my request, I shall overlook your previous actions. Moreover, during your battle with Liang Jieqing, I issued an order. Anyone acquainted with you has been reassigned to different mentors, allowing them to pursue better training within the sect. Faced with such circumstances, Shin Imo saw no alternative but to follow the Grand Elder. After their departure, the crowd buzzed with speculation about Shun Mo's next steps, all expressing admiration for his clash with Liang Jieqing. The Grand Elder led Shin Imo away from the raucous plaza to the Elder's courtyard. Upon their arrival, Iwujue, the sect leader, also appeared. With fewer people around, the Grand Elder spoke first, saying, Shun Imo, you are a promising talent. Our Yunjian sect needs you to join our ranks, and of course, we suspect you may already have a master. We shall not press you, but we do wish for you to become part of our sect. Shin Imo furrowed his brow slightly, smiling as he replied, Sect leader, Grand Elder, I am perplexed. What benefits would my joining the Yunjian sect bring you? It appears you do not intend to pursue my past theft, which seems advantageous for me but offers little for the Yunjian sect. Though young, Shin Imo understood the principle of value for value. Sect leader, Grand Elder, I am not opposed to contributing to the Yunjian sect, yet I must know what is expected of me in return. Upon hearing Shan Mo's words, Iwujue and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance of surprise before erupting into laughter. As Shan Mo remained puzzled. Iwujue sighed, in that case, we need not hide anything from you. Alas, our Yunjian sect has not produced any exceptionally strong disciples. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament, Shin Mo. You may not know, but while our Yunjian sect is based in Qiun City at Tianqing Mountain, we are merely a branch of the Tianjian sect. The Tianjian sect is located at Tianjian Mountain in the imperial capital of the Wu dynasty. One of the sacred mountains of the Wu dynasty and among its most powerful sections, Iwujue, once trained at Tianjian Mountain. However, we are but a group of underachievers, unable to remain there for long. Thus, we were compelled to leave and forge our own paths. Nevertheless, Tianjian Mountain, seeking to bolster its strength, afforded us a chance to establish our own sword sect, providing some support in return. Yet, this support comes with conditions. Every 5 years, Tianjian Mountain holds trials for these branches. In this trial, should any branch of the sect fail to produce disciples that meet the expectations of the main sect, that branch shall face dissolution. The reputation of Tianjian Mountain, though somewhat faded, is still known. Tianjian sect stands as the supreme sect of the martial dynasty, unmatched in strength. Had it not been for Iwujue's introduction, Shun Imo would have remained unaware of the profound connection between Yunjian sect and Tianjian sect. The Shin family had been embroiled in conflict, leading to their downfall, yet Shun Imo was still in the dark regarding the reasons. He understood that to uncover the truth, he must venture into the imperial capital. However, prior to that, he needed to attain a certain level of strength, for to act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, despite these concerns, Shin Imo found himself quite intrigued by the grand gathering. After some contemplation, he remarked, since all branches of Tianjian sect have participants, it must certainly be a convergence of talents. I do not consider myself such a prodigy. I fear I might hinder the significant affairs of Yunjian sect. Seeing a glimmer of hope in this situation, Iwujue promptly replied, Shin Imo, you are unaware of the current plight of Yunjian sect. I have a beloved son, Tianqing, yet he has recently vanished without a trace. After some investigation, I discovered that he has gone to Tianjian Mountain and has become a disciple there. Had he still been a member of Yunjian sect, he could have fought on our behalf. However, now that he has aligned himself with the upper sect, he can no longer represent us. This predicament leaves us somewhat troubled. As you can see, the grand event hosted by Yunjian sect aims to select remarkable talents. Shin Imo had not anticipated such circumstances, but after a moment's reflection, he furrowed his brow and inquired, if Tianqing were to shine during the trial and become a disciple of Tianjian Mountain, why would he abandon Yunjian sect? Upon hearing this question, Iwujue could only sigh, and at that moment, the Grand Elder spoke up, if I were to keep this matter from you, it would only lead to more questions, and you might not agree to assist us. This stems from a misunderstanding. Yi Tianqing has been raised under our watch, a true genius. Should he step onto this trial stage, he would undoubtedly be the most brilliant. However, 2 years ago, the sect master's wife fell ill, and despite all efforts, the sect master could not save her. Yi Tianqing believed the sect master did not exert himself fully, which resulted in a rift between father and son. Shinamo was taken aback by the revelation that Yi Tianqing had quarreled with Yi Wujue over such a matter. However, he felt it was not his place to intervene. To him, there was no father-son relationship in the world that could not be mended. If time slipped away, many things would become meaningless. As Shinamo pondered this, he noticed the despondent expression on Yi Wujue's face. Despite possessing unimaginable wealth and power, Yi Wujue found himself unable to resolve these familial issues. Recognizing this, Yi Wujue could only grieve in silence, while Shinamo interjected, "Of course, I can assist Yunjian's sect with this matter, but I cannot possibly join Tianjin's sect." Upon hearing Shanmo's words, both the Grand Elder and Yi Wujue were momentarily taken aback. In the martial dynasty, no one could refuse to join Tianjin's sect. Indeed, many would vie to be part of Yunjian's sect. From their perspective, Shinamo would surely feel the same, which is why they had hastily presented the relationship between the two sections. Yet, Shinamo was not only indifferent but seemed to resist the notion altogether. They exchanged glances, and Yi Wujue finally said, "This is quite unexpected." Shinamo shook his head, interrupting Yi Wujue, and smiled. "Perhaps the sect master and Grand Elder are unaware. I am not one who seeks advancement. For others, this might seem an opportunity too good to refuse, but for me, I simply wish to experience the beauty of this vast land. I seek nothing more." Yi Wujue assumed Shinamo had yet to contemplate his decision fully, likening him to the obstinate Yi Tianqing. He was about to offer counsel when the Grand Elder chuckled and remarked, "Ah, sect master, we believed we were the masters of the martial dynasty, yet it seems the true masters are these young people. We must gradually step back and entrust these matters to them. Each has their own ambitions. We can rest easy knowing we leave the world in their hands." After some contemplation, Yi Wujue could only nod in agreement. At that moment, Shinamo interjected, "By the way, Zhang Deshang, Ding Yin, and Xianlin are indeed acquaintances of mine. Since both the sect master and Grand Elder have promised them an opportunity, I trust you will not go back on your word?" Yi Wujue and the Grand Elder exchanged excited glances and hurriedly nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, since we have made a promise, we shall not break it." The Grand Elder, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us arrange for them to join a senior elder. This way, they will receive the best training resources." With that, the arrangement was settled. Shinamo pondered for a moment and said, "During my battle with senior brother Liang, I lacked a quality weapon. If I truly assist you in fulfilling your wishes, I hope Yunjian's sect can provide me with a decent weapon. Most cultivators forge their own weapons, yet Shinamo currently lacked the resources to do so and was not yet powerful enough. Nevertheless, to navigate the martial dynasty, a reliable weapon was essential." Both the Grand Elder and Yi Wujue genuinely appreciated Shinamo. The Grand Elder promptly took the initiative, stating, "Shinamo, if you are willing, you may choose a few items from the armory. After all, you need to enhance your strength for the upcoming trial." Liang Jieqing wields a peak ordinary grade martial technique, the wind-rending sword, and you have experienced it firsthand. If you wish to learn sword techniques, Yunjian's sect possesses an exceptional mid-grade martial technique, the Heavenly Cloud Sword, which can be directly imparted to you. Had it been anyone else, they might have readily accepted the offer. However, Shinamo shook his head, saying, "Such martial techniques, even Liang's senior brother cannot cultivate. I believe I shall pass. I will be training in Yunjian's sect and will lend my support when needed." Rest assured on that front, the two were left speechless. They exchanged looks, and Yi Wujue finally said, "Very well. Since that is the case, we shall not press the matter further. Shinamo, you can rest easy knowing that Zhang Deshang, Ding Yin, and Xianlin are all disciples of Yunjian's sect. They will receive the best masters." Agreed, then it is settled. Shinamo was eager to leave. Rather than engage in further negotiations, he preferred to observe the battles ahead. However, as he prepared to take his leave, Yi Wujue asked, "Shinamo, may I inquire why you agreed to our request?" Most would have imposed numerous conditions. Since childhood, Shin Qinying had taught Shinamo that one could not take all the advantages for oneself. It was essential to leave some room for others. Shinamo clasped his fists and smiled. "This trial opportunity is indeed rare for me. Since Yunjian's sect is willing to provide it, I am already quite satisfied. Moreover, both of you are forthright individuals. If I were to be petty, it would surely reflect poorly on me. In the realm of cultivators, mutual scheming was inevitable. Shanmo's perspective was foreign to the two men, who felt a twinge of embarrassment. They exchanged awkward smiles, and Iwujue nodded, reflecting, perhaps we truly are out of touch with the times. However, Shinamo, I must advise you to always maintain a sense of vigilance. With your disposition, it is easy to fall into disadvantage. How could Shinamo lack vigilance? Otherwise, he would not have leapt away when the Grand Elder appeared on the arena. He chuckled and replied, Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master. I shall keep it in mind. Seeing that there were no further matters to discuss, Shinamo clasped his fists and said, Sect Master Grand Elder, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Shinamo had indeed surprised them, and they nodded eagerly. However, after taking 3 steps, the Grand Elder spoke up, By the way, Shinamo, if you truly have an affinity for spirit beasts, spirit birds, and spirit herbs, please refrain from resorting to theft in the future. Your actions have caused Elder Song considerable distress. The purpose of this martial event is also to flesh you out. Shinamo, in the future, just inform me, and I will ensure you are well provided for. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Shinamo could not help but reflect upon his own foolish actions. He promptly turned around, clasped his fists in salute, and said, It is indeed my folly. Yet both the Grand Elder and the Sect Master need not worry. I shall not act so rashly in the future. He continued, Sect Master, Grand Elder, I still wish to observe the battle by the arena. Unless you have other matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Iwujue wished to say more, but the Grand Elder quickly nodded and replied, Very well, you may depart. If you wish to test your skills in the arena, feel free to do so. Shinamo then turned to leave, while Iwujue, filled with curiosity, inquired, Grand Elder, you are well aware that I have matters to discuss. So why? The Grand Elder, understanding Iwujue's intentions, chuckled and replied, Sect Master, since Shinamo has the desire to test himself in the arena, let him do so. He is no ordinary individual. He perceives far more than we do, and his calmness and composure are not traits one would expect at his age. To others, the Heavenly Sword Sect is an indispensable path, yet for Shinamo, it seems to evoke a sense of hostility. Iwujue's concern lay precisely in this regard. After all the effort put into nurturing a promising talent, it would be disheartening if he were to stray from his path. With a sigh, he expressed, This is precisely what troubles me the most. If he were to wander down a misguided path, wasting such talent, it would be truly lamentable. At this moment, the Grand Elder laughed heartily and proceeded to unveil Iwujue's underlying thoughts, saying, Sect Master, you know that Tianqing has chosen the right path, thus even when he forsakes the sect, you did not genuinely hinder him. Shinamo is also an exceptional talent, yet he has chosen what seems to you an arduous road. This must evoke some reflection in you. Iwujue was taken aback for a moment, then he shook his head with a wry smile, stating, Grand Elder, it is not as you suggest. Even if Tianqing achieves great heights, I would not rejoice in his forsaking the sect. In my view, the Yunjian sect should surpass the Heavenly Sword sect. Establishing the Yunjian sect was no easy feat. It has consumed the entirety of my life's work. However, the Yunjian sect is not solely Tianqing's endeavor, and I can understand his perspective. Nonetheless, no matter the circumstances, he must never consider himself a disciple of the Yunjian sect. If he wishes to be a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, then he shall join them as such. The Grand Elder was utterly astonished by Iwujue's resolute determination. After a brief pause, he clasped his fists and said, Sect Master, I must admit I have misjudged you. I have underestimated your intentions, and I hope for your understanding. Very well, Grand Elder. Let us seek out some new talents, Iwujue concluded. Chapter 28. The departure of Qi Jihai Shinamo was eager to step onto the arena of the Yaoguang realm. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so. After his intense battle with Liang Jiecheng, he had exhausted much of his spiritual energy. To venture onto the arena now would be tantamount to courting death. As Shinamo prepared to leave Tianqing Mountain, Zhang Desheng and his companions approached with great enthusiasm. Shinamo chuckled heartily and greeted them, saying, You three surely have some good news to share. Yes? I have already met with your sect master and the Grand Elder. They mentioned they would find suitable masters for you. Surely, your positions within the sect will soar, leading to brighter prospects. Zhang Desheng, having witnessed Shan Mo's battle against Liang Jiecheng, eagerly praised Shan Mo's prowess. Meanwhile, Ding-en and Xianlin expressed their gratitude. The three engaged in animated chatter for a while until Shan Mo interjected. All right, this is a matter of fate. You must devote yourselves to your training and not squander such a golden opportunity. The three quickly clasped their fists in respect, and Zhang Desheng exclaimed, Then let us acknowledge you as our leader. Without your help, we would never have received such benefits. From now on, in the Yunjian sect, we shall recognize you as our superior. Whatever you need, we shall be at your service. Shan Mo was taken aback, unsure how to respond to such an unexpected situation. Zhang Desheng, sensing the moment, explained, It's just that we wish to assist you. There are no ulterior motives. By becoming our leader, you will not suffer any burdens. Shan Mo could only smile wryly at the earnestness in their eyes. Ultimately, he relented, and the three rejoiced, circling around him excitedly. At that moment, Qi Jihai's voice reached Shan Mo's ears, and upon hearing Qi Jihai's words, Shan Mo was momentarily stunned. Shan Mo, I have some matters to attend to. After you join the Yunjian sect, focus on your training. The trial of the Heavenly Sword sect will take place in a year. Once your name is known, we can meet again. Your words have been of great assistance to me, and I have no regrets in taking you as my disciple. However, to truly be my disciple, you must possess sufficient strength to go prove yourself in the Heavenly Sword sect's trial and showcase your utmost capabilities. This trial will gather the finest talents from all branches of the Heavenly Sword sect. My expectations for you are modest, merely place in the top 10. Though Shan Mo had only been under Qi Jihai's tutelage for a few months, he had absorbed much knowledge, including teachings that Wu Lingxian had not imparted. Most importantly, Qi Jihai's unique insights had greatly aided Shan Mo, undoubtedly becoming a significant asset on his future path of cultivation. Shan Mo felt a tinge of sadness at Qi Jihai's departure. Yet now that he had struck a deal with Yi Wujue, he was prepared to cultivate within the Yunjian sect. The path of cultivation is often fraught with solitude, yet as he looked at the companions surrounding him, he felt a sense of belonging. Instead of returning to the valley, Shan Mo made his way to the elder's courtyard and found the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Shan Mo's intentions, the Grand Elder promptly led him to the back mountain of the Yunjian sect, where two 7-story towers stood. The Grand Elder introduced, This is the treasure trove of our sect's scriptures and weapons. As you can see, disciples are permitted entry only once every 6 months, but you may train here at your leisure. I also practice here. You shall follow me for the time being. You may peruse the martial arts and techniques within the scripture tower at any time, and should you wish to seek out any weapons, you are free to explore that tower as well. Shan Mo's knowledge of the Yunjian sect was limited to trivial matters. Thus, he sought to learn more. He inquired, Grand Elder, I have heard that Sect Master Yi's strength has already reached the upper 4th realm. Is it true that the Heavenly Sword sect possesses such power, that even one as strong as Sect Master Yi finds no favor there? The Grand Elder understood that Shan Mo was probing. Yet he did not mind elucidating further. He replied, There are currently no practitioners within the Yunjian sect who have reached the upper 4th realm. Both the Sect Master and I are merely practitioners of the Jade Balance realm. I began my cultivation slightly earlier than the Sect Master, and my realm is marginally higher, yet I have yet to breach the barrier of the Jade Balance realm. It seems our talents may simply be lacking. If Sect Master Yi had remained in Tianjin Mountain, he would have likely ascended to the upper 4th realm long ago. However, he forsook the Heavenly Sword sect to establish the Yunjian sect, and thus his efforts over the years have led to stagnation in his cultivation. Shan Mo, you are aware of Tianxing's departure from the Yunjian sect in anger. Tianxing is a talented individual, and his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours. His departure was a significant blow to us. However, we believe he has chosen the right path, and we have no reservations about that. The Yunjian sect is indeed a formidable force in Qiun City and within a 100-mile radius. Yet in the face of those greater sects, our influence is but trivial. A sect's presence is vital to a city. The existence of the Yunjian sect undoubtedly elevates Qiun City's status. Shan Mo contemplated this and remarked, Grand Elder, there is no need for you to belittle yourselves. How many can truly reach the pinnacle of the lower 5th realm? The establishment of the Yunjian sect here is the result of the hard work of Sect Master Yi and the elders. I believe that in the future, the Yunjian sect will undoubtedly soar to greater heights. The members of the Cloud Sword sect harbored such expectations, yet only a few high-ranking officials comprehended the immense effort required to maintain such a standing. The elder let out a wry smile and then remarked, Shan Mo, there are many matters you are not fully aware of. which has led you to draw some erroneous conclusions. You are unaware that the Heavenly Sword sect imposes exceedingly stringent conditions on branches like ours. If they do not witness something truly dazzling, they will remove these branches from their ranks. Point one method is to obliterate the sect entirely, while another is to expel them but allow the main sect to survive. In the early days of the Cloud Sword sect's establishment, we indeed received considerable support from the Heavenly Sword sect, but at this juncture, we are more inclined to distance ourselves from them. The support we have rendered far outweighs what we have received from the Heavenly Sword sect. Shinamo, unfamiliar with the intricacies of these sects, listened intently as the elder expressed his thoughts candidly. However, he soon realized he had spoken out of turn and continued, Shinamo, if you can emerge victorious in this trial, there exists the opportunity for the Cloud Sword sect to sever ties with the Heavenly Sword sect. If that were to occur, our efforts would not have been in vain. Shinamo nodded, curious about the rank he needed to achieve to reach this milestone, and inquired, Elder, may I ask what level I must attain to accomplish this? The elder regarded Shinamo thoughtfully before extending a finger. Shinamo furrowed his brow and asked, Elder, must I achieve first place for the Cloud Sword sect to break free from the Heavenly Sword sect? The elder chuckled softly, shaking his head, not at all. Merely placing within the top 100 is sufficient. The Heavenly Sword sect will hold a grand event with thousands of branches participating, drawing over 1 million contestants. Standing out among such a multitude is no small feat, and securing a position within the top 100 is already quite an achievement. Shinamo was astonished to learn that the Heavenly Sword sect had so many branches and immediately inquired, Elder, does the Heavenly Sword sect truly possess thousands of branches? Does that mean it is the most powerful sect within the martial dynasty? The elder could only speculate on the sheer magnitude of the Heavenly Sword sect. Sighing, indeed, the Heavenly Sword sect is undoubtedly one of the most formidable sects in the martial dynasty. The Heavenly Sword Mountain serves as the sacred mountain of the martial dynasty, wielding significant influence over many of its major affairs. You should know that the martial dynasty was founded by the martial ancestor, Wu Chong, while the founder of the Heavenly Sword Mountain is the formidable Jiang Wuyun. During the establishment of the martial dynasty, the martial ancestor ascended to the throne, yet Jiang Wuyun claimed a portion of its power, rendering him immensely powerful. Shinamo had not intended to become embroiled in the affairs of the martial dynasty so soon. Yet within its confines, it was nearly impossible to remain uninvolved. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, Elder, rest assured, as I have promised both sect leader E and you, I will certainly strive for the Cloud Sword sect. However, while I am cultivating within the Cloud Sword sect, I hope you will offer me guidance along the way. Fear not. Residing in the library tower, I shall be able to provide you with insights at any time. The elder assured him. Chapter 29. The guardian of the tower. The library tower exuded an ancient charm. Upon arriving, Shinamo was astonished to discover it was not carved from stone, but rather, 2 guards sat motionless on stone pedestals, resembling statues. Yet, when the elder approached, one of them spoke without moving his lips, Elder, it appears you have found a promising candidate, bringing him to the library tower personally. The elder bowed respectfully to the one on the right and said, Elder Su, this young lad may very well be the catalyst for the resurgence of the Cloud Sword sect, hence my decision to bring him here. I hope you and Elder Qian will afford him some conveniences in the future. Upon hearing the elder's words, Elder Su opened his eyes, and Shinamo felt as though he was ensnared in place. The next moment, Elder Su nodded and remarked, Indeed, at such a young age, he has already reached the enlightenment realm, surpassing many within the Cloud Sword sect. However, this lad has yet to practice any of our sect's techniques. Is that permissible? As Elder Su spoke, Elder Qian also opened his eyes, casting a glance at Shinamo before saying, Elder Su, this young fellow is quite intriguing. He must have been meticulously chosen by Yi Wujue and Yu Donghua. He indeed shows promise. Given time, he may become someone we all look up to. Elder Su surveyed Shinamo and nodded in approval, but then added, This lad is indeed remarkable, but I wonder if he is too burdened by his thoughts. If he cannot learn to let go like other children, he may find himself trapped in his own world and ultimately hinder his progress. Ha ha ha, Elder Su, you do enjoy making wild conjectures, in my view. This young lad is just like any other child, full of vitality. Elder Qian interjected kindly, Young one, as you practice within the library tower, you must make good use of its resources. Otherwise, your time here would be wasted. Shinamo felt no particular affinity for Elder Qian, perceiving him as a benevolent grandfather figure, while Elder Su instilled a sense of discomfort. However, Shin Imo concealed his feelings, merely presenting himself as an ordinary disciple of the sect. Elder Su cast a sidelong glance at Elder Qian and then remarked indifferently, "Since he is such an extraordinary young man, let us see how he performs in the upcoming Heavenly Sword Sect trial. If he manages to gain entry into the Heavenly Sword Sect, he will undoubtedly soar to great heights." Elder Yu Donghua held both Elders Su and Qian in high regard, recognizing their formidable prowess. Shin Imo surmised that Elder Su was likely an envoy of the Heavenly Sword Sect, hence his lofty demeanor, while Elder Qian appeared to be a member of the Cloud Sword Sect. Genuinely pleased with the situation in the presence of Elder Yu Donghua, Shin Imo felt free to express his thoughts. Yet before Elder Su, he had to mask his true intentions. He quickly bowed and said, "If such an opportunity arises, why would I not seize it? However, being able to cultivate within the Cloud Sword Sect is already a tremendous blessing for me. As for the Heavenly Sword Sect, I fear I cannot be so greedy. Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it," Elder Su finally chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. Though entering the Heavenly Sword Sect is no easy feat, as a cultivator, one should indeed harbor such aspirations. "Very well, Elder and Young One. You may settle into the library tower." The library tower was vast. Once inside, Elder Yu Donghua asked, "Shin Imo, why were you acting like that in front of Elder Su?" Since the elder had opened the floor for discussion, Shin Imo felt free to respond candidly, smiling as he said, "Elder, if I am not mistaken, Elder Su must surely be someone sent by the Heavenly Sword Sect, correct? Both sect leader and you possess the strength to establish your own sect. Yet martial techniques cannot be easily disseminated. The Heavenly Sword Sect's ability to control so many branches likely stems from this very point." Although he was reluctant to admit it, the elder had no choice but to nod, saying, "Shin Imo, you see things clearly. It is precisely because of this that we, as branch sects, must endure so much. Alas, this is the price of being supported by others. However, as long as we can emerge unscathed, the Cloud Sword Sect will be able to legitimately impart these martial techniques." Shin Imo now understood why Wu Jue and Yu Donghua were so eager to win him over. Nonetheless, such collaboration was merely a mutual benefit. As he surveyed his surroundings, he remarked, "Elder, this floor seems rather ordinary, does it not? A cursory glance reveals primarily introductory techniques, many of which are likely for use before entering the realm. Ha ha ha. You likely have never encountered such a vast assembly before. You may have practiced some powerful techniques, but you should have had little exposure to these foundational elements. The reason for your stay in the library tower is precisely for this purpose. You must supplement your knowledge with these fundamental teachings. While they may not directly serve your current realm, they will undoubtedly prove invaluable to your future cultivation." The Grand Elder offered a few words of guidance to Shin Imo before proceeding to provide an introduction. Indeed, the first 3 floors are filled with rudimentary materials, albeit interspersed with some hidden treasures. It is not uncommon for disciples to discover exceptional martial arts techniques among the offerings of these lower levels. In the path of cultivation, one cannot be overly greedy. Qi Jihai had advised Shin Imo while imparting the wondrous scroll of creation that until Shin Imo transcends to the upper 4 realms, he must not indulge in excess. It is sufficient to master a few formidable martial arts and diligently cultivate them. Qi Jihai taught Shin Imo the Wind Shadow Step, encouraging him to thoroughly practice with the wind attributes spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Shin Imo also learned the 4 Directions Fist, which can be executed using any attribute of spiritual energy. In addition, Qi Jihai presented Shin Imo with the Wind Thunder Halberd. However, as Shin Imo currently lacks a suitable weapon, he has yet to engage in its training. Shin Imo had not anticipated finding even 1 or 2 commendable martial arts techniques amidst such an extensive collection. After some contemplation, he remarked, "I do not believe I possess such extraordinary fortune to uncover a suitable technique among these countless scrolls. Grand Elder, my training within the Cloud Sword Sect merely requires formidable opponents from time to time. Battling on the arena is sufficient for my growth." Observing Shan Mo's demeanor, the Grand Elder could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying, "Very well, but upon reaching the 4th and 5th floors, you will encounter only mundane martial arts techniques, though there may occasionally be exceptional ones. Shin Imo, I trust you would find some interest in those. Wouldn't you?" Shin Imo merely smiled in response, "Grand Elder, it seems that the allure of the first 3 floors pales in comparison. He was intent solely on honing his skills within the Cloud Sword sect and not on extracting anything from it. While others would have been elated at such prospects, Shin Imo remained unaffected. The Grand Elder, realizing this, sighed in resignation. It appears that the vast library tower holds little appeal for you. However, the 6th floor should captivate you. It boasts numerous exceptional martial arts techniques and even contains some alchemical formulas. Shinamo, I have heard you crafted a pill for that Xianlin. Surely, you possess a certain talent. Indeed, you could become an extraordinary alchemist, but you must consider carefully. Being an alchemist is no trivial pursuit. Shinamo, somewhat perplexed, contemplated the Grand Elder's concerns and deduced that he feared Shinamo might attempt to juggle two ambitions yet achieve neither. He reassured, Grand Elder, rest assured. I am quite aware of my desires and know precisely how to pursue them. I believe the 7th floor contains unique martial arts techniques, does it not? The Cloud Sword sect is indeed formidable, possessing an entire floor filled with rare martial arts. The Grand Elder discerned the sarcasm in Shan Mo's words and could not help but pat him on the head, exclaiming, You rascal! If our Cloud Sword sect had such treasures, would we lack even a single practitioner in the upper 4 realms? Shinamo was taken aback and quickly inquired, Grand Elder, does that mean even Elder Su and Elder Qian do not possess such strength? The Grand Elder shook his head, reflecting, Elder Qian and Elder Su have been diligently cultivating outside the library tower, striving to break through the confines of the Jade Balance realm and ascend directly to the Celestial Sphere realm. Yet, they have sat in stillness for over a decade without achieving their breakthrough. Nevertheless, both are peak practitioners of the Jade Balance realm, and their strength is indeed formidable. Shinamo had initially assumed that reaching the upper 4 realms from the peak of the lower 5 realms would be a mere formality. It seemed he had underestimated the challenge, he mused. I never imagined that even such powerful individuals would, ha ha ha. Shinamo, there is no need for such lamentation. The library tower contains numerous places for rest. You may remain here, the Grand Elder reassured him. Chapter 30. Transmitting a spiritual technique, Shinamo began to explore the library tower, which was filled with a plethora of scrolls. He casually perused the first 3 floors, discovering they were primarily composed of introductory materials. Despite his thorough search, he found nothing of the hidden martial techniques the Grand Elder mentioned and thus ceased his quest. Relying on sheer luck to uncover treasures seemed utterly futile. As for the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, he merely glanced at them without delving deeply, for he was eager to access the 7th floor for a closer examination. However, upon attempting to ascend from the 6th to the 7th floor, he was met with an overwhelming pressure. Even after several attempts, he could only ascend a mere 20 steps, and each effort required the exertion of his spiritual energy. At last, Shinamo understood why the Cloud Sword sect felt secure allowing him to reside in the library tower. He muttered to himself, It seems that reaching the 7th floor is no easy feat. That Grand Elder, selflessly entrusting me with the library tower, failed to inform me of the formidable challenge posed by the ascent to the 7th floor. Realizing he could not proceed to the 7th floor, Shin Imo decided to remain on the highest step he could manage. Despite the immense pressure, he began to cultivate the Wondrous Scroll of Creation. The Wondrous Scroll, while a martial technique, was not a conventional one. It articulated the truths of cultivation and did not confine practitioners to a specific attribute of spiritual energy, instead encouraging them to enhance all attributes within their body. According to the scroll, practicing it would help rectify any deficiencies in the practitioner's inner attributes. As Shinamo sat on the 8th step, engaging with the scroll, he was astonished to find that not only was the pressure immense, but the spiritual energy available for absorption was woefully scarce. After nearly an hour of practice, he contemplated giving up. However, he was taken aback to discover that his internal spiritual energy had indeed solidified significantly. Shinamo had never anticipated such an outcome. After careful reflection, he realized that although the speed of absorption had diminished, he could refine the spiritual energy he absorbed multiple times, thereby naturally increasing its density. To advance further along the path of cultivation, one must undergo refining, which encompasses the body, the spiritual energy within, and the soul. Only through comprehensive enhancement could Shin Imo hope to progress further. In his recent duel with Liang Jieqing, Shin Imo emerged victorious using the Four Directions fist, yet he had not truly engaged in a direct confrontation. More often than not, he utilized his Wind Shadow Step to evade Liang Jieqing's Wind Tier Sword Qi. While Liang Jieqing excelled in the Wind Tier Sword, he had also not neglected his physical training. However, Shinemo set higher standards for himself. He aimed not only to refine his body and spiritual energy, but also to elevate his soul's power. Clearly, this was an opportune moment for Shinemo to seize. Given the considerable pressure in this location and the potential for improvement it offered, Shinemo could not let such an opportunity slip away. Resolute, he stood against the immense weight, ignoring the pain coursing through his body, and pressed forward to the next higher step. Upon stepping up, Shinemo felt as though every bone in his body threatened to snap under the strain. He quickly activated his cultivation technique to catch his breath, slowly settling into a seated position to commence his practice of the wondrous scroll. With a deep breath, Shinmo's face turned crimson, yet he finally managed to exhale a labored breath. After a moment of relief, he murmured, "It seems my suspicions were correct. The ascent only grows more arduous, however, if I can acclimatize to this environment. I shall gradually ascend further. The library tower may not be anything remarkable to me, but these steps serve as an exceptional training ground." Even as breathing became excruciating, Shinemo gradually adapted to the immense pressure. He remained seated on the steps, engaging in cultivation throughout the night. As day transitioned to night and then gradually dawned, Shinemo slowly opened his eyes. After a night of training, he no longer felt the overwhelming pain. However, when he finally stood, he still sensed discomfort as the immense pressure lingered. Frowning, he murmured, "Perhaps this step will confine me for a while longer, but it won't be for too long. I shall inevitably reach the end of these steps and push open that door." With determination, Shinemo lifted his leg and stepped onto the next step. As his foot landed, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the immense pressure that had previously weighed down upon him had vanished entirely. Though submerged, one suddenly comprehends the underlying reasons, much like an individual burdened by a heavy load. Once a portion of that weight is alleviated, the bearer experiences an immediate sense of ease. In this manner, Shinemo turned back to contemplate the higher realm of cultivation he had achieved the previous night. Perhaps he ought to make an attempt to ascend to heights he had never before reached. Such an endeavor might accelerate his cultivation progress. With this thought in mind, Shinemo resolved to make another attempt. However, at that moment, he heard footsteps ascending the stairs. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he discovered the visitor was none other than Xia Anlin. Xia Anlin hurried over. Bearing provisions for Shinemo, he intended to deliver the food directly, but as he was about to step onto the first stair, an overwhelming pressure instantly forced him back. Shinemo swiftly moved to support Xia Anlin, cautioning, "This place is rather peculiar. You must not recklessly venture forth." Xia Anlin, somewhat bewildered, replied with childlike innocence, "Boss, Elder Qi Tianlin has taken a liking to me and invited me to cultivate alongside him. He mentioned that since no one has brought you food in the library tower, he asked me to deliver some for you. Please, eat up." After a night of cultivation, Shinemo was indeed weary. Furthermore, it seemed the elder was aware of Shinmo's theft of spirit birds and beasts, as the provisions he prepared appeared sufficient for 4 or 5 individuals. Shinemo immediately began to indulge, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Xia Anlin attempted several times to ascend the first stair, and to his surprise, he managed to stand upon it, albeit with his face flushed from the immense pressure. Xia Anlin wished to try for the next stair, but Shinemo interjected, "Enough, do not continue attempting. You have just crossed into a new realm. The priority now is to find a suitable martial manual to stabilize your standing in the hidden origin realm, allowing you to progress further in the future." Xia Anlin carefully descended and remarked, "Indeed, boss, your perspective aligns with Elder Tu's. However, he informed me that this is not the day for the library tower to open. As I have just crossed into a new realm, Elder Tu cannot grant me any special privileges. I must wait." Elder Tu truly is a cunning old fox. Shinemo silently scorned him, then said, "It appears Elder Tu intends to place this matter in my hands. Xia Anlin, what is your elemental affinity?" Xia Anlin, with his innocent mind, was perplexed and promptly asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" "Ah, right, I am of the wind attribute. Elder Tu told me that this affinity is quite suitable for cultivating the wind-rending sword. Wind is inherently a powerful offensive attribute, making it the most appropriate for combat. After mastering the wind-rending sword, one can transform sword energy into even more intangible wind blades, greatly enhancing their power and rendering their attacks even more elusive." While Elder Tu wished to find a wind-rending sword for Xia Anlin, was there not an even more formidable sword, the Celestial Cloud Sword? within the Yunjian sect? Why, then, did Elder Tu not mention it in Xianlin's presence? Shinamo pondered and said, the wind-rending sword is indeed a pinnacle technique of mundane quality, well suited for your initial cultivation. However, for a practitioner, it is crucial to first identify a martial manual to cultivate. There is no rush regarding martial techniques. Surely, Elder Tu has found a suitable manual for you? Xianlin, still somewhat oblivious, shook his head and replied, Elder Tu has yet to mention this. He said that the distance one travels on the path of cultivation depends on opportunities. For me, the most important thing now is to solidify my realm and establish a firm foundation in the hidden origin realm. As for the martial manual, I shall await the day the library tower opens, and then I will rely on my own fortune to discover what I can. Shinamo nearly cursed Qi Tianlin. The path of cultivation indeed requires opportunities. However, with a robust martial manual, one's future achievements would naturally be significant. Perhaps Qi Tianlin had his own reasons for this. After some contemplation, Shinamo declared, Elder Tu has spoken wisely. How about this? I possess a manual, the One Spirit Manual, which I previously cultivated. I will now impart it to you. How far you can go depends on your talent and diligence. Xianlin was immensely grateful to Shinamo, but he immediately asked, Boss, since this One Spirit Manual is passed down from you, what should I say if I encounter Senior Brother Zhang or Senior Brother Ding? How should I respond if they inquire? Xianlin, being a person of simple thoughts, was unaware of the potential pitfalls. However, Shinamo did not view this as a bad thing. Rather, it was something he wished to protect, a simplicity that perhaps many others sought to safeguard as well. Shinamo chuckled and replied, Do as you wish. If you wish to share it with them for their cultivation, then do so. It is not a bad deed, and whatever you choose to do is entirely your decision. Xianlin was overjoyed and promptly tucked the manual away, then said, Boss, Elder Tu asked if you intend to battle on the arena once more. He mentioned that with your strength, you might be able to compete on the Yaoguang Realms arena. The members of the Elder's Court were indeed being overly cautious, but perhaps they needed to test Shan Mo's capabilities. Shinamo nodded, affirming, Rest assured, I will certainly take to that arena, regardless of the outcome. I wish to showcase my strength. Anlin, you should return and inform Elder Tu that I will indeed be attending the arena. All right, boss, I understand. After Shinamo had finished eating, Xianlin continued, By the way, boss, I noticed that both Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Brother Ding are set to compete on the arena. I wonder if, having just entered this realm, I should also consider participating? They seem quite formidable, and I fear I might embarrass myself with my limited abilities. Xianlin was seeking Shan Mo's counsel, and this was not an order from Elder Tu. Shinamo observed Xianlin, noting that his character seemed out of place in such a harsh reality. Yet, it was also a rarity. Nevertheless, the path of cultivation necessitated overcoming opponents. Shinamo contemplated and patted Xianlin's shoulder, saying, Let this matter be guided by your own heart. If you wish to ascend the arena, then by all means do so. If you find the arena too brutal, it is perfectly fine to abstain. Cultivation is not merely about striving for victory, but rather pursuing a higher realm and broader perspective. Once one attains the Yuhang realm, they can tread upon the void, enabling them to gaze down upon the mountains and rivers. What a magnificent sight that would be! Striving for supremacy often resembles a multitude of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. It may appear grandiose, yet only those within truly comprehend its perils. Anlin, you have yet to cultivate any martial technique. If you truly ascend the arena, you will only be able to exhibit some rudimentary skills, which may be insufficient in the hidden origin realm. Xianlin had not intended to enter the arena, and upon hearing Shan Mo's words, he was filled with joy, though the excitement quickly faded into unease as he said, But, boss, so many people are heading to the arena. Even if everyone chooses the same path, it does not mean everyone is correct. We must walk the path we choose, not merely opt for the easier one. Shinamo advised Xianlin, yet he was also aware that he was, in essence, advising himself. When Shan Mo's family was slaughtered on the execution grounds, he had silently chosen a path that appeared fraught with thorns. Yet, he could not shy away from it. How he wished to be like Xianlin. How he longed for a good elder brother. But Shinamo had no choice. He had to position himself as that elder brother. Meanwhile, Xianlin represented the innocent and naive Shinamo, a version of himself he had cast aside the moment he contemplated revenge. Xianlin was naturally elated and exclaimed, Great, boss, I understand now. Speaking with you today has been immensely rewarding for me. With your assistance, I am sure my cultivation journey will proceed more smoothly. Xie Anlin expressed his gratitude. Shinamo sensed the arrival of the Grand Elder. It seemed the Grand Elder had come in person. Shinamo stated, "All right, Anlin, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I have some other matters to attend to, and your presence here might complicate things." "Yes, boss, I will leave now." Once Yanlin departed, Shinamo surveyed his surroundings and, confirming the absence of others, spoke, "Grand Elder, since you have arrived, there is no need for you to hide any longer. At present, there are no other individuals present, so the Grand Elder might as well reveal himself." Before Shinamo could finish his words, the Grand Elder appeared with a smile. The Grand Elder moved with astonishing speed. At first, Shinamo merely heard laughter, and in the blink of an eye, the Grand Elder stood before him. Observing Shinamo with a hint of surprise, the Grand Elder remarked, "Oh, young one, I never anticipated your strength would increase so rapidly in just one night. You have already reached such a level?" As the Grand Elder of the Yunjian sect, he was undoubtedly aware of the formidable pressure between the 6th and 7th levels. Shinamo, somewhat irked, retorted, "This is simply because your Yunjian sect is excessively stingy. I, Shinamo, merely wish to ascend to the 7th level in search of martial techniques suited to me. However, there exists a powerful restriction between the 6th and 7th levels." Shinamo could not bear to watch the treasure vault before him without taking action. So he sought to make an attempt. Alas, he could only reach the 10th step for the time being. "What?" The Grand Elder could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He continued, "Such a barrier is meant to temper the disciples of the Yunjian sect. Since the establishment of the library tower, it has been in place. Above the 7th level lie exceptional and unique martial techniques, undoubtedly enticing many disciples to attempt the challenge. Yet, how could it be an easy endeavor? Some disciples, however, have been rather impatient, coming and going without taking the time to properly ascend the steps for cultivation, thus missing an excellent opportunity for advancement. The Yunjian sect seems to relish such petty tricks, perhaps akin to those of the Tianjian sect." Shinamo chuckled and said, "Grand Elder, is this what they call an opportunity on the path of cultivation? It hardly qualifies as an opportunity. It is merely a trivial scheme, and not particularly clever either." The Grand Elder smiled wryly and replied, "Shinamo, you must not speak in such a manner. Presently, you are one of the disciples of the Yunjian sect, and the state of the sect is closely tied to you." Shinamo, however, was not easily swayed. He waved his hand and stated, "Grand Elder, hold on. I am not a disciple of the Yunjian sect. We agreed to merely utilize one another. Yes, indeed, our relationship is merely one of trade." "Oh, Shinamo, why must you phrase it so harshly? What trade?" The Grand Elder quickly interrupted Shinamo, then added, "Very well, Shinamo. I have come to discuss a few matters with you. You are currently a disciple of the Yunjian sect. Do not develop a sense of separation." With no means to counter the Grand Elder, Shinamo could only nod in agreement and said, "All right, Grand Elder, feel free to speak your mind. I am not one to beat around the bush. Furthermore, if we were to hold back part of our conversation, the path ahead would surely be fraught with difficulty." "Ha ha ha, well said." The Grand Elder chuckled, appreciating Shinmo's straightforward nature. "Shinamo, there are still a few days left for the trials within the sect, including the arena competition at the Mountain Gate Square. If you're interested, you may wish to go and observe." The Grand Elder clearly hoped to see Shinamo showcase his abilities, for it would allow him to gauge Shinmo's strength. Shinamo smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, I am indeed preparing to head to the arena. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to witness the prowess of the experts within the Yaoguang realm." Shinamo, perhaps a bit presumptuous, genuinely desired to test the capabilities of the masters in the Yaoguang realm. With Shinmo's agreement, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon his surprise turned to delight as he said, "Excellent. Since you have agreed, that settles it. Now, let us proceed together." However, Shinamo understood that the Grand Elder's visit was not solely for this matter. He smiled and said, "Grand Elder, you did not come merely for this? So please, do not hesitate to speak your mind." The Grand Elder, enjoying the conversation with someone like Shinamo, inquired, "Shinamo, why do you hold such a perspective?" "Grand Elder, while I may not know much, I do have some insight regarding you. I believe you are here for my future cultivation, are you not? Since the sect wishes for me to take action, they cannot simply allow me to remain a mere Dongming realm practitioner. Can they? Ha ha ha, you are truly too clever for your own good." The Grand Elder laughed and continued, "Indeed, I have come to discuss your future cultivation." Shinamo, if you wish to enhance yourself, engaging in battle is the best choice. I have already decided that once this arena competition concludes, both I and Sect Master E will accompany you outside to aid in your cultivation. Chapter 32. The halberd Cold Moon Shan Mo's arrival at the Yunjian sect was merely a frivolous endeavor. Yet he did not anticipate the sect's sincerity. The path of cultivation may indeed be fraught with deception, yet there are many who are genuinely sincere. After some contemplation, Shin Mo remarked, Grand Elder, I must express my gratitude in advance. Rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the task entrusted to me by the Yunjian sect. Moreover, I see that the second elder has sent Xie Anlin to deliver meals to me. In the future, it would be prudent to have Zhang Dishang and Ding Yin take turns as well. Since I am cultivating within the Yunjian sect, I should also contribute in whatever capacity I can. The decision to have Xie Anlin deliver meals to Shinamo was merely a test from the Elders' Hall, and the Grand Elder did not expect Shinamo to accept it so readily. He chuckled and said, Very well, since you have said so, I am relieved. Shinamo, whenever you choose to step onto the arena, I shall be there to observe. Regardless of how many days the Yunjian sect would continue to host the arena battles. Shinamo was eager to ascend the stage as soon as possible. He contemplated and said, Grand Elder, I believe there is no time like the present. I shall head to the arena now to test my limits. The Grand Elder was quite pleased, recognizing the rarity of Shun Mo's determination. The two walked side by side toward the arena, and Shinamo, after some thought, inquired, Grand Elder, may I ask if there are any great halberds within the Yunjian sect? Although the Yunjian sect was founded on the sword, Shinamo had no intention of practicing sword techniques. Rather, he wished to pursue the art of the halberd. The martial arts techniques Shinamo practiced were not those taught by the Yunjian sect. His relationship with the sect was more one of cooperation. However, the Grand Elder wished for their relationship to be more than mere collaboration and sought to provide Shinamo with as much assistance as he could. Smiling, the Grand Elder replied, Shinamo, you have come to the right person with your inquiry. Others would likely tell you that there are no great halberds in the Yunjian sect. However, in my youth, I did acquire a great halberd during my adventures. If you truly require one, I would be glad to present it to you. Shinamo, however, did not wish to accept the Grand Elder's goodwill without reciprocation. After some thought, he replied, While this is indeed a wonderful offer, I cannot simply accept your great halberd without giving something in return. Grand Elder, perhaps we should engage in an equal exchange? At this moment, the Grand Elder shot Shinamo a disapproving glare and, with a hint of irritation, said, Oh, Shinamo, how can you refuse my offer of a great halberd? Furthermore, this halberd is not a particularly powerful weapon. It may only assist you at the Kaiyang realm. With your talent, it won't be long before I find it hard to keep pace with you. Offering you this halberd to lend you a hand is something I am more than willing to do. As the Grand Elder spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and a gleaming great halberd appeared in his hand. Still slightly miffed by Shanmo's words, he tossed the halberd to him, and Shanmo quickly caught it. The halberd was entirely forged from Thunder Spirit Silver. Upon first grasping it, Shinmo felt his spiritual energy being drawn toward the halberd. With a slight flourish, a tempestuous sound of wind and thunder erupted around him. The power of wind and thunder taking shape. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was somewhat astonished and remarked, Good lad. I did not expect you to harness the power of wind and thunder to wield that halberd. It seems this halberd has indeed been waiting for you. Shinamo was not particularly knowledgeable about weapon forging materials, but he could tell that this halberd was exceptionally suited for him. He smiled and said, Grand Elder, this truly is a magnificent halberd. When I wield it, I feel as though all my spiritual energy is being drawn forth. What a rare experience this is. After saying this, Shinamo took a moment to examine the halberd. As he swung it, dark purple hues began to manifest, intertwined with the engraved lightning patterns on the halberd's shaft, lending it an imposing presence. The sharp tip of the halberd gleamed coldly, exuding a particularly fierce aura. The Grand Elder laughed heartily and explained, This halberd was an unintentional acquisition in my youth. It is forged from Thunder Spirit Silver. Since you possess both wind and thunder attributes within you, utilizing these powers to wield the halberd will undoubtedly amplify its might. In the past, I chanced upon a secluded cave nestled within a mountain range. A sanctum of an ancient practitioner. Within its depths lay elixirs, martial arts manuals, and formidable weapons. Alas, my own capabilities were lacking, and I could only procure this grand halberd. Had I been fortunate enough to seize the scroll adjacent to it, it would have undoubtedly proven to be of greater assistance to you. For a practitioner, the cave of an ancient cultivator is akin to a treasure trove. Each appearance of such a lair draws countless seekers, leading to fierce and bloody competition. It is indeed a remarkable feat for the elder to have acquired this halberd. I, Shenemo, do not wish to covet any scroll, for possessing this halberd alone brings me immense joy. I declared, Elder, this halberd is more than sufficient. Thus, when the elder and sect master accompanied me in my training, it provided the perfect opportunity for me to hone a martial skill. I carefully stored the halberd in my spatial pouch, feeling a tinge of guilt for receiving such a generous gift from the elder. Contemplating this, I retrieved a millennium-old purple stone ginseng from my pouch and presented it with both hands, saying, Elder, this is a serendipitous find of mine, a millennium-old purple stone ginseng. Though it may not be an exceedingly rare herb, I implore you to accept it, having seen numerous such ginsengs in Wu Lingshuan's cave. I had selected a few for myself, thinking them unremarkable. However, the elder was taken aback and hastily declined, exclaiming, Shenemo, do you truly comprehend how rare this millennium-old purple stone ginseng is? How did you come to possess such a treasure? Confused, I assumed the elder was jesting and smiled. Elder, please do not disdain my offering. I have no means to repay you at present, so I wish to gift it to you. The elder, astounded, responded, Shenemo, this millennium-old purple stone ginseng is indeed a precious herb. If one were to trade it for weapons, it could procure several of the halberds I just bestowed upon you. What? I was slightly taken aback, but I remained resolute in my decision, stating, Elder, I hold great affection for this halberd. It is a fortuitous encounter on my path of cultivation. Given my current strength, it is improbable for me to exchange this ginseng for materials or weapons. However, being within the Yunjian sect and knowing the elder is not one to resort to unscrupulous means, I felt emboldened to present it. I urged, Elder, please do not refuse. Indeed, I am not particularly powerful. Should others learn of my possession of such a treasure, I fear for my life. The elder pondered for a moment before accepting the millennium-old purple stone ginseng, saying, Very well, Shenemo, since it is so, I shall accept it. However, I do not wish for you to attract unnecessary peril because of this. When the time comes for you to depart from the Yunjian sect, you may possess sufficient strength to safeguard such treasures. And at that point, I shall return it to you. The elder's reaction to the ginseng made me realize that Wu Lingshuan's cave held deeper significance. Yet, I wondered why such a cave would manifest in that particular location. Furthermore, Wu Lingxian often ventured away from the monster beast forest, frequently accompanied by Wu Ying, which only deepened my confusion. After much contemplation, I arrived at a singular conclusion. The incident of Wu Ying rescuing me was far from ordinary, and perhaps even Wu Lingshuan's presence was not coincidental. Regardless, my current limitations confine me to this spot. Whether it be the cave or Wu Lingxian, these matters must await my attainment of greater strength before I can investigate. To approach them at my current level would be tantamount to courting death. My mind heavy with these thoughts, I resolved to grasp the entirety of the situation. Noticing my pensive demeanor, the elder inquired with curiosity, Shenemo, what occupies your thoughts at this moment? Prompted by the elder's question, I momentarily ceased my musings and smiled. Elder, I find myself curious about the name of this magnificent halberd. What is it called? The elder, perceiving that I was not one to linger in idle contemplation, chuckled softly and replied, This halberd is known as the Hanyu. The Hanyu halberd and your future practice of martial skills. Gradually infuse your spirit power into the Hanyu halberd, and in time, it will become increasingly intuitive to wield. Weapons are classified into mundane, exceptional, and spiritual categories, with the rarest being of saintly quality. Mundane weapons are crafted from ordinary iron, wieldable by anyone with a modicum of strength. Exceptional weapons are forged from refined materials mixed with ordinary iron, tailored to the user's attributes, amplifying their power. Spiritual weapons are crafted at a great cost by practitioners who inscribe their marks upon them, allowing for manipulation through sheer will. As for saintly weapons, they are exceedingly rare and represent the culmination of a practitioner's efforts. The Hanyu halberd is forged from thunder spirit silver, categorizing it as exceptional, though it has yet to attain the status of spiritual weapon. I contemplated, Elder, should I find the opportunity in the future, I could infuse superior materials into the Hanyu halberd, enhancing its capabilities, which would greatly benefit me. Ha ha ha, the decision rests with you. The path of your cultivation must be paved by your own efforts. The direction you choose and the distance you travel depend solely upon you. Chapter 33. The Yaoguang Arena. Indeed, cultivation is a solitary journey. One may find a companion or two, yet as one's prowess grows, lifespan extends, potentially reaching immortality. If a partner can ascend alongside oneself, it is a stroke of fortune. However, should they falter at a certain realm, parting ways becomes inevitable. For a practitioner, perhaps their weapon is the most enduring companion. Engaging in conversation with the elder, we soon arrived at the arena. Following my victory over Liang Jieqing, my presence garnered considerable attention, particularly from those of the Yunjian sect, who regarded me with disdain. However, witnessing my arrival alongside the elder prompted a flurry of whispers. I followed the elder onto the Yaoguang Arena, whereupon it was instantly enveloped by throngs of spectators. The elder chuckled heartily, addressing the crowd. Esteemed guests, whether from the Yunjian sect or beyond, this is Shanimo, a newly accepted disciple of Sect Master Yi. Due to the Sect Master's pressing duties, the elders shall guide him for the time being. Despite his youth, Shanimo has attained the Dongming realm, a testament to his extraordinary talent that we cannot dismiss. However, entering our Yunjian sect is no simple matter. Shanimo has voluntarily requested to challenge participants of the Yaoguang Arena. I wonder if anyone dares to face him? What? He is of the Dongming realm. Nay, did you not hear? He is foolishly challenging practitioners of the Yaoguang realm. Alas, the disparity in realms is tantamount to courting death. Perhaps he seeks to prove himself worthy of being Sect Master Yi's disciple. Yet, is this not utterly ludicrous? A cacophony of murmurs erupted among the crowd, with those from the Yunjian sect expressing surprise. Particularly Liang Jieqing's companions, who began to whisper amongst themselves. They believed Liang Jieqing's defeat was unjust, but with Shanimo now challenging the Yaoguang Arena, Liang Jieqing's loss seemed less of an injustice. Amidst the clamor, Zhang Desheng and his companions pushed through the crowd toward the arena, their faces etched with concern upon hearing Shanimo's reckless challenge. They wished to dissuade him, yet they knew their efforts would be futile. All they could do was worry. As the din of chatter began to subside, the elder reassured the crowd. There is no need for such astonishment. This is merely an ordinary arena battle, a common occurrence of cross-realm challenges. There is no cause for alarm. Now that Shanimo stands upon the arena, I ask if any members of the Yunjian sect, other sects, or free practitioners wish to step forward for a duel? No sooner had the elder's words faded than the crowd began to scan for a challenger. Practitioners from other sects refrained from stepping forth, fully aware that regardless of victory or defeat, the outcome would be difficult to justify. At this juncture, the elder declared, "Very well, if that is the case, allow me to sweeten the pot. Should a member of our sect triumph over Shanimo, they shall earn an opportunity to enter the library tower. For those from other sects or free practitioners who succeed, they shall be granted the chance to learn a martial skill, provided it is one mastered by an elder or the sect master." This, in merely a fleeting moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. Indeed, a robust man, his entire form enveloped in an inky darkness, ascended the stage. The Grand Elder, wearing an indifferent smile, remarked, "It is indeed commendable that someone is willing to step forth." Shanimo observed the newcomer, noting his well-defined musculature, though not overtly pronounced, was as unyielding as gold or iron. The man was not particularly tall, barely surpassing Shanimo, who was 15, by an inch or two. Shanimo slightly furrowed his brow and clasped his fists, saying, "Since you have taken the stage, might I ask you to introduce yourself, esteemed brother?" Upon his utterance, a voice rang out from the crowd, proclaiming, "This is the renowned Chan Shirlei from Qian City. He is 43 years of age and a formidable practitioner of the earth element, a Yaoguang realm expert. His body is akin to that of gold and iron, and ordinary Yaoguang practitioners gain no advantage against him. Earth element practitioners possess formidable defensive capabilities. To confront one must either outlast them or breach their defenses. There are no alternatives. Once an earth element practitioner fortifies their defenses, those of the same realm find it nearly impossible to contend with them." The Grand Elder, familiar with Chan Shirlei, forced a smile and inquired, "Oh, I did not expect you to join the fray. Pray tell, should you triumph over Shanimo, what would you desire?" Chan Shirlei, with a countenance of earnestness and bright eyes, glanced at Shanimo and then back at the Grand Elder before replying. "Though Shanimo is youthful, He has attained the Dongming realm that I dare not underestimate his prowess. My presence on this stage is merely for a friendly exchange. However, since Yunjian sect seeks to impart profound martial techniques, we must seize this opportunity, lest we fail to account for it. I have heard of a technique known as the Lian Shanbang Quan. Should fortune favor me, I hope the Yunjian sect would be so gracious as to impart it. The Lian Shanbang Quan is an earth element martial technique, a top-tier skill, ideally suited for earth element practitioners. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, stating, Chan Shirley, you have chosen well. Very well, you may engage in a friendly contest. Should you emerge victorious, the Lian Shanbang Quan shall be yours. I thank you, Grand Elder, Chen Shirley responded, his face lighting up as he bowed in gratitude, then turned to Shunimo, saying, Shunimo, I seek your guidance. Chen Shirley did not underestimate Shenimo due to his superior realm. Rather, he approached the encounter with utmost seriousness. Shenimo was acutely aware that this opponent was no trivial adversary. He clasped his fists and instinctively created distance. Observing this, the Grand Elder gracefully leaped towards the side of Yi Zhongzhu. After the Grand Elder's departure, neither participant moved. Yi Wujue, witnessing the standoff, declared, Very well, you may commence. As Yi Wujue spoke, Chen Shirley launched the first attack. Employing straightforward boxing techniques against Shenimo, not daring to be careless, responded with his own fist, meeting Chen Shirley's strike, boom. Both utilized the simplest forms of attack, their fists colliding with a resounding thud. As they channeled their spiritual energies, the moment of impact unleashed a surge of power. Shenimo's aura shimmered with a lustrous jade hue, while Chen Shirley's manifested a muted earthy tone. In that instant of collision, Shenimo realized the vast disparity in their spiritual energies. Nevertheless, he immediately activated the creation scroll, hoping to bridge the gap through martial techniques. Chen Shirley, in turn, was taken aback by the resilience of Shenimo's energy. Although not as robust as his own, Shenimo's spiritual force flowed like an ever-rushing river, seemingly inexhaustible. Initially expecting an easy bout, Chen Shirley now found himself filled with apprehension, compelled to treat the encounter with gravity. After a period of mutual exertion, Shenimo chose to withdraw, recognizing that prolonging the engagement favored Chen Shirley, an earth element practitioner, while offering no advantage to himself. Observing their separation, Yi Wujue commented, regardless of the outcome, this battle will not be easily fought. While Shenimo did not exert his full strength against Liang Jiecheng, Chen Shirley is a genuine Yao Guang realm expert. Moreover, he is an earth element practitioner. The Grand Elder shared his concerns for Shenimo. Perceiving the situation with greater clarity, he remarked, at present, Shenimo has unleashed his spiritual energy, yet he has not cultivated any specific element. This implies that he lacks a substantial foundation. In facing Chen Shirley, he may not possess the strength to compete. The Grand Elder had previously suggested providing Shenimo with a martial technique to cultivate, but it seemed Shenimo remained indifferent to the prospect. Yi Zhongzhu appeared unconcerned, observing Shenimo before stating, Grand Elder, have you considered another possibility? Shenimo's mentors may have already charted his future path. Regardless of the elemental focus he chooses, he undoubtedly has esteemed guidance. The reason he has not pursued any element thus far may be a result of careful deliberation. The Grand Elder was taken aback, contemplating the implications. So, you mean to say that Shenimo has thoroughly considered his circumstances? And his current lack of elemental cultivation is a strategic choice. If so, his mentor must be extraordinarily formidable. In light of such individuals, it is imperative to grasp the entirety of the situation. Those behind them are truly formidable beings. Unbeknownst to many, they have likely already devised their plans. The forces supporting them are beyond our imagination. However, it is uncertain whether this situation is ultimately beneficial for us. Rest assured, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. Chapter 34. Unyielding forward. In any case, we must lend Shenimo our support. Encountering a rare gem is exceedingly challenging, even if we ultimately do not obtain it. Witnessing it transformed into a splendid artifact would suffice. Indeed, the Elder Council and Yi Wujue, the sect leader, reached a consensus on this matter. The fate of Yunjian sect now hinges upon this endeavor. Initially, it may have seemed a gamble, but now they are assured of their strategy, fully aware that they are capable of obtaining their desired outcome. Yi Wujue contemplated for a moment before issuing a directive. Elders, I require you to seal all information regarding Shenimo. Not a word must be leaked. We must not overthink his future choices. Furthermore, should Shin Imo choose not to lead Yunjian sect? We need not dwell on it. He has 3 close friends within the sect, Zhang Dishang, Ding Yin, and Xianlin, any one of whom could potentially succeed as the future of Yunjian sect. Iwujua's foresight was somewhat ahead of its time. These 3 individuals did not possess the same innate talent as Shin Imo. Betting everything on them would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet upon reflection, this was indicative of Iwujua's audacity. Everything hinges upon Shin Imo, and it is evident that Iwujua has meticulously considered this matter, with the ability to foresee decades or even centuries ahead. This is the caliber of decisiveness expected from a sect leader. The Grand Elder and the Elder Council, often at odds with Iwujua, found themselves devoid of such concerns in this moment. Iwujua's vision transcends that of ordinary individuals. The presence of such a leader is indeed a blessing for Yunjian sect. On the stage, Shin Imo remained oblivious to the conversation between the Elder Council and sect leader Iwujua. Instead, he felt the overwhelming strength of Chen Shirlei, which ignited within him an unquenchable thirst for victory. I, Shin Imo, have always been perplexed by my relentless desire to overcome others. Yet in this moment, I trembled with anticipation, acutely aware that I must triumph over my opponent. Chen Shirlei is undeniably powerful, having reached the Yaoguang realm, and he is the first formidable practitioner I have encountered. However, is he truly invincible? No, he is weak, especially when compared to the adversaries I will face in the future. He pales in comparison, verging on insignificance. Calm down, Shin Imo. If such an opponent can evoke this reaction in you, what will you do when confronted by truly powerful beings? As Shin Imo grew increasingly composed, a hint of serene amusement graced his features. He clasped his fists towards Chen Shirlei, stating, "Brother Chun, our battle seems inevitable. However, as this is a contest, I propose we avoid a fight to the death and instead engage in moderation." Chen Shirlei has faced numerous formidable adversaries, yet those he encountered previously had already begun their assaults at this level, seeking to exploit his weaknesses through aggression. However, Shin Imo was different. Chen Shirlei merely sensed a slight shift in Shin Imo's demeanor before he became as calm and unyielding as a statue. This unnerved Chen Shirlei, for it was precisely Shin Imo who exerted immense pressure upon him. Nevertheless, due to the disparity in their realms, Chen Shirlei remained confident of victory. With a smile, he declared, "Shin Imo, please make your move. Our duel on the stage is merely a sparring session. It is not a life-and-death struggle." Virtual wind step. Shin Imo, aware of Chen Shirlei's formidable strength, particularly his astonishing defensive capabilities, did not dwell on it. Instead, he unleashed his incredible speed. As he executed the virtual wind step, shadows of Shin Imo appeared around Chen Shirlei. Observing this, Chen Shirlei promptly activated his defensive martial skill. "Humph, you possess some intriguing ideas, but if you cannot break through my defense, what purpose does it serve? I am as steadfast as a mountain." Earth-toned spiritual energy enveloped Chen Shirlei, his legs slightly bent, resembling a towering mountain. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a transformation, his already dark skin deepening to resemble that of a piece of dark stone. "Let us see just how resilient your body truly is," Shin Imo thought, as he launched a punch in that direction. With a resounding crash, the sound of metal striking metal echoed as Shin Imo swiftly distanced himself. Chen Shirlei's body was remarkably resilient, and it was no wonder that practitioners of the Earth attribute were known for their formidable defenses. Moreover, Shin Imo clearly sensed that his punch had not genuinely impacted Chen Shirlei, but had only struck the layer of earth-toned spiritual energy surrounding him. Even practitioners of the Earth attribute could not transform their bodies into steel unless they also possessed the metal attribute. So this is the unique spiritual armor characteristic of a practitioner in the Yaoguang realm. I did not expect Chen Shirlei to be so cautious. Not only is his defense remarkable, but he has also adorned himself with a layer of spiritual armor. Such fortitude can only be breached by someone of a higher realm. Otherwise, it will not be easy to penetrate his defenses. However, you are facing me. Shin Imo, not think that hiding within your shell allows you to act with impunity. Humph, since you wish to cower, I shall simply shatter your shell. For directions fist, unyielding advance. Shin Imo, utilizing the virtual wind step to gather strength, unleashed a punch directed not at the weaker parts of the armor but at the most fortified section, the chest plate. To conquer an opponent on the stage, the most straightforward approach is to strike where they take pride. With a thunderous boom, the four directions fist, known for its integrated attack and defense, demonstrated its overwhelming might. The first punch, embodying the essence of relentless advance, began to crack Chen Shilei's spiritual armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Mo unleashed another punch, and soon, Chen Shilei's spiritual armor lay in tatters. Chen Shilei had initially intended to outlast Shin Mo by relying on his defenses. But he did not anticipate that Shin Mo could dismantle his protection so effectively. Each punch exceeded the last in power, leaving Chen Shilei momentarily stunned. As Shin Mo prepared to unleash a third punch, Chen Shilei, in a moment of desperation, countered with a punch of his own. Yet, Shin Mo had built up momentum. Chen Shilei's hasty response proved inadequate. The two punches collided with a deafening thud, causing Chen Shilei to be sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Mo moved swiftly to deliver yet another strike. As a practitioner of the Earth attribute, Chen Shilei quickly regained his footing. In the face of Shin Mo's punch, he managed to block it. Though the force of the Four Directions fist, having been charged 3 times, was still significant enough not to inflict serious harm. With a fluid motion, Shin Mo launched another punch, this time the fourth of the Four Directions fist. If this punch landed, it would demand an immense expenditure of energy from Chen Shilei, even if he managed to defend against it. This punch was crucial in determining whether Shin Mo could triumph over Chen Shilei. Fully aware of the stakes, Chen Shilei activated his powerful spiritual energy to counter Shin Mo's strike. Yet, even so, he found himself propelled backward by the force of Shin Mo's blow. With a resounding crash, Chen Shilei was sent flying, unable to withstand Shin Mo's might. Shin Mo, sensing the outcome, withdrew momentarily, creating distance and refraining from further attacks. At this juncture, Chen Shilei contemplated his next move with care. The battle had reached a critical point, and continuing could lead to severe consequences. In his moment of panic, he gathered his spiritual energy to confront Shin Mo, who, however, chose not to press the attack. Standing still, Chen Shilei looked at Shin Mo and remarked, "Shin Mo, it appears you are prepared to claim victory in this battle. Do you truly believe it will be so easy to overcome me?" During the fight, Shin Mo sensed an unusual fluctuation in Chen Shilei's spiritual energy. This was Chen Shilei's attempt to defend against Shin Mo's impending strikes. Shin Mo smiled and replied, "Brother Chen, I have only expended about half of my energy. I am well aware that your consumption is not substantial either. I have reserves prepared to counter your forthcoming attacks." Initially, Chen Shilei approached the duel with a light heart, but as events unfolded, Shin Mo steadily gained the upper hand. Any misstep on Chen Shilei's part could lead to defeat at Shin Mo's hands. Faced with Shin Mo's ease, Chen Shilei grew increasingly cautious, stating, "Shin Mo, regardless of the circumstances, your strength commands my respect. This battle has shown me that there are always those who surpass us. However, I will not allow myself to be easily defeated. I intend to fight earnestly, if only to demonstrate my capabilities. Indeed, practitioners of the Yaoguang realm are not easily bested." Yet, this battle was equally vital for Shin Mo, who would not allow victory to slip through his fingers. Chapter 35. Inviting Chen Shilei. Practitioners of the Earth attribute traditionally excel in defense, yet it seemed that retreating into a shell was no longer a viable strategy. The might of Shin Mo's Four Directions fist was overwhelming, especially the relentless advance, which was not easily withstood. As the battle progressed, spectators were astonished. The elder, witnessing the conflict reach this magnitude, could not help but smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, what an extraordinary individual. He ceaselessly surprises us." Iwuju, equally impressed by Shin Mo's performance, smiled and remarked, "This young man has truly brought us countless surprises." However, he soon expressed concern to the elder, if this battle continues, might it lead to uncontrollable consequences? Perhaps it would be best to separate them now." The elder, with a serene smile, replied, "Sect Master, I believe this battle has only just begun. We should enjoy the spectacle." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Iwuju chuckled nervously. "I seem to have grown overly anxious. Indeed, let us appreciate the unfolding drama." On the stage, Chen Shilei felt a twinge of trepidation, an unfavorable sentiment for any practitioner. Yet, even against a slightly weaker Shin Mo, whose realm still differed from his own, Chen Shilei found himself at a loss. However, Chen Shilei was a true man. With a clenched fist, he charged directly at Shin Mo, who did not immediately engage, but instead employed the virtual wind step to evade and maneuver around. With unwavering determination, one surges forth, only to falter subsequently. and eventually exhaust oneself. At this moment, Shin Imo seeks to exploit the ephemeral nature of the Void Wind step to deplete Qian Shilei's stamina. Once Qian Shilei loses his patience, overcoming him will become a trivial endeavor. As a practitioner of the earth element, Qian Shilei's speed is somewhat sluggish. Each time he charges at Shin Imo, the latter has already leaped to the opposite side. Qian Shilei's internal spiritual energy is being drained, while Shin Imo remains elusive and unpredictable. This exacerbates Qian Shilei's anxiety, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his face. Shin Imo yearns for such an opportunity. He immediately employs the Void Wind step, maximizing his speed to evade Qian Shilei's attacks while delivering a kick from behind. Qian Shilei stumbles forward, careening ahead, and Shin Imo swiftly turns to unleash the Four Directions Fist. Brother Qin, be cautious. This is the returning strike of the Four Directions Fist, he cautions. The Four Directions Fist is a formidable and oppressive combat style. Whether it be the earth-shattering strike, the relentless advance, or the bloodbath of Four Directions, all aim to subdue the opponent with an overwhelming force. However, the returning strike is a defensive counter within this technique, and seizing an opponent's flaw ensures victory is within reach. The force of the returning strike conjures a tempest. Qian Shilei, left with no option, pivots and concentrates all his strength into his fist, absorbing Xian Mo's blow with his robust earth element spiritual energy. Boom. Both combatants unleash their spiritual energies to the fullest. However, Qian Shilei leans more towards defense, while Shin Imo channels his into offense. Upon impact, the stones behind Qian Shilei shatter, and urgently, Shin Mo's spiritual energy, compelled by the Four Directions Fist, erupts forth, sending the fractured stones hurtling backward like splashes of water, albeit the size of the debris amplifies their destructive power. The arena of Yaoguang has witnessed numerous battles, yet none have reached such intensity. The audience behind Qian Shilei barely has time to evade, but fortunately, the second elder, Qi Tianlin, swiftly appears at the edge of the stage, raising his palm to shield all the flying stones with his spiritual energy. Even in such dire circumstances, Qian Shilei perseveres, prompting the second elder to shake his head, murmuring, "Alas, why must it come to such extremes? Such consumption of energy is unsustainable." Yet Shin Imo understands that Qian Shilei is merely at his wit's end. Resolute, Shin Imo decides to shift tactics, slightly easing his force before transforming the returning strike into an unyielding advance. Having endured the force of the unyielding advance thrice, Qian Shilei is acutely aware of its potency. Despite his astonishment, he finds himself unable to evade, letting out a pained cry as he is sent reeling backward. Puff! As he is propelled away, Qian Shilei gasps, spewing forth blood. Having withstood 4 strikes of the unyielding advance, he can no longer bear the onslaught. The latent force within the punches explodes forth, and had it not been for his superior cultivation level over Shin Imo, the severity of his injuries would have been unimaginable. The second elder, witnessing Qian Shilei on the verge of being thrown from the stage, extends his hand, gently patting Qian Shilei's back to stabilize him. However, the injuries are grave, and Qian Shilei falters, collapsing to his knees on the arena floor. In this fierce contest, Shin Imo too is not unscathed. A trickle of blood escapes the corner of his mouth. This battle has drained much of his internal energy, and after several direct confrontations with the higher-level Qian Shilei, Shin Mo's body nears its limits. Nevertheless, he manages to steady himself, albeit with slight tremors. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? As Shin Imo regained his balance, the spectators erupted into applause, while Zhang Deshang and his companions stood dumbstruck, unable to fathom Shin Mo's extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Liang Jieqing and his allies, who previously supported him, were left in utter astonishment, realizing that they could no longer mention Liang Jieqing's confrontation with Shin Imo in the same breath. After a moment, Qian Shilei rose unsteadily, eventually approaching Shin Imo. His expression bore no trace of defeat. Instead, it reflected a calm satisfaction. He looked at Shin Imo and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Shin, you truly are immensely powerful. Far beyond my capabilities die in this battle. You have emerged victorious. I in the path of cultivation. The adept stands paramount, and given Shin Mo's consistent humility, Qian Shilei willingly acknowledges him as Brother Shin. An individual of such integrity deserves respect." And Shin Imo reciprocates with a fist salute, replying, "Brother Chun, you flatter me. Your cultivation level surpasses mine. Were I to confront you head-on, I would have long since been bested. I dared not clash directly with you. But instead, I sought to exploit a moment of vulnerability. Chen Shirlei is gracious in both victory and defeat, accepting his loss with equanimity, clasping his fists as he states, Brother Shan is overly modest. Whether in arena combat or life-and-death struggles, one must leverage their strengths against an opponent's weaknesses. No one would strike a stone with an egg, Brother Shan. I concede my defeat willingly, and I must acknowledge that you spared me a move or two during our duel. Had you unleashed your full might, I fear I would have fallen long ago. I have sought the shattering mountain fist from the Yunjian sect, yet perhaps it is not meant to be. I shall refrain from rash attempts for now. Chen Shirlei is indeed a person of honor, living up to his name. After a moment of contemplation, Shinamo suggests, if Brother Chen is willing to join the Yunjian sect, I could approach the Grand Elder to request the shattering mountain fist on your behalf. Your defensive capabilities displayed in battle are truly remarkable, yet your offensive techniques could benefit from enhancement. Many rogue cultivators excel in certain aspects but lack martial techniques to support them, creating vulnerabilities. You have achieved the Yaoguang realm through your own strength. If you were to join the Yunjian sect, would it not be a mutually beneficial alliance? Chen Shirlei appeared intrigued by the proposition. Observing this, the Grand Elder approached the arena, recognizing Shan Mo's interest in Chen Shirlei and choosing not to create obstacles. With a smile, he remarked, Chen Shirlei, should you wish to join the Yunjian sect, you may train alongside Shinamo. The shattering mountain fist you seek can also be taught to you, enhancing your prowess. Overjoyed, Chen Shirlei eagerly inquired, Grand Elder, is this truly possible? For the Yunjian sect, the arena contests serve not only to identify talents like Shinamo, but with so many rogue cultivators gathered at Tiancheng Mountain, they are eager to seize opportunities. Chen Shirlei chuckled, of course. The Yunjian sect is a formidable power near Qiun City and is in need of youthful cultivators. Chen Shirlei, give it some thought. This is also an opportunity for you. The members of the Yunjian sect, particularly the higher-ups, hold Shinamo in high regard, and their actions are geared towards supporting him. Chen Shirlei, having lost to Shinamo, feels no shame in aligning himself with him. He promptly declares, very well, Brother Shun speaks the truth. We rogue cultivators face numerous limitations. I hereby consent to join your Yunjian sect. Chapter 36. Further training in the Valley. Shinamo is thoroughly pleased with the outcome of this battle. However, he realizes that he is still somewhat out of his depth in such an arena. If faced with a true master of the Yaoguang realm, he would have little recourse. Master, you spoke of the ultimate realm of the enlightened state. It seems I must swiftly break through to such heights, he reflects. The enlightened state is merely the entry level for cultivators, but upon reaching the Yaoguang realm, he will have far greater potential. Shinamo puts Chen Shirlei's matters aside, trusting that the Grand Elder and others will handle it. Descending from the arena, he is met by Xia Anlin and his companions, who rush over. Noticing Shan Mo's pale complexion, Xia Anlin promptly supports him, exclaiming with excitement, Boss, you are truly formidable. I never expected you to possess such strength on the Yaoguang arena. Boss, you're incredibly impressive. I aspire to be like you in the future. Shin Imo chuckles at Xia Anlin's enthusiasm. While Zhang Desheng interjects, Boss, your internal spiritual energy has been severely depleted. We should find a quiet place for you to recuperate. Let us three escort you home. While cultivating with Qi Ji Hai in the valley, Shinamo understood the significance of the period following each depletion of his internal spiritual energy. With a slight smile and a nod, he declared, very well, you three shall escort me back now. I have already attempted my hand at the arena in the Yaoguang realm. Henceforth, I must devote myself to diligent cultivation. However, Dingyin recognized this as an opportune moment and promptly inquired, Boss, if you are to embark on your cultivation journey, might you take us three along? We all wish to follow you and grow stronger. Boss, you already possess the ability to demonstrate your prowess in the Yaoguang realm's arena, yet we have only just entered the hidden origin realm. Accompanying you in our cultivation would certainly be the most beneficial for us. The Grand Elder had already informed Shinamo that once the arena battles of the Cloud Sword sect concluded, he would take Shinamo out for cultivation. Thus, it was merely a matter of 3 to 5 days. After a moment of contemplation, Shinamo replied, at present, you have just entered the hidden origin realm and are beginning to solidify your martial techniques. If I venture out for cultivation now, the dangers may prove to be insurmountable. Perhaps next time, when I set out again, I will undoubtedly bring you along. Dingyin felt somewhat disheartened, while Zhang Desheng and Xia Anlin agreed with Shan Mo's reasoning. Xia Anlin promptly said, Boss, We will train diligently within the Cloud Sword sect, striving to keep pace with you. Upon returning to the entrance of the Book Tower, Shinamo initially intended to bring the three along, but was halted by Old Su, who didn't even open his eyes. The three young ones felt a tinge of disappointment. Shinamo chose not to let Xianlin assist him further and approached Old Su instead, cupping his fists in respect. Old Su, these three are disciples of the Cloud Sword sect, recently accepted by the elders. They only wish to accompany me into the Book Tower, and I hope you might grant them this small favor. Old Su regarded Shinamo, then glanced at Zhang Dishang and the others before saying, Shinamo, you are under the direct instruction of Yi Wujue and Yu Donghua, and thus I permit you to reside within the Book Tower. However, these three young ones are merely ordinary disciples of the Cloud Sword sect and must adhere to the sect's regulations to enter. And these regulations stem from the Tianjin sect's rules. Do you understand, Shinamo? The so-called regulations merely serve to bind the Cloud Sword sect under the Tianjin sect's control. Shinamo was aware that Yi Wujue had brought him into the Cloud Sword sect to break free from the Tianjin sect's dominance. Logically, Yi Wujue, as a disciple of the Tianjin sect, should consider its interests, yet he was evidently eager to escape its grasp. This suggested the challenges Yi Wujue faced when establishing the Cloud Sword sect. Nonetheless, Shinamo smiled and replied, Old Su, I grasp this principle. However, as I reside in the Book Tower, these three young ones ought to bring me food and drink. They should be allowed entry. Furthermore, if their abilities were to improve, they might eventually join the Tianjin sect. Shinamo surmised that the Tianjin sect had tasked Old Su with guarding the Book Tower for its own future interests. Old Su, unaware of Shanmo's intentions or the plans of Yi Wujue, Yu Donghua, and Qi Tianlin, chuckled and replied, Very well, Shinamo, I shall grant your request. I have witnessed your talent. You can defeat Earth-attributed cultivators in the Yaoguang realm while still in the Dongming realm. However, in the future, Shinamo was not yet entangled in the struggles of the imperial capital, nor did he intend to provoke the major sections he interjected. Old Su, rest assured, I will certainly provide the Tianjin sect with an explanation. You are aware that my relationship with the Cloud Sword sect's sect master and the Grand Elder is merely transactional. I am not one to be naive, and I understand when to make the right choices. A smile creased Old Su's face as he nodded at Shinamo and proclaimed, Very well, you may all enter. However, regardless of the text you peruse, be sure to act within your means. Do not be greedy. The wisdom of too much cannot be digested is easily understood by those of age, yet it often eludes the younger generation. Zhang Dishang and the others were overjoyed and quickly clasped their fists, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Old Su. Once inside the Book Tower, Shinamo instructed, All right, you three should wander and explore on your own. However, bear in mind the principle of moderation. Old Su isn't trying to make things difficult for you. Nor is he stingy with the text within the tower. It is simply that being overly ambitious can be detrimental. As long as I am cultivating in the Cloud Sword sect, you may visit me frequently. Zhang Dishang and Dingyin understood the implications of his words and were elated, eager to assist Shinamo in his cultivation. However, Shinamo waved his hand and said, Enough, do not concern yourselves with me. Go and explore. The Book Tower holds countless opportunities for you. Simply choose what resonates with you. Zhang Dishang and Dingyin hurried off in search of their fortunes, while Xia Anlin continued to support Shinamo to the 6th floor. Shinamo chuckled, Anlin, you ought to seek your own opportunities as well. Yet Xia Anlin shook his head, replying, Boss, I do not require so many opportunities. The Yiling technique you bestowed upon me is sufficient for me to comprehend for some time. Boss, would you like some water? I can fetch it for you. Xia Anlin was genuine in his intentions, not merely putting on a show. Shinamo smiled and said, Very well, though you have cultivated the Yiling technique, you must still seek out a martial skill that belongs to you. It is not easy to gain access to the Book Tower. Make sure to seize this chance. Who knows, you might even uncover a martial technique that has been overlooked. Xia Anlin remained steadfast in his decision, and upon noticing this, Shinamo patted him on the head, saying, All right, hurry along now, I must cultivate, and your presence may distract me. Oh, understood, boss, I shall take my leave. After the fierce battle, Shinamo found his internal spiritual energy significantly depleted. Nevertheless, he ascended directly to the 8th level. Upon reaching this point, he felt no overwhelming pressure. Initially, Shinamo planned to cultivate there, but sensing the opportunity, he pressed on towards the 9th level. As soon as his first foot stepped onto the threshold, he was met with an immense pressure. However, Shinamo did not dwell on it. once his first foot was stable. He activated the creation scroll, placing his other foot upon the level. The tremendous pressure struck him again, yet this time, Shin Imo faced it with greater composure. He calmly advanced toward the 10th level. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, he was beset by an overwhelming force. Unable to withstand it, he knelt upon the 9th level. Thud. Pain shot through his leg. Nonetheless, Shin Imo paid it little heed. He lifted his gaze to the tantalizingly close 10th level and murmured, "It seems my current strength can only take me thus far. To progress further, I must continue my cultivation." Having reached his limit, Shin Imo refrained from further attempts. Recognizing the importance of recovery, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate, activating the creation scroll. Although the creation scroll was a fragment, it still provided Shin Imo with considerable assistance. The initial verses detailed that should one obtain the complete creation scroll, they would possess the ability to reshape the heavens and earth. At first, Shin Imo had deemed such claims exaggerated, yet as his cultivation deepened, he found himself shedding that skepticism. Currently, he possessed merely a portion of the creation scroll, estimating it to be perhaps only 20%, or even less, indicating that the complete scroll might consist of 5 or 6 segments. Chi Jihai had once told Shin Imo that the creation scroll would remain useful until he reached the Yuheng realm. Should he fail to acquire more of it by then, he would face the risk of needing to change his martial techniques. However, as Shin Imo was still in the Dongming realm, with the Yaoguang and Kaiyang realms still ahead, he believed he had sufficient time. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, he would earnestly seek out the lost segments of the creation scroll, for in the future, it might serve as his greatest reliance. Chapter 37. The Power of Wind and Thunder. After a night of cultivation, Xiaolan returned early the next morning to bring Shin Imo food. This time, he presented an array of meats from spiritual beasts and birds, along with medicinal dishes made from spiritual herbs. Shin Imo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Anlin, what is the meaning of this? Uve brought so much. I cannot possibly consume it all." Xia Anlin laughed heartily and replied, "Boss, you are unaware of the situation. After you triumphed over Chen Shirlei, a cultivator of the Yaoguang realm, the elders specifically instructed that you should have more than enough provisions. Previously, you consumed quite a bit of spiritual beast and bird meat, so the elders thought you were simply growing. Why, dear leader? You ought to consume it all, for you have engaged in a fierce battle with Chen Shirlei, and the exertion has been considerable. This moment presents a perfect opportunity to replenish your strength." Shin Imo has not eaten much, while Chi Jihai feasted even more, leaving Shin Imo astounded by Chi Jihai's appetite each time. However, Chi Jihai once remarked to Shin Imo that cultivators who reach a certain level can indeed forego such sustenance, yet ultimately they must indulge in these pleasures. Otherwise, if even the desires of the palate are unfulfilled, the pursuit of cultivation loses its significance. Though this reasoning may seem flawed, Shin Imo found himself in agreement. With a smile, he said, "Very well, Anlin, why don't you join me in enjoying some as well? These are nourishing delicacies, beneficial for your cultivation. By the way, Anlin, I plan to venture out for a few days of training. Would you accompany me?" Xiaolan immediately felt delighted, responding, "Absolutely, leader. However, I must first inform the elders. That's fine. Make sure to eat well, and then inquire if Zhang Disheng and Ding Yin are willing to join our training expedition. We shall be away for approximately 7 or 8 days, during which I intend to hone a martial technique." While the Four Directions fist is commendable, Shin Imo is acutely aware that it is insufficient on its own. Given that he now possesses the Wind and Thunder halberd and has received a Cold Moon halberd from the Grand Elder, it is high time to commence his training with the Wind and Thunder halberd. He has already selected the training grounds, an isolated valley. Though Xiaolan had not eaten much, Shin Imo insisted that he consume 2 more bowls before allowing him to depart. Subsequently, Shin Imo exited the library tower and followed Xiaolan toward the Elder's courtyard. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder were somewhat astonished to learn that Shin Imo intended to go out for training. However, upon hearing that he would be practicing near Chiun City, both elders felt reassured. When the Grand Elder learned that Shin Imo planned to bring along Xiaolan and others, he immediately suggested that Chen Shirlei should accompany them as well, for he is now a member of the Cloud Sword sect and has reached the Yaoguang realm, which would be of great assistance to Shin Imo and his companions. The 4 of them arrived at the training valley and were taken aback by the sight of mountains of bones from spirit beasts and spirit birds nearby. Zhang Disheng seemed to have guessed the source, casting Shin Imo a disapproving glance, while Ding Yin remarked, "Leader, We are all aware that you have taken numerous spirit beasts and birds from the Cloud Sword sect, but witnessing such a mountain of bones is nonetheless shocking. Shinamo felt a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledging the nature of his actions. He scratched his head and replied, "It was a matter of necessity. I needed to enhance my strength, and there was no other choice. Now, let us dedicate the next few days to training in this location. You may each find a spot to commence your practice." Had it not been for Shen Mo's words, Qian Shilei would not have acquired the mountain-crushing fist from the Cloud Sword sect. He understood that the elders had requested him to accompany Shenmo and the others for a specific purpose. He clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Shen, please focus on your training. I shall protect you all." Clearly, Qian Shilei viewed himself as Shen Mo's subordinate. In the past, Shenmo would have accepted such a dynamic without hesitation. But he had matured significantly since then. He turned to Qian Shilei, whose gaze flickered nervously. However, upon receiving a stern look from Shenmo, Qian Shilei ceased to evade and listened as Shenmo continued. "Brother Chen, since we are both part of the Cloud Sword sect, I should rightfully address you as Xixiao. However, as we are unfamiliar with one another, if you regard me with favor, feel free to call me by my name. While I shall address you as Brother Chen, I kindly request that you refrain from calling me Young Master Shen." Qian Shilei was taken aback, feeling a sense of unexpected esteem, but Ding Yin, being rather astute, quickly understood the source of the awkwardness between Qian Shilei and Shenmo. He cheerfully suggested, "Brother Chen, I think it would be better if you simply call him leader like us. The leader is immensely powerful and possesses remarkable talent. Following him will surely bring us no misfortune." Though Shenmo found it somewhat inappropriate for a man in his 40s to call him leader, Ding Yin's suggestion provided Qian Shilei with an easy way out. Qian Shilei promptly agreed, saying, "Very well, then we shall all refer to you as leader." With the matter settled, Shenmo nodded and stated, "Agreed. Since this is the case, let it be established. Time for training is limited, so do not squander it. Each of you should select a place to begin your cultivation." Zhang Desheng and the others promptly dispersed to find their training spots, while Qian Shilei intended to stand guard nearby. However, Shenmo interjected, "Brother Qin, you should start practicing your mountain-crushing fist now. This training is meant to refine our martial arts, and we must not waste time. This place is tranquil. I have trained here for quite some time, so you need not worry about disturbances." Qian Shilei clasped his fists in acknowledgement, nodding in agreement, and moved a bit further out to find a spot to begin his training. The others found their respective locations, and Shenmo walked deeper into the valley, settling down in the place where he had previously trained. After circulating the wondrous scroll of creation, he finally opened his eyes and retrieved the scroll of the Wind and Thunder halberd that Qi Jihai had gifted him. The 3 characters Wind Thunder halberd were ancient and powerful, inscribed with an iron brush and silver hook. As Shenmo touched it, he felt a surge of vibrant spiritual energy. Frowning slightly, he recalled that when his master had given him this scroll, he had warned him not to open it without adequate preparation. Could it be that the scroll contained a sealed power of wind and thunder? The Wind Thunder halberd cannot be activated without the strength of the Enlightenment realm. Although Shenmo was capable of training with the Wind Thunder halberd, he still did not fully comprehend his master's words. He examined the scroll more closely. Upon careful inspection, he discovered that this scroll indeed harbored something sinister. A restless energy was sealed within. "What is this?" Upon sensing it, Shenmo's expression shifted. However, he soon felt a sense of relief, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps this is meant to aid me in mastering the Wind Thunder halberd." With that thought, Shenmo opened the scroll. The moment it unfurled, an overwhelmingly powerful force of wind and thunder surged directly toward his brow. Shenmo instinctively attempted to evade it, but the force was both domineering and swift, penetrating seamlessly into his mind. His expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy to resist this force. However, it surged directly into the depths of his consciousness, accompanied by a commanding voice that echoed within his mind. "To wield my Wind Thunder halberd, you must first prove your strength." Shenmo's spirit stirred, and he realized why it was so difficult to resist with his spiritual energy. The force of wind and thunder contained a fragment of the previous master's soul. Without hesitation, he pursued it with his own soul energy, striving to tear apart the invasive force. Within Shenmo's consciousness, his soul energy surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing toward the force of wind and thunder, intending to extinguish it in one fell swoop. Yet, the force proved to be exceedingly domineering. dispersing Shan Mo's soul energy effortlessly. Shin Mo let out a pained cry as his soul energy was injured. Leaving him feeling dizzied in a rush, he gathered all his spiritual energy to his consciousness, hoping to expel the lingering force of wind and thunder. However, at that moment, the force transformed into a tall, thin elder clad in purple robes, wielding a large halberd and surrounded by swirling energy. With a sweep of his halberd, he activated the Wind Thunder Halberd. The Wind Thunder Halberd comprises 7 styles and a total of 49 techniques. After demonstrating all the techniques, the elder finally spoke. "Young one, you possess both wind and thunder attributes within you, and you can condense them into the power of wind and thunder. Thus, you are qualified to inherit my Wind Thunder Halberd." The Wind Thunder Halberd consists of 7 styles, each with 7 techniques, but the 49 techniques are merely the forms of wielding the halberd. The true lethal moves lie within the 7 styles. Understanding their essence is sufficient. The first style is called Wind Thunder Shadow, the second is Wind Thunder Break, and the third is Wind Thunder Spreading Across the Sky, while the fourth is Wind Thunder. As Shin Mo was about to continue reading, he noticed that the force of wind and thunder had reached its limit. Startled, he exclaimed, "Could it be that the Wind Thunder Halberd is a fragmented scroll? Did not my master say that this scroll is powerful enough to grant me the strength to contend with cultivators of the Kaiyang realm? If it is merely a fragment, can it truly possess such power?" Chapter 38. The Wondrous Scroll of Creation. Despite his doubts, upon witnessing the first 3 techniques of the Wind Thunder Halberd demonstrated by the Phantom, Shin Mo realized that unless he reached the Kaiyang realm, he might find it exceedingly challenging to execute the technique of Wind Thunder Spreading Across the Sky. Go witness the ethereal shadow, summoning the tempestuous winds and thunder was truly a sight to behold. As the skies erupted in a cacophony of elemental fury, when the might of the storm, once directed, surged forth like a tidal wave, one could hardly fathom the destruction it could unleash, capable of shattering even the most formidable mountains with ease. I had previously imparted to Xia Anlin and others the wisdom of not overreaching, and if I were to remain ignorant of this principle myself, it would surely be a source of mockery. Yet, I did not aspire to master the entirety of the Wind and Thunder Halberd. Instead, I sought to comprehend the essence of its first 3 forms. Upon the execution of the Wind and Thunder Shadow, it could manifest as countless phantasmal figures, blending reality and illusion in an unpredictable assault, leaving adversaries defenseless. Moreover, mastering the Wind and Thunder Shadow would enable me to confront multiple foes simultaneously, though it could also be focused against a single opponent. The Wind and Thunder Break appeared to be a technique designed to target an individual, concentrating all storm energy upon one foe. However, it too could counter multiple attackers. When the Shadow unleashed the Wind and Thunder Break, the final strike coalesced all the storm's power into one devastating blow, capable of withstanding the advance of legions. As for the Wind and Thunder manifestation, it required the wielder to channel their own storm energy to summon the forces of nature itself to engage in battle. Such a martial skill was wholly unfamiliar to me. The sight of the tempestuous energies cascading from the heavens left me utterly astounded. After a moment of contemplation, I slowly opened my eyes and murmured, "It seems that mastering such techniques is no trivial endeavor. However, should I successfully learn the first 3 forms, few shall be able to withstand my power." With this thought, I grasped the scroll of the Wind and Thunder Halberd and opened it slightly, only to discover a message left by Qi Jihai. "Shin Mo, the Wind and Thunder Halberd is a formidable martial art, originally comprising 7 forms. However, the latter 4 are beyond your current capability, and I have chosen not to pass them to you. I must attend to certain matters, so focus on your training. Remember, the 3rd form, Wind and Thunder Manifestation, requires you to harness the energies of heaven and earth. If you have not attained the Kaiyang realm, do not attempt to force it. The backlash from the elemental forces could prove injurious. Take heed." Qi Jihai's handwriting was uncharacteristically free and spirited, suggesting he might have his own burdens to bear, thus adopting such a demeanor. Yet, perhaps he had come to terms with something, which necessitated his departure to resolve certain affairs. "Master, with my current strength, even if I yearn to practice the latter 4 forms, it seems an unattainable ambition. If invoking the Wind and Thunder Manifestation requires the manipulation of elemental forces, who knows what unfathomable power the remaining 4 forms might possess?" I deemed Qi Jihai's concerns perhaps excessive, and with a resigned shake of my head, I mused aloud, "Master, by the next time we meet, I hope to follow in your footsteps. If that day comes, I trust you will take me under your wing to explore the world together. This martial skill, besides imparting a fragment of spiritual power to its practitioners, also contained meticulous records. Thus, I commenced a thorough study of the wind and thunder halberds techniques. After a brief period, I discerned the true challenge of mastering the wind and thunder halberd. One must possess storm energy within. While I inherently held both wind and lightning attributes, I had yet to merge them. However, after studying the creation scroll, I had cultivated nearly all elemental properties, and to practice the wind and thunder halberd, I needed to extract and fuse the wind and lightning attributes. Having already practiced the ethereal wind step, the wind attribute was at my command. As for the lightning attribute, I swiftly separated it as well. And soon I was able to fuse the two. After several attempts, I finally succeeded in harmonizing the storm energy. Upon condensing the storm energy, I willed it forth, and it transformed into a beam of light, striking a nearby boulder with astonishing force. To my astonishment, a mere fragment of storm energy pierced through the solid stone, akin to a hot knife through butter. Elation surged within me. The union of the agile wind and the dense lightning was indeed remarkable. What might such attributes manifest when wielded in a martial technique? Perhaps the progenitor of this skill had carved out an extraordinary reputation within this realm. The greatest challenge lay in condensing the storm energy. Yet for me, it was a manageable feat. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I had no choice but to cease my training and venture out of the valley. To my surprise, Chen Shirlei had already begun preparing our meal. Upon seeing my arrival, he called back Zhang Deshang and the others, who were still bathing. I was taken aback to see their faces slightly reddened from sun exposure. I laughed heartily, but encouraged them by saying, "Remember, there will be many more such training sessions ahead. This time, you are fortunate. Brother Chun is protecting us and has prepared these delightful dishes. In the future, should any of you venture out to cultivate alone, such tasks will fall upon you." After feasting, I commenced my training with the wind and thunder halberd, grasping the cold moon halberd firmly. With a focused thought, I infused the storm energy into the weapon. Originally gleaming, the halberd's brilliance dimmed slightly, adopting the silvery hue of the storm energy, becoming somewhat weightier in my grasp. As I held the cold moon halberd, I sensed a peculiar connection forming between us. Powerful weapons possess a spirit, yet I did not believe the cold moon halberd had a consciousness. Rather, the materials from which it was forged were extraordinary, placing it in an ambiguous realm between sentience and insentience. Contemplating this, I resolved that should the opportunity arise, I might enhance the quality of the cold moon halberd, perhaps rendering it even more beneficial to me. Nonetheless, I recognized that all endeavors must progress step by step. At present, my priority was to master the first 3 forms, comprising 21 techniques in total. I was never one to squander time during training. Thus, I immediately began practicing. From the moon's ascent until midnight, I gradually began to grasp the first form, wind and thunder shadow. Upon activating the technique, my silhouette appeared across the expansive terrain, and wherever the cold moon halberd pointed, the storm energy erupted in a display of power. Shattering stones with continuous explosions, in the next moment, I became one with the storm, wielding the halberd and panting heavily. As I surveyed the results of my application of wind and thunder shadow, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in my eyes as I murmured, "Though it demands a tremendous toll, I have finally mastered this strike of wind and thunder shadow." Yet, the cost of this technique was exorbitantly high. While it could repel adversaries, if they managed to neutralize my attacks, how would I triumph over them? I longed to continue my training, but the depletion of my spiritual energy was overwhelming. Resigned, I sat down and began to circulate the creation scroll to absorb and refine the surrounding spiritual energy. Each time my energy was severely taxed, my training speed would accelerate significantly. Moreover, during these moments, I would hasten my absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy to open my meridians and enhance my strength. Once again, I fervently absorbed the ambient spiritual energy, pushing the creation scroll to its limits. To my astonishment, I discovered a deeper understanding of the scroll and glimpsed its true essence. The creation scroll was undoubtedly a rare ancient text, crafted by a formidable being of old, seemingly containing the quintessence of all cultivation paths and martial arts. The assistance I had received from this scroll was substantial. If I could obtain the entirety of the creation scroll, I could only imagine the heights I might reach. However, such a wondrous tome was likely coveted by all. Previously, I had thought little of the creation scroll, but now I realized the necessity of vigilance. Contemplating my next move, I devised a plan. The Martial dynasty was an immensely powerful entity on the continent, and my father held the title of martial hero due to his military exploits against the beast tribes. It was under the leadership of martial ancestor Wu Cheng that the beast tribes were vanquished, thus founding the Martial dynasty and safeguarding countless lives. If the creation scroll were to be found within the Martial dynasty, perhaps Sister Deng's family might possess some information. A mere inquiry would likely not be met with refusal from her. Upon reaching this conclusion, Shunimo immediately opened his eyes. Although the wondrous scroll of creation was still operating within him, he had resolutely made up his mind and murmured, "It appears that this is indeed a viable method. Perhaps the trials of the Tianjin sect require the assistance of the wondrous scroll of creation." Chapter 39. Pressure 5 days of cultivation swiftly passed. This time, Shunimo was accompanied by Zhang Disheng and a few others, which alleviated his solitude somewhat. However, having adapted to solitary training since the age of 7, Shunimo found himself a tad uncomfortable amidst such company. Nevertheless, he cherished these moments, for they represented the life a normal person ought to lead, surrounded by friends, engaged in lively conversation. Upon returning to the Yunjian sect, he discovered that the recent competition had concluded. Following this event, the sect had welcomed over 300 new disciples, among whom more than 10 already possessed the strength of the enlightened realm, while the majority had also advanced in their cultivation. Shunmo's arrival infused the elder hall with a hint of joviality. The sect leader, Iwuju, along with others, had also come to the elder hall. Previously, tensions had run high between the sect leader and the elder hall, yet now, smiles adorned everyone's faces, all thanks to Shunmo's presence. Zhang Disheng and his companions, who had just been accepted as disciples under the elders, immediately busied themselves serving tea and refreshments. Despite their sun-kissed skin from their recent outdoor training, their spirits remained high, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Shunimo intended to take a seat at the end of the table, but Iwuju unexpectedly arranged a place beside him. Shunimo initially wished to decline, yet Iwuju jovially insisted, "Enough of that. Shunimo, this seat is rightfully yours. Please, take a seat, for today's discussion primarily revolves around your affairs." With no choice but to comply, Shunimo sat down, and Iwuju introduced the 7 individuals accompanying him. These 7 were the mountain lords of the Yunjian sect, each overseeing a different region of Tianqing Mountain. They commanded numerous disciples, who were under their tutelage. The 7 mountain lords and the 7 elders occupied either side, while Shunimo sat in parallel with Iwuju. The latter then spoke. "Esteemed guests, it is but a few months until the trials of the Tianjin sect commence. Originally, my son, Tianqing, was to become the future leader of the Yunjian sect and guide our disciples in this trial. However, his aspirations lie elsewhere. Fortunately, with Shunmo's joining, he shall now lead our disciples as the future leader of the Yunjian sect in this trial. Shunimo shall be the future sect leader." Upon hearing Iwuju's declaration, Shunimo was momentarily taken aback and quickly interjected, "Sect leader E, I fear this may not be appropriate." Yet, to his astonishment, no one voiced dissent. Shunimo realized that perhaps a consensus had been reached in recent days. He hastily added, "Sect leader E, esteemed elders and mountain lords, might we deliberate on this matter further? Should it truly come to this?" Before Shunimo could continue, Iwuju interrupted him, stating firmly, "Shunimo, there is no need for you to ponder this matter further. This decision has been collectively reached after discussions with the elders and mountain lords. The focus of our conversation lies not solely on this issue. I hope you will allow us to finish before considering other matters." Shunimo fell silent, recognizing the weight of his words. Although he had much to say, he refrained from contradicting Iwuju. The latter then remarked, "At present, these concerns are secondary. The primary focus for the Yunjian sect is to promptly decide on the candidates for the Tianjin sect trials. Generally, the more exceptional the participants, the better. However, this trial also serves as a means for the Tianjin sect to select individuals. Those who excel may very well be chosen by the Tianjin sect, which would pose a significant loss for the Yunjian sect. Especially now, as the Yunjian sect harbors intentions of independence, many matters must undergo transformation." Shunimo subtly perceived these underlying concerns, yet he chose to remain silent for a moment. Finally, the Grand Elder spoke, "Currently, many matters await your decision, sect leader. Regardless of the outcome, your decisions will bind the fate of the entire Yunjian sect. Ensuring unity, the Grand Elder's timely interjection made it evident that this matter had already been discussed with Yi Ju. The latter laughed heartily and said, "This is precisely why I summoned you all. You must understand, the Yunjian sect is a branch of the Tianjin sect, a lingering ambition from my youth that I believe that as long as I dedicated myself to the Tianjin sect, they would reciprocate our loyalty. However, the Tianjin sect has always maintained a position of superiority, continuously draining our resources. Consequently, the Yunjian sect may never see the light of day I had hoped my son, Yi Tianxing, would lead us toward a different path, but alas, I find myself placing my hopes upon Shenimo though young. His talent is unparalleled. I trust you have all witnessed his prowess on the Yaoguang arena." At this juncture, the Grand Elder spoke once more, elaborating on the reasons behind the Yunjian sect's decision to host such a grand event. He remarked, "Shenimo is indeed a clever young lad, once causing Elder Song much distress. While cultivating in the valley, he pilfered quite a number of our spirit beasts and spirit birds. Yet, it is precisely because of this that we have the opportunity to connect with one another. Shenimo, you shall ultimately pay the price for your actions. Those spirit beasts and birds are not so easily acquired, and one must contribute to the sect." Laughter erupted among the assembly, while Shenimo scratched his head and said, "I had thought that being beneath the Tianjin sect was indeed a source of frustration. However, I wonder if the martial techniques accumulated by the Yunjian sect over the years are sufficient for future cultivation. One must remember that a sect's strength is inseparable from its martial techniques. The Yunjian sect possesses a vast repository of books, yet if the martial techniques within are merely gifts from the Tianjin sect, then once their support wanes, the Yunjian sect would be gravely weakened." Upon hearing Shan Mo's words, the assembly exchanged glances, engaging in quiet discussion for a moment. Finally, Yi Ju responded, "We can still impart some of the martial techniques from the Tianjin sect. Moreover, we have made some accumulations over the years, so stabilizing the sect's situation should not pose a problem." It was clear that this issue was indeed of significant consequence. Shenimo wished to voice further concerns. Yet the Grand Elder interjected, "This matter is not insurmountable. Once freed from the control of the Tianjin sect, the Yunjian sect can forge its own path. As we gradually advance in our cultivation to the Jade Balance realm, it becomes increasingly challenging to take further steps. However, we still hope to leave a mark in this world, much like a solitary grave. We desire a tombstone. If we were to become mere vassals, perhaps we could achieve a solitary grave, yet in the face of grand mausoleums, it would be utterly insignificant. Ultimately, we have already half buried ourselves in the earth. We seek nothing but a simple tombstone. A struggle worth undertaking." Shenimo chose not to respond further, while Yi Ju sighed. "Perhaps it is, as the Grand Elder has said, just a modest wish, within the realm of the martial dynasty. We are not exceptionally powerful, yet we do possess a measure of renown. If we wish to venture further, this step must be taken. Shenimo, you are a gifted young man, seemingly carefree, yet you remain unaware of the implications of this step. Nevertheless, one day you will come to understand that this step is unavoidable, no matter how arduous it may be." The members of the Yunjian sect displayed remarkable unity, and within a short span of time, they reached a consensus on various matters. As the assembly gradually dispersed, only Shenimo, Yi Ju, and the Grand Elder remained in the Elder Hall. Enveloped in silence, it was the Grand Elder who first broke the stillness, stating, "Shenimo, your foresight is commendable, yet your words undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon the others, akin to a great mountain weighing down upon them, rendering them unable to escape." Shenimo now comprehended the gravity of his statement, and with a resigned sigh, he replied, "It seems I was too youthful to have voiced this matter prematurely. While it poses little challenge for me, it is undoubtedly a heavy burden for others within the sect. Especially for the 7 mountain lords." Yi Ju did not intend to blame Shenimo, for at present, Shenimo had yet to regard himself as a member of the Yunjian sect. Yi Ju understood that this would require time. After pondering for a moment, he smiled gently and said, "All right, Shenimo, there is no need for you to bear such guilt. The fact that you have raised this point indicates that you are already considering the interests of the Yunjian sect." Shenimo did not offer comfort to Yi Ju. Rather, Yi Ju began to console himself, albeit with a hint of self-mockery, stating, "The Yunjian sect is indeed a treasure, albeit one that is rare in our eyes. However, safeguarding this treasure is no easy task. Shenimo, Our shoulders can scarcely bear such weight, which is why we thought of you. If you also perceive the Yunjian sect as a treasure, then let us carry it together. Iwuju's words made Shinamo feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet he also sensed a flicker of reassurance. After all, Iwuju's remarks indicated that he no longer viewed Shinamo as an outsider. Shinamo nodded slightly and murmured, "Perhaps it must be so." Chapter 40. The young sect master Shinamo established contact with the branch of the Deng family in Chiun City, and soon, the person in charge of the Deng family there came to find Shinamo at the Yunjian sect, revealing that Deng Yin-su had already arrived in Chiun City. The Deng family's business was extensive, yet notably efficient. Shinamo had only reached Chiun City 5 days prior to visit the Deng family's market, so he was surprised that Deng Yin-su had come so promptly. After arriving at the market, Shinamo was led to the Deng family's auction house in Chiun City, a bustling hub filled with people and noise, the most prosperous location in the entire city. Deng Yin-su had been waiting for Shinamo there, and upon seeing him, she quickly approached, affectionately taking his hand as they moved inside. However, just then, a middle-aged man obstructed Deng Yin-su's path and discontentedly remarked, "Miss Deng, do you not realize that this is the auction house of my Deng family in Chiun City? It is not a place for just anyone to enter. To gain access here, one must possess a certain level of strength and status." The man was quite unfriendly, yet his ire was directed at Deng Yin-su rather than Shinamo. Deng Yin-su immediately retorted, "Deng Yin, you are merely a member of the Deng family branch. Do you understand the rules of the Deng family? This is my brother, and he is welcome anywhere within the Deng family's domain. Furthermore, my brother possesses both strength and status." Deng Yin did not show Deng Yin-su any courtesy and coldly mocked, "Miss Deng, if I recall correctly, you currently do not manage the Deng family's auction house. That responsibility lies with Miss Deng Ying. Are you not risking the rules set by Miss Deng Ying? This is indeed a matter of the Deng family's regulations. Although I, Deng Yin, am merely from a branch of the family, Miss Deng Ying holds me in high regard. Since she has entrusted this auction house to me, I must take my responsibilities seriously." Deng Yan's obstruction was merely to undermine Deng Yin-su, who had been thriving since taking on certain responsibilities, creating a sense of crisis for Deng Ying, who had long overseen the family's affairs. The two had been experiencing subtle friction, though it had not yet come to light. Deng Yin-su was about to present her Deng family token, but at that moment, Chen Shirlei, who had been following Shinamo, clasped his fists towards Deng Yin and said, "Deng Yin, this is Shinamo, the future sect master of the Yunjian sect, our young sect master, who is currently under the personal instruction of the elders and the sect master." Chen Shirlei's sudden revelation of Shinmo's identity left Deng Yin momentarily speechless. Even the sect master of the Yunjian sect would receive special treatment in this auction house, let alone someone of Shinmo's caliber. Deng Yin quickly altered his demeanor, exclaiming, "I never expected it would be the young sect master of the Yunjian sect. Since the young sect master is a distinguished guest of Miss Deng, please, come right in. Young sect master, our auction house has prepared the finest VIP room for you. Whatever needs you may have, our Deng family auction house will gladly accommodate." Shinamo had encountered such individuals in his youth, those who judged others solely by status, age, and position. Such people ultimately lacked substance, though he often dismissed them with a smile. The situation at hand involved Deng Yin-su. Shinamo maintained a calm smile and said, "In that case, please lead the way." Upon entering the VIP room, Deng Yin was about to summon a maid to serve tea to Shinamo. But Shinamo waved his hand and said, "Today, it would be a bother for you to serve us tea and water. After all, the maid is merely a servant, and such service does not befit my status." Deng Yan's expression immediately shifted, and after a brief moment of surprise, gratitude appeared on Deng Yin-su's face. Though Deng Yin felt somewhat reluctant, he still managed a sycophantic smile and said, "Since the young sect master has seen fit to regard me, it is Deng Yan's fortune to serve you today." Despite Deng Yan's reluctance, he cautiously poured tea for Shinamo and Deng Yin-su. However, Shinamo displayed some displeasure and murmured, "Sister, is this the kind of person the Deng family has cultivated? It leaves much to be desired. Such clumsy service is a waste of this auction house." Deng Yin-su understood Shinmo's intent to stand up for her and immediately shot Deng Yin a glare before smiling and saying, "Do not worry, my brother. These servants are merely unrefined. I will ensure they are properly managed." Deng Yin attempted to smile and explain, but Shinamo waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may leave for now. We have some matters to discuss. By the way, you may wait outside. If anything else arises, I shall call for you." As Deng Yin departed, Shinamo noticed the darkening of his expression. Shinamo smiled lightly and shook his head in resignation before saying, Brother Qin, you may also exit for now. Let Deng Yin find you a place. We have some matters to deliberate. Chen Shirlei grew increasingly impressed with Shinamo. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent in cultivation, but he also handled this situation with remarkable finesse. Chen Shirlei promptly said, Shinamo, I shall remain just outside, lest certain individuals eavesdrop. Once Chen Shirlei left, Deng Yin remarked, Rest assured, this VIP room is equipped with arrays constructed from spiritual materials to prevent eavesdropping. Of course, these are only effective against ordinary cultivators. Those at the Kaiyang realm would find them less effective. Shinamo nodded, and Deng Yin continued with a smile, My dear brother, you never cease to surprise me. I never anticipated that you would become the young sect master of the Yunjian sect in such a short time. If I am not mistaken, you must be preparing for the upcoming trial at the Tianjian sect. Shinamo, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity for you, though I am also concerned. The trial at the Tianjian sect represented a tremendous opportunity for Shinamo. With numerous branches of the Tianjian sect, many talented individuals would likely gather, and Shinamo sought to compete in this arena to hone his skills and distinguish himself, something a young hero ought to pursue. With a calm smile and an air of confidence, Shinamo replied, Do not worry, sister. I, Shinamo, shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in such a grand contest. Just wait for the day when my name resounds throughout the world. If I, a mere young sect master of the Yunjian sect, can draw such attention from the Deng family, then should I excel in that contest, the Deng family would surely treat me as an esteemed guest. Deng Yin understood that the recent incident involving Deng Yin had brought some unpleasantness, and she recognized Shinmo's intent in his words. However, she did not wish to burden him further and said, These are merely trifles, quite ordinary. You need not concern yourself with them. By the way, you summoned me here. It must be for something important, yes? After pondering for a moment, Shinmo replied, Sister, I do have a matter that requires your assistance. The Deng family's business network spans the entire martial dynasty, even extending to neighboring dynasties. I wonder if you have heard of any ancient texts, be it one or several, that might provide me with relevant clues. I am willing to offer suitable compensation for any information. Seeing Shinmo's urgency, Deng Yin curiously inquired, Shinmo, what kind of ancient scripture could possibly make you so anxious? She speculated that Shinmo was likely seeking a martial arts manual that he had not obtained at the Yunjian sect, especially with the imminent trial at the Tianjian sect approaching, prompting his desire to improve himself. However, the Deng family is not among those martial clans. Deng Yin is genuinely concerned about her inability to assist Shinmo. For Shinmo, the significance of the Zhao Huaqi Yuan is monumental. Regardless of the price, it must be acquired. Even if the opposing force is formidable, Shinmo is resolute in his quest to obtain it, and is prepared to engage in battle if necessary. Shinmo remarked, It is not an extraordinary object, merely something that greatly aids my cultivation, which is why I am in such a hurry. Sister, have you ever heard of the words Zhao Huaqi Yuan? Deng Yin pondered for a moment before shaking her head, replying, I have not heard of it, brother. Seeing your urgency, do you wish to acquire information about the Zhao Huaqi Yuan? Indeed. Shinmo was feeling rather anxious and nodded, stating, Exactly, I hope to obtain some information regarding the Zhao Huaqi Yuan. Even if it is but a fragment of knowledge, I am willing to pay the price. Noticing Shinmo's evident distress, Deng Yin said, Shinmo, I mean no offense, but you are indeed quite anxious right now. Your fervent search for the Zhao Huaqi Yuan reveals its immense importance to you. An object, even if only you recognize its significance, can become a leverage for others when they perceive your desperation. Even if they do not understand its value, they will treat it as a rare commodity and demand exorbitant prices. It dawned on Shinmo that he had made a mistake. He intended to say something, but at that moment, Deng Yin smiled and said, All right, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, within a few days, I shall bring you good news, sister. I will soon embark on a journey for cultivation, which may take several months. Do not worry. I will find a way to contact you when the time comes. Chapter 41. Rigorous Training. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds reverberated through the forest, a familiar noise that had echoed for the past 6 months. Following the sound, an elderly man and a young boy were engaged in combat. The youth was none other than Shinmo, while the elder was the grand elder of Yunjian sect. After their fists collided, both quickly retreated, creating a distance of approximately 3 meters between them. Yu Wuju, observing the scene, smiled and remarked, Quite impressive. You have made rapid progress during this time. Your mastery of the four directions fist has reached its essence. However, this technique is too domineering. Unless your opponent possesses significantly greater strength, it would be difficult for them to pose a challenge. Shin Imo, bare-chested and considerably more robust, had tan skin that exuded vitality, every muscle brimming with formidable power. He glanced at his fists, then summoned the Han Yu-Ji, gracefully wielding it, unleashing the power of wind and thunder that engulfed the surroundings. With a swift movement, he executed the wind-thunder spear towards the Grand Elder, who responded with a calm smile. Still unarmed, meeting Shin Mo's onslaught with his bare fists, Shin Imo deployed the wind-thunder shadow. The true force of wind and thunder erupted, sending glimmers of cold light towards the Grand Elder. Yet, the Elder remained as steadfast as a mountain, countering with his fists. Despite Shin Mo's relentless efforts, he could not compel the Grand Elder to yield even an inch. The disparity in their realms was evident, but with Shin Mo's growing comprehension of the wind-thunder spear, he found it increasingly manageable. Realizing that his wind-thunder shadow could not force the Grand Elder to retreat, he focused his thoughts and transitioned into the even mightier wind-thunder break. Upon executing the wind-thunder break, it seemed as though the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn to Shin Imo, swirling around him as the sky darkened with ominous clouds, lightning crackling within the thickened atmosphere. As if a tremendous force awaited the right moment to unleash its terror. After casting the wind-thunder break, Shin Imo forewent the evasive tactics of the wind-thunder shadow and directly assaulted the Grand Elder. The Han Yu-Ji moved like a soaring dragon, colliding with the Elder's defenses, gathering the wind and thunder power that surged through Shin Mo's body. This time, the Grand Elder could not afford to be careless. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword materialized in his hand. He swung the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed at Shin Mo's Han Yu-Ji. However, the wind-thunder break was not so easily repelled. The Grand Elder unleashed another strike, a sword energy spanning several meters, resulting in a fierce confrontation that sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The series of explosions uprooted trees, and Shin Imo, panting heavily while gripping his Han Yu-Ji, stood his ground. The Grand Elder, channeling his energy, dispersed the surrounding dust. He gazed at Shin Imo with a hint of annoyance, saying, "Young man, are you intent on slaying me here? I did not expect such a formidable attack from you. Were it not for my timely intervention, I might have fallen into your trap. This technique has hidden follow-ups. Should your strength increase, I would have to be cautious of the repercussions." The wind-thunder shadow and wind-thunder break unleashed a tempest of power. But Shin Imo could not yet perform the wind-thunder storm. He had previously surmised that only upon reaching the Kaiyang realm would he possess the capability to execute it. Currently, he was merely in the Dongming realm, yet to break through into the Yaoguang realm, and still faced a significant gap to the Kaiyang realm. After catching his breath, Shin Imo finally spoke. "The wind-thunder break is still somewhat taxing for me. I feel as though my spiritual energy is slipping out of control, as if a force from the heavens is attempting to draw my power away." Yu Wuju approached the scene, surveying the devastation wrought by their duel, and sighed. "You two are engaged in a contest, yet look at the state of this place. Fortunately, we found this secluded spot for training. Otherwise, we would have attracted considerable attention." Both the Grand Elder and Yu Wuju noticed Shin Mo's unusual state after executing the wind-thunder spear. Yu Wuju, wishing to redirect Shin Mo's focus, exchanged glances with the Grand Elder before saying, "Shin Imo, your martial technique possesses impressive power. It can subtly draw upon the world's spiritual energy. This indicates that it is indeed a remarkable skill. However, such techniques come with a caveat. Their true power relies heavily on harnessing the spiritual energy of the heavens, and one must possess sufficiently robust internal energy to wield it effectively." Upon hearing this, Shin Imo immediately understood, nodding in agreement. "No wonder I feel so drained after each use. It leaves me feeling as if my strength is depleted. Given that I have yet to advance to the Yaoguang realm, the wind-thunder break may serve as a significant asset, but it could also become a burden." Shin Mo's words carried a hint of disappointment. However, the Grand Elder patted Shin Mo's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not, Shin Imo. It is merely a matter of time before you break through to the Yaoguang realm. Few achieve the Dongming realm at your age. During the upcoming trial at the Tianjin sect, you will surely stand out." Accompanying Yu Wuju and the Grand Elder on this journey of cultivation, Shin Imo had approached the pinnacle of the Dongming realm several times. Brushing against the barrier, if he so desired, he could choose to break through directly, yet he had refrained. Shinemo wished to refine himself further, to absorb more knowledge within the Dongming realm. Only then could he hope to reach greater heights in the future. The companionship of the two elders evoked a sense of nostalgia within Shinemo, reminiscent of the time spent with family. They felt like father figures or grandfathers, which made him yearn for the past. Yet, he was acutely aware that such times were irretrievable, and that his relationship with them was merely transactional. Nevertheless, Shinemo was reluctant to view it purely as a transaction. For such a notion seemed too stark. He had many matters to attend to and hoped not to entangle himself too deeply with them. Thus, he stated, the upcoming trial at the Tianjin sect is merely the first step for Yunjian sect to sever ties with Tianjin sect. This step is immensely challenging, and it will only become more difficult in the future. While I can assist you in this endeavor, the ultimate outcome will be for you to bear. Shunmo's words inevitably stung the hearts of the two elders. Yet, they merely smiled. The Grand Elder replied, Shinemo, focus on your cultivation. You must strive to enhance your strength. Moreover, we shall accompany you during your training. Only then can you swiftly transition into the Yao Guang realm. The Yao Guang realm is almost a watershed moment for practitioners. Only by crossing into it can one truly comprehend the vastness of the cultivation world. It is with a sense of shame that I confess. It has taken me nearly a decade to step into the realm of Yaoguang, and almost 20 years to transcend it. Throughout this arduous journey of cultivation, my impressions of the Yaoguang realm remain the most vivid. Iwujue shares a similar sentiment, remarking to Shinemo, indeed, the time spent in the Yaoguang realm was the most joyous period of my life. During that phase, I was free to pursue my desires. Yet I squandered an excessive amount of time within the Yaoguang realm, hindering my progress. Consequently, I fell out of favor with the Tianjin sect, leading to my departure from it, only to later establish the Yunjian sect with its support. In the preceding years, my vision was clouded, but now, my foremost ambition is to extricate the Yunjian sect from the influence of the Tianjin sect. This path may be fraught with challenges, yet it is a necessity. Shinemo, your assistance in helping the Yunjian sect reach this pivotal point is paramount. As for the future, even if it is riddled with peril, it is a consequence of our own choices. We, the old-timers, take pleasure in undertaking endeavors that others deem insurmountable. Perhaps age has rendered us a bit obstinate. However, Shinemo does not perceive their stubbornness as a flaw. On the path of cultivation, certain decisions must defy conventional wisdom. If every choice had an optimal option, and everyone chose that option, the journey of cultivation would lose its luster. Shinemo nodded, stating, regardless, I am the young master of the Yunjian sect, and as long as there is a way for me to assist, you both need only to speak. I would not hesitate to brave any danger for the sake of the sect. The Grand Elder and Iwujue were instantly overjoyed, exchanging glances before the Grand Elder declared, Shinemo, we shall continue our cultivation here for several months until the trials of the Tianjin sect commence. During this time, both of us will devote our utmost efforts to help you break through to the Yaoguang realm. At that moment, however, Shinemo shook his head and replied, Sect Master. Grand Elder, your company is no longer necessary. I have matters of my own to attend to, and I fear I shall need to venture out for a while. I will return to the Yunjian sect as the trials draw near. The two exchanged glances, and the Grand Elder anxiously urged, Shinemo, the most pressing task is to enhance your strength here. If you do not devote yourself to your cultivation, you may not stand out in the trials. The Grand Elder, my personal matters take precedence over cultivation. I am immensely grateful for your companionship thus far, but I must ask for some time to myself during this period. Chapter 42. Ancient Demon Shinemo did not disclose the specifics of his destination. Yet after discussions, Iwujue and the Grand Elder decided that the Grand Elder would secretly escort Shinemo.as for Iwujue. The trials would commence in just a few months, and he needed to return to the Yunjian sect to manage certain sect matters. Shinmo's chosen place for cultivation lay within the Monster Beast Forest. Although they all entered the forest from Tangshan Town, the location selected by the two from the Yunjian sect was far removed from where Shinemo had grown and cultivated. Now that he had entered the Monster Beast Forest, Shinemo felt compelled to visit that place. He yearned to learn the whereabouts of Wu Lingxian and Wu Ying, hoping to inform them of his current situation if they were fortuitously encountered. However, upon arriving at that location, Shinemo was astonished to find that everything he had previously seen was gone. He was taken aback. Fearing he had made a mistake, he scanned the surrounding peaks but found nothing. Bewildered, he pondered. Could it be that his experiences over the years were merely a fleeting dream? Yet, without Wu Ying's timely intervention and without Wu Lingxian, how could he have survived to this day? Shinamo was indeed deeply shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps this was all part of Wu Lingxuan's design. As a powerful cultivator, altering the landscape or inscribing a formation for Shinamo would be an effortless feat. Sighing inwardly, Shinamo mused that perhaps Wu Lingxian wished to maintain a distance from him. The intricacies of their fates might be something he was reluctant to confront. Nevertheless, Shinamo did not dwell on it too heavily. As long as he diligently cultivated and grew stronger, he would eventually cross paths with Wu Lingxian again. At that time, Wu Lingxian would have become exceedingly powerful, and even if Shinamo stood beside him, he would be powerless. His only choice would be to strengthen himself, gradually positioning himself alongside Wu Lingxian, and when that moment arrived, he would be able to stand proudly beside him. The Grand Elder discreetly followed Shinamo. Uncertain of the latter's reasons for wandering about, however, he soon surmised that this place might be where Shinamo had previously cultivated. Yet, a question lingered in the Grand Elder's mind. How had Shinamo managed to reach such heights on his own? The mountain peaks here, though unchanged in their undulating forms, bore no resemblance to what they once were. Shinamo could not find the cave he sought, so he decided to leave the monster beast forest and head towards Songshan Town. After the upheaval, Songshan Town had undergone significant transformation. The once disordered market had been rebuilt into an orderly marketplace, bustling with merchants. Songshan Town remained as it always had, yet the controlling hand had shifted. Shinamo was curious to see how the Songshan mercenary corps he had established was faring, so he did not head straight there, but instead took a leisurely stroll around. Hidaban, though lacking in skill, proved to be quite adept at managing the Songshan mercenary corps. Presently, the town was nearly entirely under their control. Perhaps due to Deng Yinsu's insistence, Songshan Town was no longer in disarray. The marketplace had commenced formal transactions, with goods from the Deng family being transported along the trade routes they had established, while resources and spoils acquired by the Songshan mercenary corps from the monster beast forest were also being sent out along the same routes. The entire town exuded a vibrant atmosphere. As Shinamo wandered through the marketplace, he noticed a large auction house being constructed nearby, likely a concept of Deng Yinsu, or perhaps a venture of the Deng family's enterprise or the Songshan mercenary corps. Shinamo took little interest in these developments, having no substantial demands regarding them. After exploring the area, Shinamo felt quite satisfied. He then made his way to the Songshan mercenary corps, which was now headquartered at the former site of the Poison Snake mercenary corps. Though the enormous snake had since been removed. Upon arriving at the Songshan mercenary corps, Shinamo was momentarily halted, but when he mentioned he was looking for Hidaban, the guard hesitated briefly before promptly going to report. Moments later, Hidaban emerged, momentarily taken aback before hurrying over, brimming with excitement. "Ah, I can't believe it's really you, young Master Shun. You've finally arrived. Just recently, Miss Deng sent word that if she were to see you, she wanted us to convey a message through the Deng family and arrange a time to meet, as she has matters to discuss with you. We even sent someone to Chiun City to inform you of this." Having spent these days in cultivation, Shinamo surmised that perhaps Deng Yinsu had uncovered news related to the wondrous scroll. Overjoyed, he murmured, "Perhaps this is indeed good news." "What? Young Master Shun, please, come inside. This is your Songshan mercenary corps. You can come and go as you please. It's surprising that you were even stopped here. No one seems to recognize you anymore," Hidaban, having not fully grasped Shinamo's words, invited him in and turned to the guard, saying, "Did you see that? This is young Master Shun, the founder of our Songshan mercenary corps. Without him, Songshan Town would not have its present prosperity. One day, I shall erect a grand statue of young Master Shun in Songshan Town, and then you will understand what a legendary figure he is." Upon entering the Songshan mercenary corps, Shinamo noted the significant changes. The previously barren courtyard was now adorned with trees and flowers on either side, imparting a sense of vitality and tranquility. The space once occupied by the giant snake had transformed into a large flower bed, with butterflies flitting about. Shinamo was delighted. Hidaban, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, "Young Master Shin, all of this was ordered by Miss Deng. We were unsure of the purpose behind these changes, but after implementing them, we feel quite pleased with the results." Shinamo was thoroughly satisfied with Hidaban, smiling as he said, "Brother He, you need not concern yourself too much with these matters. Just ensure that you manage these unruly mercenaries well. The Tsongshan mercenary corps is thriving, and you must strive for your own advancement as well. Young Master Shun, rest assured, for I have already conferred with Miss Deng regarding these matters. She has even sent someone to lend me a helping hand, as I too must expedite my self-improvement. He Dabin, however, seems a bit embarrassed, considering his limited involvement in the current affairs. By the way, young Master Shun, please come in. Today we have an unruly guest who claims to be seeking some peculiar herbs. We are at a loss, and even the person sent by Miss Deng is unable to assist us. Oh, what sort of guest is this? He Dabin, genuinely at a loss, furrowed his brow and replied. Young Master Shun, it is difficult to describe this guest. We only know that she is a wild girl. Yet, this wild girl is not so easily dealt with. She articulates her knowledge eloquently and seems quite proficient in her field. If she were a child from a prominent family, she would surely have approached a commercial household like the Deng family directly. Without needing to venture out herself to procure herbs, however, if she is merely an ordinary wild girl, it is unlikely that she possesses such extensive knowledge. Shinamo furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, I am not well versed in these matters, but it is indeed worth a visit. After all, these affairs concern me personally. Upon entering the grand hall, Shinamo noticed a girl in a blue dress, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, radiant like a ray of sunshine. Shinamo could hardly believe that this person could be the wild girl he Dabin described. Upon his entrance, the blue-dressed girl stood up. I in the hall was also Deng Nansu, sent by Deng Insu, yet the girl in blue spoke first. Are you the founder of the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps? It is said that your corps is the largest mercenary group traversing the Beast Forest, capable of procuring any kind of herbs. Although Shinamo had lived within the Beast Forest for several years, he knew how to handle such matters. After Deng Nansu clasped his fists and expressed a look of difficulty, Shinamo said, No worries, leave these matters to me. Miss, please take a seat. My name is Shinamo. I did not actually establish the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps, but rather integrated the previous mercenary groups of Tsongshan Town into this formidable entity. The girl in blue nodded and promptly stated, Very well, my name is Gu Yaoyao, and I am an alchemist. I have come here seeking some herbs, and I wonder if young Master Shan could assist me in procuring them? Upon finishing her statement, Gu Yaoyao handed a piece of beast hide to Shinamo. He glanced at it and saw a list of over 10 rare herbs. Shunmo's brow furrowed slightly as he said, Miss Gu, if you can wait, these herbs can indeed be sourced through the Deng family's commercial network. However, if you are in urgent need, Shunmo did not finish his sentence but gestured to return the beast hide. And everyone understood his implication. Jiu Yaoyao, however, smiled nonchalantly and did not accept the beast hide Shinamo offered back. Instead, she said, So, the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps does not wish to engage in business with me. Gu Yaoyao? Shinamo did not anticipate Gu Yaoyao would be so difficult to deal with, and it was no wonder He Dabin and Deng Nansu found themselves at a disadvantage. Shinamo glanced at He Dabin, who hastily explained, Young Master Shun, it is true. This Miss Gu wishes for us to send someone with her into the Beast Forest to search for these herbs. As the largest mercenary group in Tsongshan Town, we are obliged to comply with the requests of our clients. Shinamo frowned, pondering how to handle the situation, but Gu Yaoyao spoke up, Indeed, since you are willing to meet any conditions, I request that the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps send someone with me into the Beast Forest. These herbs are not exceedingly rare. They can be obtained without venturing too deeply into the forest. Shinamo was perplexed. If these herbs were not particularly rare, then Gu Yaoyao should not be placing such difficulties upon the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps. He responded. However, the herbs could also be acquired through the Deng family's trade routes. Could they not? Gu Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips and examined Shinamo, asserting, Young Master Shun, I believe you are misunderstanding the matter. These herbs must be fresh. After I locate them within the Beast Forest, they must be refined on site. If transported via trade routes, they would have long surpassed their optimal usage period. You people only understand that elixirs are valuable but fail to grasp the stringent conditions required for their refinement. Using fire within the Beast Forest is not a prudent choice. Although the beasts fear flames, fire may also incite their bloodlust. Shinamo smiled and replied, Miss Gu, the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps can certainly escort you into the Beast Forest. However, we are merely warriors, and only a few among us have reached the hidden origin realm. To conjure flames for alchemical purposes in the Beast Forest would likely attract a multitude of beasts. And I am uncertain if you could fend them off. If you possess the ability to refine elixirs while simultaneously dealing with the beasts, I would gladly send someone to accompany you into the forest." Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoyao's expression shifted, while he Dabin and Deng Nansu appeared somewhat relieved, realizing that matters required someone like Shen and Mo to resolve. Nonetheless, Gu Yaoyao was not easily deterred. She regarded Shen and Mo and said, "I lack such skills. But you possess them, young Master Shen. You are a member of the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps, and I trust you would be willing to accompany me into the Beast Forest." Shen and Mo was taken aback. He had never anticipated Gu Yaoyao would propose such a request. He was about to refuse when Gu Yaoyao interjected. "Shen and Mo, fear not. As long as you accompany me into the Beast Forest to seek the herbs, I will fulfill one of your requests in the future. Currently, this is within your capability, and when the time comes for you to make a request of me, I shall grant it as long as it is within my means." Considering that it would take 2 or 3 days to locate Deng Yinsu through the Deng family's trade routes, and it would require additional time for her to arrive in Qian City, Shen and Mo pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you into the Beast Forest, but I can only stay for 4 or 5 days. If it exceeds that time, I will have to leave the forest, as I have other matters to attend to and cannot remain indefinitely in search of herbs." Having relented, Gu Yaoyao found herself with no better alternatives and could only nod in agreement. "Very well. If that is the case, then so be it. Shen and Mo, since it comes to this, we must set off immediately." Shen and Mo nodded and said, "Certainly, but Miss Gu, please wait a moment. I have a few matters to attend to before we proceed into the Beast Forest together." Having been here for only a brief time and not yet fully acquainted with Dabin and the others, he was now set to accompany Gu Yaoyao into the Beast Forest. Gu Yaoyao nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall wait for you outside. Shen and Mo, do hurry. These herbs are not easily found, and I do not wish for our efforts to be in vain." After Gu Yaoyao departed, Deng Nansu quickly remarked, "Young Master Shen, this indeed was our oversight. We did not manage the situation well." Shen and Mo waved his hand and said, "This matter does not concern you. You lack the capacity to address it. Now that I have agreed to take care of it, let us consider the matter settled." Shen and Mo glanced at Deng Nansu, a man in his 40s who appeared rather composed. Had he not been sent by Deng Yinsu, he would not have come to Tsongshan town. Shen and Mo said, "Brother Deng Nansu, please inform Miss Deng to head to Qian City in a few days. I shall be on my way there as well." Deng Nansu quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Young Master Shen, I understand what I must do. The Deng family's trade network is extensive, and in just 3 to 5 days, Miss Deng will surely be awaiting your arrival in Qian City. Indeed, let us expedite this matter. As for the affairs in Tsongshan town, you two should be diligent." "Yes, young Master Shen." Shen and Mo then departed from the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps, riding alongside Gu Yaoyao towards the Beast Forest. They both rode horses provided by Tsongshan town, and as the sun set behind the mountains, they entered the Beast Forest. Upon entering, they could no longer ride, so Shen and Mo left both horses at the forest's edge and proceeded on foot with Gu Yaoyao deeper into the woods. Both were cultivators, with Gu Yaoyao having reached the Yaoguang realm, allowing them to traverse the trees with remarkable speed, unlike the typical mercenaries who moved at a much slower pace. After traversing several mountain peaks, Shen and Mo remarked, "Very well, Miss Gu, this place sees few visitors, so let us explore here. If we venture any deeper, given our current capabilities, it may be challenging to ensure our safety." Whether Miss Gu returns with a bountiful harvest or faces a fruitless endeavor depends on whether we can find the specific herbs she seeks among these mountains. Gu Yaoyao glanced around, nodded, and replied, "Indeed, this secluded area is suitable for the growth of those herbs. Shen and Mo, let us split up in our search. I hope each day brings us fruitful discoveries, for only then can we return laden with treasures." Shen and Mo acknowledged with a nod, saying agreed, "But I must also consider your safety, Miss Gu. Therefore, let us ensure we remain within each other's sight. Regardless of how we proceed, we ought to keep an eye out for one another." Agreed. Gu Yaoyao then produced a scroll and handed it to Shen and Mo, stating, "This contains information about the herbs we seek, with detailed descriptions. The purple night flower and the 7-leaf glowing grass emit a gentle luminescence at night, so we shall search for them after dark. For now, we should seek the sunset fruit, as it releases a fragrant aroma when the sun sets, making it relatively easy to locate." Previously, Wu Lingxian had hoped Shen and Mo would practice alchemy, as he would require elixirs on his future path of cultivation. Furthermore, alchemy and weapon crafting share a connection. If Shen and Mo wishes to advance further, he must learn to forge his own weapons. Unfortunately, He had yet to encounter a suitable mentor. However, Gu Yaoyao's suggestion presented an excellent opportunity for him. Shen Imo nodded and said, "Very well, let us not waste any time and hasten our search for these herbs." With a leap, Shen Imo descended to the ground and began his search. Locating herbs can be a tedious task, yet Shen Imo remained undeterred, extending his spiritual power to summon Gu Yaoyao shortly after. He pointed to a herb before him and said, "Miss Gu, this is the wind silk grass you were seeking, and it appears to have matured for 3 years." Gu Yaoyao's face lit up with delight as she nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the 3-year-old wind silk grass. Shen Imo, I didn't expect you to be so fortunate to find it so quickly." The next steps involved digging up the wind silk grass and refining it. "Shen Imo, please stand guard for me. This wind silk grass is promising, and there may be magical beasts lurking nearby." Shen Imo nodded and leaped onto a tree, surveying the surroundings before reporting, "All clear? Miss Gu, there are no signs of magical beasts nearby. You should proceed with harvesting the wind silk grass in just half an hour." They had already secured one type of herb. Shen Imo hoped to find at least 7 or 8 types by the next day, enabling their departure from the magical beast forest soon after. "Let us hope for such good fortune," Gu Yaoyao replied. "Even if magical beasts attack, you must protect me and prevent them from getting close. Disturbance during the refinement of elixirs is the worst misfortune. If I lose focus, the flames may fluctuate, and that would lead to utter failure." Chapter 44. An unexpected attack. Having briefed Shen Imo, Gu Yaoyao swiftly began the refining process. Extracting herbs is no simple task. She took out a cauldron nearly a foot tall and commenced her work. She placed the 3-year-old wind silk grass into the cauldron. She ignited the flames with her spiritual energy, executing the movements with fluid grace, akin to flowing water, without any hesitation. During their time in Songshan town, Shen Imo had found Gu Yaoyao somewhat headstrong. But now he recognized her exceptional abilities. Within the magical beast forest, her meticulous planning was impeccable. Regardless of Shen Mo's previous impressions, he understood that Gu Yaoyao was indeed an extraordinary woman. While perched on the tree, Shen Imo was not merely vigilant for potential magical beast attacks. He was also observing Gu Yaoyao's refining techniques. After all, he might follow this path in the future, and he could certainly learn from her. Moreover, her movements were so fluid that even if he had no intention of studying them, it was a visual delight. Although Gu Yaoyao worked swiftly, it still took nearly half an hour to complete the refinement of the 3-year-old wind silk grass. Once she had bottled the essence in a jade vial, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, acknowledging the difficulty of the task. After finishing the refinement, Gu Yaoyao turned to Shen Imo, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "All right, Shen Imo, you may come down now. The 3-year-old wind silk grass has been successfully refined. It is time to search for the purple night flower and the 7-leaf glowing grass." The purple night flower was relatively easy to find, yet the 7-leaf glowing grass proved elusive. They searched through the latter half of the night without success. Noticing Gu Yaoyao's fatigue, Shen Imo suggested, "Miss Gu, it seems that refining herbs is quite labor-intensive. Today, we have managed to obtain 2 types. Perhaps we should set up camp and rest here." While it was regrettable not to have found the 7-leaf glowing grass, Shen Mo's reasoning was sound. Gu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, conceding, "Alas, we must accept it. Shen Mo, you have worked hard today. Initially, I intended to recruit dozens of mercenaries from the Tsongshan mercenary group to assist in our search. But it appears that one capable individual like you surpasses any number of hired hands. Today has been fruitful. I hope the coming days yield similar results." Shen Imo did not wish to squander too much time in the magical beast forest, so he refrained from elaborating further. "Let us hope for the best. However, it is not uncommon to return empty-handed from the magical beast forest. For you, Miss Gu, to have obtained 2 types of herbs on your first foray is indeed remarkable. Even if we find nothing else in the next couple of days, today's haul is already a significant achievement." Shen Mo's words caught Gu Yaoyao's attention. She scrutinized him before responding with a hint of annoyance. "Shen Imo, do not attempt to play tricks on me. I am well aware of your thoughts. You are contemplating abandoning the task. You must not entertain such notions. Since you have taken on this responsibility, it is imperative that you diligently fulfill your duties." Shen Imo could only smile in resignation before expressing his curiosity. "Miss Gu, you are no ordinary person. Your alchemical skills are refined and fluid, indicative of a master's training. The magical beast mountains do indeed harbor high-quality herbs, rare in the outside world, but they are typically found deep within the forest, not in our current vicinity. Moreover, the herbs you seek are not particularly rare. Surely, they are cultivated in the gardens of powerful factions. Shun Mo's deductions were astute, yet Gu Yaoyao chose not to respond directly. Instead, she deflected the conversation, stating, "Shinamo, you seem to be quite remarkable yourself. You lead a mercenary group here in Songshan Town and may have other powers at your disposal. At your age, you should be vying with other talents. Why then do you quietly cultivate your own influence? Such ambition is typically reserved for those much older." Shinamo was taken aback by her questioning but managed to chuckle and replied, "That is simply because I am a person driven by greed and desire, requiring such resources to sustain my lifestyle. Miss Gu, you should rest early. Tomorrow we must continue our herb search." Shinamo wished to conceal any deeper thoughts from Gu Yaoyao, offering an excuse to terminate the conversation. He then moved swiftly, leaping back onto a tree and clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. "Miss Gu, please rest well." Shinamo planned to keep watch from the tree, ensuring vigilance over their surroundings. Jiu Yaoyao regarded Shinamo with the same scrutiny he offered her, but his actions pleased her. She crawled into her tent to rest properly. Upon witnessing the ancient demoness stealthily infiltrating the tent, Shinemo promptly closed his eyes, commencing the cultivation of the wondrous scroll of transformation. After roughly an hour had elapsed, with the eastern sky still shrouded in darkness, he was startled into opening his eyes as a menacing aura approached. Already prepared for the hunt, this presence, though concealed, could not escape Shun Mo's perceptive senses. A colossal shadow gradually descended from the mountain, appearing to be approximately 2 feet in diameter, yet it moved with surprising grace. Shinamo immediately discerned the creature's formidable strength. It was a third-tier magical beast, the black rock python, a sovereign entity in the peripheries and mid-regions of the beast forest. Its hide was tough and rugged. But more crucially, the black rock python possessed a notable level of intelligence. Unlike ordinary pythons, its fangs harbored potent venom, and its body exuded toxic miasma. During hunts, a mere breath of its poisonous miasma could incapacitate numerous magical beasts. Clearly, the black rock python had stealthily approached with the intent to prey upon the ancient demoness tent. Observing the massive creature, Shinemo swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree, positioning himself closer to the black rock python. Since the creature sought to hunt the ancient demoness, Shinemo also found himself among its potential prey. However, the dynamics between hunter and hunted often allowed for an unexpected reversal, and he was poised to deliver a lethal strike when the opportunity arose. Despite Shun Mo's subtle movements, the black rock python detected him. It continued to inch toward the ancient demoness tent, but as it neared the tree where Shun Mo perched, it suddenly accelerated. Its enormous form writhed, and its tail, surprisingly agile, lashed toward Shun Mo's tree. Such a cunning beast, Shinemo thought in astonishment. Yet, he reacted swiftly, evading the python's strike. Armed with the Frost Moon Spear, he directed his attack toward the creature's head. The black rock python's body was as resilient as stone, but its eyes represented a vulnerable point. A thrust of the Frost Moon Spear between them would guarantee its demise. However, having ascended to the rank of a dominant creature in the beast forest, the black rock python possessed its own terrifying capabilities. Realizing Shun Mo's intent, it abruptly raised its head and opened its cavernous maw wide, aiming to swallow him whole. Shinemo understood that the black rock python was not to be underestimated. He swiftly evaded its gaping jaws, but the python retaliated by unleashing a jet of purple-black toxic miasma toward him. Shinemo activated the ethereal wind step, nimbly leaping between trees to avoid the noxious fumes. Nevertheless, the black rock python coiled around him, its massive body surging forward with intent to strike. The commotion roused the ancient demoness, who emerged from her tent to witness Shinemo engaged in combat with the black rock python. Despite the creature's formidable approach, it seemed unable to gain the upper hand against Shun Mo's agile maneuvers. Although impressed by the python's size, the ancient demoness called out, "Shinemo, do deal with this great python effectively. Remember, do not let it ruin any of the medicinal herbs here. It would be best if you could dispatch it swiftly. By the way, the python's gallbladder and magic core are remarkable medicinal materials. When it dies, it will shatter its gallbladder and dissipate its magic core, so be quick to slay it before it can do so." Despite the formidable nature of the black rock python, the ancient demoness continued to issue her demands, leaving Shinamo with a wry smile. He then seized an opportunity and launched himself toward the creature once more. Once again, the black rock python opened its jaw wide to consume him. But Shinamo had timed his move perfectly. With a thought, the frost moon spear materialized in his grasp. The power of wind and thunder within Shinamo had coalesced into the spear, and he targeted the python's mouth. With a swift throw, the frost moon spear pierced through the creature's head, emerging from the other side. Shinamo deftly grasped the spear, landing atop the now-still body of the black rock python, which gradually slumped to the ground. He remained steady, as if anchored in place, and with a flick of his wrist, he stowed the spear away. Chapter 45. The Harvest. Shinamo had anticipated that this battle would consume considerable energy. Yet it unfolded with unexpected ease. Clearly, his recent training with the Grand Elder and the sect leader had borne significant fruit. Observing the massive black rock python beneath him, he clenched his fists tightly, silently acknowledging, "It seems I, Shinamo, am indeed growing stronger." While Shinamo was still in a state of astonishment, the ancient demoness approached him with remarkable enthusiasm, brandishing a sharp dagger as she made her way to the python. She swiftly extracted the venomous fangs from its upper and lower jaws and retrieved a gourd. With a flick of her will, the gourd's stopper opened, creating a vacuum that drew the poisonous miasma from the python into the vessel. This gourd was no ordinary object. It shimmered with a faint luminescence, a testament to its extraordinary nature. Intricate runes adorned its surface, undoubtedly inscribed by the artisan who crafted it. Noticing Shinmo's gaze fixed upon the gourd, the ancient demoness quickly stowed it away and reassured him, "Rest assured, this black rock python is your kill, and I shall share some of the spoils with you." Typically, when mercenaries ventured into the beast forest to hunt, the spoils belonged to the mercenary group. The ancient demoness' intent to claim a share was evident. Shinamo replied, "Miss Gu, that hardly seems fair. The black rock python was slain by me, and thus, its spoils should rightfully belong to me." Seeing Shinmo's resolve, the ancient demoness quickly countered, "All right, Shinamo, such matters are trivial. What is important now is to collect the valuable items from the black rock python swiftly to avoid waste. Do you know why alchemists often accompany mercenaries into the beast forest? Ultimately, it's because mercenaries frequently cannot distinguish between treasures and worthless refuse." The ancient demoness was a whimsical character, yet Shinamo was not easily swayed. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned about the python's spoils. However, her attempt to deceive him sparked a childlike delight within him, prompting him to say, "In that case, I shall trouble you, Miss Gu. While I did slay the black rock python, without your keen eye, many treasures would likely go to waste. I propose we split the spoils fairly. I'll rely on your expertise in discerning their value, and I will choose from what you deem worthy afterward." Although Shinmo's words were flattering, the ancient demoness interpreted them differently. She scrutinized Shinamo and remarked, "Shinamo, are you trying to coerce me into relinquishing half of the good items to you? You are not even an alchemist. What use would these treasures be to you?" "Ha ha ha, I have mentioned before, I am indeed a person with a taste for wealth and beauty, and I shall find my own use for them," Shinmo replied. The ancient demoness' whimsical charm could sway anyone, yet she found it ineffective against Shinmo. Realizing she could not outwit him, she relented with a nod, saying, "Very well, Shinmo. I hope the items you select will not prove fatal to you. Remember, the black rock python possesses many toxic elements. You must exercise caution." Understanding her intentions, Shinmo chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Fear not, I am most wary of poison, especially the potent variety. I shall certainly steer clear of it. However, Miss Gu, do ensure a fair distribution. I would not want to be at a disadvantage." The ancient demoness shot him a glare filled with exasperation before she began her meticulous dissection of the black rock python. Remarkably, within half an hour, she had efficiently dismembered the creature, meticulously collecting all valuable components. As she worked, beads of sweat formed on her brow, and she occasionally glanced at Shinmo, who merely offered a simple smile in return. Eventually, the ancient demoness dismantled the python's head and soon unearthed a black magic core. Holding it triumphantly, she exclaimed, "As I suspected, a magic core has indeed formed. This magical core is undoubtedly more significant than many other things. Numerous individuals hunt magical beasts, but their primary motivation often boils down to acquiring this very magical core. Jiu Yao Yao seemed to have a sudden realization, tossing the magical core in her hand to Shinamo. She said, "All right, Shinamo, you may as well accept this magical core. The most precious treasure on a magical beast is indeed this core. Other items hold little value unless one is an alchemist. Even if you wish to sell them, it would not be easy. However, this magical core is different, and no matter who sees that it is the core of the third-tier magical beast, the Black Rock Python, they would be willing to pay a handsome price for it." Shinamo, however, found little use for this magical core. In a playful mood, he smiled and replied, "Miss Gu, I shall not take advantage of you. I think it would be better for me to choose something else. Such a treasure should rightfully remain with you. If not for your discerning eye, Miss Gu, these treasures would likely gather dust, and it would be quite ungrateful for me to accept such a generous gift." Finally, Gu Yaoyao realized that Shinamo was teasing her, and she retorted angrily, "Shinamo, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. No matter how valuable the other items from the Black Rock Python may be, they cannot compare to this magical core. I have already gritted my teeth to give you this core. What more do you want?" Shinamo chuckled, "Ha ha ha, I merely do not wish for you to suffer a loss." "You are infuriating me," Gu Yaoyao exclaimed, her frustration evident. Nevertheless, Shinamo still refused to accept the Black Rock Python's magical core and tossed it back to her. Overjoyed, Gu Yaoyao was about to take it back when Shinamo added, "Miss Gu, please do not misunderstand. I only wish for you to temporarily keep it for me. Once we leave the magical beast forest, I will naturally request it back." Gu Yaoyao's smile froze at this moment. She shot Shinamo a fierce glare, ready to toss the core back to him, but after some contemplation, she ultimately decided to keep it, her face revealing a sly grin as she said, "Very well, since you have asked me to help you store it, I shall do so." On that day, Shinamo and Gu Yaoyao had a fruitful expedition, discovering 2 more medicinal herbs. Perhaps due to the presence of the Black Rock Python, they encountered no other magical beasts. On the 3rd and 4th days, they found only 2 additional herbs, leaving them still in search of the elusive twin flower. That night, Shinamo remarked, "Miss Gu, according to our agreement, we shall depart the magical beast forest tomorrow. If the twin flower remains unfound, I can only express my regrets." Jiu Yaoyao was taken aback by how difficult it was to find the twin flower. After some thought, she replied, "No, we are very close to finding the twin flower. As you can see, the conditions for its growth are already present. I believe we are near. We simply have yet to locate it." Shinamo could not afford to waste time here. Since Deng Yinsu had already sent word, it surely meant there was good news. The Scroll of Fortune was Shunmo's key to future advancement. He could not let this opportunity slip away. He pondered for a moment before stating, "Regardless, I must leave the magical beast forest at the appointed time. Even if you, Miss Gu, wish to remain, it will no longer concern me." Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoyao's expression changed instantly, her demeanor shifting to one of profound disappointment. She glanced at Shinamo, realizing there was little else to say, and could only nod gloomily. "Had I not compelled you to enter the magical beast forest, you would not have come here in the first place. Rest assured, I, Gu Yaoyao, will keep my word. Even if I must withdraw from the magical beast forest, I shall harbor no resentment. However, there is still a bit of time left. Shinamo, please help me search a little longer. If the opportunity is not meant to be, I shall not insist." Suddenly, the spirited Gu Yaoyao became quite reasonable. Shinamo was momentarily taken aback but soon smiled and replied, "All right then, let us continue searching. If the chance arises, we may yet succeed." Jiu Yaoyao then suggested, "By the way, Shinamo, we have yet to explore the cliffside. Perhaps it could be a promising location during the day?" Gu Yaoyao had wanted to go there, but Shinamo had stopped her, frowning as he cautioned, "But that area is far too steep. If any trouble arises, it would be difficult to manage. I believe we should search elsewhere." Gu Yaoyao frowned, firmly believing that the twin flower was there. She insisted, "Shinamo, I am confident in my judgment. That place is indeed perfect for the twin flower's growth. Let us go there and test our luck. As cultivators, a little steepness is no concern for us." Chapter 46. A serendipitous encounter in the cave. Shinamo initially intended to dissuade Gu Yaoyao, but he did not want her to leave with regrets. After some contemplation, he said, "If that is the case, let us proceed and take a look. However, Miss Gu, you often have your own ideas and sometimes take risks. The cliff is treacherous, and I hope you will not take unnecessary chances. Whatever happens, please heed my guidance. If we do happen upon the twin flower, I shall be the one to collect it. But if I believe it is unattainable, I ask that you do not pressure me. Gu Yaoyao was already quite satisfied to have Shinemo accompany her this far, so she would not haggle further. Nodding, she replied, "Very well, Shinemo, I will listen to you." The next day, as Shinemo prepared to leave the magical beast forest, they made their way towards the cliff in the dim light. There was a platform at the cliff's edge, only about 2 to 3 yards wide. However, beyond this platform lay a steep slope, and beyond that, the sheer cliff face, with only occasional patches of grass and trees visible. They had visited this spot before, but had only glimpsed the steep slope from above, never uncovering any trace of the twin flower. If they had reached the level of cultivation that allowed them to fly, they could easily check below for the twin flower's presence. However, neither had attained such prowess yet. As they walked along the platform, they noticed a cluster of vegetation at the bottom of the steep slope. Jiu Yaoyao exclaimed, "Shinemo, perhaps the twin flower grows there. We should go and check it out." Shinemo observed the cluster of vegetation and nodded. "All right, but I will go down first. You stay here. If I find anything, it will be your good fortune." He took out a rope made from the skin of the black rock python and secured it to a stable point before slowly sliding down. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovered a narrow passageway that could accommodate a single person. Shinemo furrowed his brow, secretly delighted. Perhaps this truly was the path to the twin flower. Concerned for Shinmo's safety yet eager to find the twin flower, Gu Yaoyao noticed the rope slackening and quickly called out, "Shinemo, how is it down there? Have you found anything?" Shinemo examined the passage and noticed signs of a battle, as if a powerful warrior had left their mark by cleaving through the area with a sword. Curiosity piqued, he replied, "There is a small patch of vegetation here. I need to search carefully. Miss Gu, do not worry." As he traversed the narrow path, Shinemo found no signs of the twin flower. However, he soon noticed a dark shape ahead, revealing itself to be a cave. Scanning the surroundings, he found no traces left by magical beasts and proceeded towards the cave. It appeared the cave was not naturally formed. Inside he discovered a patch of herbs, and to his astonishment, 4 or 5 twin flowers were among them. Yet, it was not the twin flowers that captured Shinmo's attention. He stepped further into the cave, curious to see if there was something more remarkable within. On this continent, the remnants of past strong beings were countless, often leading cultivators to mistakenly stumble upon the hidden abodes of ancient masters, where they would gain profound martial techniques and rise to fame through diligent practice. Although Shinemo had always dismissed such tales, the prospect of exploring a cave right before him was too enticing to resist. As he looked around, he found nothing of particular interest within the cave. But at its end, he discovered a stone box. Shinemo cautiously approached and, after a careful examination, opened the stone box. As Shinemo opened the stone box, a spectral figure floated out from within. During his practice with the wind and thunder halberd, Shinemo had already experienced the terrifying power of the soul. He hastily grasped the cold moon halberd, prepared to confront the soul's apparition. However, the spectral figure merely regarded Shinemo with a look of regret and said, "What a pity. You are not the disciple I seek. Yet, since you have opened the stone box I left behind, it seems to be a fortuitous encounter." As the figure spoke, a storage bag shot forth from its body, landing in Shinmo's hand. The apparition continued, "Fated one, I possess only a wisp of residual soul and can no longer wait for the right disciple. Since you have opened the stone box, perhaps you are this destined individual." Shinemo accepted the storage bag and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed senior. May I ask for your name?" The spectral figure sighed, gazing at Shinemo before responding, "I am known as Chi Hua Tian, a practitioner who once roamed the continent as a formidable presence centuries ago. However, I became embroiled in strife and was betrayed, leading to my current state. Should you ever encounter a suitable disciple, do not sever my legacy. My sect is called Chi Tian sect. If you find a successor for me, ensure that they seek vengeance on my behalf. I was harmed by my own brother, Chijin Tian, who betrayed me using my signature technique. One chi measures the sky. The version I imparted to Chijin Tian was merely a fraction of my true skill. In due course, a practitioner will comprehend the underlying principles. The storage bag contains many martial arts techniques, a gift to assist you in finding my heir. As for my renowned technique, I hope it remains intact. Shinamo was taken aback by the figure's profound history. He clasped his fists and replied, "Rest assured, I shall take on this responsibility. Well said, I shall depart without regret," the apparition declared before dissipating into the ether. Shinimo approached the stone box, which, contrary to his expectations, was not entirely empty. It contained a fragmented copper plate. The plate was merely the size of a palm and 2 inches thick. When Shinimo picked it up, he was astonished to find it seemingly weightless. Upon closer inspection, he noted intricate patterns etched upon its surface, the most intriguing of which were the characters Binwa. Furrowing his brow, Shinimo murmured, "This copper plate is no ordinary item, yet it is regrettably incomplete. But why does it appear so new? Given that Chihua Tian was a powerful figure from a millennium ago, this plate could not have been newly forged. Thus, it must be an artifact from 1,000 years past, impervious to decay over time. Undoubtedly a remarkable treasure." At that moment, Gu Yao entered, inquiring, "Shinimo, what are you doing here?" Startled by her sudden presence, Shinimo quickly replied, "Nothing much." However, upon noticing the open stone box before him, Gu Yao hurried over and exclaimed, "Ah, Shinimo, it seems you've discovered a treasure here, and you didn't even hear my call. Let me see what's inside. We should divide it swiftly." As Gu Yao leaned closer, she found only an empty stone box. Shinimo feigned a look of disappointment and said, "Perhaps there were once many treasures, but they have long been claimed by others. As you can see, the stone box is devoid of all items." Unconvinced, Gu Yao scrutinized Shinimo and insisted, "Shinimo, you must tell me the truth. What have you obtained here? Do not conceal it. Just show me." Shinimo firmly denied her claims, shaking his head. "I truly found nothing. Why did you come down here instead of guarding the top? Do you not realize how perilous this place is?" Shinmo's evasive answer did not fool Gu Yao, who glared at him and retorted, "Humph! If I hadn't come down, whatever treasures are here would have been lost to me." Unable to persuade him otherwise, Gu Yao turned her attention to gathering the twin bloom flowers needed, working quickly to extract them. Once completed, she noticed an abundance of other herbs and proceeded to gather them all. Though she was not greedy, after harvesting, she replanted seeds and, once the last seed was sown, she clapped her hands together and declared, "All right, this area is suitable for herb growth. In time, more herbs will mature here." Benefiting the herbalists who passed through, "Shinimo, I have successfully acquired everything I sought. You have done well. Now let us leave the monster beast forest." Shinimo nodded and replied, "Miss Gu, please lead the way." "I shall follow." Jiu Yao, unaware of Shinmo's intentions, nodded and proceeded ahead. After her departure, Shinimo bowed to the stone box, silently vowing, "Rest assured, esteemed Qi, I shall certainly find a worthy successor for you. One who can inherit your one Qi measures the sky. If your sect's matters cannot be resolved by your disciple, I will not stand idly by. As for the martial arts techniques you left, I will gladly impart them to the disciple I find for you." Having resolved his thoughts, Shinimo turned and followed Gu Yao up the platform. Chapter 47. Gu Yao's kindness. This journey through the monster beast forest was uneventful. Despite the emergence of a black rock python, which turned out to be more of a fright than a true threat. Upon returning to Tsongshan town, Shinimo and Gu Yao arrived at the Tsongshan Mercenary Corps, where Deng Nan informed Shinimo that Deng Yinsu was waiting for him in Qian City. Shinimo was about to take his leave when Gu Yao insisted, "All right, Shinimo. Since you are heading to Qian City, I shall accompany you." Her declaration startled both Deng Nan and He Derun, who were taken aback by Gu Yao's sudden involvement. They were wary of her potential to bring trouble to Shinimo. During their time in the monster beast forest, Shinimo had attempted to gauge Gu Yao's strength but found it elusive, as if she possessed some artifact that shielded her from scrutiny. Nonetheless, her effortless command of flames hinted at her exceptional abilities. Shinimo recognized the value of having an alchemist by his side, but remained unsure of Gu Yao's true motives. With a slight frown, Shinimo observed her, to which Gu Yao responded with a smile, "Do not worry, Shinimo, I will not cause you any trouble. You are quite intriguing and I wish to learn more about you. Besides, I have my own matters to attend to in Qian City. Do you really think I would cling to you indefinitely? Rest assured, I am not so dull." Intrigued by the mystery surrounding Gu Yao, Shinimo nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, let us travel together. Once we reach Qian City, I will return to my sect, and you may pursue your own path there." As they journeyed towards Qian City, Gu Yao suddenly glanced back, her face filled with puzzlement. After a moment, she inquired, Shunimo, I did not expect you to be quite extraordinary, as it seems someone is following you discreetly. Is this your sect's way of protecting you? What a small sect you must belong to if they need to send someone of such strength to guard you. Shunimo had not sensed anyone following him, but speculated it might be the Grand Elder or someone among Iwu-ju. He smiled and replied, Miss Gu, your soul power is quite formidable. It truly opens my eyes. You have achieved such accomplishments at your age. Your master must be an influential figure on the continent. I wonder if I have ever heard of your esteemed teacher? Gu Yaoyao, perceiving Shinmo's intentions, scoffed, Shunimo, do not think I am unaware of your motives. You wish to uncover my background. It is futile. With your current strength, you cannot grasp such depths. Shunimo, this continent is vast, and your perspective is limited by your own height. At present, you can see only 3 to 5 miles. And to see further, you must venture out into the world. Her words left Shunimo with no retort, and he chuckled, Oh, would you be willing to offer some guidance? Shunimo was eager to ascend. And if Gu Yaoyao was willing to assist, he would certainly remember her kindness. As soon as Shinmo's words fell, Gu Yaoyao adopted a more serious demeanor. She glanced at Shunimo and continued, Shunimo, you would not seek the assistance of others. Otherwise, this young lady could indeed take you along. Each person has their own path to tread, and this is something both you, Shunimo, and I, Gu Yaoyao, are well aware of. However, Shunimo, excessive rigidity can lead to fractures. I trust you comprehend this simple truth. Therefore, why not accompany me into the continent? Rest assured, no matter what difficulties you encounter, I shall be there to assist you. I did not anticipate that Miss Gu possessed such remarkable capabilities. Shunimo felt a sense of admiration for Gu Yaoyao's exceptional background, yet he smiled and replied, However, I still hope to explore on my own. Even if I must face formidable challenges, I am willing to bear the consequences myself if my talent and fortune hold true. I believe I shall eventually encounter Miss Gu in that place where prodigies gather. Gu Yaoyao was aware of Shinmo's likely response, yet she remained unperturbed and remarked, Shunimo, with your talent, your future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, if aided by external forces, it would surely be like adding wings to a tiger. Yet, you are a stubborn individual, and I am fully cognizant of that, so I shall not press you further. I merely hope you understand that should you require my assistance, I will certainly extend my utmost efforts to help. Shunimo did not believe he needed Gu Yaoyao's help. Nonetheless, he wished to spare her feelings and replied with a smile, Ha ha ha, then I thank Miss Gu profusely. Alas, Gu Yaoyao found herself at a loss with Shunimo. She looked at him and said, How about this, Shunimo? Present me with a request and I, Gu Yaoyao, shall promptly assist you. I believe this will alleviate any doubts you may have regarding my intentions. With a solemn demeanor, Gu Yaoyao spoke. While Shunimo mirrored her seriousness, he shook his head and replied, Miss Gu, I genuinely do not know what assistance I might require from you. I hope you can understand. Now, let us hasten to Chiun City. Humph, good intentions met with ingratitude. Very well, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Gu Yaoyao furrowed her brows slightly and snorted coldly before spurring her horse onward. Shinmo shook his head helplessly and followed suit. Upon arriving at Chiun City, Shinmo made his way directly to the Deng family's auction house. Despite having stirred trouble during his last visit, this time he found the passage remarkably smooth. Upon learning of Shunmo's arrival, Deng Yinsu quickly approached him. Shunmo, you appear to have grown stronger, and you have brought along a radiant young lady akin to sunlight. Deng Yinsu exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. My dear brother, you have finally arrived. News from Tsongshan town indicated that you accompanied a Miss Gu into the Beast Forest. I had thought you would be delayed by a day or two. Sister, Gu Yaoyao, intrigued by the relationship between Shunmo and Deng Yinsu, greeted her with poise, saying, Miss Deng, I am Gu Yaoyao, an alchemist. I had to personally venture into the Beast Forest to gather some medicinal herbs, which inadvertently troubled Shunmo. Deng Yinsu laughed heartily and replied, Well then, please, follow me. Once inside the VIP room, Deng Yinsu instructed a maid to bring tea and remarked, I truly did not expect that Miss Gu would be an alchemist. Alchemists are held in high regard on the continent. However, my brother is rather dense and may have inadvertently upset Miss Gu. Gu Yaoyao covered her mouth in amusement and said, Shunmo is indeed quite frustrating. Yet he has helped me considerably. I consider us even now. By the way, Miss Deng, this auction house belongs to the Deng family, and I have some medicinal herbs I wish to source through your family's trade routes. As she spoke, Gu Yao produced a piece of beast skin and handed it to Deng Yinsu, saying, Miss Deng, I would like to know the time required to prepare these medicinal herbs. I hope you can provide me with an accurate time frame. Seeing the beast skin, Deng Yinsu was momentarily startled. After a moment, she replied, Miss Gu, these medicinal herbs are quite rare. I will need to investigate further to determine how long it will take. This was precisely what Gu Yao had anticipated. Nodding, she stood and said, Very well, then I shall trouble you. Miss Deng, as I venture into the beast forest to gather the herbs, I also wish to prepare some elixirs. I hope you can provide me with the space for that. Deng Yinsu summoned a maid and, after a brief exchange, the maid took Gu Yao away. Once she had left, Deng Yinsu turned to Shinemo and said, Brother, this Gu Yao is not an ordinary person. Her demeanor suggests she hails from a prominent family. Shinemo nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I had suspected as much. However, I wonder what brings her to Tsongshan town. Regardless, my foremost priority now is to enhance my strength. Deng Yinsu nodded, observing Shinemo closely. Shinemo, upon your return from your training, you appear much more composed, and your aura. Have you perhaps discovered a breakthrough? Shinemo nodded, replying, Yes, I have reached the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, and it is only a matter of time before I break through to the Radiant realm. However, I am hesitant to rush this breakthrough. I wish to further hone my skills within the Enlightenment realm to elevate myself even further. Sister, I am afraid I cannot assist you with your cultivation, but I can offer help in other matters. Deng Yinsu said. Shinemo was elated and eagerly inquired, Sister, do you have any good news? The Tome of Creation? Deng Yinsu confirmed, nodding. After you mentioned your quest for the Tome of Creation, I inquired further and discovered that the Deng family possesses a stone tablet that vaguely references those words. Initially, I intended to bring the tablet to you, but was thwarted by family members. If you wish to obtain that stone tablet, you must bid for it at auction. Chapter 48. The discovery Shinemo was, of course, overjoyed and immediately asked, Sister, where will this stone tablet be auctioned? I will do whatever it takes to acquire it. Deng Yinsu, concerned about Shinmo's enthusiasm, urged him to sit down inside. It is a pity I could not secure the tablet from our family, otherwise there would be no need for this auction. Some items can indeed be privately traded within the family. But alas, I digress. The stone tablet will be auctioned in Zhongtian City, which is a 3-day journey from here. This auction is not under my control but rather managed by others, so brother, I cannot offer much assistance this time. Seeing the tensions within the Deng family, Shinemo smiled and reassured her, Sister, do not worry. Your ability to uncover this lead regarding the stone tablet is already more than sufficient. When will this auction take place? I wish to prepare accordingly. Deng Yinsu, feeling guilty for not being able to assist more, was relieved to see Shan Mo's demeanor and replied, The auction will occur in 5 days that I will also be in Zhongtian City. Brother, I have prepared the gold coins you will need for the auction. As she spoke, Deng Yinsu handed Shanemo a VIP card, saying, This is the highest tier black crystal card from the Deng family. With this card, you can spend up to 10 million gold coins at any of our auction houses or business establishments. The starting price for the stone tablet is merely 300 gold coins. So this card will be more than sufficient. Shinemo examined the black crystal card Deng Yinsu had given him and furrowed his brow, contemplating declining it. However, Deng Yinsu noticed his hesitation and said, Brother Shinemo, you have done so much for me, and now I can only assist you in this small way. Do not be polite with me. This black crystal card is not mine. It was gifted to me by our mother, and now I bestow it upon you. You will surely need funds while navigating the martial dynasty. Unsure of how to respond, Shinemo contemplated offering a medicinal herb to Deng Yinsu. But she preemptively stopped him, saying, Enough, my dear brother. I know what you intend to do. Keep it to yourself. I do not require those fine herbs. Your previous support is already more than enough for me. Shinemo smiled and said, Sister, I truly hope the previous incident did not bring you any trouble. Deng Yinsu waved her hand dismissively, saying, The servants are simply ignorant. They will need to be taught a lesson. But rest assured, I do have some supporters within the Deng family. Dear brother, the last time you helped me fend off the difficulties posed by Deng Yan, I was immensely delighted. Ha ha ha, having such a wonderful brother feels truly remarkable. Deng Yinsu indeed provided Shinemo with a familial sense of belonging. Shinemo clasped his fists towards Deng Yinsu and assured her, Sister, rest assured, as long as it is within my capabilities, I shall undoubtedly act. Should anyone from the Deng family dare to bully you again in the future, I will not stand idly by. Deng Yinsu smiled gently and replied, "Ha ha ha, sister believes in you. With you as my brother, I fear I could even aspire to be an empress." Upon hearing this, Shinamo also smiled and remarked, "Then I must strive diligently to cultivate and endeavor to drive away the royal family of the Wu dynasty, allowing you to become the empress. Very well, with your words, sister can rest assured. Having been away from the Cloud Sword sect for quite some time, it is now time for me to return and pay a visit." Shinamo clasped his fists and stated, "Sister, I still have matters to attend to at the Cloud Sword sect. When you are ready to depart, I shall make my way back. We shall leave tomorrow. So you head to the Cloud Sword sect first. Arrive here early, and in the evening, we shall dine together as siblings." Upon reaching Tianqing Mountain, Shinamo noticed the surroundings were deserted and immediately said, "Elder, you need not continue following me. We have already arrived at Tianqing Mountain, almost reaching the Cloud Sword sect. Why not reveal yourself?" "Ha ha ha." The elder laughed heartily and then curiously asked, "Shinamo, when precisely did you discover my presence?" "I believed I was well hidden." Shinamo chuckled wryly and responded, "I have grown up in the monster beast forest, so my senses are somewhat sharper. When I encountered the attack from the black rock python in the forest, I sensed your aura. However, there were others present at that time, and since it was not a significant matter, I refrained from saying much, as both the sect master and you were acting in my best interest." The elder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his fists and continued, "I did not expect your response to be so decisive. That black rock python is quite formidable, yet your wind thunder strike dispatched it with such ease. Shinamo, perhaps you were unaware that when you unleashed the wind thunder strike, a portion of the world's spiritual energy was utilized by you. This wind thunder halberd is no ordinary martial technique. It seems your master possesses an extraordinary background." Shinamo refrained from allowing Ewok and the elder to follow him, not wanting them to uncover certain secrets. The elder, now aware, wished to explain to him. But the elder waved his hand and said, "Shinamo, I understand what you wish to convey, but there is no need to elaborate. The Cloud Sword sect is undergoing considerable struggles, perhaps because neither I nor the sect master share your expansive vision. Now that you possess those resources, who is to say they cannot be utilized for the benefit of the Cloud Sword sect in the future?" Shinamo was deeply touched. He had not anticipated the elder would speak such words. He hurriedly replied, "But, elder, I am merely Shinamo." The elder would not allow Shinamo to continue and interrupted, saying, "I know what you wish to say. You may think you are not a part of the Cloud Sword sect, yet you should also understand that at some point, you have become a cultivator of the Cloud Sword sect. Regardless of its current state, the sect will always be intertwined with you." Although Shinamo was reluctant to acknowledge this, he nodded slightly and said, "Elder, rest assured, as long as it is within my power, I shall not stand idly by." The elder laughed heartily, for this was the response he desired. He patted Shinmo's shoulder and said, "Young one, I see you are heading to the Deng family's auction house. Is there anything you need to purchase? The recent upheaval in Songshan town occurred only a few months ago, and even if you have established a new mercenary group, you likely haven't made much profit. How about this? I shall give you some of my funds to procure what you need." Shinamo repeatedly shook his head and replied, "Elder, that won't be necessary. I still possess some gold coins, certainly enough for my current needs." The elder glared at him and said, "You little rascal, do you dare refuse my offer? Fine, just accept it. You are the young master of the Cloud Sword sect, and the sect should support you with various resources. However, it currently lacks many good items to provide you. A little financial assistance should not weigh heavily on your conscience." Following the elder to the elder's courtyard, Yi Zhongzhu had already summoned several other elders, and as before, Zhang Desheng and the others served tea to everyone. Upon seeing Shinamo, they all expressed great joy, though being high-ranking members of the sect, they dared not act too freely. Shinamo laughed heartily and pulled the three aside for a brief conversation. At that moment, the elder called Shinamo over and instructed Zhang Desheng and the others to withdraw. Ewok, as the leader of the Cloud Sword sect, was the first to speak. "The trial of the Tianjin sect is imminent, and fortunately, Shinamo has made significant progress. He is bound to stand out in this trial. However, as of now, Shinamo lacks an official title within the sect. I propose that from this moment on, he shall be recognized as the young master of the sect. What do you all think?" Shinamo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would discuss such matters today. After considering briefly, he quickly interjected before anyone else could speak. "This matter requires careful consideration. there are many in the sect whose strength surpasses mine, and numerous individuals with exceptional talent. It would not be out of the question to establish the title of young master at a later time. Seeing Shan Mo's reluctance, the elder hastily encouraged him, saying, Shen Mo, when Qin Shirlei accompanied you on your recent outing, he already utilized this title. I believe you should not refuse any longer. By obtaining the title of young master, you will have numerous conveniences within the Cloud Sword sect. Otherwise, many will privately discuss your status. I think you should not decline. Let us settle this matter. Ewok nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Shen Mo, this title is solely intended to facilitate your movements within the sect, and nothing more. Moreover, if you wish to participate in this trial, having a title is indispensable. Let it be decided. From this moment forth, you are the young master of the Cloud Sword sect. Shen Mo found it difficult to resist their insistence, so he nodded and said, Zhongzhu, esteemed elders, I have returned to Tianqing Mountain because I must depart for Zhongtian City tomorrow to participate in an auction. Hence, I must take my leave. Chapter 49. A curious command. Shan Mo's intention to travel to Zhongtian City surprised both Ewok and the elder, who exchanged brief glances before the elder decisively stated, Zhongtian City is no ordinary place. How about this? Either I or the elder will accompany you to Zhongtian City. Alternatively, I can invite Elder Su to accompany you. Shen Mo was puzzled as to why Zhongtian City elicited such reactions, and he frowned slightly but replied, There is no need for anyone from the sect to accompany me on this trip. I will be traveling with the Deng family. The auction will take place at their auction house, and having their assistance will undoubtedly make things much easier. Shen Mo's words plunged everyone into a moment of contemplation, and after a brief pause, the elder spoke up, saying, Shen Mo, now that you are the young master of the Cloud Sword sect, it is essential to exercise caution. Thus, I shall accompany you to Zhongtian City, but we shall pretend not to know each other. I will also bring along a few individuals. In case anything arises, we can look out for one another. Shen Mo did not understand and said, But this is merely an auction. Must we go to such lengths? Ewok and the elder exchanged knowing glances before laughing. Ha ha ha, Shen Mo, you are unaware of the intricacies involved. While it may seem just an auction, the events surrounding it often stir up considerable turbulence. Your extreme caution suggests that the items being auctioned are of great significance to you. If you can perceive their importance, so too can others, thus necessitating even greater vigilance. The elder nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, for this auction, let us split our forces. Shen Mo, you shall travel with the Deng family's convoy, while we will follow behind. Rest assured, we will all be present at the auction site. Should any trouble arise, we will step in and deal with it decisively. Shen Mo had not anticipated things would escalate to this extent, but the celestial tome held immense significance for him. He nodded and replied, Very well, I shall follow the arrangements made by Zhongzhu and the elder. Esteemed elders, I must now proceed to the Deng family's auction house. So I bid you farewell. Shen Mo stood to leave, but Ewok stopped him and called over Zhang Desheng and the others, saying, Shen Mo, you should take one of them with you on this journey. The journey to the auction may indeed bring about some unnecessary troubles, and accompanying them would undoubtedly pose numerous inconveniences. However, Shen Mo quickly grasped the brilliance of Ewuju's arrangement. He glanced at the three individuals and said, Very well, let Ding Yin accompany me on this occasion. Zhang Desheng and Xia Anlin, you shall focus on your cultivation within the sect. If another opportunity arises, I shall take you both out for some practical experience. Although disappointment flickered across Zhang Desheng and Xia Anlin's faces, they promptly nodded in agreement. In contrast, Ding Yin was overjoyed, brimming with excitement. Upon arriving at the auction house of the Deng family in Qiun City, Deng Yin Su had prepared a sumptuous banquet. She had invited Gu Yaoyao, and for her own entourage, she had summoned Deng Su, who was currently in charge of the Deng family in Qian City. The auction house had been entrusted to Deng Yin Su, and Deng Su was personally appointed by her. During the banquet, light conversation flowed until Gu Yaoyao, upon learning of Shen Mo's impending journey to Zhongtian City, expressed her desire to accompany him. Shen Mo, puzzled by her intention, listened as Gu Yaoyao explained, Shen Mo, what you may not know is that my visit is not solely to procure a few medicinal herbs. I also aim to consolidate the various alchemist guilds. Alchemist guilds? Shen Mo was taken aback. This was a colossal organization, one that, despite not being officially recognized, commanded considerable respect. The Wu dynasty seldom intervened in its affairs. Yet it was also true that if any issue arose involving the alchemist guilds, the Wu dynasty would inevitably become involved to maintain stability within such a powerful entity. While Shenemo had long suspected Gu Yaoyao's extraordinary background, he was wholly unprepared to learn that she originated from the alchemist guilds. Deng Yinsu, having anticipated this to some extent, remarked, "Miss Gu, it is indeed unfortunate that although Qiyun City is not small, it lacks a significant number of alchemists. However, should you wish to establish an alchemist guild here, I, Deng Yinsu, would be more than willing to offer my full support." Jiu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, stating, "My visit to Qiyun City is indeed driven by this consideration, though I must first pay a visit to a few individuals in Zhongtian City. If the alchemist guild there is willing to provide substantial support, I would be able to successfully establish a guild here. Rest assured, Sister Deng, the alchemist guild has always maintained a good relationship with the Deng family. Should the guild be established, or even if it were merely a branch of the guild, your support would be essential. Fortunately, Sister Deng and I have quickly become acquainted, so dealings with this auction house should proceed smoothly. Here's to you, Sister Deng." After the two ladies shared a toast, Deng Yinsu added, "The Alchemist Guild in Zhongtian City has close ties with my Deng family, so Miss Gu, do consider bringing my brother along when you visit the guild." This suggestion was intended to elevate Shenemo's standing. However, Gu Yaoyao scrutinized Shenemo and quipped, "Shenemo? Sister Deng? I think that might be unwise. This Shenemo is rather bothersome, and I worry he might offend the esteemed elders of the Alchemist Guild." Ding Yin was astounded that Shenemo could bring him to such a remarkable dining experience. Recognizing the prestigious backgrounds of both ladies, he understood that meeting the Alchemist Guild members was a significant opportunity. Hearing Gu Yaoyao's remark, he quickly interjected, "Sister Gu, my boss would never do that. He will surely impress the alchemist masters." While the others were jesting, Ding Yin was earnest. Deng Yinsu stifled a laugh, and Gu Yaoyao's eyes widened in shock as she regarded Ding Yin, considering his words before responding, "Boss? You dare call him that? He is so detestable. What kind of charm has he cast upon you? If you truly have been ensnared by his wiles, I shall concoct a pill for you to cleanse the effect." Ding Yin attempted to explain himself but felt outmatched by Deng Yinsu and refrained from further comment. However, Gu Yaoyao was relentless, stating, "Oh? You still call me Sister Gu? Very well. If you can persuade your boss to address me as Sister Gu, I shall lead you to meet those old-timers of the Alchemist Guild." Ding Yin was left speechless, and both Deng Yinsu and Deng Su burst into laughter. After their mirth subsided, Deng Su remarked, "Young Master Shun, it would be wise to prepare adequately for the items you intend to auction in Zhongtian City. Otherwise, you may encounter unforeseen complications." Deng Su, appearing to be in his 50s and exuding an air of gravitas, clearly had his reasons for raising such concerns. Shinemo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean? When I departed from Yunjian's sect, they warned me of similar issues. Is Zhongtian City truly as chaotic as they suggest?" Deng Su exchanged glances with Deng Yinsu, who nodded slightly. He then explained, "Young Master Shun, it's not that Zhongtian City is inherently chaotic. Rather, the city lord has issued a decree that causes every auction to stir considerable uproar. The city lord, Lu Wushi, is a martial heaven marquis, on the verge of attaining the status of a heavenly martial marquis. Lu Wushi has amassed significant military merit, having once held the line against numerous beast-tide assaults. Perhaps it is this exposure to the savage nature of the beasts during battle that led him to decree that all auctions in Zhongtian City should incite competition among bidders." Shinemo was taken aback by the revelation of Lu Wushi's character. Typically, one would expect a newly appointed city lord to focus on stability, yet Lu Wushi seemed to advocate for upheaval instead. The Wu dynasty had always prioritized internal stability. Thus, Lu Wushi must be a formidable figure to have garnered their tolerance. Seeing Shanmo's astonishment, Gu Yaoyao chimed in, "I have heard of Lu Wushi as well. He is a protege of the renowned martial king Wu Tianqi, who is regarded as the most likely candidate to ascend as the future martial emperor. During the war against the Ghost Clan, he even captured an elder from their ranks and detained him in his residence. Lu Wushi has also faced off against the Beast Clan. A man of such caliber undoubtedly harbors deep intentions. He engages the Ghost Clan while directing his subordinates against the Beast Clan, achieving military accomplishments on both fronts. His motivations are clear." Deng Su was aware of these details but refrained from elaborating further. He added, "Although this martial heaven marquis Lu Wushi has issued such a bizarre decree, Zhongtian City remains relatively peaceful, with no major disturbances arising. However, those who venture to participate in the auctions must be prepared to endure some trials and tribulations. always on guard. Indeed, he was a peculiar individual. It seemed prudent for them to strategize for their upcoming journey to Zhongtian City. Shinamo mused that it was likely Yiwu Ju and the others were aware of this situation, which prompted their arrangements. He concluded, this matter need not be overly concerning. The Yunjian sect will dispatch personnel to address it. Concurrently, I wish to seize this opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Should there be a trap awaiting me in Zhongtian City, or should there be individuals seeking to strike against me, I too shall respond in kind. It is essential that others recognize the existence of Shanmo. Upon hearing Shanmo's declaration, Deng Yinsu was taken aback and attempted to dissuade him. However, Gu Yaoyao endorsed Shanmo's approach, stating, indeed, it is wise to adopt such a stance. If one is overly benevolent, it may invite others to exploit your kindness. With Yunjian sect backing you, while they may not hold much sway in Zhongtian City, they still possess a degree of influence in Qiun City. Regardless of the circumstances, Shinamo would eventually confront these challenges. Even if he could initially evade them, upon stepping forward, he would have to face the provocations of others. Shinamo remarked, I do not wish to bully others. However, should I encounter any trouble, I shall be compelled to respond. Given the proximity of Zhongtian City to Qiun City, and with a Marshal Heaven Marquis residing there, Shinamo had no choice but to proceed. The items he intended to auction were of great significance to him, and he could not simply relinquish them. In response to Shinmo's resolve, Deng Su assured him, rest assured, young Master Shun, all arrangements for your journey to Zhongtian City have been meticulously organized. You need only to proceed, and success is guaranteed. Jiyu Yaoyao also patted her chest and affirmed, Shinamo, fret not. With me around, you shall encounter no trouble in Zhongtian City. After the banquet, Deng Yinsu invited Shinamo to the rooftop of the auction house. Once seated, she said, Shinamo, regardless of the circumstances, you are gradually becoming entangled in these affairs, and it is certain that you will find yourself even deeper in the future. I believe it would be wise for you to avoid becoming embroiled in them if possible. At present, you are the young master of the Yunjian sect, and in the future, you shall ascend to the position of its leader. As long as you have mastery over the Yunjian sect, your life is destined to be smooth sailing. Deng Yinsu clearly displayed a look of concern, while Shinamo was uncertain if she had investigated his past, regardless of whether she was aware of his history. Shinamo sighed and said, Sister, there are many matters beyond my control. Moreover, did I not promise to make you the Empress of the Martial Dynasty? If I do not strive diligently, it is likely you will have to wait a long time. Deng Yinsu couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in exasperation as she sighed. Shinamo, you take this too seriously. Of course, he replied. Since I made a promise to my sister, how could I not take it to heart? Seeing his earnestness, Deng Yinsu felt deeply moved and said, Very well, Shinamo. Knowing you have this intention is enough. You are aware that my status within the Deng family is not particularly high, so my ability to assist you is quite limited. While it is indeed best for you to carve out your own path, if you were to fall into a crisis and I am unable to help, I would be left in despair. The concern of family is indeed an extraordinary feeling. Shinmo smiled and reassured her, Sister, rest assured, I value my life greatly and will tread carefully with each step. Should I falter, I cannot fathom how long it would take to regain my footing. Your awareness of this brings me peace. Deng Yinsu nodded, preparing to take her leave. However, as she departed, she leaned in close and whispered in Shanmo's ear, Be wary of Gu Yaoyao, her background is quite formidable. This statement startled Shanmo slightly, but Deng Yinsu merely left him with that vague warning before patting his shoulder and exiting. Shinamo was left puzzled, yet he could only smile helplessly. He knew he should be cautious without needing Deng Yinsu's reminder, but he was also curious about Gu Yaoyao's true intentions. Zhongtian City was vastly larger than Qiun City. The latter could hardly compare even to a fraction of the former. Upon entering Zhongtian City, Gu Yaoyao accompanied Deng Yinsu to the Deng family's auction house, thereafter inviting Xiaonimo to accompany her to the Alchemist Guild. As Deng Yinsu had other matters to attend to, she could not join them. While Ding Yin was brought along by Shinamo upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Gu Yaoyao adeptly produced a token and presented it to the elder on duty. The elder's expression shifted immediately, and he led Shinamo and the others deeper into the guild. The token bore an engraving of an alchemical furnace, with a faint outline of a tower visible on its exterior. While the reverse side was inscribed with the character for Sunday, this token was undoubtedly of great significance within the Alchemist Guild, which explained the elder's reaction. After traversing through the guild's administrative hall, They soon entered a courtyard where many others were conducting business. The elder guided them through the courtyard until they reached a secluded side hall that was quieter and more serene. Upon entering, the elder's demeanor became noticeably more respectful, and he addressed Gu Yaoyao and her companions, saying, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch President He." President He was a short, plump old man with white hair. Though his chubby face bore no wrinkles, he entered with a cheerful demeanor and greeted the three with a bow, saying, "I apologize for not welcoming you sooner upon hearing from the elder about your esteemed visit." Accompanying him was a maid who promptly served tea as he waved his hand, saying, "Please, do not stand on ceremony." Once seated, Gu Yaoyao wasted no time, stating, "President He, I have come primarily to discuss an important matter. I wish to establish branches extending from Zhongtian City." President He was well aware that alchemists are a unique group, and the guild provides them with essential support. In recent years, the guild had lost a portion of its profits to several families that were now expanding their influence. "I believe the Alchemist Guild should adopt a similar approach," she continued. Shinimo understood Gu Yaoyao's purpose for this visit. It was a matter of business competition, a strategy employed by major powers to control the lesser entities. President He, recognizing the difficulty of their situation, furrowed his brow and replied, "It is not that we are unwilling to do so. It is merely that operating an alchemist guild incurs substantial expenses. Currently, we have allied with several prominent families, purchasing herbs from them while selling our elixirs through their channels, which keeps us on good terms with various factions." Jiu Yaoyao understood their challenges and pondered briefly before saying, "President He, it is evident that the Alchemist Guild cannot reach further heights without expanding. For now, I have no other requests. I simply wish for you to consider including smaller cities in your plans for establishing alchemist guilds. I trust this can be accomplished, correct?" President He nodded in agreement, saying, "If that is the case, it is indeed feasible. Establishing an alchemist guild would yield numerous benefits for the alchemists, and I believe smaller cities would certainly require such support." Seeing President He's agreement, Gu Yaoyao nodded in satisfaction and added, "Additionally, since I have come here on someone else's behalf, Zhongtian City is a significant place. I hope you can facilitate the entry of 1 or 2 alchemists to train there. This presents an opportunity for you, but it is also a considerable challenge. I hope you understand this." President He, who had been calm and articulate, set down his teacup, pondering her words before sighing, "My dear lady, this matter places me in a difficult position. Gaining entry to that place is the dream of every alchemist. However, it is unfortunate that Zhongtian City has yet to produce any extraordinary talents. Over the years, no one has managed to reach there. Although they have extended invitations to us multiple times, gaining access is far from easy. Now that Lu Wuxia has become the lord of Zhongtian City, and with his title as a marquis, they have offered us a position as an elder. Yet, without a powerful alchemist, how can we gain entry?" Gu Yaoyao understood the challenges of entering such a prestigious place and frowned, exclaiming, "President He, this is a tremendous opportunity that must not be missed. If you can secure an elder position there, the Alchemist Guild will not only gain renown but will also receive greater support." "Thank you, my lady," he replied, "but I fear I may not be able to fulfill that." Witnessing He's reluctance, Gu Yaoyao felt a sense of regret for him but realized that she could do little to assist. She said, "President He, you must understand that the window of opportunity presented to you will last at most 10 years. If you fail to seize this chance within that time frame, who knows when the next will arise? In these 10 years, I hope you can cultivate a competent alchemist to vie for a position there and ultimately become an elder." It appeared that the place Gu Yaoyao referred to held immense significance for alchemists. Though Shen Mo was not well versed in the workings of the Alchemist Guild and refrained from interjecting. After a moment of contemplation, President He responded, "My lady, you need not worry. A gifted young alchemist has recently emerged in Zhongtian City. Though still young, he has already earned the title of Danwang Elixir King. With his talent and dedication, it won't be long before he can reach that place." Jiu Yaoyao was somewhat skeptical. Yet recognizing the positive news, she nodded, saying, "Well, at least there is some good news. Your words have eased my mind. However, 10 years is a fleeting time, regardless of the so-called Dan Wang's current abilities. If he cannot reach the level of a 7th-tier alchemist, he will ultimately be barred from entry. A 7th-tier alchemist is the minimum requirement." His already unappealing visage grew even more strained. And after a moment, he nodded, saying, "If that is the case, we may have no choice but to expedite the selection and training of candidates. even if it means using herbs to hasten the process in producing 1 or 2 7th-tier alchemists. To suggest that one could utilize medicinal herbs to train an alchemist is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Jiu Yaoyao glanced at Hisun, understanding that he had already exerted considerable effort in this matter. She remarked, ultimately, this affair pertains primarily to your alchemist guild, and it bears little relation to me. The opportunity is presented before you. The extent to which you can secure advantages for the Alchemist Guild of Zhongtian City depends upon your own fortune. Very well, I have only these 2 matters to address, President. My words have been conveyed. Now, it is time for this young man Shinamo to engage in discussion with you. He has just entered the realm of cultivation and is quite unfamiliar with many matters. He wishes to seek your guidance on a few points. Hisun finally exhaled in relief. Although Gu Yaoyao's intentions were for the benefit of the Alchemist Guild, her words had placed immense pressure upon him. Now, with Shinamo before him, he felt a weight lifted, and with a smile, he inquired, "Young friend Shinamo, what counsel do you seek?" This was Shinmo's first encounter with such an alchemist, and he quickly clasped his fists in greeting. "President I have come primarily regarding the Deng family's auction. However, the auction itself is not of paramount importance. The opportunity to meet with you, President makes this visit worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Hisun immediately responded with a courteous gesture, saying, "Young friend Shinamo is too kind. I presume your presence at Zhongtian City and the Alchemist Guild is related to a specific elixir? There is no need for you to be so formal. Please speak freely." To Hisun's surprise, Shinamo shook his head. Observing this, Gu Yaoyao covered her mouth with a laugh. When Hisun appeared puzzled, she explained, "This is Shinamo. He often surprises you." If he had not spoken thus, it would have been strange. His manner does not surprise me at all, President Shinamo is a friend of mine from Qian City. He is likely to become a prominent figure in the continent in the future. So I hope you can extend your guidance to him. Furthermore, should you require any assistance from Shinamo, do not hesitate to call upon him. Hisun, being astute, immediately grasped Gu Yaoyao's intentions. He nodded and replied, "Rest assured, my lady. I understand what is expected of me. Young friend Shinamo, after this auction, please seek me out again, and I shall be more than willing to discuss any matters in detail." Shinamo nodded in agreement, but Gu Yaoyao, somewhat dissatisfied, interjected, "Shinamo, do you truly have secrets to discuss with President If you have something to inquire about, you may directly ask me. Whatever I know, I shall certainly share with you." Shinamo preferred to keep his intentions concealed, especially from someone as enigmatic as Gu Yaoyao. Her identity was shrouded in mystery, and even Hisun held her in high regard. Shinamo might need her assistance in the future, but until he grew stronger, he wished to maintain some distance from such powerful figures. While Gu Yaoyao could aid him, he pondered what he could possibly offer her in return. The great ones seldom concern themselves with such trivialities, yet Shinamo could not afford to overlook them. Upon returning to the auction venue, Shinamo found that matters concerning Deng Yinsu had been largely resolved. Deng Yinsu expressed her desire to introduce Shinamo to the city lord Lu Wusher, but he declined this meeting, unwilling to engage with someone of Lu Wusher's stature at this time. However, Deng Yinsu shared her perspective, advising, "Brother, such encounters are unavoidable. If you choose not to participate in the Tiandao sword sex trial, that may be acceptable, but what then after the trial? You will either need to join the Tiandao sword sect or ally yourself with the noble military lord." Clearly, Lu Wusher is a commendable option. Shinmo remained apprehensive, prompting Deng Yinsu to continue her counsel. "Brother, I understand your concerns, but let go of past grievances. The martial dynasty is vast, and there are countless individuals named Shinmo. Your name is not unique." Shinmo was taken aback. It seemed Deng Yinsu had indeed surmised something. Given her background, it was unsurprising that she was aware of such matters. With a wry smile, he accepted her support as she grasped his hand, saying, "Brother, I am your family. Do not dwell excessively on past events. Such contemplation serves no purpose." Shinmo nodded, stating, "Sister, then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Deng Yinsu agreed, "Very well, brother. Gather your thoughts. Let us proceed to meet Lu Wushai. To facilitate Shinmo's meeting with the martial lord Lu Wusher, Deng Yinsu had made ample preparations. Instead of heading directly to the city lord's residence, they journeyed to a nearby mountain, a favored retreat outside Zhongtian City, adorned with well-constructed steps and pavilions. However, today, the area had already been sealed off by Lu Wusher's men. Lu Wusher awaited them in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, where he had laid out an array of exquisite snacks and tea. The small stove bubbled merrily, filling the air with a delightful sound. Upon their arrival, Deng Yinsu bowed respectfully, remarking, "General Liu, what a delightful gathering. This is not typically your style." Lu Wushi, not yet 40, appeared a dashing young man clad in silver armor. The display he had arranged was remarkably fitting. He smiled and replied, "I am accustomed to warfare and seldom have the opportunity to indulge in such pleasures. Now that I am the city lord of Zhongtian, I can finally relish these moments. Furthermore, in times of conflict, such tranquility is a rare treasure. Who knows when I will be called to battle again? For now, I shall enjoy this respite." Deng Yinsu, well aware of Lu Wushi's character, smiled and introduced, "This is Shan Imo, my brother." Lu Wushi scrutinized Shan Imo, nodding in approval. "Indeed, a fine young man. Yinsu, you ought to have more brothers like him. Your family is quite formidable. At times, even I hesitate to offend your kin. However, the strife among families breeds distrust. Yet, having such a brother allows for mutual trust and the enjoyment of familial bonds. Shinamo, please, take a seat." "There is no need for formality." As Shinamo sat down, he observed Lu Wushi once more. Were it not for the silver armor and the tales he had heard, one might assume Lu Wushi was merely a cultured gentleman capable of composing poetry with ease. However, the aura of bloodshed emanating from Lu Wushi commanded Xianmo's respect. Lu Wushi's ascent to the rank of martial lord within the martial dynasty indicated extraordinary skill and cunning. Noticing Xianmo's scrutiny, Lu Wushi chuckled, saying, "Shunimo, I am aware of your circumstances. However, sharing what I know with you would bear little significance at this juncture. You are acutely aware of your own limitations. At your age, possessing strength at the Enlightenment realm and nearing the Radiant realm is commendable. Yet, for those truly formidable beings, such power is hardly worth a glance, let alone pique their interest." Regardless, Lu Wushi's statement holds a kernel of truth. Shin Imo glanced at Deng Yinsu. This matter constituted the greatest secret within his heart. He never anticipated that so many people were privy to it. Lu Wushi, discerning Xian Mo's thoughts, smiled and remarked, "Shinimo, your father, Shin Xianying, is an extraordinary cultivator. With his strength at the Jade Balance realm, he attained the title of Marquis. Had he not been embroiled in controversy these past few years, he would likely have ascended to the rank of this Marquis by now. However, many matters are often shrouded in ambiguity, thus you need not be troubled by this situation. What you must focus on is to cultivate diligently and grow stronger, for only then can you gradually become an exceptional figure, surpassing your father and stirring the winds of change within the martial dynasty." Guiding the course of the nation, Shunimo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Wushi could see through his thoughts. Nevertheless, he understood the capabilities of such influential figures. For them, uncovering these truths was a trivial matter. Shinamo could only nod and inquire, "Lord Lu, I am curious, how many are aware of my identity?" Lu Wushi replied with a calm smile, "Unless one possesses a particular intent, it is quite difficult to connect you with Shan Xianying. However, those who have achieved a certain status can easily link you to your father. You are a clever child and should comprehend the implications of my words. You are able to stand on equal footing with me solely because of one factor. Yinsu brought you before me. I have watched this young girl grow up and hold a great fondness for her. Naturally, I must honor her request." Grateful, Shinimo glanced at Deng Yinsu. Since Lu Wushi was already aware of his identity, he felt little concern. If Lu Wushi truly intended to act against him, Shinimo could only endure it. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Lord Lu, I have come today primarily for an auction held by the Deng family. Seeking to acquire a particular item, my sister knew you were in Zhongtian City and brought me here to pay a visit. I hope I have not disturbed you." Upon hearing this, Lu Wushi chuckled, exchanging a glance with Deng Yinsu. He then said, "Shinimo, at the time of the upheaval in your Shin Marquis manor, you were merely a child. You may remember some details, but not many. Now that you have arrived in Zhongtian City and are seated here with me, I shall share with you what I know." Initially, Lu Wushi had no intention of divulging this information, but now he willingly brought it up. Shinamo clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Lu. I am all ears. Where shall I begin?" Lu Wushi pondered briefly before continuing, "Let me first speak of your father. In the past, he was a rising star within the martial dynasty, having grown up amidst the battles of the battlefield. Shin Xianying quickly garnered the attention of certain royal offspring in the imperial capital. However, your father was disinclined to involve himself in their intrigues, often opting to volunteer for the most arduous battlefields instead. The martial dynasty, despite its numerous cities and vast population, is governed by a few simple rules. Though your father resisted the allure of the royal offspring, he still achieved advancement, earning the title of Martial Heroic Marquis, a rank that rarely exceeds 10,000 individuals, with many inheriting their titles. Thus, your father was indeed formidable. Yet, he failed to grasp a fundamental truth. This position is not simply obtained through valor on the battlefield. After attaining the title of Martial Heroic Marquis, your father was compelled to choose a side, yet he still yearned for the battlefield, which ultimately brought misfortune to your Shan Marquis manor. Boom! Shinamo was engulfed in rage, the teacup in his hand shattering instantly. Observing his reaction, Deng Yinsu quickly interjected, "Shinamo, we must maintain decorum in Lord Lu's presence." Shinamo had believed that his father had committed some grievous error. He never imagined that the welfare of their harmonious Shan Marquis manor was compromised due to this situation. Lu Wushi, accustomed to such reactions, replaced Shan Mo's shattered teacup and remarked, "There is no need to erupt in fury over such matters. Many experiences must be endured for one to find tranquility. However, as one who has walked this path, I hope you can maintain your composure. With a calm mind, you will perceive things more clearly." Shinamo took a sip of tea, then clasped his fists towards Lu Wushi, stating, "Thank you for enlightening me. Lord Lu, I shall diligently cultivate and will certainly seek to uncover the truth behind this matter." Lu Wushi nodded and continued, "When the Shan Marquis manor was besieged, a great eagle descended from the heavens. Those who witnessed it claimed you were surely devoured by that eagle. Such tales may suffice to placate the ignorant, but they are insufficient for addressing significant issues. After you were carried away by that eagle, rumors began to circulate, and the two individuals who ventured to the Shan Marquis manor soon met their demise." Deng Yinsu gasped, exclaiming, "They died? Surely it was foul play." Realizing the impropriety of her words, she quickly reconsidered, but neither Shinamo nor Lu Wushi seemed fazed. Shinamo contemplated and said, "For now, I must excel in the trials of Tianjin Mountain. Lord Lu, I am aware that this trial will be a gathering of prodigies, and I shall certainly distinguish myself." Lu Wushi had not anticipated Shan Mo's fervor and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, it is a gathering of talents. Each event will feature countless prodigies competing, and those who stand out will become coveted figures. I understand your intentions. You do not wish to be ensnared in further controversies. Should you truly excel, I can ensure your safe withdrawal from the fray, unburdened by others' expectations." "Thank you, Lord Lu. That is precisely what I seek." Shinamo expressed gratefully. Lu Wushi, pleased with Shinamo, chuckled, "Ah, young one, I held great admiration for your father. Shin Xianying, I never anticipated that his son would also be to my liking. Here's a thought. If you find yourself in dire straits in the future, I shall cast you into the most arduous battlefield, allowing you to fend for yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, this path will remain open, a testament to my regard for you." Deng Yinsu was taken aback by this declaration, as her background did not afford her the same understanding. She quickly interjected, "Lord Lu, I hope you will keep Shinamo by your side for guidance, rather than cast him into the unknown where his fate is uncertain. Shinamo can sometimes find himself in troublesome situations, and without your protection, it may be difficult to care for him." However, Shinamo recognized Lu Wushi's good intentions. Just as Shan Xianying had once favored certain individuals by placing them in challenging circumstances, he clasped his fists and said, "Sister, this is Lord Lu's goodwill and a trial for my growth. Rest assured, should that day come, I would willingly go, even if faced with mountains of blades and seas of fire. I shall persevere." You possess quite the spirit. Such a disposition is indeed to my liking," Lu Wushi affirmed, nodding in approval. "In you, I still perceive the shadow of Shan Xianying. If he were to learn of this from the netherworld, he would surely smile in contentment. Regarding the upcoming auction in Zhongtian City, I shall also be in attendance. Tio, become a formidable warrior. This opportunity shall serve as your trial." Shinamo was filled with elation. Clasping his fists once more, "In that case, I am deeply grateful, Lord Lu. Enough now, Shinamo, Yinsu. Do not further disturb my leisure," Lu Wushi concluded. Farewell. Chapter 53. A visit to Hisun descending from the mountain. Deng Yinsu noticed Shinamo lost in thought, and chose not to interrupt him. It was only upon returning to the auction venue that she engaged in conversation with Shinamo. Albeit on trivial matters, however, as they made their way towards Shan Mo's residence, they encountered a captivating woman. Draped in a crimson gown, the woman bore a radiant smile, exuding warmth towards all. Yet, Shunamo was acutely aware that such personas often proved difficult to handle. When Deng Yinsu recognized the approaching figure, she hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. The woman in red was the first to speak, saying, "I did not expect to see you, Yinsu. Oh, this young man must be your brother. Indeed, he is quite the handsome one. This young man, I am Deng Shishue, the proprietor of this auction house." Shinamo clasped his fists towards Deng Shishue and said, "Miss Deng, my name is Shinamo. I have heard that your Zhongtian City auction house is to hold a grand auction. As a simple country fellow, I have never witnessed such an event, and I hope you will excuse my boldness in attending." Deng Shishue was no ordinary person. Upon their arrival, she had already discerned the relationship between Shinamo and Deng Yinsu. With a smile, she remarked, "Young brother Shinamo is indeed a remarkable figure. I have heard that at such a young age, he is already the young master of the Yuanjian sect. I hope you will stay for several days at the Zhongtian City auction house, so that I may have the pleasure of accompanying you." However, Deng Shishue also noticed Deng Yinsu's discontent. After a brief smile, she added, "Well, I still have some matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you two any longer. Sister Yinsu, please be sure to treat young brother Shinamo well." Once Deng Shishue departed, Deng Yinsu turned to Shinamo and said, "Shinamo, this is Deng Shishue. While she is not a direct descendant of the Deng family, she possesses considerable acumen and has garnered the support of several elders in the family. More importantly, she is closely allied with Deng Ying, and her interference is likely linked to the matter concerning that stone tablet." Shinamo nodded and replied, "It is evident that the Deng family is rife with internal conflicts, as even Lu Wushi, whom we met today, is aware. Sister, you need not worry too much. Ultimately, the family's affairs hinge on the support they can muster from outside. Currently, you have established a good rapport with Lord Lu of Zhongtian City. If he is willing to lend his hand, acquiring this auction house will be well within reach. At that point, you will no longer need to engage in excessive strife with these individuals. My dear brother, matters are not as simple as you perceive. There are far too many overt and covert struggles at play. It is not merely the presence of a Tian Wuho that can sway the Deng family's decisions." When discussing such matters, Deng Yinsu could not help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a brief smile, she said, "However, I am content with your concern. You need not overthink. Focus on your cultivation and become stronger. When you shine as the most illustrious star of the martial dynasty, your decisions will indeed influence the Deng family's choices. Why then? It will not be too late to assist me." Deng Yinsu prepared a cultivation chamber for Shinamo. After returning, he commenced his training. While operating the Zhao Huaqi wand, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation, as if he were resonating with something in his surroundings. Shinamo furrowed his brow slightly before joyfully exclaiming, "Perhaps he could indeed encounter something related to the Zhao Huaqi wand here." This journey to Zhongtian City had yielded considerable insights for Shinamo, particularly regarding his father, Shan Xianying. Although Lu Wushi had not disclosed everything, he had at least provided some information. In the future, once Shinamo grew stronger, he might glean further details from Lu Wushi, and of course, Shinamo understood that Lu Wushi was a subordinate of the formidable Wang Wudiangxi, and thus his words could not be taken at face value. Lu Wushi's willingness to assist was good news for Shinamo, but more importantly, he had encountered He Sun of the Zhongtian City Alchemist Association. In Shinmo's eyes, He Sun was akin to a cunning fox. When the time came to seek assistance, He Sun might prove to be of greater aid than Lu Wushi. However, before that, Shinmo needed to ascertain how he might be of assistance to He Sun. For such matters were reciprocal. That night, Shinmo made his way to the Alchemist Association. The elder on duty had changed, but upon hearing that Shinmo was there to seek He Huizhong, the elder did not dare to be negligent and promptly led Shinmo to find Exun in a small courtyard of the Alchemist Association. He Sun was sipping tea when he prepared a cup for Shinmo. Upon seeing Shinmo's arrival, He Sun joyfully stood and said, "Young friend Shinmo, you are indeed punctual. I did not expect you to come today. Nonetheless, I have prepared a cup of tea for you. Please, have a seat." After Shinmo sat down, the elder on duty left, though he cast several lingering glances at Shinmo once the elder departed. He Sun remarked, "Young friend Shinmo, the most precious aspect of youth is its potential. Yet it is also a time fraught with confusion. I recall that when I was your age, I squandered my days, lacking the capabilities you possess. You are too modest, He Huizhong. Everyone knows you are a rare alchemist. You have likely already attained the 5th rank, a a remarkable achievement not often seen. It is indeed challenging for most to reach the 5th rank as an alchemist, but for someone like Hisun, it is merely the beginning stage. Hisun sighed and shook his head, saying, "Young friend Shinamo, you are unaware that if I do not advance further, I shall forever remain trapped at the 5th rank. A 5th rank alchemist has reached the pinnacle of the Jade Balance realm, yet ascending to the upper 4 realms is exceedingly arduous. As you have heard from that young lady, the 6th and 7th ranks are merely the minimum requirements to meet others' expectations." This exemplifies the disparities between individuals, which Shinamo had long understood. He smiled wryly before steering the conversation to the main topic, stating, "He Huizhong, I have come to trouble you tonight because I am in need of assistance. I hope you will not decline." He soon smiled and nodded, saying, "Young friend Shinamo, there is no need for formality. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Although I am not a person of great influence, I have lived for some time and know a few individuals. Perhaps I can indeed assist you." After contemplating, Shinamo inquired, "He Huizhong, have you ever heard of an ancient text called the Zhao Huaqi Wan?" Upon hearing Zhao Huaqi Wan, Hisun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Young friend Shinamo, I fear I cannot assist you with this matter. I have never heard of the Zhao Huaqi Wan. However, since it is something you seek, I can help you look into it." Shinamo had not anticipated that even Hisun would be unaware of it. When Hisun offered to assist in the search, Shinamo replied, "There is no need for that. I would prefer to keep this matter to myself. Were it not for your status as a venerable elder and someone I find trustworthy, I would not have mentioned it." Hisun nodded and said, "In that case, I shall spare you this effort. As a practitioner, you may require elixirs. While I may lack other skills, I can assist you in refining a few. You are currently a practitioner at the Enlightening Realm, and the next step is the Radiant Realm. If you need it, I can refine a pill to help you break through smoothly." Shinamo had already reached the peak of the Enlightening Realm and was on the verge of overcoming that barrier. However, he still needed to accumulate more before enhancing his strength further in the Enlightening Realm. Shinamo smiled and said, "He Huizhong, it is far better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Since you have such good intentions, why not teach me alchemy instead?" Hisun was momentarily taken aback by Shinmo's words, but quickly regained his composure and asked, "Young friend Shinamo, what do you mean by that?" To strategize for the future, Shinamo had to divide his focus to learn alchemy. He smiled and said, "He Huizhong, with your wisdom, you surely understand the meaning behind my words. I wish to inquire if you could teach me some alchemical techniques. I aspire to become an alchemist." Hisun was so taken aback that he struggled to find words, but he managed to ask, "Are you serious?" Shinamo nodded, and under Hisun's eager gaze, he affirmed, "Indeed, I am serious that I possess fire attribute spiritual energy, and I also have a hint of wood attribute energy. It is said that these are essential for becoming an alchemist. As for my soul power, I believe it surpasses that of the average person. If you are willing to impart some knowledge to me, I would be immensely grateful." As he spoke, Shinamo focused his thoughts and conjured a flame using his spiritual energy to display it before Hisun. Hisun was delighted and exclaimed, "Excellent, young friend Shinamo. Since you possess such aspirations, I am willing to impart all my knowledge to you." Chapter 54. Heroic Declarations on the Day of the Auction. The venue was teeming with people. Shinamo was arranged in a VIP room, where dedicated staff would handle the bidding on his behalf, sparing him the need to make an appearance. In Shanmo's VIP room were Gu Yao Yao and Ding Yin, while Deng Yinsu, as a member of the Deng family, was deemed unsuitable to be present at this event. Several individuals had early access to the VIP lounge, thus they were unaware of the number of attendees and distinguished figures present at this auction. The event commenced as scheduled, with Deng Shishui serving as the host. It appeared that many had come specifically to see him, and when Deng Shishui graced the stage, a fervor erupted among the crowd. This reaction was hardly surprising, as Deng Shishui was indeed captivating, and her demeanor was more uninhibited compared to Deng Yinsu. After standing on stage with a radiant smile, Deng Shishui refrained from speaking immediately, allowing the audience's excitement to swell before addressing them. "Esteemed guests, we have once again arrived at the grand auction of Zhongtian City, held once each season. I trust you have all been eagerly anticipating this moment. This time, if it pleases you, the auction will be jointly conducted by myself and Miss Deng Yinsu. As she spoke, Deng Yinsu also ascended the stage, adorned in an elegant light blue gown. The striking contrast between Deng Yinsu and Deng Shishui left the audience astonished, followed swiftly by waves of exhilaration, accompanied by some rather crude remarks. It was evident that both Deng Yinsu and Deng Shishui were accustomed to such spectacles. Deng Yinsu then addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, our auction today will feature a total of 15 items, including elixirs, martial arts techniques, and weaponry, precious treasures that every practitioner must possess. After her statement, Deng Shishui continued, this auction will employ a bidding system, where the highest bidder secures the prize. Though these are merely standard protocols, it is imperative to communicate them to all present. For those wishing to participate in the bidding, I kindly urge you to prepare your funds and valuables. As the Deng family's auction house stands firm on its reputation, and we expect all entrants to uphold their credibility. Upon concluding her remarks, Deng Yinsu added, of course, as you are all aware, the Deng family's auction house is known for its unexpected delights. This time, we have prepared 3 surprise items for you. When the moment arrives, you shall have the opportunity to bid, and many may have come specifically for these surprises. These surprises refer to peculiar items, some of which could be extraordinary treasures while others might be utterly worthless. Nonetheless, many attendees relish the thrill of securing a valuable item at a fraction of its worth. And such surprises invariably attracted countless participants. As Deng Yinsu spoke, she cast a deliberate glance towards the VIP lounge, clearly indicating that a particular stone tablet had been included among the items. Gu Yaoyao observed the two on stage with admiration, remarking, truly, one can see why those from the Deng family are exceptional. Shinimo, your long journey to this auction may very well be for a specific item. No? However, given your rapport with Sister Deng Yinsu, you could easily have the Deng family reserve that item for you. To my knowledge, they often handle matters in this manner. Shinimo chose not to comment on this. Instead inquiring, Miss Gu, I recently visited President He of the Alchemist Guild, and he mentioned that becoming an alchemist is quite a formidable endeavor. Moreover, he indicated that one crucial aspect is that the power of the soul seemingly cannot be cultivated. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaoyao's expression shifted noticeably. Shinimo, noticing her reaction, promptly added, however, President He did mention that you might have methods for cultivating soul-powered. Is that true? Initially, Gu Yaoyao believed Shinimo was merely expressing curiosity, but upon hearing his full statement, she realized she had fallen into his trap. With a hint of annoyance, she retorted, you, Shinimo, dare to test me like this? If it were anyone else, I would have dealt with them immediately. But for you, as long as you ask nicely, I might just share a thing or two. Shinimo chuckled, recognizing the truth in what he Sun had said. Gu Yaoyao was indeed likely to possess ancient texts related to soul cultivation. However, such texts were incredibly rare and intricate, and acquiring them would undoubtedly require a significant sacrifice. Shinimo had no intention of seeking out an ancient text from Gu Yaoyao. He merely wished to ascertain the truth of the matter. He smiled and replied, Miss Gu, you have already provided me with a definitive answer, which leaves me quite satisfied. There is no need for you to concern yourself overly. Perhaps in my future travels within the martial dynasty, I might serendipitously acquire such an ancient text. Martial arts techniques are categorized into various grades, from common to extraordinary and even unique. Yet, even the most common techniques are not easily obtained, and the ancient texts for cultivating soul power are so rare that even someone of President He's stature has never encountered them. The scarcity of such texts is evident, and Shinimo could easily imagine their immense value. Simply learning a bit about such texts from Gu Yaoyao was already a remarkable achievement, and he dared not entertain further hopes. Shinimo often left Gu Yaoyao feeling exasperated, primarily because he tended to approach many topics only superficially, never delving deeply enough to uncover more profound truths. With her hands on her hips, Gu Yaoyao, filled with indignation, demanded, Shinimo, what exactly do you mean? Uncertain as to how he had provoked her, Shinimo rubbed his head and asked, Miss Gu, what do you mean by that? Have I offended you in some way? Frustrated by Shinmo's demeanor, Gu Yaoyao quickly replied, why don't you continue to ask? Why stop at this point? You must know that if you persist in your inquiries, I will certainly divulge some information. With a resigned shake of his head, Shinmo responded, I am well aware of my limitations. With my meager strength, any formidable opponent could easily crush me. To aspire for an ancient text that even President He has not had the fortune to see would be tantamount to courting death. It is akin to a 3-year-old child carrying a fortune through a bustling market. One can easily guess the outcome. Gu Yaoyao found herself at a loss for words at Shinmo's reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, you make a fair point. Shinmo, moreover, soul power should not be cultivated too early. One must reach the Yuheng realm before attempting to do so, and even then, one must possess a soul power far exceeding that realm. The cultivation of soul power is exceedingly complex and perilous, and even seasoned practitioners dare not experiment lightly. However, you need not worry excessively. Perhaps you can start cultivating earlier than others. Every encounter with Shunimo left Gu Yaoyao feeling utterly exasperated, yet she now entertained the idea of teasing him. Observing her intent, Shunimo smiled wryly and said, "Miss Gu, are you suggesting that I am reckless?" Having her thoughts unwittingly revealed by Shunimo once again, Gu Yaoyao raised her voice, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is your recklessness that allows you to pursue whatever you wish." Shunimo, perplexed by her reaction, shook his head and replied, "While I may indeed be reckless, I also wish to prolong my existence. Therefore, I hope to avoid an untimely demise." Jiu Yaoyao pondered this and finally remarked, "Shunimo, I have heard that you aspire to become an alchemist? Becoming an alchemist is no trivial matter. If you aim to enhance your strength while also pursuing this path, you might find yourself attempting to catch two rabbits and ending up with none." Yet, Shunimo was undeterred, responding with a confident smile, "Great beings of antiquity have often managed such feats. Why should I, Shunimo, not be capable? Rest assured, Miss Gu, I shall undoubtedly shine in both endeavors, becoming an unparalleled presence in this world."